How would the narrative unfold if a Taoist from Hua country were to become the eldest daughter of the Malfoy family? Given that the world's consciousness has bestowed this opportunity, we must dutifully embrace our responsibilities. For instance, one might choose Severus Snape as a godfather, listening to him berate others while he brews potions. To pay homage to Grindelwald as a mentor, observing how he covertly teaches dark magic beneath Dumbledore's very nose. Simultaneously, engaging in a romance with the Dark Lord to reveal to him just how delightful and intriguing the world I have arrived in can be. Chapter 1. A New Arrival. The Dark Lord was vanquished, defeated by the hand of a mere one-year-old infant, sending shockwaves throughout the magical community. The Death Eaters fled in disarray, attempting to evade culpability, while the resistors rejoiced, chanting, "All hail Harry Potter!" Amidst all this turmoil, the savior on Privet Drive, Harry Potter, remained blissfully unaware. He was merely a child, oblivious to how this day differed from any other. He simply cried for a moment, dozed off, and in his eyes, when the sun rose the following day, his mother would tenderly bestow upon him her customary morning kiss. His father would secretly allow him to ride a child's broomstick while his mother was not watching. Everything in a magical realm was of no concern to him. He was still just a child. Even when the sun rose, he would have to spend the next 10 years in the company of his Aunt Petunia, who did not particularly like him. He knew nothing, as ignorant and unperceptive as the youngest son of the Malfoy family. The once resplendent Malfoy manor now appeared shrouded in the veil of night. The elegant and aloof Narcissa Malfoy was in the nursery, soothing her one-year-old son, Draco Malfoy, while her 2-year-old daughter, Alice Malfoy, slept in the adjacent room. Her husband, Lucius Malfoy, was not by her side as he usually was. After Narcissa became pregnant, Lucius had endeavored to remain as present as possible, until she gave birth to their eldest daughter and subsequently became pregnant with their son. After all, what could be more important than family to a Malfoy? However, today was different. The Dark Lord had been defeated, and as a loyal servant, the Malfoys had committed numerous deeds for the Dark Lord, accumulating considerable wealth while also transgressing several laws. With the Dark Lord's downfall, they now faced the impending judgment of Wisengamot. Lucius must take decisive action to preserve the Malfoy legacy and protect Narcissa along with their young children. This turmoil was of no concern to Draco. Like Harry Potter, he drifted off into slumber, believing he had merely cried. Narcissa gently placed the sleeping Draco back into his crib, kissed his forehead, and turned to leave the room. She needed to join her husband in safeguarding their home. Yet, all of this was known to Alice Malfoy, just a wall away. She was neither Harry Potter nor Draco Malfoy. This was her second year in this world, though it marked the 22nd year of her soul. 2 years prior, in China, Yu Qing was undergoing a thunder tribulation. As a practitioner of the Tao in an era of dwindling magic, Yu Qing exhibited extraordinary talent. At the tender age of 20, she was experiencing a thunder tribulation that most practitioners would never encounter in their lifetimes. The lineage of the sect has endured for over a millennium, yet since the onset of the end of Dharma era, only a scant few have been able to summon the thunder tribulation, with this generation's only representative being her senior sister, a fallen genius amidst the storm. Yu Qing, undaunted by death, yearns to put her abilities to the test. After 2 decades of cultivation within the sect, she traverses the ethereal realm and the mundane world, her life a relentless whirlwind of activity. She seeks to ascertain whether her years of learning truly align with her master's exalted claims, and if she is worthy of the heavens' acknowledgement. Prior to the thunder tribulation, her master prepared an array of items for her. She anticipated treasures that could withstand the onslaught of the tribulation, and with a heart brimming with joy, she accepted the storage ring from her master, only to discover upon claiming it that it contained nothing but the yellowed tomes from the library. Her master, shrouded in enigmatic wisdom, proclaimed, "Within the books lies all that you seek," and sent her forth to face the tribulation, having tucked 3 pages of parting words into her robes. As the thunder descended upon the protective barrier she strained to maintain, she found herself cursing her master in secret for his apparent indifference. Wondering why he could watch her endure the tribulation without concern, fearing she might meet the same fate as her sister and never return. However, when the tribulation shattered her barrier and ruthlessly crushed her pride, her thoughts turned to, "I am sorry, master. I apologize for not being able to return, for disregarding your counsel and confronting the tribulation, for failing to honor my senior brother, and for not being there to see you through your final moments. After caring for you, a solitary orphan, all this time I have left without repaying your kindness, and for that, I am truly sorry. In that fleeting moment when the thunder breached the barrier, within an unnamed temple on the mountain, an elderly Taoist with gray hair sighed silently. May you journey well, my dear. At St. Mungo's Hospital, Mrs. Malfoy gave birth to a daughter, naming her Alice Leah Black Malfoy. Now, within Malfoy Manor, Yu Qing, who is now called Alice Leah Black Malfoy, opened her eyes from slumber. The disturbances within Malfoy Manor went unnoticed by the 1-year-old Draco Malfoy, yet Alice Malfoy perceived them all too well. 2 years prior, upon awakening, her body, struck by lightning, ached painfully, and it took considerable time for her to discern her surroundings. Yet, everything remained a blur, and she initially believed she had succumbed and was now reincarnating in the afterlife. It was only after 7 days that she realized she had not died, but had traversed into another world. In her sect, there was indeed contact with the outside realm. Despite her exceptional talent and mastery of the arts, she was still required to attend school and take the college entrance examination. With Harry Potter being such a phenomenon and the Malfoy family's roles being prominent and distinctive, it would be nearly impossible for her not to recognize them. Now, having fully accepted her new reality, Miss Malfoy understood that Voldemort had perished and that her father, Lucius, was striving to shed the title of Death Eater. A decade hence, the Savior would enter Hogwarts, embarking upon a 7-year narrative arc that culminated in the defeat of the Dark Lord, restoring light and peace to the wizarding world. Yet, what relevance did all of this have for a 2-year-old child? She could accept the fact that she had just completed her college entrance examination and received her acceptance letter, only to be struck by lightning and given a new lease on life. What else could possibly be beyond her acceptance? Was it not simply a matter of reliving the life of a character within a story? She firmly believed she could endure it. Even if she could not, it mattered little, for she was unlikely to meet her demise. Chapter 2. Encounter with Qiu Zhang. Today marks the 9th anniversary of the mysterious figure's defeat, and Harry Potter is 10 years old. Just 1 year away from the unfolding of the storyline. It is also the day when Alice Malfoy embarks on her journey to Hogwarts. This is not Alice's first visit to Hogwarts, for her godfather is Severus Snape, the very individual who, despite his villainous appearance, has been acknowledged as an unsung hero by the Savior himself. One of the greatest advantages of having a godfather who serves as a professor and headmaster at Hogwarts is that, through her persistent entreaties, Alice has frequently visited Hogwarts since the age of 6, ostensibly to acclimatize herself to the learning environment. It must be said, Alice's appearance is quite deceptive. With her innocuous expression coupled with an exquisitely doll-like visage, she has garnered the affection of all the professors at Hogwarts, including the esteemed headmaster Dumbledore. Even the ghosts residing in the castle have formed a close bond with Alice, relishing the delectable delicacies from China that she brings along. Thank you to China for bestowing upon me the formidable social skills and mystical arts, Alice often muses to herself. However, as she officially enters Hogwarts as a student for the first time, a tinge of nervousness is unavoidable. After all, this is Hogwarts, the finest magical institution in the world. At platform 9 3/4, the Malfoy couple is bidding farewell to their eldest daughter. Alice Malfoy, study diligently at Hogwarts. If you encounter any difficulties, seek out Severus. He will assist you, Lucius declares with a serious demeanor as he stands before Alice. Always remember that you are a Malfoy. Uphold the dignity of our family. His golden hair is meticulously styled at his temples, and his splendid wizarding robe is worth more than the annual expenses of an ordinary wizarding family. That is enough, Lucius. I know, Alice interjects, aware of her father's long-winded admonitions. Narcissa, attentively gazing at her grown daughter, smooths the stray strands of hair behind Alice's ear. Take care of yourself. Alice, remember to write to your father and me. Severus will look after you, but you must also strive to do well. Lucius clears his throat. Ahem. Your mother speaks true. I know, mother, there is no need to worry. I'm 11 now. I can take care of myself. Father, I will always remember that I am a Malfoy and will maintain the family's honor. Alice beams up at her parents with a wide smile. Oh heavens, Merlin. Having resided in Malfoy Manor for 11 years, I have mastered noble etiquette, social interactions, asset management, and investment, far more daunting than 9 years of compulsory education. The Malfoy couple has not relaxed their educational expectations of Alice, even after the birth of Draco. nor have they hastily decided that Draco is the sole heir of the Malfoy legacy. Regardless of gender, they pride themselves on their children. Hence Alice partakes in various heir-related courses and attends numerous pure-blood family galas with her father. Lucius, noticing Alice's rapid progress in her studies, even contemplates entrusting her with a portion of the family business. Merlin, mourn for Alice. She is but 11. In this regard, Alice can only express gratitude for the solid foundation laid by her 9 years of compulsory education. Come, let us thank our motherland, the party, and the people. Sister, I will miss you. You must write to me often. Next year, I can attend Hogwarts with you. Draco, standing beside Narcissa, steps forward to embrace his sister. Since his birth, he has always been by Alice's side. They have studied potions together, practiced spells, and endured their godfather Severus's reprimands. Whenever mischief ensues, Alice invariably takes the blame upon herself, going to great lengths to shield him from any harm. This platinum-haired little cherub adores his sister immensely. Sister, I will miss you terribly, Draco says, his slender arms wrapping around Alice's waist, his platinum head nuzzling gently against her neck. Draco, mind your posture. Lucius's voice calls from above, and in the next moment, Draco is lifted from his beloved sister's embrace. Ugh, sister. Draco steals a glance at his father, but dares not utter another word, his gray eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gazes at Alice. Her heart melts at the sight. How could anyone resist such an adorable Draco? Certainly not her. Alice hugs Draco once more, planting a kiss on his forehead. Draco, I promise to write to you every week. I will return to see you at Christmas, and I will miss you dearly. I love you, my platinum little cherub. Oh, the train is about to depart, Alice. Go now. Lucius gently pats his daughter's head, accustomed to the sweet sound of Alice calling him father daily. Lucius feels a pang of reluctance, but as the head of the family, he must maintain an air of authority and can only utter trivial words. Alice embraces her parents and brother once more before turning to board the train to Hogwarts. Excuse me, may I sit here? Alice, now clad in her wizarding robe, is daydreaming about her life at Hogwarts when a bright voice interrupts her. She turns to see a youthful wizard standing at the carriage door, dressed in a robe and holding a brand new wand. Alice is astonished by the sight before her. The newcomer is a complete embodiment of an Eastern girl, of veritable beauty. Even at this tender age, her striking features hint at an astonishing allure in her future. Of course, come in. It's just me in this compartment. And I was just lamenting the absence of conversation. You must be a first year too, right? An Asian girl? You're stunning. Alice exclaims with excitement, her heart soaring at the sight of such a lovely Eastern beauty. Although she has inherited the Malfoy looks and is considered a beauty in her own right, seeing someone so exquisite after 11 years is a delightful surprise for Alice. Thank you. I'm a first-year student, and I am from China. Though my parents have immigrated to England, I spent my early years in China, but I grew up here. You are beautiful too. Your golden hair is particularly lovely. The young girl replies shyly as she steps into the compartment and sits opposite Alice. My name is Alice Malfoy. Let us be friends. Alice offers her name, hoping to forge a friendship with this enchanting girl. I'm Qiao Zhang. You can call me Qiao. The girl responds with a gentle smile. May I call you Alice? Of course. Qiao, what a lovely name. Alice beams back. Qiao Zhang, wait a moment. Alice suddenly stands up, realization dawning upon her. Isn't she Cedric Diggory's girlfriend? Harry SX? What's wrong, Alice? Qiao asks, startled by Alice's abrupt movement, concern evident in her gaze. Oh, nothing. Just a sudden thought. Nothing of importance. Is this your wand? Alice laughs nervously, attempting to divert the conversation. Yes, I bought it from Mr. Ollivander before school started. It's made of sandalwood, a type of wood from China. Fortunately, the 11-year-old girl is naive, and despite her curiosity, she is easily distracted by Alice's sudden shift in topic. This is my wand. Alice also took out her wand from her side, eager to exchange novice wand experiences with Qiao Zhang. Excuse me, I apologize for the interruption. May I come in and take a seat? The other compartments are full. I understand that freshmen usually do not sit with upperclassmen, but this year's intake seems particularly large. And this is the only available spot I found along the way. Many upperclassmen from my house are mingling with the newcomers. So the introduction of Alice's wand was interrupted by a student at the compartment door, clad in the robes of Hufflepuff, presumably his second year. He appeared somewhat nervous, as if embarrassed. Well, if one were to comment, this young man is rather handsome. Chapter 3. A young couple. Qiao Zhang glanced at the Hufflepuff by the door, casting an inquiring look at Alice. She was more than willing to assist this shy upperclassman, yet it was Alice's compartment, and as a newcomer herself, she did not wish to overshadow the host. Ah, what a delightful, beautiful-hearted girl she is. No wonder she is the belle of Ravenclaw, the first love of the savior. Do wizards possess potions for gender transformation? I wonder if Severus is currently researching this urgently. I must marry her. Alice, Qiao Zhang whispered. The Hufflepuff outside seemed so anxious he might roast himself. Yes, of course, please do come in. I apologize. The excitement of being a freshman is overwhelming. Please, make yourself comfortable. Qiao Zhang's words jolted Alice from her reverie, and she hastily responded to the nervous upperclassman. Let us sit together, Qiao. Alice shifted closer to the window, making room for Qiao to sit beside her, thus offering the seat by the door to the Hufflepuff. Thank you, I truly appreciate it. The second-year boy stepped into the compartment and took a seat opposite the girls. Hello, I am Cedric Diggory, a second-year student from Hufflepuff. The boy introduced himself with gentle courtesy. Hello, I am Qiao Zhang, pleased to meet you. Just call me Qiao, she replied politely. I am Alice Malfoy, and I am equally delighted to make your acquaintance. Alice beamed with a radiant smile, her gaze flitting between Qiao and Cedric, appearing even more excited than when she first spotted Qiao. I am thrilled to have made friends even before officially entering Hogwarts. Alice justified her exuberance, to which both Qiao and Cedric nodded in understanding. Naturally, the prospect of entering Hogwarts was exhilarating. After all, it is the finest wizarding school in the world. While Alice was indeed delighted, her joy stemmed not solely from joining Hogwarts, but from the company of Qiao and Cedric. This was Cedric and Qiao. My ship, my OTP. Have they met so soon? Am I to witness the blossoming of their romance? Alice was elated, though she could not express it. After all, Qiao was merely 11, and Cedric only 12. It would be inappropriate to urge them into a relationship at this tender age. Calm down. Maintain the dignified demeanor of a Malfoy. Afterward, no one else approached to inquire about seating arrangements, allowing Alice and Qiao to engage Cedric in conversation about the intriguing aspects of Hogwarts. Much of what Alice heard was familiar, yet listening to the handsome young man speak was a delight, especially with the company of beautiful girls. Alice felt that the train ride could stretch on for eternity. She would gladly pay double the fare. The Malfoys were never short on funds. So, is it true that the head of Slytherin is rather fearsome? Qiao was genuinely engrossed as Cedric spoke about the professors at Hogwarts and the division of houses. Hearing that the head of Slytherin was particularly fond of deducting points, she couldn't help but ask. Professor Snape is indeed formidable. His potions are the finest I know. However, opinions on him are quite divided. Cedric intended to mention that Snape's teaching was not particularly commendable, but as an exemplary Hufflepuff, his upbringing prevented him from criticizing his professor behind his back. Once you take his class, you'll understand. As long as you excel in potions, he won't be too harsh on you. Perhaps, he thought to himself, it largely depended on his mood. Alice pondered saying something, but ultimately remained silent. She couldn't very well tell her newly acquainted friends that the head of Slytherin, whom everyone disliked, was her godfather, known to be quite amiable and soft-hearted, albeit with a particularly sharp tongue. Such a revelation would surely startle them, especially Cedric, who would likely think her quite peculiar. Having already embarrassed herself multiple times today, she couldn't afford another folly that might compromise her Malfoy image, lest her father send her packing back home. Thus, Alice quietly listened as they transitioned from discussing Slytherin to Hogwarts ghosts, culminating in tales of the ghost professor who taught history of magic, before she finally rejoined their conversation. Time flew by in such delightful company, and as Cedric, now a third year, had to leave early to gather with his fellow students, he bade farewell to the girls with a wave, promising they would meet again. Of course, we shall reunite, especially with your girlfriend here. By the way, Alice, have you heard about that new shop, Rose Beauty, in Diagon Alley? Qiao settled back into her seat across from Alice. With Cedric gone, the girls were ready to discuss topics of their own. I spotted it while purchasing my school robes. My mother mentioned it hadn't existed before, so it must be a recent opening. It features many beautiful accessories and numerous items I've never encountered before. I heard some even come from the Muggle world. Have you been there? It seemed Qiao had developed quite an interest in the shop. This was hardly surprising. Children raised in wizarding families often held a fascination for the Muggle world, yet lacked the opportunity for direct experience. Rose Beauty was shrouded in a bit of mystery. Located at the heart of Diagon Alley, the shop was adorned with vast displays of magically preserved champagne roses, and its sign outside was crafted from real gold, shaped like a champagne rose. While everyone speculated whether the shop was meant to serve as an auction house or a high-end potion vendor, they soon discovered it merely sold decorative items of no practical use. A shop tailored for witches, as presumably no wizard would desire to paint their nails red or pink. Though, theoretically, Ramp B would cater to anyone willing to pay. This was a cosmetics store dedicated to witches, offering a one-stop service for beauty and skincare. If you can imagine it, she can achieve it. Today you're 80, tomorrow 18. Even Mrs. Malfoy would commend it. I know. My mother has shopped there and indulged in their beauty treatments. She adores it. Alice recalled the extravagant, eye-catching large rose in Diagon Alley, feeling somewhat powerless to critique it. Though undeniably beautiful and attention-grabbing, she wondered if anyone could resist the temptation to steal it. Wouldn't one worry about it during the night? My mother has also visited. The shop has several levels. The first floor sells jewelry and skincare sets, while the upper floors offer treatments. I believe they use potions for various enhancements. My mother is particularly fond of it. She says once I am a bit older, she will buy me things from there. Chio spoke with growing excitement. No girl could resist the allure of such a dreamy shop. Romantic roses, transformative potions, and luxurious goods. Even someone as stunning as Chio Zhang couldn't remain indifferent. You like it too? That is wonderful. We should visit Diagon Alley during the holidays and shop there. Alice felt elated to know Chio shared her enthusiasm. Chio's mother must be a great beauty. If even a woman of such allure couldn't resist the charms of this establishment, it was certain that few witches across Britain could withstand its temptations. Once a girl opens her mouth, she becomes a veritable fountain of words, and under the shared interests, their friendship blossoms rapidly. By the time the train reaches its destination, they have forged a bond strong enough to plan bath outings together. At this moment, the iconic spires of Hogwarts come into view. As the train is about to arrive, Alice and Chio prepare to disembark from the carriage. Chio picks up her wand while Alice bends down to retrieve a small box resting by her feet, adorned with a blooming champagne rose. Alice, what is that on your wrist? Chio inquires, noticing something tied to Alice's left hand, though the dim light obscures its details. This. Alice lifts her left hand, pulling back her sleeve to reveal a toy bear. This is my teddy bear, which has accompanied me since childhood. I always keep it with me. As she speaks, Alice detaches the bear from its wrist strap, enlarges it with her wand, and hands it to Chio. In the sunlight, Chio finally notices the stuffed bear that has been with them throughout their journey. It is a magical toy, commonly found in wizarding families, capable of moving with a bit of enchantment, a perfect companion for entertaining children. This is a wondrous bear. You will come to understand its magic in due course. Alice takes the bear back from Chio, stroking the onyx bow tie. The cool sensation evokes memories of the spring water she once drank with her senior in the mountains. Equally refreshing. All right, we must depart. We cannot afford to be tardy on the first day of school. Alice secures the bear, hoists the box, and exits the carriage. Chapter 4. Entering Hogwarts, Alice and Chio disembark the train, greeted by a sky adorned with countless stars. The soft glow of the full moon spilling through the clouds to illuminate the dark surface of the lake. First-year students gather in groups of 4 to board boats. Hurry! Don't be late. Everyone, come here. A booming voice reverberates, startling the first-year students, who huddle together, glancing towards the source of the sound. Chio, too, is taken aback, tightly clutching Alice's sleeve. What is that? The dim light casts an ominous shadow over the figure, rendering it terrifying. Is that a person? Is it a giant? Chio has never encountered someone so towering, and her fear compels her to grasp Alice's clothing even more tightly for reassurance. That is Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, a half-giant. There's no need to worry. He is here to guide us into Hogwarts, as he does every year. Since his appointment, all Hogwarts students have been escorted by him. Alice reassures Chio with a gentle pat. Chio pauses, hesitantly voicing, Alice, is it inappropriate for you to tell me this? What do you mean? Alice queries, puzzled. About Hagrid's heritage, his mixed blood. Chio trails off, understanding Chio's concern. Alice feels a swell of joy for her friend's thoughtfulness. Chio truly is a little angel. If I hadn't mentioned it, wouldn't you still notice his uniqueness? I can see it. He is indeed different. Chio concedes, acknowledging that even without Alice's insight, she would have discerned Hagrid's distinctiveness. I could keep quiet. But wouldn't it be better to address such matters openly and avoid complications later? Besides, Hagrid isn't concerned about it. The towering figure commands the little wizards efficiently, unfazed by their astonished glances. He takes pride in the love of his parents and sees no reason to conceal his lineage. Chio, hearing this perspective for the first time, experiences a moment of clarity. You are right. I have been narrow-minded. Originally walking side by side with Alice, Chio now finds herself 2 steps ahead. Alice has night blindness, not severe, but in the current dimness, she struggles to see clearly. Lucius and Severus had offered her no fewer than 10 solutions, yet Alice, with her discerning palate, opted to endure her condition rather than consume potions and supplements with strange flavors. Consequently, she draws her wand, its glow flickering, and at last, Hogwarts half-giant comes into view before the first-year students. He stands before them, and the little ones must strain their necks to catch a glimpse of his full stature. First-year students, hurry up, or you will be late. Hagrid urges them onward. He leads the way, occasionally glancing back at Alice. Upon reaching the lakeshore, Hagrid organizes them into groups of 4 for the boat ride. Alice and Chio are the first to arrive at the edge. Hagrid watches Alice with concern, wishing to say something, aware of her night blindness. Just as he opens his mouth, Alice waves her wand and winks at him, signaling that she is fine. Hagrid, relieved, silently assists the new students onto the boats, refraining from further comment. Alice holds Chio's hand, allowing the others to board first. Chio wonders why Alice is not getting on the boat, yet she refrains from asking, appreciating the warm light emanating from Alice's wand illuminating their small space. Curious, Chio notes that, as a first-year student herself, she has only just acquired her wand, while Alice is already adept at using magic. Chio, let us wait a moment. I have night blindness, Alice admits with a hint of embarrassment. The darkness unnerves her, and even with the light from her wand, having someone by her side brings her additional comfort. That's all right. I'll stay with you. There's no need to be afraid. Chio's gentle voice reassures Alice even more. There are many first-year students, and it takes Hagrid some time to escort them all onto the boats before he returns to find Alice. Alice, let us go together. I'll help you and this new student. Hagrid turns to Alice and Chio, carefully guiding them into the little boat at the water's edge. Alice, do you know this young lady? Hagrid inquires, intrigued. Chio, this is Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Hagrid, this is my friend, Chio Zhang. Alice introduces her friend to Hagrid. Hagrid nods. Hello, Zhang. It's a pleasure to meet you. However, there's no time for chit-chat now. We must get to the Great Hall. Hagrid glances at the little wizards on the opposite shore and hastens the boat. As the boat moves forward, the entire Hogwarts castle gradually reveals itself, shimmering even under the faint moonlight. On the shore stands a slender witch, adorned with a pointed hat, impeccably groomed. She is busy counting the little wizards. Hagrid, you have finally arrived. Are all the children accounted for? The seemingly stern witch's voice carries a note of concern. Everyone is here. These are the last two. Hagrid indicates Alice and Chio, the latter assisting Alice as they disembark. Once they reach the entrance of Hogwarts, the surroundings brighten, and Alice finally feels a sense of reassurance. Come along, then. Professor McGonagall glances at Alice before turning to the new students, addressing them from the steps of the grand entrance. Now, I shall escort you to the Great Hall. Everyone, form a line and stay close behind me. As the procession moves forward, the excitement among the little wizards escalates, their faces alight with an indescribable thrill. Even children born into wizarding families exhibit fervor for learning magic, let alone those from Muggle backgrounds. Entering the Great Hall, the upperclassmen seated at their respective house tables watch them with anticipation, eager for the newcomers to experience their first significant event, the sorting ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the new first years to our school, as well as the returning students to Hogwarts. The elderly man at the center of the hall, with hair and beard intertwined in a cascade of white, rises to address the assembly. He is none other than Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts and the greatest wizard in the world. Every young wizard hailing from a family of sorcerers is well acquainted with him, and indeed, each has received a chocolate frog card featuring his likeness, recalling his most illustrious achievement in 1945 when he vanquished the dark wizard Grindelwald. Now, let us commence the sorting ceremony. Dumbledore gestured to Professor McGonagall, who took up the student roster in one hand while clutching an old, tattered hat that appeared rather grimy in the other. The ancient hat sang loudly, recounting its tale, a narrative that left the young wizards bewildered yet profoundly impressed. The first to be sorted was Will Shim. Once the sorting hat concluded its self-introduction, Professor McGonagall officially began the ceremony. As she called out names, each young wizard stepped forward to have their house determined by the sorting hat, a decision that would influence not only their next 7 years at Hogwarts, but also the trajectory of their lives. Next was Autumn. Nervously, she approached, and the sorting hat opened its mouth, whispering secrets only she could hear, culminating in the announcement. Ravenclaw. The young eagles of Ravenclaw greeted her with exuberant applause. Filled with excitement, Autumn descended, her confidence bolstered by a supportive glance from Alice as she made her way to the Ravenclaw table. Alice Malfoy stepped forward with poise, her graceful strides resembling those of someone attending a soiree of pureblood families rather than a sorting ceremony. The sorting hat settled upon her golden locks. You exude qualities of both Slytherin and Hufflepuff. How peculiar. I have never encountered anyone embodying such a blend of houses, it mused. Is that so? Yet I perceive myself as a Slytherin. Hufflepuffs are known for their kindness and loyalty, traits I do not believe I possess in such abundance. Rather, the Slytherin penchant for self-preservation aligns more closely with my nature, Alice remarked, finding the sorting hat's observation hard to contest. After all, how could a Malfoy ever belong to Hufflepuff? Even if she once tended to flowers as a young rabbit, she was now a proud scion of the Malfoy lineage. To Hufflepuff? My father would surely resort to using his snake-headed cane to chastise me if I were to be placed there. The sorting ceremony dragged on, as an abundance of new students awaited their turn. By the time Headmaster Dumbledore announced its conclusion, Alice was too fatigued to utter a word. Even in the company of charming young men and women, a day spent on the train was undeniably exhausting. Why, oh why? Couldn't Hogwarts implement a flu network for travel? Alas, in the future, Death Eaters might come to visit. As dinner concluded, Alice refrained from following the throng back to the Slytherin dungeon. Instead, she seized the opportunity to sneak towards the staff table, relieved to find the professors awaiting the students' departure. None having risen to leave. Godfather, it has been far too long. I brought you some venom from the newly acquired tiger tail bat and a shed from a tabby snake that my mother collected recently. Alice exclaimed, lifting her robes and dashing into Severus's embrace. I have missed you terribly, and so has Draco. If Lucius hadn't been cruel enough to deny you sustenance for a week, I would hope your little mind still remembers we saw each other just 10 days prior. Severus caught the little sprite bounding towards him, a hint of exasperation in his tone. But I still miss you. Draco wishes to brew potions with you. Alice hugged Severus, producing her gifts to hand over. Professor Flitwick, I brought you a custom robe from Madame Malkin as a back-to-school gift, in your favorite shade of blue, Ravenclaw's colors. Alice reached across Severus to present the packaged robe to Professor Flitwick. And for Madame Pomfrey, I have, after circling the staff table, Alice completed her gift-giving, which included, among other things, a new sorting hat for Professor McGonagall and a new Honeydukes product for Headmaster Dumbledore. She received warm embraces and well wishes for her future studies from the professors. Alice, it is getting late. You should return to rest. Severus had noticed her lack of energy during dinner. She had barely consumed half a glass of pumpkin juice, a testament to her evident fatigue. If your mind remains lucid, you should be able to find your way back to the Slytherin dungeon, considering you have traversed it so many times. Surely, you wouldn't require my assistance? He stated with a stoic expression, the underlying implication being his concern masked by a facade of indifference. Having spent considerable time with him, Alice easily recognized Severus's awkward affection. Once one accepted this dynamic, he was anything but acerbic. He radiated a kind of charm from every angle. However, she dared not voice this observation aloud, lest she be subjected to punitive essays, for he had now formally become her professor and held the authority to enforce real discipline. Very well, Godfather, I understand. I can return on my own. The ghosts of Hogwarts will guide me. There is no need for you to make a special trip to the dungeon. I assure you. I'm quite all right. You should rest as well. Good night, Severus. Good night, Headmaster Dumbledore. Good night, professors. Alice smiled at Severus, bidding farewell to each professor as she departed the Great Hall. She was well aware of the route to the Slytherin dungeon during her time at Hogwarts. She had explored every nook and cranny. She had even ventured through some of the secret passages discovered by those marauders. Although some had been damaged and were no longer usable, a source of great disappointment for her. On her journey back to Slytherin, Alice illuminated her path with her wand. The distance from the Great Hall to Slytherin was rather considerable. How inconvenient it would be for students to arrive late to class. Such arrangements seemed inhumane. Each house ought to have its own kitchen, much like Hufflepuff, so that even if one were tardy, they could still partake in breakfast. Meow? It was Mr. Filch and Mrs. Norris. At this hour, first-year students ought to be in their common rooms. Being out at this time would result in a deduction of house points. Mr. Filch spoke to Alice in his raspy voice, while Mrs. Norris listened, swishing her long tail. I've prepared a back-to-school gift for you, Mr. Filch. I've brought you a new set of robes and a box of chocolates as a gift, along with a bag of cat food and fish treats for Mrs. Norris. And a potion to remedy her baldness. Administer it 3 times a day, and in 2 months, Mrs. Norris will regain her former beauty. Alice produced a paper bag from her side, placing all the items within for easier handling. She handed the bag to Filch and gently petted Mrs. Norris, who lifted her head in welcome, inviting Alice to stroke her soft belly. Ahem, very well, I shall remember this. But do not presume that your gift absolves you of the rules. You must return to the Slytherin dungeon. Filch accepted the items and cleared his throat, urging Alice to hurry back. Understood, Mr. Filch. Good night. Alice smiled at him, giving Mrs. Norris one last affectionate stroke, earning a contented purr in response. After bidding farewell to Mr. Filch and Mrs. Norris, Alice finally concluded her first day back at school, returning to the dungeon she had longed for. Although Hogwarts had welcomed her, the common rooms and dormitories were strictly off-limits to non-members, and considering personal privacy, Alice had never ventured into the towers of the other houses. While she was uncertain about the conditions of the other houses, the Slytherin common room was undoubtedly a bastion of luxury and sophistication. From the exquisite patterns by the fireplace to the Persian rug at its center and the genuine leather sofa, even the fruit bowl on the table bore gilded edges, leaving Alice in awe of the opulence that Slytherin undeniably possessed. As she followed the directions on the doorplate to her dormitory, she pondered how to explain her tardiness to her new roommate. Upon pushing the door open, she realized her worries were unfounded. The spacious dormitory, furnished with 2 pristine beds, was completely unoccupied. Stepping back to glance at the doorplate again, Alice illuminated it with her wand, revealing that only her name, Alice Malfoy, was inscribed. Curious. She inspected the other door plates and found them all designated for 2 occupants. Why was she the sole occupant? Unbeknownst to Merlin, Alice was certain Draco held a grudge against her. A letter left by Severus on the desk clarified the situation regarding her single dormitory. In essence, it stated that due to Draco's report of her extreme aversion to having a roommate, and considering the limited number of Slytherin students, her request for a single room had been granted, albeit with an additional charge of 100 galleons to her tuition. Had she ever uttered such sentiments? Draco, please don't interpret my words as a comprehension exercise. Excessive analysis is unwarranted. Nevertheless, having a dormitory to herself had its advantages, allowing her to conveniently manage many activities. Establishing good relationships with the professors at Hogwarts was the first step. She hoped to cultivate connections with the future pillars of the magical community, which would undoubtedly benefit her future endeavors. After all, she was a Slytherin. She would never engage in a losing venture. Chapter 5. A chance encounter with Hagrid once again. It was that time of year for Diagon Alley, marking the onset of the school season. This year, it was Draco's turn to procure the essential supplies for Hogwarts. Lucius was elated at the news of Draco's acceptance. Despite his frequent jibes at Headmaster Dumbledore's perceived foolishness and the lack of stringent requirements for student selection, Hogwarts remained his alma mater, the very place where wizards across Britain matured. With great enthusiasm, he took his family to Diagon Alley to prepare for his youngest son's academic journey, bestowing the same grandeur upon him as he had upon his eldest daughter, Alice. Even while feigning a serious demeanor, Alice could easily discern his delight. The Malfoys were indeed peculiar, particularly Lucius. Alice too shared in the joy, having watched Draco grow up. She felt a familial bond towards him, despite her own youthful appearance. Her soul had the wisdom of an elder. Their relationship resembled that of siblings, yet also bore a maternal quality. It was only natural, after all, as the eldest sister often assumes a nurturing role. According to the unfolding narrative, Draco would first encounter Harry Potter at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, an encounter that would not end on amicable terms. During her 12 years spent growing up within the Malfoy household, Alice had come to understand the concept of hypocrisy intimately. The Malfoys were proud and fiercely protective of their kin. Their affection for family contrasted sharply with their harshness towards outsiders. It was not that they harbored a deep-seated hatred for others, but rather that their refined lips often uttered hurtful words, as though such cruelty was necessary for their comfort. Draco was particularly emblematic of this behavior. Under the enduring influence of Lucius, Draco inherited not only striking looks and an endless supply of galleons, but also an equally sharp tongue. His youthful impulsiveness often led him to exceed his father's acerbity. However, things had changed. Alice, having endured the struggles of a 9-year compulsory education, had mastered the virtues of respecting elders and being courteous. Under her influence, although Draco still retained his platinum-haired rogue persona, he had moderated considerably, no longer brandishing the Malfoy name or its associated notions of superiority and pure-blood entitlement as he once did. He still subscribed to the belief that pure-blood wizards possessed superior magical abilities and academic prowess compared to Muggle-borns, yet he no longer held the same disdain for Muggles. Especially since the Muggle snacks his sister brought home were undeniably delicious, and the cola was quite refreshing. Alice, who had successfully swayed Draco from his extremist pure-blood views, remained modest about her achievements. After all, who could resist popcorn and cola? Certainly not Alice or Draco. Alice, accompany Draco to Madame Malkin's for his robes while I go buy books, Lucius instructed. You should also procure some new robes. A Malfoy must never be seen in ill-fitting attire. Understood, father, Alice replied with a resigned smile. It was amusing how he could express concern without being straightforward, leaving her to wonder how he ever managed to win over her mother. But their union was arranged. Without that, her mother might never have given a second glance to a wizard who possessed little beyond wealth and charm. Then, Alice, you can accompany young Draco for his measurements while I take him to select a wand, Narcissa added, gently ruffling Draco's hair. Listen to your sister and stay close. Your father and I will be back shortly. Mother, I am 11 years old, not a child. I should be the one looking after Alice. Draco protested, furrowing his delicate brows at Narcissa. Yes, Draco will take care of me. He is the best. Alice teased playfully, which only incited Draco's indignation as he declared her a bully. Alice firmly believed in Mr. Ollivander's assertion that wands chose wizards. Thus, she insisted that Draco select his wand personally at Ollivander's shop this year, just as she had done in the past. Narcissa accompanied Lucius to purchase textbooks and other supplies. Finally, while dutifully accompanying his sister on a shopping expedition, Draco found himself being measured by Madame Malkin, while Alice perused fabric samples for wizarding robes on a nearby upholstered couch. Although all the options were the same black style, the quality of the fabric would ensure that the Malfoys stood out amidst the throngs of wizards. At that moment, a small boy entered. his disheveled hair and broken round glasses lending him an air of nervousness as he awkwardly approached Madame Malkin to inquire about purchasing robes. He appeared so out of place among the surroundings. The savior Harry Potter, the youngest seeker in Hogwarts history and the 8th fragment of Lord Voldemort's soul. Alice recognized him immediately. The mark of the savior was unmistakable. Yet, she found herself uncertain of how to proceed. Should she assist him, resolving matters in advance? Or should she remain aloof, intervening only at a crucial moment to avert any unintended consequences? Having lived in this world for 12 years, Alice had her own family and friends, whom she cherished and wished nothing but happiness for. She could not stand idly by. She was aware of the entire narrative. And even in her youthful form, she recognized her own considerable magical prowess, as evidenced by her wand. Alice was confident she could alter the outcome. But she knew she must tread carefully, allowing the plot to unfold until the opportune moment arose. As Alice momentarily lost herself in thought, the gears of the narrative began to turn. She mused that it was the initial, discordant encounter between Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy that would set the stage for years of rivalry and intertwined fates. However, Merlin had other plans. Hagrid, that half-giant. I know him. My sister is friends with him. She says he is kind and loyal. Isn't that right, sister? Draco's youthful, cheerful voice broke through Alice's reverie, drawing her into the unfolding scene. A bit taken aback, Alice glanced between Draco and Harry Potter. Yes, Hagrid is indeed a wonderful person, especially fond of magical creatures. Under the gaze of Harry's striking green eyes, it was difficult for Alice not to soften. Harry beamed, engaging in conversation with Draco, discussing Hogwarts, flying broomsticks, and Quidditch. Although Harry had never engaged in Quidditch, Draco candidly admitted that he had not participated either. However, his sister was at Hogwarts and had shared numerous amusing anecdotes about the school with Harry, leaving Alice unable to interject. Draco could only listen to his sister's tales at home, so when he finally had someone unfamiliar to whom he could speak, he became animated and could hardly contain his excitement. Alice, opting not to interrupt their lively exchange, simply smiled as she watched the two boys chat enthusiastically. It was not until Harry had finished taking his measurements that they reluctantly parted ways. Alice then joined Draco in greeting Hagrid, who was waiting outside, bidding them farewell as she made her way to Ollivander's wand shop. Before leaving, Alice gifted Harry Potter a small dragonhide pouch, no larger than his head, which astonishingly held all the items he had purchased along the way without adding any weight. Harry found it quite magical, his eyes sparkling with wonder as he looked at Alice. She merely smiled and explained that it was a simple extension charm, one he would learn once he entered Hogwarts. Alice marveled at how smoothly and peacefully her first encounter with Harry Potter had gone, considering herself a bit of a genius. Draco's lack of provocation had fundamentally prevented any conflict from arising. Oh dear, I truly am an unremarkable little genius. At the conclusion of their excursion to Diagon Alley, Alice and Draco visited Ollivander's wand shop to meet with the blondes. After several selections, they finally acquired Draco's wand made of hawthorn wood with a unicorn tail hair core. This wand was indeed extraordinary, as it would ultimately defeat Lord Voldemort in Harry Potter's hands. As Alice gazed at the wand, she felt a surge of emotion. This time, Lord Voldemort would not be vanquished so easily, especially with someone as exceptional as herself among the Death Eaters. Alice's buoyant mood persisted until the start of the school year, lasting until that fateful afternoon when she realized just how naive she had been. How could Merlin allow the Chosen One to experience such a mundane and unremarkable school life? In her heart, Alice could only lament her foolishness. Truly, she had merely anticipated that Draco would seek trouble with Harry Potter and aim to alter Draco's narrative arc, unaware that Merlin had other plans in store for her. How foolish of me, indeed. Chapter 6, An Inescapable Plotline. It was an ordinary afternoon like any other, and Alice was laboriously completing her potions essay entitled The Impact of the Giant Squid's Mating Season on Ink Production and Solutions. Despite having a potions master as her godfather, a mother well-versed in the subject, and a brother with exceptional talent in potions, Alice's understanding remained superficial at best. She could not claim to excel, rather, she felt utterly perplexed. Under Severus's meticulous tutelage, Draco had become the most reliable student in potions class, often serving as a model for in-class assignments, while Alice struggled. Fortunately, potions could be considered a liberal art, and memorizing the methods and quantities sufficed for passing exams. Thanks to the 9-year compulsory education system, Alice managed to achieve high marks in potions despite her lack of understanding, securing the top position in her year. However, essays required both literature and personal comprehension, proving to be a formidable challenge for Alice. Severus would not grant her any opportunity to cut corners. Thus, she often collaborated with Autumn at the library, working alongside a group of Ravenclaws. Once Autumn and the others completed their assignments, Alice would revise and submit them as her own. After all, Her godfather was not particularly thorough in checking the work of others. A bit of caution would suffice. As Alice toiled away on the final few hundred words of her potions essay, she heard commotion outside the window. The silhouette of a flying broomstick darted past the library's pristine panes, heading towards the tower ahead. In a breathtaking moment, the figure dove gracefully, catching the small ball in midair, and came to a steady stop beside the tower. The students in the library erupted in applause, particularly Autumn, who was an avid Quidditch enthusiast. The radiant smile glimmering in the sunlight and the windswept hair could only belong to our savior, Harry Potter. It was during the first flying lesson that Harry had clashed with Draco, seizing Neville's memory ball. Alice stood by the window, watching Harry disappear, unable to comprehend the situation. But why was it still like this? Draco and Harry had experienced what could be described as a friendly and perfect initial encounter. Their relationship, while not particularly close, had at least reached the level of mutual acknowledgement. Why had the plot not shifted? It couldn't possibly be Draco's fault. It simply couldn't. I specifically warned him to be cautious during his first flying lesson, advising him not to show off on the broomstick. I told him to get along with his classmates and not to bully others. Draco always listened to me, and he was no longer that reckless young master. Their initial meeting had been so harmonious. There was no way the situation could have devolved again. Alice was at a loss to understand why this was happening. But no matter how anxious she felt, she couldn't see Draco. They both had classes in the afternoon and would have to wait until dinner to inquire about what transpired. With her mind racing, Alice hurriedly concluded her essay, said her goodbyes to Autumn and the others, and joined her fellow Slytherins for Charms class. Fortunately, Alice possessed strong magical abilities and had a keen aptitude for learning charms, so she managed to navigate the class without incident despite her preoccupation. Finally, when dinner time arrived, Alice rushed to Draco. Draco, what exactly happened during the flying lesson this afternoon? Why was Harry chasing after Neville's memory ball on his broomstick? Alice asked eagerly. Sister, how do you know? Draco looked at her with a hint of confusion. Since when had she become so familiar with Harry? Wasn't she supposed to favor her brother over him? Why was she more concerned about Harry Potter than his first flying lesson? Although Harry was indeed the boy who lived, with striking green eyes, Alice's favorite could only be him, not that silly Potter. Alice paused for a moment, then pressed on. So what happened? Is my concern too obvious? Never mind that. Draco, I'm worried about you. What if Harry Potter, in his reckless pursuit on the broomstick, injures you? Alice attempted to salvage the situation, though her insincerity was palpable. Really? Well, all right then, it wasn't anything significant. Draco appeared to accept this explanation and began recounting the extraordinary events of the flying lesson to his anxious sister. During the lesson, as expected, Neville broke his arm, and Madame Hooch hurriedly took him to the hospital wing to see Madame Pomfrey, leaving the first-year Slytherins and Gryffindors in a standoff, with the exception of Harry and Draco. Seizing the opportunity while the teacher was absent, Draco sought to continue discussing the unspoken accomplishments of his sister Alice with Harry. But he was interrupted by an unfamiliar first-year Slytherin. Perhaps the will of the universe is immutable. He picked up Neville's forgotten memory ball. Indeed, it was the very memory ball that the precious Malfoy heir had attempted to conceal. Now, it was in the hands of a Slytherin whom no one recognized, once again provoking the justice-driven Gryffindor savior. Neville was that fool who had frightened him with a toad on the Hogwarts Express. The Slytherin who attempted to hide the memory ball was promptly admonished by Harry. Harry is incredibly impressive. I never anticipated he would fly so well. The young master's focus was evidently not aligned with Alice's. Draco, it was not Neville who frightened me. I was merely startled by my own reaction, and I almost caused him harm. Alice recalled her rather unfortunate initial encounter with Neville, an incident nearly precipitated by a wayward toad. Under the influence of the world's consciousness, Neville's pet toad had escaped, and a kind-hearted young witch from a Muggle family offered her assistance in the search. It was here that she fortuitously crossed paths with the boy who survived, Harry Potter, and the red-haired Weasley on the Hogwarts Express, culminating in the inaugural meeting of the Golden Trio. What a delightful and fitting fairy tale it seemed. However, the world's consciousness proved to be a heartless rogue, abandoning the toad after eloping with the sheltered creature. This toad of significant importance wandered aimlessly through the compartments of the Hogwarts Express, seeking its way home. Ultimately, the wandering toad encountered its master, Neville, amidst the train's passage, joyfully leaping toward him. Perhaps it was fate's design, for the adventurous little toad would inevitably face the harsh realities of life. It happened to pass by the Malfoy siblings' compartment just as Alice fortuitously opened the door. To the uninitiated, the esteemed Miss Malfoy, the fearless little queen of Slytherin at Hogwarts, could not abide toads. She was so terrified that even a larger frog could not be allowed to appear before her. The vast Malfoy manor, even within Narcissa's potion ingredient vault, harbored not a single toad specimen, illustrating the extent of Alice's aversion to such creatures. Now, a healthy, vibrant, and four-legged toad leaped directly toward her. and Alice's world seemed to slow down as if in a film. She could discern every protrusion on the toad's body, her mind a complete blank. Reflexively, her wand materialized in her hand. Reducto. The Elder Wand emitted a brilliant flash, and the toad, which had known Neville for less than a month, was severed from its master. Oh heavens! Neville was rendered speechless. He muttered absent-mindedly, "What now? Grandma will scold me to death." Miss Granger, standing beside Neville, was equally at a loss, paralyzed by Alice's spell. The Muggle-born witch, despite scouring her first-year textbooks, could not find any spells with genuine offensive capabilities. Draco, trailing behind his sister, quickly pulled her back upon hearing her incantation, observing the chaos in the aisle, and drew his wand. "Scourgify. Sister, are you all right?" Draco, well aware of his sister's weaknesses, anxiously inquired, fearing that the wretched toad had frightened her. "I'm fine, Draco, it was my fault." Alice reassured her protective brother as they stepped out of the compartment and into the now pristine train aisle. She glanced at the two first-year wizards, still in shock. "I apologize, my reaction was rather excessive. I have a bit of a phobia regarding toads and similar creatures. I'm truly sorry. I will compensate you for a new one, I assure you, and cover any related expenses. Please believe me, I am very sorry." Alice had finally recognized that these young wizards were none other than Neville Longbottom, the sword master of Gryffindor, and Hermione Granger, the know-it-all. She gently pushed aside the overly protective Draco to express her apologies to the unfortunate Neville. Ultimately, this rather unpleasant first encounter concluded with Alice compensating Neville 20 galleons. Although the beginning was far from pleasant, it nonetheless paved the way for an unexpected friendship, as Hermione's curiosity about the spell Alice had cast brought the two girls, who might otherwise have never crossed paths, together. Reflecting on that comical incident, Alice could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Draco. Neville isn't the main concern. What happened next? Did you hear? Harry chased after him on a broomstick and almost got hurt." Draco responded, interpreting his sister's inquiry as a sign of concern after having heard it through the grapevine. Such a good brother, even finding excuses for his sister, she mused. But thankfully, nothing serious happened. "Harry is exceptionally skilled at flying. I must challenge him someday," Draco said, his tone laced with admiration for Harry. Yet, Alice was oblivious to this as she felt an overwhelming sense of malice from the world around her. "As long as you're fine, and Harry is too. That's all that matters. Let us head to the Great Hall for dinner." Alice felt somewhat drained. She resigned herself to the situation, feeling fatigued. Just let it be. I'm tired, I want to eat, and I need to prepare for Professor Snape's potion assignment check tomorrow. Curse the world's consciousness. Chapter 7. An unremarkable first year. A week had passed since Harry valiantly secured the memory ball for Neville, and Alice was unsurprised by Professor McGonagall's decision to select Harry as a Quidditch player. It was merely the world's consciousness at work. It was inconsequential. Just a matter of being fortunate. Conversely, Draco reacted strongly, intent on seeking out his godfather to join the Quidditch team himself. This was understandable. After all, the young master had been the center of attention at every gathering since turning 11, and with Harry considered a friend, he naturally did not wish to be overshadowed. Even if he was happy for Harry, it did not preclude Draco from wanting to compete with him. Alice could empathize. Their beloved godfather, Professor Snape, understood as well, and their father certainly did too, all giving the same resolute response. No, absolutely not. They could not bear to let their young master partake in such a perilous sport at his tender age. Draco's arguments fell on deaf ears, and he had no choice but to acquiesce. However, he would not miss a single Quidditch practice on weekends, regardless of whether it was Slytherin or Gryffindor, though it was limited to those two houses. Since Harry became the youngest seeker in Hogwarts history, Alice had begun to diligently recall subsequent plot points, referencing the notes she had made at the age of 3 or 4 on the outline of Harry Potter and the affections and antipathies of various characters. This included, but was not limited to, Hermione and Ron, Fleur and Bill, Harry and Cho Chang, Harry and Ginny, Harry and Moaning Myrtle, and so forth. Delving into her handbook, she affirmed, "All right, I'm in my second year, Harry S. in his first, and no casualties mean I can afford to be lazy. Well-structured and reasonable." Alice nodded. Indeed, her notes proved to be useful. She felt reassured, recognizing that it was quite normal for the world's consciousness to intervene in the course of events, as long as she could alter what was necessary. For instance, she could save Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, her cousin, and the dog that bullied her godfather. Should she let him go peacefully instead? No, he was still Harry's godfather. Despite his youthful recklessness, he was also a hero, and she could not allow him to perish so easily. This was not mere rhetoric. With the magical talents she had exhibited thus far and 2 decades of experience in the arcane arts, she felt confident in confronting Voldemort, who was in his 5th year, had been resurrected, had split his soul, and whose intellect was questionable. To claim she could defeat him was somewhat exaggerated, but with the support of the greatest white wizard, Dumbledore, and possibly even the once great Dark Lord Grindelwald, they could certainly contend with a powerful, yet mentally unstable dark wizard. So, dear Lord Voldemort, why did you choose to split your soul? You were so handsome and formidable before. Since the division, your path has only grown narrower. Indeed, handsome young men often stray, and they require the guidance of a beautiful and powerful woman to help them find the correct direction. Assisting Lord Voldemort in conquering the world and altering his tragic fate is not contradictory, is it? As long as Lord Voldemort possesses the same intellect and cunning as before his division, he could undoubtedly conquer the world in a more refined manner, thereby circumventing a plethora of unnecessary troubles and casualties. After profound contemplation, Alice has delineated her current objective, to embrace a laid-back existence while maintaining her life plans unchanged. Thus, she embarks on a lifestyle that bears no distinction from her prior one. Now in the first year of the narrative, Harry is tasked with safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone, leaving little room for her involvement. It would not be prudent to accompany the Golden Trio in suspecting their own godfather. Instead, remaining steadfast seems the most judicious approach. The ensuing days flow smoothly, leading to Harry's inaugural Quidditch match. As the newly appointed seeker for Gryffindor, bestowed with high hopes from Professor McGonagall, it is impossible for Harry not to feel anxious. However, he must take to the field, as his passion for Quidditch is undeniable. Just before the match, Hermione and Ron cheer him on, while Draco secretly approaches to offer encouragement and convey Alice's well wishes. The reason Alice does not come herself, as Draco explains, is that she has friends on other house teams, thus avoiding any unnecessary misunderstandings. Harry understands this, feeling sufficiently supported by Hermione, Ron, and Draco to compete. In truth, Alice hopes for Draco to spend more time with Harry, fostering mutual assistance in the future, while any unforeseen butterfly effects are matters Alice will need to contend with later. Harry's performance is truly spectacular. As a first-year student participating in his first Quidditch match, his skill astonishes all of Hogwarts. Particularly, Cho, sitting beside Alice, is so exhilarated that she wishes she could take to the skies herself at that very moment. Cedric, beside Cho, shares her excitement, eager for a match to alleviate his own fervor. Alice cannot fathom why anyone would revel in sports, especially such intense and perilous ones. As the crowd marvels at Harry's prowess, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Harry's broomstick spirals out of control, and Alice knows that Hermione must intervene. Draco, anxiously gripping his sister's robes, watches intently. Fortunately, what began as a calamity becomes a fortuitous twist of fate, as Harry inadvertently captures the golden snitch, leading Gryffindor to victory. Professor Snape, on the other hand, hastily exits after accidentally igniting his cloak. Ron and Hermione rush to attend to Harry, showering him with applause. Draco wishes to join them, but the godfather, burned cloak notwithstanding, takes precedence over the victorious Harry. Following his sister, Draco heads to the dungeons to find their godfather, silently vowing to seize another opportunity to congratulate Harry on his first match triumph. Unable to share in Harry's joy, he suppresses his desire to seek out Draco and instead joins his Gryffindor peers in celebration. The world's consciousness is notoriously difficult to contend with, yet this time, it cannot be entirely blamed. After all, Alice has spent years with her godfather and knows exactly what he is like, always appearing as if the entire world owes him 2 million galleons. Even though he is fundamentally a good person, it is only natural that her sharp-tongued godfather is perceived as a villain. As a senior interrogated by Harry and Hermione, Alice finds herself at a crossroads of emotion. Should she feel elated or despondent? Am I aware that my house's head godfather is a would-be murderer of students? How should I respond? Regardless of whether I say I know or not, it seems inappropriate either way. In her confusion, Alice ponders, why not ask Draco? I recall that you two share a good rapport, don't you, Harry? After Alice deftly deflected Hermione's subtle probing once more, the pressure was shifted onto Draco. As the saying goes, may the friend perish, but let the monk live. As the future head of the Malfoy family, Draco, my sister believes in you. Lacking any leads, Hagrid is also in disbelief. Harry must resort to seeking his luck with Draco. As for Alice, please, she is not as close to her as Hermione is. If Hermione finds it challenging, it is even less likely that she would succeed. If Hermione and Alice's friendship is founded on a shared thirst for knowledge of magic. Upon learning that Alice is the top student in her year, Hermione regards her as a guiding light in her studies, frequently seeking her out. The entirety of Hogwarts is aware that a little lion from Gryffindor often visits the pure-blooded lady of Slytherin. Harry and Draco, however, are different. They can only clandestinely meet every now and then, hiding from their friends. Ron opposes excessive contact with Malfoy, influenced by his family background, believing there are no good people in the Malfoy household. While Alice is an exception, he still cannot completely trust a Malfoy. As for Draco, his godfather asserts, there isn't a good one among the Potters. Thus, Draco is expressly forbidden from associating with Potter under penalty of detention if discovered. Consequently, after one transfiguration class, Harry enlists Hermione to cover for him, stalling Ron while he sneaks into an empty classroom where Draco is already waiting. Potter, you are exceedingly slow. Do you understand how precious a Malfoy as time is? The haughty platinum-haired heir tilts his head, gazing at the tardy Harry with a tone that inadvertently conveys a hint of petulance. When it comes to those he holds dear, the little serpent often retracts his fangs. Yet only those who truly understand him can perceive his softness. My apologies, Draco. Next time, I shall be quicker to come and wait for you. Harry keenly senses Draco's faux reproach, which is more akin to a playful pout, and immediately concedes without hesitation. Very well, I shall not pursue this matter further. The Slytherin prince smiles faintly, indicating that he will temporarily let it go. Harry swiftly transitions to the main topic. Draco, I wish to inquire about your godfather's opinion of me. I can't shake the feeling that he dislikes me. I previously asked Alice, but she claimed to be uncertain, so I thought I would consult you. Harry endeavors to phrase his inquiry delicately. In reality, Alice did not express uncertainty. When Harry asked her, she bluntly told him to bugger off. It was only when Hermione inquired that she hinted they should seek Draco. Harry, you mustn't think that way. My godfather does not dislike you. He simply harbors a pure disdain for you. Draco gazes at Harry with utmost sincerity. Your potion fundamentals, your potion assignments, your actual potions, these are more than sufficient grounds for my godfather to hold a grudge against you. Genius is often thus. As Draco's expression reflects disdain, Harry finds himself at a loss as to whether to be incensed by Snape's opinion or to salvage his image in Draco's eyes. Thank you, Draco, but you need not be so blunt about it. Harry sighs in exasperation. So, based on your understanding of your godfather, would he go so far as to kill me? Harry wishes to ask this subtly, but the words cannot be veiled any longer. Snape has made his distaste for him all too clear, leaving Harry with little to say. Of course not. Even if my godfather truly thought that way, he would never act upon it. This is Hogwarts, after all, and he is the potions master. How could he possibly harm a student? Draco observes Harry, who fidgets while posing his questions, as if he is gazing at a troll. He indeed remarked, have you finally awakened to the giant heritage within you? To be asking such a foolish question? Certainly not. Harry hastily denies. While there is a fragment of truth in that, my primary intention was merely to seek you out. Though they reside in Gryffindor and Slytherin respectively, their overlapping classes afford them precious little time to converse. I sought you out to spend time together. This was merely an ancillary concern. Harry visibly grows anxious, not wanting to mislead the young prince, lest he forego future meetings. Draco merely spoke offhandedly, not wishing to dwell on trivial matters with him. Thus, they engaged in a conversation in that classroom about Quidditch, life at Hogwarts, and their studies before hastily bidding farewell. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room and facing Hermione's inquiries, Harry found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate anything of significance, leading Hermione to relent. Alice initially thought that nothing more would transpire, but the world's consciousness began to manifest its influence. The Golden Trio continued to harbor considerable animosity towards Professor Snape, and Harry, still cloaked in invisibility, stumbled upon a confrontation between Snape and Professor Quirrell, ultimately discovering the mirror of Erased in the abandoned classroom. However, after sharing the existence of this wondrous mirror with Ron, Harry extended an invitation to Draco. Unlike the expedition into the Forbidden Forest, Harry did not confront Voldemort during the hunt for unicorns, but he still learned of these events from Hagrid. He encountered the three-headed dog guarding the Philosopher's Stone on the third floor and resolved to protect it. Quite commendable. This was very much in line with Gryffindor's spirit. Aware of the unfolding plot, Alice understood that this was merely a test orchestrated by Professor Dumbledore for Harry. She felt no concern for the trio's safety. Rather, her worry stemmed from the emotional scars Harry bore. Unlike Ron and Hermione, Harry lacked a nurturing family environment and did not possess the same emotional fortitude. Thus, when he awoke in the hospital wing after repelling Voldemort's spectral form, Dumbledore reassured him that within him resided the magic of his mother's love, granting Harry a sense of comfort. Draco was also privy to their plans and even facilitated their involvement in this venture, providing support on the third floor. With Draco participating, Alice could no longer afford to remain passive and allow Harry and the others to fend for themselves. However, she could not join their mission to clear obstacles either, as that would negate the purpose of their training. Therefore, Alice bestowed upon Harry a protective talisman. This object, which appeared to be an exquisite black gemstone necklace, was derived from Alice's cherished teddy bear. The gem was a final gift from her master in her past life, and, after 12 years of accumulation, emanated a unique blessing from China. Having absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, Alice mused that it might provide Harry with a modicum of security, ensuring he did not feel utterly alone. Thank you, Senior Alice. I am truly grateful. Harry expressed his heartfelt appreciation for the talisman he borrowed from Alice. You are truly a wonderful Slytherin. No need for thanks. Just ensure your safety. Remember to return my belongings in pristine condition. Alice waved her hand dismissively, unconcerned. As long as he returned safely. After all, he was just an 11-year-old child, and all she wished for was his well-being and happiness. When Harry faced Voldemort, this talisman, whose significance lay more in its comforting nature than its practical application, proved to be effective. As Voldemort's spectral form lunged towards Harry, the latter, paralyzed with fear, could only stand there, watching the grotesque visage of the soul approach him. At that moment, the once silent necklace emitted a gentle glow, enveloping Harry in protection. As Harry succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the moonlight-like luminescence, Voldemort vanished from his sight. Once again, Harry emerged as a hero at Hogwarts, basking in the adoration of the school. Yet he remained indifferent to the accolades. While returning the talisman to Alice, Harry seized the opportunity to sneakily take Draco for a ride on a broomstick. In return, Alice received nothing but Harry's repeated expressions of gratitude and the solitary experience of dining alone in the Great Hall, bereft of her brother's company. Oh, I am such a fool. Alice chose not to voice her thoughts, resigning herself to the situation. At least their first year had passed without incident. As for the second year, they would tackle that when the time came. For now, she ought to relish the holiday, perhaps peruse the books within her storage ring, and revise the magical arts of her homeland, leaving the rest of the time to simply relax at home. With the first year's matters settled, the question remained, how to confront the basilisk in the second year. The world's consciousness did not treat her as a person. Chapter 8. The Entrance to Hogwarts. Sister, we are almost there. I am about to enter my second year. When will I receive my graduation gift? Draco gazed at his sister, whose eyes seemed unfocused and lost in thought, and he pouted playfully. Are you daydreaming again? Thinking of that new friend? Is she more important than my second-year gift? Alice's attention, once scattered, swiftly shifted back to Draco. She reached out to pinch his chubby little cheek. Of course not, my dear Draco. You are undoubtedly the most important. Her hands continued their playful assault, shaping Draco's mouth into a little beak. You are simply adorable. The new friend Alice had made during her trip to France was Fleur Delacour, an exceptional witch from Beauxbatons participating in the Triwizard Tournament. Alice had spent significantly more time with her during the holiday than with Draco. After all, who could resist a beautiful older sister? After playfully tormenting Draco for a while, Alice finally relented and retrieved his second-year gift from her teddy bear backpack. It was a pair of emerald cufflinks, a hallmark of Slytherin green, rich and deep in hue, exuding an air of luxury synonymous with the Malfoy family. Do you like it, my precious little brother? Alice inquired, watching Draco's face light up as he accepted the gift. Her tone laced with warmth and a hint of concealed excitement. Good thing he is still young. He is easier to deceive. During her trip to France, Alice had acquired numerous gifts, not just for Draco, but also for Autumn, Harry, Hermione, and even Ron Weasley, with whom the Malfoy family had a long-standing rivalry. Hermione's gift was thoughtfully selected by Draco himself. Originally, Alice had intended to choose something for Hermione, but Draco, lingering around the gift shop, had awkwardly offered his opinions on her selections. Alice, aware of Hermione's preferences, aimed to gift her an ancient book of spells, an entirely reasonable choice, as selecting according to one's tastes is rarely a misstep. However, during their holiday correspondence, Draco learned that Hermione was in the Muggle world, making a trip to Diagon Alley far less convenient for her than for himself. After much hesitation, he expressed to his sister his desire to prepare some magical supplies as gifts for Hermione. Alice was taken aback upon hearing this, but showed remarkable restraint in not revealing her surprise. Considering Draco's proud disposition, she feared he might become upset and refuse to speak to her for 3 days. Heeding Draco's suggestion, Alice joined him in selecting quills, ink, parchment, and other assorted items for Hermione, while firmly rejecting Draco's inclination towards pure-blood aesthetics, such as diamond-studded quills. Given Hermione's personality, she would not appreciate such a style. Under Alice's resolute opposition, Draco had no choice but to concede. After he relayed this intention to Hermione in a letter and received her polite approval, he remarked, Muggle witches truly lack taste, especially Muggle female witches. After indulging in France for too long, Alice's schedule became increasingly hectic as they returned to Diagon Alley with her father and Draco. Upon encountering the best-selling author, who was in fact a fool, Gilderoy Lockhart, Alice recognized the gravity of the situation. The plot was unfolding once more. It was evident that she had grown too complacent, having let her guard down. And how could she have forgotten something so crucial? Standing on the second floor of Flourish and Blots with Draco, Alice watched as Harry, the unwitting pawn, was forced to pose for photographs in Lockhart's embrace, while there were no casualties in the second year. The Chamber of Secrets and Parseltongue left Harry isolated from the entire school. A 12-year-old child, after enduring so much injustice and hardship, still chooses the path of righteousness, refusing to succumb to darkness. Such a child elicits a profound sense of sympathy. Despite being of the same age as Draco, or perhaps even slightly younger, they must bear an immense burden of suffering. Alice gazes at Harry with a softened expression, as if looking upon a pitiable, helpless chick, vulnerable to the whims of others. Instantly, her protective instincts as a mother hen are ignited. She feels compelled to take action. Alice contemplates earnestly, only to tragically realize her own limitations. During her moment of contemplation, Draco has already descended the stairs to reconnect with Harry. Harry, it's been a while. How was your holiday? I wrote you numerous letters. My sister went to France, and I only read your letters upon returning to England. I apologize for the delayed response. Draco observes Harry's increasingly luminous green eyes, a smile evident in his voice. It's all right, Draco. Throughout the summer, due to certain circumstances, I only received your letters. Honestly, without them, my vacation would have been unbearably tedious and painful. How was your trip to France? Harry pulls Draco aside near the leaky cauldron, deliberately avoiding the bustling crowd. The Slytherin prince certainly deserves a more attentive approach, while Ron, struggling amidst the throngs, is left to his own devices. After all, a little crowding is hardly a significant issue. From the second floor, Alice watches as the savior leads her brother into the depths of the leaky cauldron. Evading the frenzied fans gathered for Gilderoy Lockhart's event at the entrance, and the two share laughter and conversation. Alice berates herself for not having anticipated the unfolding narrative. The abundance of beautiful sisters in France had clearly clouded her mind. Yet, the allure of those captivating sisters was undeniable. Wiping away her drool, Alice hurries to join the two boys engaged in conversation. Clearly, in the presence of the illustrious savior, her position as an older sister is relegated. Otherwise, how could Draco linger so long, lost in Harry's emerald gaze, forgetting his neglected sister? Hello, Alice. It's wonderful to see you. Did you have a pleasant holiday? Harry greets her with enthusiasm. Yes, my dear Harry. My holiday was quite delightful. I thought I wouldn't see you for a while. Are you here to purchase textbooks? I truly wonder what the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor is thinking, assigning novels as textbooks. Alice harbors a strong disdain for Lockhart's arrogance, narcissism, plagiarism, and irresponsibility. She knows all too well what a charlatan he is and finds it impossible to be cordial towards him. Returning to the present moment, Alice feels as though she has missed many significant occurrences during her holiday. Harry should not have been confined to a room. Nor should he have spent an entire holiday in anxiety, questioning whether his first year was merely a fleeting dream, nor should he worry about being forgotten by his friends. Alice feels a twinge of guilt. She should wait. Harry, you received Draco's letters during the holiday, didn't you? Alice suddenly interjects, interrupting the flirtatious banter between Harry and Draco. Draco and Harry had exchanged letters throughout the holiday. Even in France, Draco had continued to write. But what of Dobby? Had he not intervened? Surely, the world's consciousness must have acted humanly for once. It soon becomes evident that the world's consciousness is incapable of such humanity. It simply cannot be. Indeed, Alice. However, I only received Draco's letters. I received others, but not fully. Harry's words seem peculiar. Draco finds this amusing. Harry, that's quite a curious statement. The last time I heard something so amusing was during our previous encounter. On this splendid day, sunlight filters through the pristine, expansive windows of the leaky cauldron, illuminating the depths of the bookstore, where Harry can see the glimmers of light dancing in Draco's gray eyes. He had intended to share with Alice the tale of the peculiar little elf he encountered, for he trusts her. After a term of acquaintance, Harry recognizes that Alice, though a Slytherin, possesses a kind heart, is approachable, and remarkably strong. He believes she can help him. Yet, as he prepares to speak, hesitation grips him. Draco's gray eyes are fixed upon him. He does not wish to reveal his vulnerabilities before Draco. To be threatened by a strange little elf, confined to a small attic, and locked in a room by his uncle. Such revelations are not ones he wishes to share, fearing contempt or disbelief in Draco's gaze. It is best if those eyes remain warm and filled with laughter, as they are now, for Harry can see the sunlight and feel the warmth within them. Alice watches quietly as the two boys indulge in their innocent antics. Boys possess a remarkable capacity for whimsical thoughts. She can certainly discern Harry's inner turmoil. A second-year student can hardly conceal their feelings from her perceptive eyes. This is precisely what concerns her. Harry remains insecure and sensitive, unable to recognize the beauty within himself, fearing the loss of his current life. Take your time. There's no rush, she reassures herself. Draco will assist him, as will Ron and Hermione, and so will she. Alice notes the way Harry's eyes attempt to conceal his feelings when he looks at Draco, but his efforts are in vain, prompting her to feign ignorance. To untangle the knot of Harry's insecurities, the first step must be to provide him with a home, one that is normal and warm. Damn that Sirius Black. What is he doing languishing in Azkaban? That foolish man won't be out for another year. Our little chick, Harry, must endure a bit longer. Just wait. Your godfather will return soon. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes. The three youngsters stand amidst the crowded leaky cauldron, conversing, while Lockhart South event takes place at the entrance. As Alice and her companions navigate through the labyrinthine shelves to reach the door, they witness two adult wizards engaging in a most undignified duel, reminiscent of a schoolyard brawl. Lucius grasps Arthur by the collar in an attempt to topple him, yet Arthur's weight proves formidable, merely causing Lucius to tilt slightly. Arthur pushes back, and they both tumble to the ground. Harry notices that Mrs. Weasley appears unfazed, even taking the time to browse the new arrivals at the leaky cauldron. While Ginny stands at a loss, and Ron seems eager to intervene but is held back by his mother. When Draco and Harry arrive, they are met with this exceedingly undignified scene. Two adult wizards, both employed at the Ministry of Magic, rolling on the ground before their own children. Alice feels utterly exhausted. Despite her earnest efforts to blend in as an ordinary Death Eater, her father insists on flaunting his presence before the Savior. Father? Draco gasps in astonishment. This is utterly disgraceful. How could you fight in front of everyone? Oh, it's only Arthur Weasley. Then it's fine, continue the fight. Draco comprehends the situation and pulls Harry, who is inclined to intervene, aside, even reassuring him, don't worry, this ice and tea their first scuffle, it will be over soon. Harry, confused, casts Wingardium Leviosa. A gentle light emanates from his wand, enveloping the tangle of Lucius and Arthur still wrestling on the ground. As the two individuals on the ground were forcibly separated and returned to their respective children, I reassured them, saying there was no need for concern. My sister had grown accustomed to it, as such altercations frequently occurred at the Ministry of Magic. On one occasion, when magic nearly harmed my sister, they ceased using wands. Draco quietly elucidated this to Harry, who pondered whether this was the essence of pure blood families. Although I did not fully comprehend it, I was deeply taken aback. Mrs. Weasley, aren't you going to intervene? Have you grown accustomed to this? Harry's mind was a whirlpool of questions. Scourgify. Alice felt an overwhelming weight of responsibility for someone her age, not only having to pull her father and Mr. Weasley apart during their quarrels, but also tasked with tidying up afterward. Father, when will you allow me some respite? Ah, the impoverished Weasley. Just look at how exceptional my daughter is. Elegant, immensely powerful, and masterful in her spellcasting. Lucius would boast unabashedly about his child in front of the Weasleys. Were he to behave similarly at home, Alice could confidently declare that her father's status would surpass that of any pet. Arthur Weasley was incensed by Lucius Malfoy's boastful tone, feeling the urge to confront him once more. However, Mrs. Weasley restrained him with a gentle grip, reminiscent of how she would stop Ron. It required little effort on her part. As long as she intervened, the Weasley family remained obediently still. Alice felt disinclined to speak. Why hadn't her mother accompanied them today? Only she could reign in her father. Why must she endure such tribulations? Initially, Alice had intended to meet Ginny beforehand to engage in conversation and strengthen her rapport with Mr. Weasley. She believed her relationship with him was satisfactory and thought it reasonable to become acquainted with his youngest daughter. Alas, that was no longer feasible. Her father had just fought with Ginny's father, and it seemed evident that Ginny would not take a liking to her. Yet, she could not remain idle. It was indeed troublesome. Perhaps it would be better if Lord Voldemort were to annihilate the world. Complaints aside, duties must be fulfilled. Alice decided to venture forth independently, while Draco took his father to procure additional items, finding it more convenient this way. Fortunately, Gilderoy Lockhart's charisma proved sufficient to draw a crowd. Who would have thought that one day she would be grateful for that, were it not for Lockhart's captivating presence? The bustling flourish and blots would have garnered all eyes. Alice was at a loss for words, bemused by her father's blend of intelligence and folly. Despite their confrontation with Mr. Weasley, he had managed to sneak a diary into Ginny's old textbook. Mr. Weasley, I sincerely apologize for my father's behavior during the altercation and any inappropriate remarks he may have made. Please allow me to do something to express my regret. An adept technician adapts to circumstances as they unfold, and Alice was confident she embodied such qualities. There is no need for that, Alice. You are a good child. This is not your fault, and you need not apologize. Arthur Weasley held a favorable impression of the eldest Malfoy daughter. She had intervened politely during the disputes between him and Lucius, hardly resembling a typical Malfoy. Arthur had often wondered if Lucius had somehow mislaid this remarkable daughter. Mr. Weasley, please grant me this opportunity. My brother and Ron are friends. Allow me to buy something for Ginny. In truth, she ought to have prepared a gift for Ginny's school transition, considering their families were indeed related. since they had encountered one another at Flourish and Blots. It was only fitting to treat it as a token of their introduction. Indeed, pure-blood families often share such ties. The young girl's voice was gentle and poised. At 13, she was still in the midst of her voice transition, retaining a soft, childlike quality that was difficult to resist. Alice adeptly capitalized on her advantages. Her shimmering gray eyes directed at Molly. Mrs. Weasley will surely agree. Ginny is a young lady, and she ought to have suitable items for school. Let me accompany her. The Weasley couple found it impossible to refuse. Ginny was their youngest and only daughter, and they wished to provide her with the best. However, their circumstances did not permit Ginny the luxury of refinement. Even her school supplies were secondhand. Observing the elegant and appropriately attired Alice contrasted sharply with their own daughter, who wore an old robe and bore the remnants of dirt, making it even harder to decline her offer. Exchanging glances, the Weasley couple finally relented. Very well, Alice. Thank you for your thoughtful gift. We shall entrust Ginny to you. Arthur knelt down to speak to his shy daughter, hidden behind him. Go with Sister Alice and do not cause her any trouble. He affectionately patted Ginny's head, encouraging her to approach Alice. Since everyone is here, why not all go together? Harry, Ron, you two can keep Ginny company. Ron, she is your sister. It's perfect for you to help her choose. It was evident that Molly was not entirely at ease, so Alice proactively suggested that Harry and Ron accompany them. Managing the two of them was hardly a challenge. Thus, Alice led Ginny to procure the necessary textbooks for her first year, along with a new set of robes, and even gifted her a custom-made dress crafted from the finest fabric obtained from Madame Malkin's. Fortunately, Ginny remembered Mrs. Weasley's measurements. Otherwise, Alice would have found herself at a loss. In the end, Alice presented Ginny with an exquisite diary as a gift for her schooling, a soft lavender base adorned with a charming little kitten that greeted passers-by. To ensure Ginny could take these items home, Alice also provided her with a small bag, enchanted with a space extension charm, enabling Ginny to abandon her tattered old tin. Was it merely a tin? Regardless, to Alice, it made no difference. What mattered was that she successfully retrieved the contents. Nestled among the tattered textbooks was an even more dilapidated diary with a black cover. As she captured the attention of 3 Quidditch enthusiasts with the dazzling new Firebolt 2001 displayed in the shop window, she discreetly tucked that diary into her bear bag. Today, Alice chose not to transform her teddy bear, Tom, into a handheld accessory. Instead, she enlarged it into a bag, slinging it across her shoulder. Thank magic. For in the Muggle world, such a bear bag would serve merely as decoration. Only in the magical realm could it fulfill its true purpose. Moreover, it could be resized at will, perfectly adaptable, and above all, remarkably spacious. Alice had cherished her bear for 13 years, diligently protecting it and never parting with it in any situation. It could serve as a pillow, a hair tie, a brooch, or simply retain its original form as a bear bag. She carried it close, partly out of habit and dependence, in this familiar yet unfamiliar world. This magical bear would perform acrobatics to amuse her and listen intently to her most fantastical thoughts, safeguarding all her secrets. Another reason for her attachment was its practicality. It was a bag that could easily be styled to match various outfits, allowing Alice to store an array of essential items within: healing potions, clothing, jewelry, a plethora of books, and a variety of weapons. There was nothing that others could conceive that her bag could not accommodate, even Draco's clothing, just in case it might come in handy one day. As Alice retrieved Ron's gift from her bear bag, she could see that he was nearly overcome with excitement. Oh my goodness, Alice, this is a brand new wand. As Ron unwrapped his gift, he could hardly contain his excitement. At long last, I shall no longer have to rely on Percy's old wand, he exclaimed. Alice, from this day forth, you are my favorite Malfoy, without exception. His exuberance was palpable, to the point that he nearly leaped from the ground, and anyone with eyes could see his happiness. When their parents first allowed Ginny to accompany a Malfoy on a shopping trip, she felt as if the world had transformed into something magical. Her parents actually permitted her to socialize with a Malfoy. However, as their interaction unfolded, Ginny soon realized that her brother Harry was friends with Alice, who proved to be a genuinely kind individual, thoughtfully inquiring about her preferences and accompanying her in choosing items. Unlike her brothers, who merely teased her, Alice was a refreshing change. Why couldn't her mother have given her an older sister? Ginny, without realizing it, had already begun to think of Alice Malfoy as Sister Alice. After all, who could resist a beautiful, understanding, gentle sister who enjoyed shopping together? Back at Flourish and Blots, after bidding farewell to Harry and the Weasley family, Alice found her father and brother in Diagon Alley, and they returned together to Malfoy Manor. Although the journey was not without its challenges, the outcome was gratifying. Alice reclined on her large bed, nestled against her oversized Tom bear, reveling in comfort. The bear was now large enough to rival a wizard standing over 6 feet tall. making it exceedingly pleasant to lie against. Reflecting on the busy day, Alice felt a swell of pride in her adaptability. Who else could manage such feats? Since she was already thriving, perhaps she could forego writing a potions essay. Given Draco's innate talent in potions, composing a second-year essay should be a trivial task for him. After all, he was also entering his second year, so assisting his second-year sister with an essay was only natural. Alice nodded approvingly. Indeed, that was the plan. Lying on the tombear until darkness enveloped the room, Alice returned to bed after dinner and a bath, retrieving a worn diary. The tattered cover seemed as if it would be overlooked even if discarded by the roadside. Was this the essence of Lord Voldemort's ritualistic nature? Truly, it was beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Accio Feather Pen, she called, summoning a quill from her desk. Tentatively, she inscribed her name, Alice Livia Black Malfoy. As expected, her elegant cursive began to fade, replaced by a line of exquisite script. Hello, Alice Livia Black Malfoy, I am Tom Riddle. Gazing at Voldemort's response, Alice's thoughts wandered to curious notions. If Headmaster Dumbledore were to write her full name, would it not be exhausting for Lord Voldemort to respond? Considering how lengthy Dumbledore's name was, you share my name, Tom. My bear is also named Tom. Henceforth, both my bear and my diary shall be known as Tom. Alice replied leisurely, finding it rather amusing, akin to chatting online, albeit in handwritten form. The Tom in her diary seemed oddly unconventional. Shouldn't he have first inquired about her identity? Such deviation from the expected was perplexing. This must be Lucius's daughter. The Malfoy family is sparse, having passed down through 3 generations as only children. Or perhaps a granddaughter. No, it must be a daughter. As the middle name Black indicates, she is Narcissa and Lucius's child. As Voldemort contemplated the writer's identity, the writer pondered when she might delve into Voldemort's memories. Please. 16-year-old Voldemort is undeniably handsome. Yet, with school not yet in session and the Chamber of Secrets still sealed, what was to be done? Alice ruminated, unsure of what to say, as Voldemort remained silent, leaving their small exchange devoid of conversation. Wait, 2 individuals could hardly be called a group. This was a private chat. I am conversing privately with Lord Voldemort. Upon this realization, Alice suddenly understood Ron's elation upon receiving his wand. She rolled about on her bed several times before returning to the embrace of her tombear, glancing at the diary, the feather quill, her homework on the desk, and back to the floating quill. She mused, Tom, your potion skills must be quite impressive, yes? Indeed, my potions have consistently earned O's for the past 7 years. Could you assist me in writing a potions essay titled The Quality of Snail Slime and its Relationship to Sunlight? I fail to grasp why such revolting substances are utilized in potions. I would be delighted. According to my knowledge, snail slime is closely related to its growth environment, including. Thus, with Voldemort's assistance, Alice successfully completed her essay in one evening, sparing Draco from trouble. Draco, quickly express your gratitude to Lord Voldemort. As Alice noticed the silvery moonlight gracefully entering her room, she finally concluded her essay. What a busy day it had been. Exhausted, yet sleep eluded her. Thank you, Tom. My essay is finished. I shall retire now. Good night. You're most welcome, Alice. It is my honor to assist you. Good night. Closing the diary, Alice extracted the 3,000 theories of Chinese soul magic from the depths of her tombear, searching for knowledge pertaining to the absorption of others' life force through objects. During her exchanges with the diary, she could sense a subtle drain on her vitality. It was minimal, yet undeniably present, and it seemed to flow into that very diary. Alice was aware that the diary could absorb life force, but she had not anticipated its potency. Having originated from China, she had practiced Taoist arts for 20 years and had even endured lightning tribulations. Thus, conventional soul-related attacks should not affect her. If this diary truly possessed such formidable power, or if Lord Voldemort's dark magic was indeed so potent, she would need to establish protective measures. Alice merely wished to engage in an online romance, preferring to keep Voldemort safely contained within the diary. She believed she could not contend with a basilisk, thus it was prudent to maintain distance. After another half hour, Alice set aside her book and retrieved a few items from her bag to venture onto the balcony, bringing along Tom Bear's little bow tie. Once she completed her preparations, she returned to properly commence her rest. A 13-year-old girl should not be staying up late. Otherwise, her online romantic interest might break through the digital barrier, which could be perilous. Though her online interest was handsome, he was also quite unnerving. It was best to succumb to slumber, where the dream world was serene. Wait, is there something I forgot? She dismissed the thought. I shall address it upon waking tomorrow. Chapter 9. Let the plot unfold. The brilliant sunlight continued to illuminate every inch of Hogwarts, from the highest Ravenclaw tower to the Hufflepuff dormitory near the kitchens. The Gryffindor lions were roused from their slumber by the blinding rays, but this had little effect on Slytherin. The sunlight could not penetrate the depths of the Black Lake. The fluctuations of the weather, be it summer's warmth or winter's snow, held no significance for Slytherin in the dungeons, which remained perpetually dark and chilling. The changing seasons influenced the Slytherin common room only in the number of aquatic creatures visible by the windows, whether 3, 4, 5, or 6. Thus, it was evident that Slytherin students were prone to tardiness. While the other Slytherins might not share this sentiment, Alice had never possessed the noble trait of punctuality. Consequently, she found herself once again rising late today. Having perfectly missed breakfast, Alice hurriedly tidied her appearance before rushing off to her first class of the third year, herbology. The professor of herbology at Hogwarts is Pomona Sprout, the gentle, diminutive witch with flowing gray hair, who also holds the position of head of Hufflepuff House. Wearing a heavily patched thick hat, she kindly inquired of Alice, "So, what has caused your tardiness today?" Alice hesitated at the doorway, contemplating for a moment. "Does feeling unwell count?" 2 points deducted from Slytherin, the professor replied. "Oh, Professor, you have truly wounded my heart," Alice lamented dramatically. This year's curriculum overlapped significantly with Ravenclaw's, and Autumn had scolded her for quite some time in class. The young Ravenclaw believed that Alice ought not to disrupt her biological clock during the holidays, even if she was vacationing outside of England at the time. Alice maintained that it was Hogwarts scheduling that was at fault, not her own. The first day of school always felt both exhausting and fleeting. By the time Alice regained her senses, she had already bid farewell to Autumn and was en route to the Slytherin dormitory. That evening, she retrieved her small diary and commenced her online romance. "Good evening, Tom. Hogwarts has commenced, and I am now chatting with you from the Slytherin dungeon." The sophisticated hunter often masquerades as prey, waiting for the quarry to strike first. If a diary could truly penetrate her numerous defenses and seize her essence, it would signify her inferiority, she conceded. "Good evening, Alice. How was the first day of school?" "It was rather pleasant. Draco has been accepted onto the Slytherin Quidditch team. He has been dreaming of this since first year," Alice inscribed with her special feather quill. This quill resembled Rita Skeeter's, capable of writing based on the user's thoughts. Alice completed her assignments with this quill, using it even when Draco helped her with her potions essay, ensuring Professor Snape would not discern the different handwriting between siblings. This magical quill ranked among Alice's top 5 favorite magical items. "That is splendid. I am certain he will pass the selection process." Lord Voldemort truly embodied the model gentleman while executing his plans, kind and considerate, always uttering pleasant words, and readily assisting with assignments. Alice believed this diary could also rank among her top 5 favorites. It was simply indispensable for schoolwork. "Thank you for your kind words. Today was eventful, yet uneventful. I nearly arrived late. I shall retire early tonight and share my third-year experiences with you tomorrow." Alice drifted into a deep slumber, the warm glow of a night light illuminating her peaceful visage, rendering her utterly endearing. A small brown bear, innocent and harmless, with emerald glimmers reflecting in its onyx eyes, perched by her bedside, gazing at the open nightstand. The first drawer lay empty, containing only a tattered diary. Exhausted, Alice neglected to place the diary within her beloved Tom Bear, yet she had indeed cast several spells to secure the drawer. However, what power did a third-year witch's spells hold before the Dark Lord? The diary opened of its own accord, revealing elegant calligraphy on the aged parchment. "Hello. I am Tom Riddle." Sunlight once again bathed Hogwarts, heralding the arrival of breakfast time, as the young wizards prepared to embark upon a new day of learning. "Sister, I have successfully been accepted into the Slytherin Quidditch team. I am now the new Seeker." Draco spoke with an air of aristocracy, slightly turning towards Alice and lowering his voice. The exuberance in his youthful tone was unmistakable, clearly audible even amidst the bustling breakfast crowd. Joining the Quidditch team had been Draco's aspiration since his first year. Prior to attending Hogwarts, he had shown considerable interest in Quidditch, a sport akin to wizardly pride for the Malfoy family. During the first flying lesson in first year, Harry had soared with such grace. Draco instantly fell in love with the exhilarating sensation of flying freely in the sky, reminiscent of Harry. "Really? I knew my Draco would have no trouble." "Your flying grades are exceptional. Being selected was inevitable." Alice felt genuinely delighted for him, even though she had already anticipated the outcome. She was well aware of her brother's tireless training. The pampered young master could practice under the sun all day, allowing his golden hair and garments to be drenched with sweat. "Have you informed our godfather of this good news?" Alice inquired, savoring a tender slice of lamb chop. Relishing the culinary prowess of Hogwarts house elves. "He is already aware. He must sign the approval list. Father hasn't had the chance yet." "I will write to him tonight and send it off first thing tomorrow," Draco replied, resuming his upright posture and quietly eating. Severus had thoughtfully advised him, "Including the fact that you would partake in such a mindless activity, a bunch of trolls colliding in the air, should you be injured, I won't be responsible for you. And this year, we cannot lose to Gryffindor." We must secure the Quidditch trophy. Alice endured a rather mundane day, returning alone to the Slytherin dungeon after dinner. She lay motionless on her large bed for a while, reorganizing her thoughts on the unfolding narrative. Reflecting on the events in Diagon Alley, she had come to appreciate the importance of staying abreast of the plot's developments. Upon closer examination, the next significant event would likely be the Quidditch match. Before that, there was the incident involving Hermione being insulted as a mudblood, and Ron's embarrassing heroic rescue involving a slug. Which scoundrel dared to insult my dear Hermione? Oh, it was my own brother. No matter, I shall simply deal with him. Even though she was aware that Hermione and Draco's relationship had since softened, preventing a repeat of past conflicts, the world's consciousness could not be underestimated. What if it conjured some mischief? She couldn't afford to be caught off guard. When was the Quidditch training? On the weekend. Then she would have to sacrifice some precious weekend time to witness it herself. As it was her brother's first formal Quidditch training, Alice would go under the pretext of protecting the world. Then came the Quidditch match, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. As for the meddling house elves, she would handle that in advance. Nana, bring Dobby to me. Alice addressed her empty dormitory, casually flipping through her textbooks for the next day. After a moment's thought, she added, if he is not at the Malfoy residence, check the Hogwarts kitchens and prepare a vanilla ice cream for me. Chapter 10. Resolving the Dobby issue. House elves are bound by contracts to serve their masters, a tradition passed down through generations. Nana was her chosen house elf, capable of bypassing the Malfoy patriarch and directly obeying her commands. After discussing her potions essay with her homework assistant, the familiar sound of apparition erupted, and the Malfoy house elf Nana appeared in her solitary Slytherin chamber, presenting freshly made vanilla ice cream alongside a bound Dobby. Miss, Dobby has been brought here. And here is your dessert. Would you like to taste it now? Nana set Dobby aside, carefully cradling the exquisite ice cream in her hands and presenting it to Alice. Very well, Nana, splendid work. Place it here, and I shall eat while I speak, Alice replied gently to her house elf. Alice delicately savored Nana's refined craftsmanship with an exquisite silver spoon, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Nana, where did you find Dobby? Alice inquired of her little elf. Nana stood beside Alice. In the kitchens of Hogwarts, my lady. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have feared that Dobby had gone missing. Dobby trembled before Alice, struggling to suppress the urge to bang his head against the floor, yet rendered immobile under Nana's restraint. The Malfoy household had long ceased the practice of punishing house elves through abuse, a shift that began when the one-year-old Alice witnessed the injured Nana weeping inconsolably. Alice quietly observed Dobby while savoring her ice cream, refraining from mentioning Dobby's situation aside from her initial conversation with Nana, seemingly engrossed in her treat, unwilling to spare even a modicum of attention for Dobby. Dobby, perhaps you possess a plausible explanation, do you not? At last, having finished her delightful dessert. The gentle and understanding tone of the young lady left Dobby feeling utterly humiliated. Miss, Dobby is a bad elf. Dobby has betrayed his masteress family. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Dobby deserves to die. Bad Dobby. Bound and unable to move, Dobby could only curse himself in a display of remorse. His large ears drooped, and tears filled the eyes of the diminutive elf. Dobby had indeed committed a treacherous act against his masteress family, and the lady still wished to hear his explanation. He felt he deserved punishment, for he was a bad elf. Dobby, I do not wish to hear you berate yourself. I wish to hear your explanation. Alice remained unmoved, insisting that Dobby articulate his reasoning, even though she was already aware of it. With a flick of her wand, the ropes binding Dobby fell away. Speak, Dobby. Express your thoughts as you wish. Take your time. I shall listen attentively. Dobby burst into tears once more. Dobby is a bad elf. Miss Alice is so kind. And yet Dobby has betrayed the entire family. He declared that he should end his own life, and as he began to bang his head against the floor, Alice petrified him in place, silencing his cries abruptly. Dobby, I do not require you to punish yourself. I only ask for an explanation. Is that agreeable? An explanation. Alice's patience was waning. Upon seeing Dobby's trembling nod, she released him, allowing him to relax once more. Dobby took several deep breaths, and, having regained his composure, recounted to Alice the reasons for his actions and the deeds he had committed. Naturally, Alice was already privy to this information. The main narrative could not be forgotten. Having Dobby reiterate it was to rationalize the forthcoming events. I understand. Now I ask you, Dobby, do you wish to continue serving as the house elf of the Malfoy family? Are you still willing to care for and protect Draco, even at the cost of your own life? Miss Alice, will you grant Dobby another chance? Dobby's large eyes brimmed with disbelief. You are not angry? You do not wish to punish Dobby? The house elf's long fingers entwined nervously, betraying his profound anxiety. Alice appeared nonchalant, as if Dobby's trepidation were of no consequence to her. She toyed with the silver spoon in her hand and spoke slowly. Yes, indeed. I shall grant you another opportunity. I do not believe you have committed any wrongdoing. She paused, though the method was certainly inadvisable. Dobby, consider carefully. If you do not wish to remain at Malfoy Manor, I shall not insist. You are aware that caring for Draco is your primary responsibility. And should you not devote yourself wholeheartedly to this task, I will not acquiesce. Alice's voice was measured, her indifference toward Dobby's decision evident. We do not lack for house elves. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, Dobby nestled in a corner of young Master Draco's wardrobe, where a small bed awaited him, a gift from Master Draco. He buried his face in his large ears, curling up into a ball on the bed. Overwhelmed with sorrow, such a choice was exceedingly difficult for a little elf. Alice was indifferent to Dobby's decision. At the conclusion of their second year, she would undoubtedly restore Dobby's freedom. For now, withholding his freedom was simply a matter of timing. Dobby still had his narrative arc to fulfill, and of course, he need not pursue the plotline of breaking Harry's arm in a Quidditch match. Whether or not that plotline unfolded would not influence subsequent developments. Why burden a child further? Unbeknownst to her, perhaps the world's consciousness had heard Alice's heartfelt desire, for life at Hogwarts continued unabated. After navigating the chaotic first week of the new term, Alice eagerly anticipated witnessing Draco's inaugural Quidditch practice on Saturday. Upon learning that Draco had joined the Slytherin Quidditch team, her father joyfully replaced the entire team's brooms with the latest model, the Nimbus 2001, at considerable expense. Such was the nature of the Malfoy family, with wealth to spare. It was quite normal for the head of the household to celebrate with expenditure when pleased. If it were Narcissa, the lady of the house, her spending would surpass even this. When Narcissa was happy, the entire Malfoy household rejoiced. When Alice arrived at the Quidditch pitch, she was taken aback to find only the Gryffindor practice team and a gathering of Ron, Hermione, and others. Oh, and a first-year named Colin attempting to capture photographs. Though he was promptly shooed away by Captain Wood, Alice glanced around. The Slytherin Quidditch team had yet to arrive, likely granted special permission from the headmaster. Hence their lack of urgency to seize the field. It was no wonder Gryffindor was incensed, arriving early to claim a spot, only to be confronted by a group brandishing a teacher's note asserting that the location was theirs, was understandably intolerable. She approached Hermione and the others, intending to watch Gryffindor practice while awaiting Draco's team, and perhaps enjoy a moment of play with Hermione and Ron. Alice thought little of the implications of her actions. Greeting her friends was quite normal, was it not? Yet she momentarily forgot that Gryffindor and Slytherin were at odds, at least for the time being. Even though she maintained a respectable reputation at Hogwarts, her Slytherin robes immediately caught Wood's attention. On a Saturday morning, what business could a Slytherin have at Gryffindor's practice venue? Wood harbored no bias against Alice. On the contrary, as a Slytherin, she was rather well-liked among Gryffindors. However, during their interactions, he had deemed Alice a commendable Slytherin. Yet, such considerations paled in comparison to Quidditch. What if she discovered Gryffindor's tactical strategies for the year and revealed them to the Slytherin team? Gryffindor could not afford to be outdone by Slytherin again. After so many years of defeat, they had finally managed to reclaim a win last year. And this year they must prevail. Thus, Wood halted Gryffindor's practice, permitting a brief respite. Alice had previously crossed paths with Wood during her first year. There had been a minor disagreement with the Weasley twins from the Quidditch team, and Wood had intervened amicably. Their interactions had been harmonious, but they were hardly friends, merely classmates from adjacent houses. Alice was puzzled as to why this older student approached her now. "Good morning, Wood. What brings you here?" Alice greeted him politely. "Good morning, Miss Malfoy. You must be aware that Gryffindor is in training, yes?" Oliver Wood inquired with gentlemanly courtesy. "Isn't that rather obvious?" Alice earnestly replied. "Yes, I can see that. I originally intended to observe the Slytherin team's training, but since they have yet to arrive, I thought I would take a moment to watch your practice." Alice spoke nothing but the truth, and her reasoning was entirely justifiable. Wood, however, felt that she should not be a spectator. "I'm afraid, Miss Malfoy, that as a Slytherin, your presence at Gryffindor's training is rather inappropriate." Wood, indeed, was rather blunt, lacking any subtlety in his expression. Alice paused momentarily, signaling her understanding. "Very well, then I shall seek out Harry and converse with him. I assure you, I will not impede your training any further." Her request was reasonable, and Wood had no grounds to refuse. He slightly shifted aside, allowing Alice to pass. Upon seeing Alice, the trio was filled with delight. Before Hermione could utter a word, the Weasley twins descended upon Alice, each placing a hand on her shoulder. "Oh, who is this?" "It's Alice from Slytherin. What brings her here?" "Who do you think it is, George?" "Surely, it can only be the boy who lived, Harry Potter." Their rapid-fire exchange left Alice momentarily flustered, prompting her to duck beneath their arms. Engaging with the Weasley twins required one to navigate their lively rhythm with caution. Realizing it was best not to linger in the vicinity, lest she fall victim to another of their pranks, Alice maneuvered around to Hermione's side. waving to the remaining boys before leading Hermione to a nearby seat. Consequently, Ron found himself reluctantly subjected to the twins' antics, serving as their sole audience. Ron was perplexed. He had heard his mischievous brothers mention Alice before, yet he had never perceived their relationship as particularly amicable. Whenever the twins spoke of her, it was typically in the context of how to tease her. After a decade of waiting for Hogwarts Owl, his ears had become quite attuned to their schemes. However, upon truly meeting Alice at Hogwarts, he had not overheard any further discussions of pranks aimed at her, and Alice seldom mentioned George or Fred. Initially, he assumed that a successful prank had led to Alice's displeasure and subsequent distancing from them. This seemed reasonable, yet it now appeared otherwise. Alice, while seemingly disdainful, did not harbor any animosity towards them. Ron's curiosity was piqued, and he resolved to find an opportunity to inquire further. Wood's summary was succinct, favoring practical training over lengthy discourse. The twins, compelled to abandon their captivating performance, returned to the air, and Alice rose, preparing to depart. Hermione and Ron resumed their seats, awaiting Harry's return to seek Hagrid. Alice intended to wait for them at Hagrid's. Having risen too early, she planned to return to her dormitory for a nap after lunch. Just as the Gryffindors had taken flight, they descended in unison at the entrance of the Quidditch pitch, gazing in the direction Alice was departing. Hearing their voices, Alice turned around, feeling quite flattered by the attention. There's no need for such a grand display. I'm merely stepping out. Then, she heard the voice of her Quidditch team captain, Marcus Flint. Alice, you've arrived. My apologies for our tardiness. Indeed, they were quite late. She was on the verge of leaving. Marcus, you have indeed arrived late. I am about to depart. Alice merely turned slightly, arms crossed, exuding calmness. Unperturbed by the throng of Gryffindors behind her, feeling no need for Slytherin's support or protection. Oliver Wood, as the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, felt compelled to interject. Flint, are you here to train? It's rather late for that, Wood inquired. As long as they were not there to pilfer his meticulously crafted training plan, he was indifferent to their presence. In fact, I have received special permission from Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House. This Quidditch pitch is now designated for the use of the Slytherin Quidditch team to train our new seeker. Flint was not inclined to engage in idle chatter with Wood, directly stating his intent and preparing to dismiss him, for it was not only Wood who aspired to seize the Quidditch Cup. Alice understood that this confrontation was inevitable. Thus, she wisely sidestepped the escalating tension between the two captains to observe from a distance. Hermione and Ron, sensing the shift in atmosphere, joined Alice at her side. You have a new seeker. Who is it? Wood inquired, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. He was not afraid of them, but understanding one's opponent is crucial for victory. A new seeker warranted careful attention. Having faced Flint for so long, Wood knew that although Flint played dirty, his eye for talent was keen. A seeker chosen by him could not be underestimated. The Slytherin players exchanged knowing smiles, parting to create a pathway. And from behind the older Slytherin players emerged the Platinum Prince. Flint beamed with pride. Not only was he an exceptional Quidditch player, but he also hailed from a remarkably affluent family. With a flourish, he presented an entire team outfitted with the latest Nimbus 2001 brooms, a boon that would undoubtedly elevate the entire Quidditch team. The Platinum Prince regarded the Gryffindors with unwavering composure, offering them a confident yet courteous smile, primarily directed towards Harry. Flint cleared his throat. In fact, Mr. Malfoy generously sponsored our house, Slytherin, with a new set of Nimbus 2001 brooms. The latest model, no less. And an entire Quidditch team to boot. Behold the power of wealth. Wood and his teammates suddenly found it hard to breathe, their anxiety palpable. How could they compete under such circumstances? The mood among them shifted, rendering further training unfeasible. There was no sense in vying for this Quidditch pitch with Slytherin. It would be wiser to retreat, calm their nerves, and devise a new strategy. He dismissed the team, instructing them to return and prepare for their next training session. While Flint, brimming with satisfaction, led his players in their practice. Flint was elated. Indeed, Wood's fervor for Quidditch would keep him anxious for quite some time. Quidditch was not merely a test of skill, but of mindset as well. Their esteemed head had proclaimed that with such advantageous conditions, failing to secure this year's Quidditch Cup would have dire consequences. Though the headmaster did not elaborate, Flint was well aware of the severity of the repercussions. He wasted no time, directing his team to begin training, no longer preoccupied with the Gryffindors. Alice, as a Slytherin, and with her familial ties, along with her amicable relationship with Flint, and the fact that her godfather was the head of Slytherin, which was the primary reason, remained unperturbed. After lunch, Alice felt she had risen far too early. The toll of insufficient sleep on her health was considerable. Thus, she resolved to do nothing that afternoon, opting instead to remain in her dormitory for a long nap. Her potion homework for the week was completed swiftly with the help of Tom's study notes and her magical quill, allowing Alice to cuddle her teddy bear and sleep soundly. At present, Alice remained deeply asleep. If Tom's bear could kill with its gaze, she would surely have been executed by now. Alas, such was not the case, especially for an ordinary teddy bear. Chapter 11. The Weasley Twins and Alice. Alice's afternoon slumber caused her to miss Hogwarts dinner time entirely, compelling her to breach Hogwarts regulations by stealthily venturing to the kitchens in search of food. Stealthily evading the watchful eyes of Mr. Filch and the prefect, Alice, with the assistance of the house elf Dobby, successfully discovered the kitchens of Hogwarts. Who would dare label Dobby as a mere troublemaker? Alice found such a characterization to be exceedingly one-dimensional. If one possesses a blood relative like Lucius Malfoy, or if one metaphorically beats him to the brink of despair, naturally, one would eventually cultivate a well-behaved child. Alice Malfoy's adage, "We do not advocate the resolution of issues through violence, yet violence proves remarkably effective." The enthusiasm exhibited by her Hufflepuff classmates towards food is not without justification. With the kitchens so conveniently close to the dormitory, how could one resist sneaking out at night for a bite to eat? Initially intending to indulge in only a light snack, upon reaching the kitchens, Alice's resolve transformed. Having arrived, it would indeed be a disservice to herself not to savor something delightful. Lamb chops, pumpkin juice, and warm pies. After a hearty feast, Alice elegantly wiped her mouth, meticulously readjusting her noble demeanor, only to find herself gazing at the remnants of her meal in a contemplative silence. Well then, it seems I must take matters into my own hands to ensure my satisfaction. With a few cleaning spells at her disposal, just as Alice prepared to depart, the kitchen door swung open once more. Who could it be? Startled, Alice instinctively concealed herself. Crouching, she found it peculiar to hide. After all, they were all merely students sneaking out at night, akin to fellow adventurers. The newcomer entered quietly, making no sound. Yet their actions were anything but subtle as they magically illuminated the kitchen. Who would dare turn on the lights at such an hour? Clearly anxious about being caught by the patrolling prefect? Should the esteemed head of Slytherin apprehend them, a severe reprimand would surely follow. Eager to discern the identity of such a brazen individual, Alice peered out, but saw nothing. Where are they? Leaning forward again, she realized that despite the lights being on, there was no one in sight. What are you doing here? A familiar voice echoed from behind, causing Alice to freeze in place, rigidly turning her head to behold the unmistakable hem of a black robe. If she was not mistaken, this very cloak was a gift from her. Awkwardly rising, Alice lowered her gaze. Godfather, I was wrong. Indeed, at this hour, the only individuals frequenting the Hogwarts kitchens, aside from students pilfering late-night snacks, were those like her godfather, who often lost track of time while brewing potions and missed dinner. There was no need to wait until tomorrow. Her godfather could very well reprimand her tonight. To avoid confinement or the punishment of writing an apology, Alice promptly admitted her fault. She had become accustomed to sacrificing her pride on numerous occasions, especially among familiar faces, not caring for such superficialities. Clinging to Severus's robe, she endeavored to appear pitiful, batting her large gray eyes in a futile attempt to charm her way out of trouble. Ignoring Alice's pleading gaze, Severus adeptly located some food and began to pack it, preparing to return to his dungeon to continue brewing potions while replenishing his energy. I believe you are well aware of the school regulations, Miss Malfoy. Observing the state of the skies at this hour, you ought to be resting in the Slytherin dormitory rather than competing for midnight snacks in the Hogwarts kitchens with your beleaguered head of house. Severus's tone remained as sardonic as ever, and Alice, battle-hardened, found herself unable to evade the sting of his words. Perhaps this was the magic of emotional harm. Feeling embarrassed, Alice sheepishly touched her nose. Knowing she could not deceive Severus, he needed no legitimacy, for after years of interaction, he could effortlessly discern the truth in her words, the fabrications, and the elaborate tales woven with care. Godfather, I overslept this afternoon and missed dinner. I was starving and unable to sleep, so I ventured out in search of food. In my haste to return to school, I forgot to bring snacks. Alice lowered her gaze submissively, adopting an obedient demeanor. Hoping her godfather might show leniency, perhaps by deducting points from Gryffindor or having Harry stand in a corner during potions class tomorrow, she would find such a punishment wholly acceptable. Severus, engrossed in potion-making during dinner, had not attended the Great Hall and was thus unaware whether Alice truly missed dinner or merely snuck out for a midnight feast. This was not the first time Alice's nocturnal escapades had been caught by Severus. Her previous excuses included forgetting her homework in the classroom and claiming to have heard the call of the giant squid from the Black Lake. Rushing to answer her destiny as the chosen one, Alice had resorted to a myriad of colorful excuses, and Severus had long since grown accustomed to her antics. Though this marked the first time he had caught the disobedient Miss Malfoy in the Hogwarts kitchens, carrying the packed food and preparing to leave. Severus expressed merely a desire to avoid complications, rather than succumbing to Alice's pleading gaze once more. Severus, with his usual sharp tongue yet soft heart, observed his silence as he turned to depart with the food, neglecting to mention any disciplinary measures. Alice realized she had once again evaded a calamity. While others might remain oblivious, Alice was acutely aware that even when she concocted absurd excuses about becoming the chosen one at the Black Lake, Severus would not pursue the matter further. His protective nature and favoritism towards her were so profound that she could speak for days without exhausting the topic. Watching Severus approach the kitchen door, Alice instinctively followed him. Upon returning to the Slytherin dormitory, Severus ensured he witnessed Alice safely enter before he turned to leave. Alice truly did not embody the essence of a Slytherin. If anything, she resembled one of those Gryffindor cubs, perpetually breaking school rules and courting trouble. Were it not for the foolish lions being shielded by Dumbledore, Severus would not hesitate to reprimand them, though he had not spared them his own ire. Alice enjoyed a harmonious rapport with the entirety of Hogwarts, ensuring that any trouble she stirred would have a safety net, lest she become merely a point deduction machine for Slytherin. Having failed to secure the House Cup last year weighed heavily on Severus's mind, making him feel diminished in Minerva's presence. This year, he was determined to restore Slytherin to its former glory. As Calm returned to Slytherin, Alice seized the opportunity to rest, hoping to arrive early to class the following day and no longer provide her godfather with grounds for punishment. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor dormitory buzzed with liveliness. With a larger student body, Gryffindor's dormitory was naturally more crowded. However, at this moment, Harry and Ron's room contained only themselves and the Weasley twins. Their other roommates remained in the Gryffindor common room, diligently working on their assignments for the next day. Fortuitously, Harry's busy Quidditch training over the weekend had prompted the fair-minded Hermione Granger to extend her assistance with their homework, much to Ron's benefit as well. Seizing the opportunity with no one else around, Ron called upon his elder brother to inquire about their relationship with Alice. Traditionally, the Weasleys and Malfoys had little in common beyond enmity. Alice was indeed a rather splendid witch, and Ron believed he could not dismiss every individual outright. He found it curious that his prank-loving twin brothers would form a friendship with a Malfoy. The essence of humanity is curiosity. What life holds meaning without gossip? Engaging his good friends in the act of gossip multiplies the joy. The four boys gathered around Ron's small bed, with Ron nestled at the head, the Weasley twins flanking him, and Harry perched at the foot. Ron had even prepared some pumpkin juice for Harry, adopting a posture of anticipation for a tale. George remarked, "Why is it only you two have pumpkin juice?" Fred added, "We are the storytellers, are we not?" George, Fred, little Ron, how could you treat your brothers this way? Speak up, come on. Ron shoved something into their hands, eagerly awaiting their response. It was the year before Harry and Ron's enrollment. The very year Alice entered her first grade, and the Weasley twins had already established themselves as the prank kings of Hogwarts. They orchestrated harmless yet side-splitting pranks in the most unexpected places, crafting a plethora of peculiar magical devices that cost Gryffindor numerous points, much to Professor McGonagall's chagrin. On a mundane day, they found themselves in the abandoned girls' restroom on the third floor, experimenting with new prank candies. Yes, the very domain of the Weeping Myrtle. Myrtle perpetually sobbed in the stalls, yelling at anyone who dared to enter, causing students to steer clear of the restroom, except for the twins, who occasionally conducted secret experiments there. Though it was a girls' restroom, even in its derelict state, Myrtle was a troublesome presence. And they only ventured there when Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape were on a rampage. That day, as they arrived at the restroom, their intent was to dissect the fireworks they had purchased from Diagon Alley, only to stumble upon a new Slytherin first year conversing with Myrtle, seemingly unfazed by her weeping. They recognized the Slytherin girl. They had seen her at the entrance during their previous visit while attempting to explore how to make candy stick to one's teeth. It was common knowledge that Gryffindor and Slytherin were at odds, as evidenced by the private rivalry between their house heads. There lingered a history of animosity between the two houses. Being upperclassmen and boys, they had no intention of troubling a first year, and exchanged glances before preparing to leave. However, the Slytherin girl spoke first, inquiring, "What brings you to the girls' restroom?" The Weasley twins exchanged startled looks. Was she looking for trouble? Fred replied, "My dear miss, we harbor no ill intentions." George added, "We meant no offense." Fred continued, "We have never been here before." The twins concluded, "So you've never seen us, and that's that." With that, they turned to leave. Wait a moment. A youthful yet clear voice halted their departure. The Weasley twins frowned. Was she going to persist? The Slytherin girl maneuvered to stand before them, scrutinizing the poorly concealed firework sticks they held. She stated matter-of-factly, "You must be from the Weasley family. This is the girls' restroom. And Myrtle claims you always make a ruckus here, disturbing her weeping. Furthermore, while the fireworks may seem harmless, they still pose a safety hazard and shouldn't be used at school." Casting a glance at the girl, they recognized that. Just as Draco could easily identify Ron as a Weasley, so could a Weasley recognize Malfoy. Her striking blonde hair, piercing gray eyes, and remarkably fair complexion, combined with her luxurious attire even beneath the Slytherin robes, unmistakably pointed to the insufferable Malfoy. The Weasley twins were now more convinced than ever that this girl was indeed seeking trouble. However, it was unthinkable to confront a first year. George and Fred exchanged conflicted glances with Miss Malfoy before striding out of Myrtle's restroom. The twins dismissed the encounter, only to bump into Professor Snape around the corner. The Slytherin had confiscated their fireworks and docked Gryffindor 15 points, subsequently escorting Malfoy away. To add insult to injury, Professor McGonagall imposed a 3-day detention upon them after learning of the incident. It dawned on the Weasley twins why a first-year Slytherin would confront them in that abandoned restroom. She had summoned the old bat from Slytherin to catch them. The twins exchanged glances, vowing to remember that snitch Malfoy. Thus began their quest for revenge against the tattling Slytherin. Indeed, George and Fred plotted to pull some pranks on her. Nothing harmful, but enough to teach her a lesson. Their attempts to deliver sticky candy to Alice, making her unable to open her mouth for an entire day, were thwarted when Alice saw through their ruse, resulting in a deduction of 5 points by Professor Snape. They tried to scare her from around a staircase corner, only to be ambushed by Peeves, earning another 7-point penalty from Snape. In a misguided attempt to secretly cut her hair, Alice discovered their plan, and with a spell, she burned away their bangs, forcing them to get crew cuts after Christmas. Even when their little brother Ron arrived at Hogwarts, they still hadn't grown their hair back, despite their relentless efforts. The twins could never successfully prank Alice. Instead, they always found themselves at a loss. Nevertheless, the Weasley twins were undeterred, growing more tenacious with each setback. They continued to try, and with each failure, their resolve only strengthened. By a stroke of luck, they uncovered Alice's fear of toads and frogs. A year of repeated failures weighed heavily on George and Fred, who could not accept being repeatedly outsmarted by a mere first-year Slytherin. With this newfound knowledge, they decided to exploit it. Conveniently, the choir's singing toads were housed with Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest. The towering half-giant was exceptionally friendly and generously lent the toads to the twins. In the wizarding world, toads had long been considered a variety of magical tools, and no wizard found them particularly alarming. On a weekend, the Weasley twins swaggered through the castle with a toad in tow, determined to finally conquer this repeated trial. It just so happened that it was a weekend of a Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, leaving the Hogwarts grounds mostly deserted, save for a handful of students in the library. Moreover, since it was the weekend, Alice had just left Professor McGonagall's office after seeking help with her Transfiguration homework, passing by Gryffindor Tower when she encountered the Weasley twins. Aware of their numerous attempts to prank her, she had no intention of letting them succeed. Through their ongoing battle of wits, a peculiar friendship had formed. While George and Fred schemed their pranks, Alice deftly avoided their traps. Now, whenever she spotted the Weasley twins, Alice could sense they were up to something new. Miss Malfoy was well prepared, confident in her ability to thwart any of their schemes, at least until she laid eyes on that choir toad. The Weasley twins approached Alice with an air of bravado, hands concealed behind their backs, as Alice curiously wondered what new trick they had up their sleeves. With a flourish, the twins revealed the lively toad, extending it toward her in greeting. In an instant, Alice's mind went blank. An uncontrollable surge of magical energy erupted from Gryffindor Tower, toppling 3/4 of the tower, leaving Alice unconscious amid the rubble. Thankfully, it was the weekend, and the Slytherin head was there to consult Professor McGonagall about the upcoming Quidditch match, just in time to witness the sudden magical upheaval. In the blink of an eye, he found himself unable to rein in the surging magical energy, compelled only to shield those 2 audacious Gryffindor cubs. Fortunately, it was a Quidditch weekend, and the Gryffindor Tower was devoid of lingering students. This magical outburst resulted in no casualties, aside from Alice, who lay unconscious from the excessive drain of her magic, and an unfortunate choir toad that met its untimely demise. Professor Snape was seething with rage. As Alice remained in a state of unconsciousness in the infirmary, he longed to expel the Weasley twins. He understood that this was no mere accident. It stemmed from the mischievous antics of those 2 Gryffindor students towards Alice. Outnumbering her, they nearly caused a tragedy. And Gryffindor had a knack for such reckless behavior. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall might not have been able to protect the Weasley twins from being ruthlessly devoured by the old bat of Slytherin, who was fiercely protective of his house. Dumbledore restored the Gryffindor Tower and explained to Hagrid the unfortunate fate of the toad. Had Alice not been lying unconscious, it would have seemed like an entirely ordinary weekend. The Weasley twins felt a deep sense of guilt. They had never anticipated that Alice would experience a magical outburst, nor did they ever intend to harm the young girl, even if she was a Slytherin who often reported them. Yet, things seldom unfold as one might hope. They had inadvertently injured a first-year girl. If the Gryffindor Tower had been populated, the consequences could have been far graver. They could have deflected blame, claiming that Alice's magical surge was a result of her own actions, that they were merely returning to their dormitory with the toad, absolving themselves of responsibility. But they were Weasley children. Weasley children take responsibility for their actions. They candidly admitted their mistakes, confessing to Dumbledore that they had attempted to frighten Alice with the toad, which led to her magical outburst and the damage to Gryffindor's tower, rendering Alice unconscious. The situation was now crystal clear. However, Dumbledore merely stroked his beard, smiling benignly as he advised them to await Alice's awakening. After all, we must hear the perspective of the other party involved, mustn't we? Dumbledore's gentle tone did little to ease the tension in the room. Professor Snape was nearly beside himself with fury and looked as if he might engage Dumbledore in a heated argument had Alice not been lying in the infirmary. The Weasley twins could only perceive a bleak future ahead. If their mother discovered that they had bullied a first-year girl to the infirmary, she would surely come to Hogwarts to flay them alive. Thankfully, Alice was merely unconscious from the magical exertion. Had anything more serious occurred, George and Fred would have been driven to despair. Fortunately, a few hours later, Alice awakened. Those hours had felt interminable for both George and Fred, as well as for Professor Snape, who awaited her revival in the infirmary. And then what? Were you punished? Harry inquired, a note of urgency in his voice. Is Alice all right? What did Professor Dumbledore say? Ron pushed Harry forward, urging him not to interrupt. George, please continue. Ron was equally curious. I am Fred, he is George. That is of little consequence. Harry and Ron dismissed the twins' identity confirmation, eager only to learn what transpired next. Alice woke up and clarified that it was not our fault. She stated that it was her failure to control her magic that led to the outburst, not our frightening her. After reconciling, we discovered she had reported us. Thus, we became friends. She even interceded on our behalf, persuading Professor Dumbledore to let the matter rest. So now, our mother remains oblivious. We even managed to keep it from Percy. Upon concluding their tale, Ron comprehended the sequence of events, yet he still found it hard to believe. Honestly, I can hardly fathom you befriending a Malfoy. Ron was well aware that Alice was a kind-hearted individual. He simply needed time to adjust to the notion that a Malfoy could have a good relationship with him and his family, a notion that seemed akin to a terrifying story their mother told to dissuade them from venturing outside. George and Fred finished the last sip of pumpkin juice from Ron's cup, draping an arm over each of his shoulders. Our little Ron, you must not generalize. Although Alice is a Slytherin, indeed a Malfoy, we cannot deny that she is truly remarkable, can we? As the conversation drew nearer, Ron listened intently. Sitting at the foot of the bed, Harry observed from the perspective of an audience member, already anticipating what would transpire next. Ah, George, Fred, that is my blanket. Before George and Fred could act, Harry instinctively stood, quietly watching Ron leap from the bed, attempting to reclaim his blanket from the Weasley twins. Harry, help. The lively atmosphere of Gryffindor was isolated from the tower's layered stone walls, unable to reach the Slytherin dormitory beneath the Black Lake. The muted whispers of dreams from the Slytherin dormitory could not penetrate Gryffindor. It was yet another unremarkable night. The weekend had passed, and as the morning light gently illuminated the sky once more, Hogwarts was destined to bustle with vibrancy. Alice remained ever earnest in her repentance, yet unrepentant. After a drowsy potions class, yearning for distraction but being compelled to engage, Alice found herself in considerable distress, struggling to complete the task of concocting a calming potion. She was merely content to receive a grade of A, given her current state of mind, which could miscalculate 1 + 1 as 45. Crafting a potion of decent quality was already an impressive feat. She was grateful for her godfather's years of guidance and for having a mother skilled in potions. After potions class, Alice vacated the dungeons with unsteady steps, feeling as though she resembled a superhero who hadn't seen sunlight in half a month, almost fading away. Yet, superheroes had the dashing Batman to provide backup plans, while the pitiful Alice had nothing. The Slytherin bat bore no resemblance to Wayne. Merlin, I beseech you, let Professor Snape release me. A faithful follower wishes for a balanced diet of both meat and vegetables. But all I seek is for my godfather not to keep me behind at this moment. I desperately need rest, sleep and sustenance. At least grant me one of those. Chapter 12. The world consciousness strikes again. Having endured the trials of the start of term and Monday, Alice's subsequent days unfolded smoothly, brimming with joy. Each day was filled with either chatting with Autumn about the latest gossip, while gleaning Ravenclaw study tips, or frolicking with the Golden Trio and her adorable little brother. Watching the delightful little ones bicker and, in the evenings, being personally tutored by the exceptionally gentle and considerate handsome guy while engaging in conversation. One could hardly describe such days as anything less than celestial. Time flew swiftly during these joyful moments, much like Harry, who found himself merely playing wizard chess with Ron, feeling that his mundane life rendered him an ordinary wizard. If only Professor Lockhart and Colin would spare him. The new second-year defense against the dark arts professor brought Harry nothing but misery, as he perpetually called on him in class, leaving him utterly mortified and consuming his after-class time to respond to those tedious, foolish letters recounting the same self-aggrandizing tales he had told countless times before. Life in the second year unfolded with an unsettling tranquility. Yet the world's consciousness would not permit the protagonist to live in peace, always contriving events to force the naive young hero to confront the harsh realities of existence. This was most palpably illustrated by the fact that, even in the absence of Lady Loris being petrified, Professor Lockhart still insisted on establishing a dueling club, touting it as an opportunity for students to better wield their magic, asserting that self-defense was an integral aspect of the defense against the dark arts curriculum. Naturally, Headmaster Dumbledore would not decline. In truth, he held a profound respect for each professor's instructional methods, believing that, while ensuring student safety, it was imperative for teachers to maximize their pedagogical approaches, a true testament to his responsibility towards the students. Each discipline has its own expertise, individuals vary, and Dumbledore had considerable authority in optimizing personal strengths. A prime example of this was his favorite student, Newt Scamander. Before Dumbledore, no one would have anticipated a magizoologist to contend with a dark wizard threatening all of Europe, yet those tales are best left for another time. Upon hearing of the dueling club, Alice felt utterly drained, her mind echoing only one phrase. I knew it. With half a semester gone, matters were bound to escalate. Recently, Alice had been engrossed in the study of Taoist practices and had little opportunity to converse even with her tutoring teacher, which left her with a profound sense of regret. While poring over ancient tomes left by her master, Alice gained further insights into her training, occasionally sneaking out at night to the observatory to absorb the purest essence of the heavens bathed in moonlight, hoping to regain her former prowess of catching heavenly thunder with empty hands. Even if she could not return to her peak, achieving even a fraction of that would suffice. Perhaps due to the nature of this world, there were no practitioners of Taoism here, even Xiao Zhang from the land of flower planting knew little of it. It seemed that the world's consciousness would not allow two magical systems to coexist harmoniously. She, a fortunate survivor of the world's consciousness, possessed a significant trump card. Alice never regarded herself as particularly powerful. In fact, she was quite weak at present. If the day came when she could no longer avoid confrontation, she harbored no confidence in ensuring the safety of those she cherished. She could not simply resign herself to despair. With determination, Alice took her Tom Bear to glean experience from the moonlight, leveraging the black stone on its bow tie to achieve remarkable results. Even though she was not as adept as in her previous life, still, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Theodore not, Alice exclaimed, her eyes widening as she looked at Harry. How could it be Theodore not? What about Draco? Didn't he spar with you? Harry, looking despondent, replied, no. I only sparred with Not. Then he summoned a black snake, and when I tried to help that Hufflepuff student drive it away, they all accused me of being a Parseltongue, calling me the heir of Slytherin. Harry exuded an air of dejection, his voice tinged with indignation as he continued. I just wanted to prevent that snake from harming him. Ron patted Harry on the shoulder, saying, Mate, don't be like that. We all know you're a Gryffindor. How could you possibly be the heir of Slytherin? We know who you are, but your tone did sound a bit like you were inciting that snake. Harry recognized the truth in Ron's words and understood that the accusations were baseless. However, the shock on the face of the Hufflepuff student he wished to protect and the disbelief of his peers weighed heavily on him, a disheartening burden for a 12-year-old. Ron and Hermione wished to console him, but were at a loss for how to alleviate his distress. Draco observed them and then glanced at the silent Alice, feeling compelled to say something to lift the gloomy atmosphere surrounding the Gryffindor lion. He pushed past Ron and sat beside Harry, looking at him earnestly. You don't genuinely believe you're the heir of Slytherin, do you? We all know that's impossible. Those ignorant fools lack even the most basic discernment. So what if you are a Parseltongue? Indeed, so what if he is a Parseltongue? Alice interjected, her confidence unwavering. Even if Harry is discovered to be one, he has been diligently focusing on his studies, helping himself with his homework. When would he have time to entice young girls into opening the Chamber of Secrets? Steady now. We can prevail. Harry, Draco added. What matters is not whether you are or are not, but even if you were the heir of Slytherin. What harm would that bring to Hogwarts? Is there a problem with that? Hermione chimed in. Harry, you know I'm a muggle-born wizard, and I've known you long enough to assure you that nothing has happened. Don't pay heed to those rumors. Listening to the comforting words of his friends, Harry felt considerably better. He knew he was not the heir of Slytherin and was perplexed by his ability to speak Parseltongue, just as he had never contemplated himself as a wizard before. After bidding farewell to Harry, Leaving Draco to accompany the despondent savior, Alice hurried towards the dormitory. As long as the diary remained intact, the rumors of Harry being the heir of Slytherin would soon dissipate, although everyone was so focused on the boy who lived. Without new developments, they would eventually lose interest in the matter of Parseltongue. A slight sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead as Alice rushed, drawing curious glances from passing students who wondered why the usually poised Miss Malfoy was in such a fluster, especially since it was not time for class. Alice had no time to concern herself with their speculations. Her anxiety compelled her to grip Tom Bear tightly, indifferent to their scrutiny, more than those inconsequential onlookers. Her friendship with Harry, which had endured for 2 years, was of paramount importance. As long as the diary remained unblemished, no matter how the narrative twisted, no one would dare unlock the chamber and unleash the monster within. Thus, Harry's second year could pass without turmoil. Schoolyard violence was indeed a dreadful phenomenon. Humans are social creatures, and wizards are no exception. Alice often pondered whether Harry would have succumbed to becoming the third Dark Lord had he not had Ron and Hermione as his steadfast allies. Becoming an orphan at such a tender age, enduring bullying during childhood, and lacking a sense of belonging at school weighed heavily on him. The sole difference between Harry and Tom lay in the unwavering belief and companionship of friends. Dumbledore was the most tolerant and benevolent person Alice had ever encountered. He addressed the dreaded Dark Lord with the name Tom and regarded the revered savior as merely a child. In Dumbledore's eyes, every student at Hogwarts was akin to his own child. He embraced them, cared for them, and protected them, even knowing that Harry was the final Horcrux of Voldemort. He spared no effort in preserving a glimmer of hope for him. Alice never envisioned herself as someone like Dumbledore. She was acutely aware of her own selfishness. She could not extend her love to the world at large, but instead focused on those she cherished. She yearned to ensure that Harry had a peaceful childhood, to join the Death Eaters in aiding Lord Voldemort in his quest for dominion, and to shield Draco from harm, shouldering those responsibilities as the Malfoy heiress. She believed in her capacity to achieve these aspirations, hoping and tirelessly striving towards that goal. Upon racing back to the dormitory, Alice slammed the door shut and nearly lunged to her bedside table, her breath quickening from exertion causing her hand to tremble as she reached for her wand. After finally unraveling the curse that had been cast, Alice let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the black diary lying there, still and undisturbed. The bear she had clutched tightly throughout her ordeal was finally liberated as well. Thankfully, Harry was unharmed. This unexpected incident soon came to an end, allowing everyone to safely participate in their final examinations. Alice released her grip on the bear, which fell to the floor, its eyes shimmering with a vibrant green glow. Yet Alice had no time to notice this now. Grasping her quill, she opened the diary. "Tom, are you there?" "I am, Alice. What seems to be the matter? You appear quite anxious." "It's nothing, Tom. I'm fine." As the words faded, Alice's breathing steadied. Riddle had not left the diary. So why did the consciousness of the world compel Harry to reveal his Parseltongue? If the Chamber of Secrets remained unopened, what did it matter if Harry could speak to snakes? Was it merely for the sake of narrative? This possibility could not be dismissed. After all, the world consciousness was rather single-minded, incapable of considering alternative perspectives. Yet, one must not let their guard down. It was, after all, the world consciousness. And irrespective of its intellect, its power was formidable. Alice carefully tucked the diary away, casting a spell to conceal it, layering several enchantments to bind the soul. Merging the objects, invincible. The toy bear observed it all, even sitting upright to watch as Alice performed her incantations. In its small eyes glimmered a tremendous confusion. What was happening? A new form of wandless magic? Once Alice completed her tasks and closed the drawer, she stood to leave. Watching Alice depart, Tom Riddle, in the form of the bear, attempted to pull open the drawer. Reaching out, he found it beyond his grasp. Indeed, he was still small enough to be held in a girl's hand. Unable to reach the drawer, his dark eyes had completely transformed into a luminous green, sparkling as they gazed at his plush, pawless appendages. Engorgo, with his fingerless paws, he struggled to open the drawer, attempting several revealing spells on the empty space within, yet he could not find his familiar diary. Even after Alice had cast her spells, the fragment of Voldemort's soul inhabiting the toy bear could not sense its other half. Restoring everything to its original state with a spell, Riddle was perplexed. What other secrets did the Malfoy heiress harbor? What undisclosed heritage did the Malfoy family possess? Once he regained his body, he would ensure that this opportunistic Malfoy understood the price of betraying the Dark Lord. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open, and the ambitious, imposing Voldemort, in the form of a toy bear, hurriedly attempted to revert back to his previous diminutive size, resulting in a rather chaotic scene. Murphy's Law dictated that one would inevitably face consequences. Entering was none other than Alice, who had just left the dormitory. Upon exiting the Slytherin dungeon, she discovered her toy bear, her treasure chest, was missing, along with the papers and textbooks she needed to submit, prompting her immediate return. Scanning the room, Alice walked straight to the bedside, where she found her fallen bear beneath the closed drawer. Picking it up and dusting it off, she transformed it into a size suitable for hugging and turned to leave. "Tom, why are you wandering off? What would I do if you were lost?" Without her toy bear, Alice felt akin to a Tinkerbell without her pouch, rendering her incomplete. It wasn't until she returned to the corridors of Hogwarts, preparing for her next class, that she sensed anything amiss. She believed she had prepared thoroughly, yet still allowed Voldemort an opportunity to act. In the face of absolute power, any cunning was rendered futile. However, the current Voldemort was but a fragment of his former self. Alice continued her uneventful week, accruing experience from the lunar goddess, feeling revitalized. While the basilisk slumbered in the Chamber of Secrets, showing no signs of awakening. Yet Alice was discontent, having realized she overlooked a critical triggering condition. The basilisk made its official appearance on the death anniversary of nearly headless Nick, which coincided with Halloween. Alice felt a pang of guilt for neglecting such an important detail. How could she forget something so significant, even if it had been 12 years since? When nearly headless Nick had invited her to his memorial, Alice stood frozen in place. Stunned, she took so long to respond that Nick believed she was too embarrassed to refuse his invitation. And only after her repeated assurances did he accept that she genuinely wished to forego the Halloween festivities to spend time with a host of ghosts. As the only person in Hogwarts, aside from Professor Dumbledore, who maintained good relations with all the ghosts, how could Alice possibly disdain the prospect of spending Halloween with them? Perhaps it was the deep-rooted influence of her heritage, for in her eyes, these spirits were an integral part of Hogwarts, not mere air to be disregarded, but sentient beings with thoughts and presence, merely existing in a different manner. However, nearly headless Nick's 500th memorial was indeed a grand occasion. Had it not been for the basilisk, Alice would have attended, but the primary conflict had changed. Her purpose for attending the memorial was no longer to celebrate Nick, but to ensure that the 3 Gryffindor cubs did not encounter any unfortunate events, preventing a recurrence of Harry's isolation in his second year. Oh, world consciousness, I implore you, allow nearly headless Nick to have a joyous memorial. He only has this one 500th in his spectral existence. The once leisurely campus life suddenly turned anxious. Alice counted the days until Halloween, while Harry struggled under the weight of his classmates' scrutiny. To alleviate Harry's palpable sorrow, Draco shared some sweet treats sent by Narcissa, which only deepened Alice's discomfort. Though she should have felt touched by their friendship, she could not shake off her discontent. Chapter 13. The basilisk appears. It is well known that the living cannot comprehend the thoughts of the dead. During nearly headless Nick's 500th memorial, Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Rendered speechless, before them lay a long table draped in a filthy cloth, adorned with putrid, maggot-infested flesh. Above them, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, pristine dishes overflowed with Halloween delicacies, alongside their favorite roasted lamb and pumpkin juice. Nearly headless Nick had invited them to his memorial. Few living souls were willing to forego food and music on Halloween to attend a ghost commemoration. Nick had invited many, at least a dozen. Yet, the only ones who truly wished to attend were the 3 members of Gryffindor and 1 Slytherin, Alice. She assisted Hermione in persuading the 2 famished boys who longed to join the Halloween feast in the Great Hall to remain and bid farewell to Nick when he arrived. Nick seemed rather busy that day. Aside from initially greeting them, he had been occupied with guests. His ghostly connections were quite extensive, as many spirits came to celebrate him, occasionally passing through the trio, causing them to shiver in the cool autumn night. Sighing and patting her stomach, Alice held her toy bear tightly. She too was hungry. She longed to savor the delectable lamb from the Great Hall. Merlin, how she adored lamb. Uncertain whether it was Alice's heartfelt whispers that Merlin had overheard, it wasn't long before nearly headless Nick approached them. Under the gaze of 4 expectant eyes, he turned and drifted away 5 meters from Alice, confused and saddened. Alice struggled to comprehend the situation, while Ron, equally perplexed, felt a pang of anguish. Harry glanced at Hermione, intimidated into silence by the authoritative look in her eyes. As they all fixated on Nick's translucent figure, they watched as he circled around, shifting his trajectory from Alice to Harry, transforming their anticipation into bewilderment. What was the purpose of this? Why the detour? Dressed in a pristine suit, nearly headless Nick floated closer, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the attire he had received. He then politely addressed Alice. We understand that you are not fond of ghosts passing through your body, and you typically employ means to ensure we avoid you. This is common knowledge among the ghosts of Hogwarts. The trio of friends was taken aback. Is that so? Really? Nick hesitated, a hint of discomfort evident on his face. Yet he continued. Today, many non-Hogwarts ghosts are present, and we can understand your heightened defenses. However, your precautions are rather extreme. As I approached you, I felt quite uncomfortable, almost uncontrollably compelled to collide with the three of them. Is that really the case? Now it was Alice's turn to feel perplexed. She hadn't employed any particular ghost-repelling charms or protective spells today. Had she simply forgotten? However, there was no time for contemplation. Having caused a disturbance at the host's gathering, Alice felt a profound sense of remorse. She formally expressed her apologies to nearly headless Nick. I sincerely apologize, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, for the inconvenience caused at your anniversary. I failed to notice. With a slight lift of her gown, she crouched in a gesture of impeccable aristocratic etiquette to apologize to the Duke. Naturally, nearly headless Nick was unfazed and was about to respond when the headless horseman entered the banquet hall, causing Nick's demeanor to visibly darken. Despite being dubbed nearly headless Nick, only Alice preferred that designation. Most of the Hogwarts community, including the Golden Trio, referred to him as nearly headless Nick, owing to the 44 blows from a blunt axe that left his head and neck connected by a thin layer of skin. As the ghost of Gryffindor, he was exceedingly affable and comical, relishing the opportunity to frighten newly arrived young witches and wizards by removing his head. The leader of the Headless Horsemen was typically disdainful of Nick, and his presence suggested a greater likelihood of disruption than congratulations. Upon spotting Alice, they promptly exited the anniversary event. And then, there was nothing more. Alice absent-mindedly touched the bear hanging around her neck, pondering whether she had overused ghost-repelling magic, resulting in a passive effect that made her unwittingly wish to drive them away. Nearly headless Nick watched the departing Headless Horseman with a forlorn expression, prompting the 4 living beings at the banquet to leave. You have all been here for quite some time. I am immensely pleased that you could attend my 500th anniversary. You won't be able to eat anything here. Go enjoy the Halloween party and rest early tonight. The trio looked at Nick, unsure of how to console him. And ultimately, it was Alice who bid farewell, leading them away. Harry and Ron still wished to partake in the Halloween festivities, walking ahead in hopes of finding something to eat. Meanwhile, Hermione leisurely followed Alice, her interest in the girl evidently surpassing her craving for lamb chops and pumpkin juice. Alice, future Minister of Magic, Hermione began. Earlier, nearly headless Nick mentioned that you could make ghosts avoid you. May I inquire how you accomplished that? Sighing inwardly, Alice knew this perpetually inquisitive young witch would seize any opportunity for learning. It's nothing, Hermione, Alice replied casually. You know how the Malfoys enjoy researching the uncommon. Leaning closer to Hermione, she whispered, I acquired this in Nocturne Alley. At Hermione's astonished gaze, Alice extended a slender finger to her lips, casting a meaningful glance towards the Gryffindor witch. Harry and Ron had already distanced themselves, at least 50 meters away. In the moonlight, Alice's gray eyes radiated a faint purplish glow, causing a momentary haze in Hermione's expression. Shoo, Miss Granger, remember to keep it a secret. After a vigorous nod from Hermione, Alice playfully winked and hurried to catch up with the eager boys. Given Hermione's nature, she would undoubtedly not allow Alice to escape scrutiny easily. She would inform their professors, or at the very least, deliver a lecture urging Alice to avoid places like Nocturne Alley. Thus, Alice was compelled to resort to some inconsequential, yet clever tactics. I am truly sorry, my dear Hermione. However, this method seems the safest compared to revealing my trump card. Hermione, I genuinely consider you a friend. When everything is back on track, I will share everything with you. For now, for the sake of us all, please forgive me for employing a minor confundus charm. Recalling the gentle and elegant voice of her mentor at the conclusion of her studies, Alice's heart swelled with complex emotions. She hoped her master and senior brother were well, living happily, even if they had lost the chance to connect. The trivialities of sorrow were far beneath her. Pursuing wealth and career was the essence of life. Did you hear any sound? Harry inquired of Ron and the just-arrived Hermione and Alice. What sound? I hear nothing but the calling of food, Ron replied, clutching his stomach as if ravenous. What is it, Harry? Alice asked, her expression intricate. I don't know. It's a strange sound, almost like blood or something, Harry replied, his brow furrowed in confusion as he strained to listen but heard nothing further. He is coming. He is coming. He is bringing the basilisk. Alice mourned for the fleeting joy of her time, then steeled herself to devise a plan. Perhaps she should intercept Harry and force him toward the Great Hall or the kitchen in Hufflepuff's dormitory for a snack before returning to bed. Before Alice could act, the 4 young witches and wizards turned a corner and encountered the head of Slytherin House. Godfather, I never expected to see you, Alice exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes. She realized that given her godfather's temperament, Harry would have no chance of further pursuing the mysterious sound and would have to obediently return to the Gryffindor Tower to sleep on an empty stomach. This truly was the best possible outcome. Oh, Mr. Potter, along with Weasley and Granger, Are you not dining in the Great Hall or returning to your dormitory for rest? Out treasure hunting at Hogwarts in the dead of night? The familiar sardonic tone brought a smile to Alice's face, and she could not have been happier. Harry was evidently feeling quite anxious. The time had already slipped into what could be considered a nocturnal escapade, and encountering Snape was undeniably their misfortune. He could not evade the situation and could only muster a calm response to Professor Snape. Professor Snape, we attended nearly Headless Nick's 500th Death Day celebration. So, wow. The boy who lived truly embodies a spirit of compassion, choosing to forego the Halloween festivities for the sake of a ghost's commemoration. It is indeed moving. Snape's lips curled into a smirk as he crossed his arms, his dark cloak billowing ominously in the corridor. The trio gulped audibly. They already knew what was coming. 5 points deducted from Gryffindor for the disobedient little lion's breach of the nocturnal regulations. As expected, the young lions sighed, Harry completely indifferent to that peculiar voice. He had been penalized by Snape once again. The three of them cast a wilted glance at Alice, and then, under Snape's watchful gaze, they trudged back to Gryffindor Tower. Heading away from the Hogwarts Great Hall and its delectable food, Alice breathed a sigh of relief. Harry would likely refrain from pursuing that strange voice any further, for his godfather would undoubtedly ensure their safe return to Gryffindor Tower. True to his usual style, he would relish the opportunity to frustrate this Potter. Alice pondered. Could you provide your esteemed headmaster with a reasonable explanation for your absence from the Great Hall while mingling with a group of younger Gryffindors? Professor Snape was a Slytherin, a man whose mere mention sent shivers down the spines of all at Hogwarts, and no student could maintain composure under his unwavering gaze and probing questions. Even though Alice had been acquainted with Snape since childhood, the current predicament left her undeniably guilty. It's all right, Alice, you can do this. For the bright and beautiful future of the magical world. Though she herself wasn't certain whether tonight's escapades would influence the course of events. She desperately needed a boost of courage to face the intimidating Slytherin headmaster, who could easily impose detentions and potion failures upon her. Silently rallying her spirits, Alice stepped forward to wrap her arms around Severus's arm, tilting her head and blinking her innocent, large eyes. Godfather, just this once, please, you're the best. She attempted to sweet-talk him as she had countless times before, hoping to charm her way out of trouble. Logically, Professor Snape would not easily let Alice off the hook. Yet from the very beginning, the events of the day defied all reason. The esteemed head of Slytherin, having instructed Alice not to loiter and to return to her dormitory promptly, surprisingly said nothing as he escorted her back. Although he still managed a few sarcastic remarks along the way, there were no detentions, no demands for her to reflect on her misdeeds. And Alice walked along smiling and nodding, relieved that everything had turned out fine, even though this was what she had hoped for. The ease of it left her somewhat incredulous. Upon uttering the password, the small serpent at the entrance to the dungeons opened the door for Alice, who turned back to gaze at her godfather as if she had never seen him before. Severus Snape, however, remained unfazed, the arc of his black cloak still strikingly impressive. Even to Alice, who had witnessed it numerous times. My dear godfather truly is a rare flower upon a high peak. I wonder who will benefit from his charms in the future. Once back in the dungeons, Alice rummaged through her bedside drawer and was intrigued to find her diary lying quietly. If the diary was unharmed, then who had opened the chamber and unleashed the basilisk? Nai, take me to find Harry and the others. She hurried to Harry's location, concealing her presence as she trailed behind them. Gryffindor truly acts without thinking. Alice observed them with bemusement, as they seemed entirely oblivious to the prospect of returning to Gryffindor Tower. Harry appeared to be searching for something. What could it be? That accursed voice. Tonight, Alice felt especially drained. They had already lost points, so why couldn't they simply return to their dormitory? Was Gryffindor's courage truly meant for such folly? Harry led the way, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead, and as he passed a window, the moonlight reflected coldly off the beads of sweat. Ron, panting behind him, felt wronged. They were merely trying to catch up to Harry and return to their dormitory. For they could not afford to lose any more points for Gryffindor, lest Neville prevent them from leaving next time. They needed to hurry back to Gryffindor Tower. The basilisk would hardly venture into Gryffindor territory. Hermione, I trust you will undoubtedly contribute to Gryffindor's point-earning endeavors. The capable must shoulder the burden. It seems you will have to work even harder. Alice was the only Taoist in the magical realm, and as a Taoist, it seemed entirely reasonable for her to have the ability to commune with spirits. At that moment, none were more fitting than nearly headless Nick. Another night escapade for the point-deducting Gryffindors. On the path to Gryffindor Tower, Harry heard that voice once more. Initially, he thought he had misheard, considering the voice was rather indistinct. However, the further he walked, the louder and clearer the voice became. Harry's head throbbed as he felt an uncontrollable urge to pursue the sound. He sensed he was getting closer, on the verge of discovering its source. He quickened his pace, leaving Ron behind, and with a sharp turn, he was about to uncover the origin of that voice. Then, he turned a corner only to encounter Professor McGonagall on her rounds. Professor McGonagall was synonymous with strictness at Hogwarts, known for her meticulousness and unwavering fairness. Even the arrangement of her hair revealed her fastidious nature. Her bun was immaculate, a feat she maintained throughout the year, even on Halloween. "Harry, you are still wandering around Hogwarts at this late hour?" Professor McGonagall inquired. Ironically, because it was Halloween, she was not donning her usual austere robes. Today, her attire was notably brighter and adorned with a glowing hat. Indeed, it was the kind of hat that would startle anyone traversing the dark corridors. Unfortunately, that very hat was a gift from Alice. Concealed in the shadows, Alice watched the oversized, glowing wizard hat with exasperation as it obscured her vision. She knew the hat would emit light, but it was not meant to look like this. It had appeared rather charming in daylight. She never went wrong with her gifts, such as the new wizarding robes she had bestowed upon her godfather, which undoubtedly showcased his physique splendidly, ensuring he outshone that insufferable Lockhart. A minor mishap could be understood. Couldn't he it? "Professor McGonagall, that hat is quite hideous." Returning to the moment, Alice observed as nearly headless Nick caused Professor McGonagall to deduct 5 points from her own house before personally escorting the 3 disobedient little lions back to their dormitory, which eased her worries. First and foremost, ensuring the trio's safe return to Gryffindor Tower. Then, she would proceed to seek out the basilisk in the chamber, or rather, the individual who had opened it, for some, shall we say, cordial and friendly discussions. Alice lifted the plush toy resembling Tom, cradling it like a rallying banner before her. Locking eyes with the plush bear. "Come on, Tom. Let us usher in a new era." One must admit, Alice did possess a touch of youthful exuberance. Arriving at the familiar abandoned girls' lavatory, Myrtle was nowhere to be found, likely weeping in another stall. Circling the sink, Alice finally discovered the serpent's mark hidden in an inconspicuous corner. "Salazar, I implore you to grant me your favor." With a resounding roar, the switch was flipped, transforming the washbasin into a vertical abyss, shrouded in darkness, unfathomable in depth. Was Alice afraid? Certainly, she was. If she were to gaze into the eyes of the basilisk, her demise would go unnoticed in the depths below. However, having ventured this far, she had consulted an oracle before departing, which foretold a favorable outcome. Surely, she could not meet her end here, so down she would go. Gritting her teeth, she closed her eyes and leaped into the void, tossing her beloved teddy bear, Tom, downwards. With a flick of her wand and a growth charm, little Tom transformed into a life-saving cushion, allowing Alice to bounce off his belly before sliding down his arm. Illuminated by the faint glow of her wand, Alice clutched her bear tightly with her other hand. The most crucial aspect of entering the Chamber of Secrets was the ability to speak parcel tongue. Only then could the door be unlocked, granting true access to the chamber. Though Alice could not converse in parcel tongue, she was resourceful. After rummaging through her treasure-laden bear, she unearthed a recording pen among the Muggle contraptions. Knowing that Harry could speak parcel tongue, she had him say several phrases, offering him no explanation, but instead directing Draco to observe him. Harry, eager to prove himself to Draco, spoke with fervent clarity. Alice did not comprehend the words, but was taken aback. Was this the boy's competitive spirit manifesting? As the chamber opened, fortune smiled upon them. The basilisk was absent, likely still slithering through the pipes. The individual who had opened the chamber lay beneath the enormous basilisk statue, sending Alice into a frenzy. For that figure was none other than her brother, Draco. She scrambled over, cradling Draco in her arms, desperately slapping his face, fearing he might never awaken. Despite her frantic calls, he remained unresponsive. Gently setting him down, she retrieved Tom and began searching for the journal that should not exist in this world. Tom Riddle, if anything happens to Draco, I shall ensure we perish together. Chapter 14, Greetings, Riddle. In a state of panic, Alice extracted the black diary from her bear. Trembling as she opened its pages, she faced a choice. The youthful version of Lord Voldemort was expected to materialize, initiating a dramatic scene. She had once anticipated this moment. Yet now she wished she had never opened this diary, never encountered Tom. Tom. Alice felt her throat parched, her voice quivering. You are here, aren't you? Her fingers unconsciously clenched the edges of the diary, crumpling the already aged pages. Why Draco? He has done nothing. From the shadows of the chamber emerged a figure clad in Slytherin robes, strikingly handsome, with an enchanting visage. Alice. The young Tom Riddle approached her, gazing down at her anxious, uncertain demeanor as she clutched the diary. He had not intended for it to unfold this way. Aware of Alice's deep affection for her brother, he was not yet prepared to harm him. Alice possessed a certain prowess that intrigued him, and he had yet to ascertain the full extent of her capabilities. Despite having spent several months together, she remained an enigma to him. His 2 fragmented souls were near her. Even the primary one had been in close proximity for a year, yet he could not formulate a reasonable assessment of her. And now, the boy who had once pestered him for homework help and shared light-hearted banter knelt before him, eyes glistening with concern for her brother, demanding to know the reasoning behind his actions. "Alice, you know who I am. You have known from the very beginning." How melodious his voice was. The 16-year-old Tom's tone akin to slender, ivory fingers dancing upon piano keys, drawing one into a trance. "Then you must understand that I must return." His lips, crimson as cherries, framed a visage that rendered her brother's fate uncertain. With a mere gesture, Tom Riddle summoned Alice's wand. Even without a physical form, his magic could easily overpower Alice, not to mention the presence of his primary soul. Flames emerged from the wand, coalescing into the visage of Tom Riddle, morphing into Voldemort. The figure remained silent, yet the scene was undeniably captivating. Alice cherished this moment. She had longed to witness Voldemort revealing his identity to Harry within the chamber. "You have always wished to see this. Now it is before you." Alice gazed, entranced, as the flames danced in the air. Draco is pure blood. The Malfoy family is pure blood. Her expression was remarkably calm, yet her eyes brimmed with sorrow as they met the young man's. "I was too arrogant, believing my abilities could be the leverage to negotiate with you." Observing Alice's desolate countenance, the young man felt a twinge of disdain. Such a blatant weakness. Panicking over minor tribulations, as if the world were collapsing around her. "He will not die?" Alice grasped Draco's wrist, feeling the vitality and magic coursing within him. His life force and magic were intact. The energy sustaining her did not derive from Draco. The young man chuckled softly, his gaze becoming increasingly intriguing. Though her vulnerabilities were evident, she was not entirely inept. "You discerned this so swiftly. Your spirit is commendably resilient." With a subtle flick of his wand, Draco vanished from Alice's sight. Draco was not truly gone. He was not in peril. This thought brought Alice a wave of relief, and as her composure returned, her intellect surged. She rose, brushed off the dust from her robes, straightened her back, and transformed back into the confident Miss Malfoy. "So, you wish to discuss the cessation of your soul's confinement within this diary." This was not a question, but a calm declaration. Alice had come to understand that the current scenario was merely a reflection of his urgency. The initiative still lay within her grasp. Alice silently chastised herself, thinking of his arrogance and impatience, which had led to this predicament. While conversing with Tom, she had spoken freely, sharing her thoughts on the current state of the magical world. This seemingly uninformed 16-year-old had amassed sufficient knowledge to attempt negotiations with her. Tom Riddle was a clever child. While Merlin had deprived him of emotional depth, he had compensated with extraordinary intelligence and magic, enabling him to accomplish feats beyond the reach of many, such as achieving outstanding grades in all 12 subjects. He recognized Alice's intelligence as well. From her swift assessment of the confusion charm that had created the Draco illusion to her calm articulation of his intentions, she demonstrated a level of cleverness that even the Dark Lord would commend. Yet, alas, the pampered heiress was indeed overly proud, mistakenly believing she held leverage in their negotiations, unaware that the primary soul was ever present, growing stronger through her abilities. While she perceived the Dark Lord as being in a state of urgency, he found her naivety endearingly foolish. "Ah, how charmingly naive you are, little Alice." The chamber's eerie silence was palpable, though it had always possessed an unsettling quality. Alice's voice echoed through the vast chamber, dissipating into the silence. The young man merely smiled faintly, fixated on Alice, yet remained silent. He did not speak, and Alice found herself uncertain whether she should break the silence. Although she had engaged in negotiations before, those had been with mercenaries driven solely by greed. The person before her, however, was Voldemort himself. Observing Alice's transformation from despair to calm clarity, Riddle contemplated the potential for collaboration between them. At last, it was Alice who broke the silence. "What do you wish me to do?" The standoff could not persist. This farcical situation required a swift resolution. Perhaps initiating the conversation had diminished her commanding presence, Alice reassured herself. In the presence of someone so vastly superior, a slight display of vulnerability was understandable. She was not lacking in merit. After all, a close defeat was still merely a defeat. "Would you be willing to assist me, Alice? Would you choose me?" More regrettable than her defeat was the young man's failure to directly address her inquiry, instead relinquishing the choice back to Alice. "We have spent so much time together, and you do not trust me." The bewilderment in Alice's voice caught the young man off guard. He had even summoned the basilisk, prepared to intimidate and coerce her. If she failed to make the correct choice, he would ensure her demise. What sort of response was that? Alice gazed at him, her eyes devoid of fear or reverence. Rather, they held a challenge that the young man could not quite articulate. Knowledge is boundless. At only 16, seeking counsel from an elder is not disgraceful. especially when that elder is oneself. What does she mean? The diary inquired of the teddy bear. She is being coy, the teddy bear replied, devoid of enthusiasm. Why did they perceive her as a threat? Faced with a Dark Lord she had known for nearly half a year, she confidently presumed he would not kill her, even daring to sulk. Is there something amiss with your mind? Alice inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure. She was not yet capable of overpowering him. Riddle, I am truly heartbroken. I shall refrain from speaking with you for a week. Observing the young man's prolonged silence, Alice felt that the bond they had forged over the past 6 months had been a grave misallocation of her affections. Picking up the teddy bear from the ground, dusting it off, and stowing the diary, she turned to leave. Was Alice truly naive enough to consider the Dark Lord a mere ordinary friend? Impossible. Even if she and Voldemort engaged in delightful discussions, even debating politics, she did not perceive their relationship as anything extraordinary. Who was he? He was the enigmatic figure of the wizarding world, a being whose name struck terror into the hearts of many. Alice was not foolish. Though she may have harbored a slight infatuation with his looks, she would never jeopardize her own life. To survive, she could not follow his script. Only by maintaining control could she maximize her advantage. She could not fully reveal her trump card. The chamber was his domain, and on his turf. She would be at a disadvantage. Before the young man could react, she needed to make her escape. At least outside the chamber, her agency would be significantly enhanced. The whispering sounds echoed through the passage as Alice hastily made her way out. Her foremost priority was to flee the chamber. She remained oblivious to the fact that the young man, as the master of the domain, would not be so careless. The basilisk was returning, at Alice's current pace. They would inevitably cross paths. Hissing, hissing. Alice quickened her pace, realizing too late that she had no time to evade. The moment she locked eyes with the basilisk, death was imminent. Approaching the entrance to the chamber, she had not yet retrieved her recording device when the massive door swung open. A shadowy figure loomed, and before Alice could react, a cool hand covered her eyes. Close your eyes, and do not move. The young man's voice whispered against her ear, sending a rush of heat through Alice, her ears turning a shade of pink. She could feel the warmth of his presence and the rhythm of his heartbeat behind her. He was corporeal now. His recovery had been remarkably swift. The young man felt an itch beneath his palm. It was Alice's eyelashes, now trembling nervously. Though she remained still, her anxious fluttering belied a facade of calm. Alice was far from tranquil. Her hands were on the verge of tearing through the teddy bear's stomach. Oh my, I am being embraced by Voldemort, the Voldemort with hair. And he is unbelievably handsome. Alice's mind raced with exhilaration, yet her body remained composed, betraying no sign of disturbance. The young man instructed the basilisk to stand down before releasing Alice. As he stepped back, she discreetly exhaled, relieved. Had he held on any longer, she might have spontaneously combusted. Not daring to linger, Alice bolted from the chamber without glancing back, thus failing to witness the gradual fading of the young man's silhouette until it vanished entirely. Upon exiting the chamber, Alice immediately began to run, summoning Nene to return to the washroom. Closing the passage behind her, she still did not catch sight of Myrtle, but her singular focus was on survival. Returning to her dormitory, where her 3 years of memories at Hogwarts lay, she felt a sense of security and ample leverage to negotiate with the Dark Lord. Of course, negotiations were essential. Allowing such resources to gather dust was unthinkable. Under Voldemort's influence, the Malfoy family had reached unprecedented heights. Allying with a predator is fraught with tremendous potential gains. Having Nene escort her back to her dormitory, Alice's first order of business was to unearth a formal gown from her wardrobe. After changing in the bathroom and tidying herself up, she spread her diary open at her desk, her hands clasped together. Come forth, my Lord Voldemort. The fragment of his soul gazed at Alice, bemused by her unusual antics. Feeling a complex mix of emotions, pondering whether she truly was a prodigy, and realizing he had not misjudged her, Alice waited patiently for quite some time. But the diary remained silent, showing no inclination to respond. Poking it left and right yielded no reaction. Surely, this thing can't be out of power? The two souls, eternally entwined, sighed in unison. Perhaps it was time to consider a different approach. With so many Death Eater offspring in Slytherin, there was no need to stake everything on an unstable little witch. The young man did not reappear. Instead, words began to materialize on the pages of the diary, sprawling across 3 sheets. The gist of it was a proposition for Alice to serve him, enumerating the benefits, attempting to persuade her to join his ranks. Naturally, Alice would not refuse. She had once confided in Lucius about her dreams of the Malfoy family conquering the world. Lucius had dismissed it as mere childhood whimsy. However, Alice had never taken her dreams lightly. Her good relations with the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore's army did not diminish her aspirations for world domination. As a Malfoy, she required more leverage and, above all, An explanation concerning Draco. My Lord Voldemort, I truly admire and am fond of you, and I am willing to serve you. However, you must understand, I am merely a third-year student, and our acquaintance spans only half a year, primarily due to circumstance. You should be aware that my abilities are not yet significant. I am but an ordinary little witch. Aside from my beauty, my only notable attribute is my surname, Malfoy. Perhaps you would prefer to discuss matters with my father instead? Lastly, I am quite curious as to why you chose to conjure a version of Draco to frighten me in the chamber. Alice penned an elaborate series of elegant cursive letters with her fountain pen, responding to Lord Voldemort's overtures. She required an explanation regarding Draco, for it was imperative that he remained out of harm's way. The diary lay silent for an extended period, while Riddle contemplated how to entice Alice further. He was particularly concerned about Alice's yet-to-be fully understood magic that controlled souls. This young Malfoy was aware of Horcruxes and could potentially imprison his soul, severing the connections between his fragments, akin to a formidable ticking time bomb. However, the events of today unfolded far too suddenly. At that ghostly banquet, Riddle had only just begun to master the magic that allowed Alice to repel spirits when that meddlesome ghost exposed him, robbing him of the opportunity to practice. Riddle found it utterly incomprehensible that the Malfoy family harbored such an unusual pureblood. He bore no disdain for muggles or half-bloods, and even exhibited a gentle demeanor towards those ghosts and peculiar creatures, outshining others in his performance. Alice, having been passed through by a ghost, shivered uncontrollably. Her frail form succumbed to illness by the end of the night, burning with fever as she clung to his body. Looking as though she were on the brink of death, a memory that transported him back to his time in the orphanage. This presented a unique opportunity to test his newly acquired magic, a rare chance indeed. It became evident that Tom Riddle was a genius, despite lacking any formal education. He had stealthily learned much in Alice's presence. As for Draco, he was indeed an unexpected variable. Alice was more knowledgeable than they had presumed, and they had lost their grasp on her true circumstances. When a person is subject to fear and stimulus, their most authentic state is revealed. As previously stated, Alice's vulnerabilities were glaringly apparent, making Draco an impeccable choice. Should Alice, in a moment of desperation, destroy the diary, the main soul would unleash an Avada Kedavra without hesitation. Conversely, if Alice were to reveal more of her hidden cards, then his objectives would be achieved. Yet, Alice embodied a third option, clutching the diary. She gazed pitifully at the young man, seemingly surrendering her choice to him. In that fleeting moment, the boy hesitated, and she seized the opportunity, disrupting his plans. After a prolonged silence, writing began to materialize in the diary, merely a test of your resolve. I shall not harm your brother. Simply comply. A test? So you will not endanger Draco, correct? Provide me with a definitive answer. Otherwise, this matter cannot proceed. I shall not, as long as you remain useful, he replied. The conversation unfolded harmoniously, with both parties exhibiting a strong intent to collaborate. Thus, they arrived at the point of finalizing the details of their partnership. Alice would contribute her technical expertise and financial backing, while Riddle would provide a promising platform and job security in the future. In light of their respective circumstances, this was a rather equitable arrangement. As Alice observed the words that appeared and vanished on the diary's pages, the final query posed by Voldemort concerned her soul-severing magic. Since this was a collaboration, it necessitated sincerity. It could not be a mere disposable transaction, lest further cooperation be jeopardized. She replenished the ink in her quill and inscribed, "That magic is quite simple. If the Lord wishes to know, I would be delighted to share. But first, does the Lord understand why his initial conquest of Europe nearly succeeded, yet ultimately faltered?" This was not a sentiment the main soul took kindly to, as a cold green light flickered in Tom's eyes, sending a chill down her spine. Riddle, however, was unfazed. He was merely an older version of himself, and currently, he was a mere 16 years of age. The ink gradually faded, and Alice recognized that he had absorbed her words. "Continue," he urged, with a socially charming smile. Alice elaborated, "Because your soul is incomplete. A potent soul fragmented into 7 pieces retains its individual magical power, yet its overall strength is significantly diminished. In simpler terms, a divided soul is tyrannical and irrational, beyond the approval of the world's consciousness. Even more simply put, it cannot sustain the objective of world domination. It will invariably be obstructed by the world's consciousness, leading to failure. The world's consciousness is a governing rule that maintains the normal existence of the world. It does not interfere with our lives, but permeates them, ensuring the world operates smoothly. Much like a system purging viruses, anything detected must be eradicated. Fractured souls are akin to those viruses, and none can achieve their goals while evading the world's consciousness. Therefore, if you wish to conquer Europe, you must enhance the strength of your soul. I can assist you in merging your soul fragments. Even a partial integration would suffice, considering the strength of your soul. Riddle was well aware of Alice's capabilities, and her proposal held substantial persuasive power. In that case, let us merge one fragment, he conceded. He still possessed numerous fragmented souls. This failure was merely a setback, and he had ample resources to attempt again. As for the Malfoys, their small number made them easy targets. The agreement they ultimately reached was, Alice would merge 2 of Voldemort's soul fragments, thereby reinforcing his soul to evade detection by the world's consciousness, while Voldemort would pledge not to harm the Malfoy family. This arrangement was optimal for both parties, allowing each to fulfill their respective tasks with ease and attain their desires. As a Malfoy, Alice would never allow herself to be at a disadvantage. The notion of the world's consciousness obliterating anything was merely a ruse to deceive her beloved Lord Voldemort. Had she truly possessed such power, she would have long since compelled Voldemort to adopt the Malfoy name. Words must be woven with both truth and deception to be compelling. The world's consciousness is genuine. Every realm possesses its own laws governing its operation. In Huagua, it is referred to as the Tian Dao. As for the necessity of merging soul fragments to conquer Europe, that was certainly a tactic to intimidate him. As long as she maintained her composure, she spoke only the truth. However, the days ahead were likely to become more arduous. Chapter 15. Commencing work, are we to visit the observatory today? Alice inquired, seated at her desk, organizing the completed history of magic essay, which spanned a full 11 inches, longer than some wands. Previously, she had received assistance with her assignments, but now that her helper had transformed into her boss, she could no longer solicit aid, relegating herself to the dismal task of writing alone. Life had become utterly unbearable. Well, given your current abilities, when shall I truly be reborn? The young man reclined on the lambskin sofa in her bedroom, engrossed in an ancient tome inscribed with incomprehensible text. No need to guess. It was undoubtedly another compendium of bizarre dark magic. Ever since their meeting, Miss Malfoy's single dormitory had seemingly changed ownership, aside from the large, plush bed. The room had little connection to her anymore. You mentioned that moonlight enhances your mysterious magic. Therefore, may I retire early today? If I am late again tomorrow, my godfather will undoubtedly have my head. Alice lamented, feeling quite aggrieved. She had been entrusted with a significant responsibility by the great Dark Lord, becoming the sole individual aware of Voldemort's impending resurgence. Alice, do you wish to receive such fortune? Well, you have reminded me. Severus is indeed my personal potion master. Uncertain of whether his abilities at Hogwarts have improved over the years, she mused that perhaps one could exert a little more effort. Once this soul stabilizes and integrates, it will naturally depart. The youth offered not a glance towards Alice, turning another page of his book, his tone as casual as if he were engaging in trivial conversation. Alice felt that if she continued to speak, she might very well lose her godfather. Regarding the young Voldemort's attitude towards his former Death Eaters, whom she could only describe as traitors, Alice was perplexed. Yet, she dared not inquire. Typically, her godfather would not abandon Hogwarts, as long as he exercised caution. It would not be easy for Lord Voldemort to locate him. She need not worry excessively about her father, a figure capable of deftly navigating between the Dark Lord and the Order of the Phoenix while ensuring the Malfoy family's resilience. Logically speaking, her godfather was a source of little concern for Alice, for in this household, aside from Draco, her cunning and abilities paled in comparison to those of others. Instead, she ought to contemplate how to fulfill Lord Voldemort's daily tasks. Her superior was a nefarious capitalist, and the humble worker could only survive in the crevices of existence. The moon embraced Hogwarts in its gentle light, leaving the tranquil castle to the whispers of ghosts and portraits. The lunar goddess Artemis seemingly favored Hogwarts, her radiance illuminating the night, allowing most of its beauty to be discerned even in the absence of candlelight. Except for Alice. Alice suffered from mild night blindness. Night blindness, a condition caused by a deficiency of vitamin A leading to a reduction of visual purple in the retina, results in poor vision or total inability to see in dimly lit environments. This was the official explanation in the Muggle world, while in the magical realm, such troubles were largely non-existent, as everyone wielded magic and would seldom find themselves engulfed in utter darkness, unless one chose to disregard curfew and wander at night. Children from wizarding families typically enjoyed balanced nutrition, and the magical world's cuisine ensured they lacked essential elements unless they were particularly finicky and overly indulged by their families. How fortuitous, then, that Alice possessed both traits. Logically, Alice was the last person who should engage in nocturnal escapades at Hogwarts, for she was a noble Slytherin and afflicted by night blindness. Slytherins have always looked down upon night wandering as unnecessary, a venture devoid of profit, purely a losing endeavor. And Slytherins shun such thankless tasks. The combination of a night-blind individual with a penchant for nighttime outings indeed seems improbable, yet it presented no challenge for Alice. Before she became a witch, she had been a Taoist priest wielding talismans and a peachwood sword. Hogwarts was not lacking in wizards, nor in ghosts. Alice bartered with the ghosts for their desires, enlisting them as her nocturnal guides, with moaning Myrtle as her primary navigator. Today, as ever, Myrtle served as Alice's corporeal specter. The astronomical tower by day offered a panoramic view of all Hogwarts, from the verdant, indistinct edges of the Forbidden Forest to the dark, shimmering expanse of the Black Lake. Hogwarts was truly magnificent, its historical depth granting it an embrace as vast as the oceans, eternally welcoming its children. At night, Hogwarts resembled the ethereal depictions found in exquisite novels, shrouded in a veil of mystery and beauty. Yet, Alice could not perceive this splendor, for she was blind to it. Today, Alice was once again the night-blind young lady. In the past, her nocturnal adventures were shared with Tom, her beloved teddy bear and makeshift treasure chest. He was not the aloof Lord Voldemort, nor some dashing youth. Alice harbored doubts about the youth's insistence on visiting the astronomical tower. She could not fathom why he would risk so much to supervise, considering that Headmaster Dumbledore also favored the tower by night. She had encountered him on several occasions. To avoid penalties, primarily to escape reprimands from Severus, Alice had exchanged countless confections as bribes. This was Hogwarts. Alice could confidently assert that Dumbledore was well aware of her night wanderings, though he had chosen to remain silent on the matter. The youth, of course, was cognizant of Dumbledore's visits to the tower, not only aware, but had even discerned the patterns of his nocturnal excursions, thanks to the data analysis provided by Tom. Yes, that bear. Dumbledore ventured to the tower under one specific circumstance, when Minerva and Severus had imposed a sugar ban, tightly regulating his intake of sweets and confections. Indeed, Alice was Dumbledore's trump card. Only she could provide him with treats during those times of stringent control. The youth felt emboldened, knowing that Alice frequently intersected with those three, allowing him to easily adjust his actions based on the unfolding events. The prospect of a high reward, double ability restoration was far more enticing than the low-risk interactions with Dumbledore. If anyone were to enter the astronomical tower at that moment and gaze upon Alice, they would witness a golden-haired maiden seated cross-legged in the moonlight, the silvery beams embracing her as if imbued with life, rendering her even more radiant than the moon itself. On either side of her lay a tattered book and a bear that seemed incongruous with the atmosphere. Yet, no one could see. Alice would not be foolish enough to forego confusion and invisibility charms, and the youth would not permit anyone the opportunity to approach him. His abilities might be unstable, but such rudimentary spells were still child's play for him. Yes, indeed, they were merely simple incantations for him. Once she completed today as KPI and returned to the Slytherin common room, dawn would be imminent. In no more than an hour and a half, Alice would need to rise to begin a new day. Alice thought this life was unbearable. She placed her diary and the youth casually on the coffee table, wearily waved her wand to perform a simple grooming spell, and then collapsed into slumber. Alice longed for sleep, yet sleep eluded her. Could there be anything more torturous? Yes, like the endless assignments awaiting completion, with the teacher being none other than her godfather. Yes, like unfulfilled tasks, with her boss still her boss. For now, there were no other relationships, but Alice felt she could anticipate the future. Alice, the golden-haired girl, groggily lifted her head. "What is it, Lord?" Riddle found her struggle to respond amusing. "Nothing." He turned and dissolved into nothingness, the diary flipping a few pages before closing. Alice silently raised her middle finger. All who delayed her sleep were insufferable. Chapter 16. Are you serious? Make way. Please make way. I'm going to be late. The golden-haired girl dashed through the corridor, moving so swiftly that she appeared as a mere blur, allowing only a glimpse of the color of her robes. A black outer cloak with fleeting waves of emerald green. Yes, today Alice was also teetering on the edge of tardiness. Alice vowed she had not overslept. Facing the penetrating gaze of the head of Slytherin, she remained resolute. "Godfather, I truly did not oversleep. This was an accident. Besides, I'm not late yet. So please don't be so stern." Alice stood at the entrance to the dungeon, halting Professor Snape in his tracks. The stern professor meticulously counts the students before class, barring those who fail to arrive punctually from entering. This measure was originally intended for Harry, the troublesome boy who frequently finds himself beset by unforeseen circumstances that prevent him from attending lessons. Yet, ironically, it is his female pupil, whom he finds utterly helpless against, who truly falls victim to this practice. Surely, he cannot deduct points from Slytherin. Alas, what excuse could he concoct to penalize Gryffindor next class? Under Professor Snape's reluctant and overt favoritism, Alice narrowly escapes yet another ordeal, successfully averting a potentially tardy situation. Seated in the dungeon, Alice finally breathes a sigh of relief, clutching her book and taking 3 moments to regain her composure. Her usual desk partner, Chio, observes the half-dead Alice beside her, whose dark circles rival the national treasures of her hometown. Fortunately, Professor Snape is no stranger to Alice's habitual tardiness. So, what's the reason for your lateness this time? Looking as if you stayed up until 4 this morning. Chio whispers conspiratorially while Snape attends to the other students. The model student of Ravenclaw simply cannot fathom Alice's lethargic demeanor. Wasn't she the one who relished sleeping in? Why has she been burning the midnight oil so fiercely lately? Alice, her foggy mind struggling to process Chio's words, takes a moment to respond. Feeling aggrieved yet unable to voice it, she replies, "It's nothing, really. I've just been engrossed in a Muggle novel. And my Hogwarts model from the fairies finally arrived, so I've been a bit too excited. I'll be fine in a few days." Alice yawns, her right hand half covering her mouth, while her left hand continues to stir the potion in the cauldron. Her current state is ill-suited for the highly focused endeavor of potion making. But thankfully, her partner is Chio. They have collaborated since their first year, sharing an unspoken understanding. This rapport manifests most evidently in Chio's uncanny ability to anticipate which assignments Alice has yet to complete when she requires outside assistance, and to discreetly shield Alice from Snape's keen scrutiny during potion class, ensuring that the astute potions master remains oblivious to Alice's moments of idleness. Chio's responsibilities in potion class encompass not only crafting potions, but also assisting Alice with Snape's sudden inquiries, and subtly allowing Alice to slack off during their partnered work. Sometimes Chio reflects that the angelic figure she encountered on the Hogwarts Express was not a seraph, but rather a karmic debt seeking retribution. "Did you oversleep again today? Didn't Tom wake you?" Chio queries, tossing a few unrecognizable plant roots into the cauldron, knowing that Alice, in her current state, could likely only identify a slug. "Stir for 6 turns in one direction, no more," she instructs, keeping an eye on Alice's actions. "No, I truly didn't oversleep today. Tom woke me on time." Indeed, Alice's teddy bear, Tom, had somehow acquired the ability to rouse her. "However, I did doze off while sitting on the toilet during my morning routine." The outcome was less than ideal, as Alice's habitual tardiness remained unresolved. Under Chio's constant protection, Alice managed to evade mishaps until the end of class, even producing a high-quality calming draft. Of course, the bulk of the credit goes to Chio, while Alice merely stirred the mixture under Chio's meticulous guidance. Professor Snape gazes at the clear potion in the vial, his expression slightly softening. The quality is acceptable, 5 points to Slytherin and Ravenclaw each. He swiftly stows the vial away. "I hope that next time, Miss Malfoy might afford her old professor a modicum of respect and arrive a tad earlier. It would be my utmost honor." "Absolutely," Alice responds eagerly. Once Professor Snape has scrutinized all the students' assignments and delivered his venomous remarks with equal measure, leaving several groups on the verge of tears, he finally announces the end of class. Alice exits the dungeon, not daring to linger, and hastily pulls Chio along as they depart. Ordinarily, she would take a moment to chat with her godfather, but today he would undoubtedly inquire about her recent state, seeking to discern the reasons behind her lack of focus. Chio, being understanding, would not suspect her in the short term, given that she, too, had been staying up late over Muggle novels and building models. However, Severus is different. He is the one who knows Alice best at Hogwarts. Even Draco, who grew up alongside her, struggles to read her thoughts, but Severus can discern her intentions with just a glance. What if her clever godfather, whose intellect is formidable, sees through her ruse? The only solution is to minimize contact, denying him the opportunity to guess her thoughts. Alice is determined. If she can barely articulate her thoughts, how could he possibly know what she has been up to? Yet, this is merely a temporary fix to truly resolve her predicament. She must engage in a serious discussion with Lord Voldemort regarding the matter of 007. No donkey in the production team works as hard as she does. She truly dedicates every day to serving Lord Voldemort. As night falls within the Slytherin dungeon, Alice is fervently penning her essay, while a semi-corporeal youth stands beside her, urging her on. "Hurry up, is writing a single herbology essay going to take this long? What have you learned all these years?" Catching a fish from the Black Lake would be quicker. The boy is undeniably handsome, clad in his Slytherin robes with an air of elegance. Yet, his striking features are marred by a perpetually expressionless countenance, his eyes clearly reflecting disdain. Nonetheless, his overall attractiveness remains undeniable. However, Alice remains steadfast, entirely devoid of any other thoughts. Today's assignments have depleted her energy levels to below average. "Can we skip the astronomy tower tonight?" Alice inquires while diligently writing. The boy's expression remains unchanged. This question has become a daily routine for Alice. With a cold huff, he responds as always, "No." Following tradition, Alice casts him a woeful glance before begrudgingly completing her assignments, then heading to the astronomy tower to practice until dawn. returning to her dormitory just in time for a brief rest before classes. This level of exertion is trivial for the boy, even before he formally established the Death Eaters. This group had begun to take shape at Hogwarts, and despite the heavy workload and academic pressure, he secured 12 outstanding grades. Naturally, he does not regard Alice's current workload as significant. However, Alice is not like him. She is in a state of advanced laziness, capable of relying on her younger brother to complete her assignments. She despises anything that demands daily commitment. Nighttime escapades are fine as entertainment. A bit of hardship is acceptable as a weekly task, but as a daily obligation, it is utterly impossible for her to maintain that. Moreover, with a plethora of assignments looming, a teenager's insufficient sleep hinders growth. Yet, the cruel machinations of capitalism relentlessly exploit labor. Alice's reasonable requests are ruthlessly dismissed, leaving her to toil away, pitifully and woefully, through the night. If she can be the capitalist, she ought to escape oppression. Having penned the conclusion of her essay, Alice meticulously gathers her belongings and then rises to use the restroom. Human beings experience 3 pressing needs, and during significant moments, the urgency intensifies. In the restroom, Alice spent 5 minutes mentally preparing herself in front of her teddy bear, Tom. She crystallized the 3 fundamental points for this conversation. Taking a deep breath, Alice performed a downward gesture with her hands, readying herself to speak, motivating her spirit. Firstly, I hope for a reasonable arrangement of my working hours. As a third-year student, it is unfeasible for me to juggle my studies while consistently completing high-intensity work every evening. My recent sleep deprivation has become severe, and if this continues, my work efficiency will undoubtedly diminish. Secondly, I would appreciate a modicum of personal time. Recently, my normal social interactions have encountered considerable challenges. Sudden shifts in social activities draw undue attention to me and directly impact my work on your behalf, significantly increasing the risks involved. Lastly, I have yet to fully contemplate my final point and will share it when I am ready. Alice gazed into the mirror, confidently articulating this lengthy monologue. Excellent. Just like that, poised and dignified, exuding tremendous presence. Tom the teddy bear. Alice embraced Tom once more, invigorating herself in front of the mirror before pushing the door open and stepping out. The youth in the living room remained seated on the sofa, engrossed in his book. Upon hearing Alice's emergence, he casually closed the book and prepared to leave. Clutching Tom, Alice addressed him. Sir, I wish to engage in a cordial and amicable discussion regarding our long-term collaboration. The boy, seemingly taken aback by Alice's words, leisurely finished the page he was reading. Typically the one urging Alice to hurry. Today he appeared remarkably calm, not even casting a glance in her direction. Just as Alice pondered whether to reiterate her statement, he slowly replied, discussion? More like a report. A work report. Indeed, she had faltered. After all, he was the Dark Lord. Alice rationalized that it was merely a form of respect and admiration towards the Dark Lord. This was not a retreat. It was a reasonable response based on the circumstances. The black-haired boy, clad in Slytherin robes, finally deigned to bestow a glance upon Alice, approaching her with deliberate slowness. At 13, Alice was relatively tall among her peers. Yet compared to the 16-year-old boy, she felt dwarfed. He lowered himself to meet her gaze, observing her gray eyes. Very well, Miss Malfoy. His eyes fixated on Alice, as if he found this interaction to be an amusing rarity. Alice's breath caught momentarily. This individual was undeniably captivating. How could one be so strikingly handsome? Was it so wrong to work extra hours for him? Others would envy the opportunity. This paragon of beauty could hardly be termed mere over time. It was akin to an enchanting nocturnal stroll through Hogwarts with her future husband. While Riddle savored a sip of tea, Alice successfully steeled her expression, reaffirming her resolve that external matters were inconsequential. She adjusted the hem of her robe, sitting up straight. Sir, I hope to have the evenings for self-reflection, learning, and the study of magic. You wish to sleep? The boy set down his exquisite gold-rimmed teacup, interrupting Alice's hesitant speech. Self-reflection and learning? Do you truly believe those are tasks you can undertake? Your intellect is scarcely superior to that of a house elf, yet you aspire to ponder. His dark eyes narrowed, surveying her critically before shifting away. Alice, feeling the weight of his scrutiny, remained silent. Sir, I truly appreciate it. Your disdain is almost palpable in your gaze. Though her mouth opened, she ultimately refrained from speaking. Sighing, she decided that silence might be the wiser choice. Sitting quietly on the sofa, Alice held Tom tightly, reminding herself to be content. Although the adult had not yet acquiesced to her proposal, the mere act of voicing her thoughts felt significant, and she resolved not to seek further approval. After a considerable pause during which Alice remained silent, Riddle glanced up, only to find her expression transformed into one of dejection, akin to a golden mushroom that had lost its luster. How could the Malfoy family produce such a cunning daughter? seizing every opportunity while retreating at the slightest hint of danger. There is indeed a trace of Malfoy tradition within her. Proceed. Why the silence? With Alice's reticence, Riddle was compelled to break the silence himself, reminding her that her requests were yet to be fully articulated. He was curious to see how this little Malfoy would elevate her need for personal time and space into something grandiose. Alice blinked, still averting her gaze. She had no desire to speak further. The adult would not grant her wish. Her fingers unconsciously twisted Tom's ears, silently protesting Riddle's excessive behavior, indicating her growing frustration. Riddle found her display amusing, propping his head on his hand, watching Alice with a hint of a smile, his aura exuding an unmistakable air of nobility. Just moments ago, he had likened her to a little fox, retreating at the first sign of peril, and now she was in a sulk. Did she think he would indulge her whims? You may speak. I shall consider your words. Riddle finally spoke again, recognizing that a useful child often enjoys certain privileges, especially when there was no one else available. Well, I require sleep, my sofa, a vacation, and I expect benefits and bonuses. Alice rattled off a list of demands. Before the Dark Lord, Alice would have been terrified. Yet now, before the handsome 16-year-old Riddle, her fear was tempered. She believed that at 16, Riddle could converse like a human. After all, the words he had just spoken were remarkably relatable. Gazing at Riddle's striking visage, Alice found it increasingly difficult to resist the prospect of extended hours. Yet, with Riddle's invitation to speak, she decided to adhere to her original script. Whether he agreed or not seemed secondary. What mattered was that Riddle was genuinely considerate, allowing her to finish her thoughts. Wait, how did he know I hadn't finished speaking? Alice pondered, tilting her head to observe Riddle resting his chin on his hand. I believe it is acceptable. I agree. Riddle's sudden declaration startled Alice. The magnitude of this revelation caused Alice to cast aside her lingering doubts, soaring into the heights of elation. She gazed at Riddle, her expression earnest and sincere as she inquired, "Ah?" with a note of exhilaration. She nearly leapt through the window into the black lake upon receiving a note of absence personally approved by the Dark Lord himself. She sprang from the sofa, fists clenched in restrained enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Yes." She darted across the coffee table to stand before Riddle, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy and excitement. "My lord, you are simply magnificent." It seemed as though she was about to embrace him, her hands lifted, only to be restrained by the intensity of his gaze. "My lord, I am devoted to you for life," Alice declared fervently, convinced that with a superior who cared for the thoughts and well-being of their subordinates, the Death Eater's conquest of the world was merely a matter of time. Who could claim that Lord Voldemort was unworthy? Truly, he was the best. With a heart full of happiness, Alice went to freshen up and prepare for bed, as if the person who had just conversed with Riddle was a rehearsed stranger. When she emerged later, the boy had vanished, presumably back into his diary. Alice paid it no mind. Her thoughts were solely occupied by her bed. Picking up Tom from the side of the coffee table, she prepared to sleep. She was so jubilant that she failed to notice Tom had been on the sofa prior to her freshening up. Chapter 17, Butterbeer Cookies and the Rabbit. The night at Hogwarts was tranquil, and students wandering the halls were never in short supply. However, this evening, the ever-present Miss Malfoy was conspicuously absent from the list of nocturnal adventurers. Instead, Alice encountered the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, who was out under the pretense of patrol. "What's the matter? Are you feeling a bit under the weather today?" He greeted Severus cheerily. "Is it because you didn't catch Alice sneaking out?" Severus replied, his expression impassive. Alice doesn't sneak out every night. As they walked side by side, Dumbledore gazed at the serene Hogwarts and casually remarked, "Alice hasn't been out for her nightly escapades lately. Was your punishment too severe last time? Who would dare punish her? You've turned a blind eye to her antics." She is probably plotting something significant in her silence. The thought of Alice lightened Severus's tone considerably. Dumbledore merely chuckled. "Alice is a good child. She wouldn't cause any trouble. You needn't be so harsh on her." Severus retorted, "It is you who indulges her too much, allowing her to wander at night." As someone who had watched Alice grow, Severus was confident that something was amiss with her lately. "Oh, come now. She is just a bit playful. She's still a child." Severus remained noncommittal, though his mind was rife with concerns. She was tardy to class, though she often was. She daydreamed in lessons, which was also typical. She completed her assignments diligently, even though she usually, Alice simply would not do her homework properly. Severus, having observed her from early childhood to her current status as the top of her class, was acutely aware of her capabilities. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but voice, "She relies on her decent memory and innate talent, coasting through to maintain her position at the top. The British wizarding world is doomed at this rate. She dares to engage in anything, and don't think I'm unaware of her involvement in that incident with Potter last year." Dumbledore detected a note of pride hidden beneath Severus's seemingly reproachful tone. Glancing at the half-visible face of Severus in the moonlight, he sensed the underlying thoughts. Dumbledore, ever attuned to the emotions of those around him, chose to continue the conversation. But what can be done? You have nurtured her into this, Severus reiterated. Your leniency has led her to sneak out so often. Dumbledore replied, her ability to avoid getting caught is also a testament to her skill. Headmaster, I shall inform Professor McGonagall. I was merely jesting. Meanwhile, Alice, oblivious to Severus's concerns, was engrossed in an important endeavor within the dormitory, constructing a model of Hogwarts. As the clock struck midnight, Professor Snape, having completed his patrol, returned to the dungeons. Even the ghosts and portraits of Hogwarts had succumbed to slumber. Peeves drifted from Gryffindor Tower to the Hufflepuff kitchens, then back to the Great Hall, departing in disappointment after failing to find a worthy target for mischief. The building blocks, crafted by elves and imbued with a spell against magical interference, could only be assembled by hand. Since she began assembling blocks, Alice had always yearned to recreate Hogwarts. However, the elves, having never visited the castle, struggled to create an accurate representation based solely on photographs and descriptions provided. In her dormitory, Alice was animatedly conversing with the boy on the sofa while her hands tirelessly pieced together the blocks. The boy held a book, seemingly oblivious to her chatter. Thankfully, after numerous nighttime escapades, she finally completed the overall design of Hogwarts during the summer of her second year, prompting the elves to craft it for her. After nearly a year of anticipation, she could hardly contain her excitement. The boy's expression darkened further as Alice spoke. You've truly taken to playing instead of focusing on your studies? How has your father raised you? Riddle remained seated on the solitary sofa. A collection of ancient texts and a delicately crafted cup of fragrant red tea resting on the coffee table beside him. He had no inclination to sip tea or red as usual. The calm and composed demeanor of the Dark Lord, typically unflappable, seemed utterly drained by Alice's exuberance, revealing the true nature of the astute boy within. Riddle scowled at Alice as she busied herself with her Hogwarts model, utterly unaware of the displeasure etched on his face. Her mind consumed with the scattered creations of the elves. You never displayed such enthusiasm when asked to visit the observatory. Riddle sipped his tea, casting a glance at Alice before taking another sip. He placed his cup heavily onto the saucer, the sound of ceramic scraping against ceramic jarring, yet Alice remained oblivious. Riddle could no longer maintain his composure. He directly addressed her. Alice, come here. We need to talk. Immersed in her building project, Alice was focused solely on her Hogwarts castle, oblivious to the evident displeasure in the boy's tone. My lord, is it not better to discuss it later? I wish to continue my building. Alice busily rummaged through the pile of pieces, assembling more blocks. I want to finish a bit more before sleep. Otherwise, my godfather will scold me again. Riddle, feigning nonchalance, rose from his seat, his expression icy as he approached Alice, who was now entirely enveloped in his shadow. Noticing the shift in light, Alice sensed something was amiss. Upon looking up at Riddle's stern face, she finally grasped the hint of discontent in the air. Offering a charming smile, she nimbly dodged out from under his shadow, taking a seat at the sofa beside him. Of course, I have time to chat with my lord. I adore our conversations. They always enlighten me. Is that so? Riddle replied, a hint of a smirk tugging at his lips as he settled into his seat. Indeed, indeed. Hearing your words is worth more than 10 years of study. The benefits are immeasurable. Alice obediently responded, the earlier audacity now absent. As she even waved her wand to pour the boy some tea, her intentions to please unmistakably evident. Blinking her eyes, Alice felt it was insufficient, and thus took some cookies from the coffee table to offer to the boy. When she glanced back at him, a newfound confidence filled her, as if those buttery cookies could absolve her of her previous missteps. Riddle took a sip of the tea, finding it indeed more palatable while still warm. The aroma of butter wafted from the plate before him, as if Alice's magic had not yet concluded, enticing him to take a sip. The boy found Alice's nervous demeanor exceedingly amusing. She resembled a little creature. If pampered, she would run amok, and upon sensing displeasure, would immediately return to appease. What could she be likened to? He observed the glistening in Alice's eyes and the delicate curve of her neck. Ah, a rabbit, brave in the ordinary, yet swift to flee at the hint of danger. Such fragile beings, weak and inconsequential, he had unknowingly dispatched countless in his 6th year. He recalled that these buttery cookies were Alice's payment to Autumn for assistance with her homework. She wouldn't tea settle for just a few. Alice had taken some home that night as a late-night snack, not daring to inquire about the boy, fearful of losing her meager provisions. Yet now, sensing the atmosphere shift, she selflessly offered them, which was, in essence, rather endearing. Riddle felt a twinge of sweetness, a thought he had never imagined would cross his mind. The boy remained silent for a considerable time, causing Alice to feel a flicker of unease. Surely, such a formidable Dark Lord would not be so petty as to sulk over what was hardly a rejection. It was hard to tell, after all. He was the Dark Lord, not a genteel Slytherin upperclassman, and thus, hardly the type to suffer fools gladly. The more Alice pondered, the more she feared for her life today. Lord, Alice's timid voice pulled Riddle from his aimless reverie. Clearing his throat, he returned to formality, his tone cold as he pronounced, Alice, I will say this only once. Starting tomorrow, return to the observatory. With that, Riddle finished the last of his tea and rose to depart. As Alice watched him leave, she felt an inexplicable hint of abandonment. However, her gaze quickly shifted back to the table. The cookies remained. With the boy's figure still visible, she hesitated to move, eagerly awaiting his return to the diary. As he approached the desk and was about to touch the diary, he suddenly paused, turning back to claim the few remaining cookies that Alice had so eagerly set aside for herself. All that she had given him, all that she had preserved for herself. He took. His etiquette was beyond reproach, his long fingers brushing against his pale lips, creating a scene that was undeniably pleasing to the eye. Alice fixated on the crumbs upon those lips, the remnants of her last cookie. Grass, a mere plant. Chapter 18. Severus's cellar. On this day, Autumn continued to shield Alice, successfully diverting Professor Flitwick's probing gaze, thus granting Alice the opportunity for a clandestine nap. The girl beside her had half her face buried in the crook of her arm. She was as pale as her mother. According to Alice, her mother was as white as someone who had nearly drowned. This description seemed peculiar. Yet after Autumn had met Alice's mother, she found that it, though odd, was indeed accurate. Alice was the perfect amalgamation of her parents' finest traits, both beautiful and regal, reminiscent of a true little princess. Autumn mused that even the most authentic British royal princess from the Muggle world could not compare to Alice's elegance and grace. Yet this princess was grounded in reality. Observing Alice's wan complexion, with dark circles under her eyes, it was evident that she must have gone to bed at the break of dawn. Watching Alice sleep, blissfully unaware, Autumn felt that Merlin was undeniably biased. How could one neglect their studies, frequently venture out for midnight escapades, and still manage to rank first in their year? Autumn sighed deeply. Retrieving a cookie from her bag, one that Alice had prepared the previous day, still warm within its insulated box. Alice, unlike any princess, possessed the extraordinary skill to craft such delectable buttery cookies. Well, considering the allure of the cookies, Autumn decided not to quibble over such trivial matters. Using a book as a shield, Autumn discreetly popped the cookie into her mouth, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction as she turned to block the sunlight streaming through the window, allowing Alice to sleep more comfortably. After class, Alice groggily allowed Autumn to rouse her, yawning and still somewhat disoriented. Autumn organized her belongings and helped Alice pack her things before leading her to the next class. As they traversed corridor after corridor, Alice finally began to shake off her drowsiness. Despite her reluctance to wake, she could not withstand Autumn's incessant chatter about the upcoming potions class with Professor Snape. As Autumn dreaded facing the high-pressure atmosphere of the lesson and the potential reprimands from Snape, it was well known that Professor Snape's class was the most daunting in Hogwarts. Alice had grown accustomed to it. He rarely deducted points from Slytherin, but he was merciless with others. Although Autumn was not a Gryffindor, she certainly was not a Slytherin either. Upon reaching the cellar and settling into their seats, Alice sprawled languidly across the desk, her golden hair cascading behind her, concealing her slender back. Despite the dimness of the cellar, Alice still radiated a certain brilliance. Autumn helped her spread out her books and gathered the previous class's assignments to place on the podium before returning to sit beside Alice. Professor Snape entered the classroom, casting a glance at the girl draped across her desk, and sighed inwardly in resignation. This girl, even without her nocturnal adventures, would undoubtedly never sleep soundly. Staying up late, unwilling to rest, only to linger in bed in the morning, was a habit indulged by Lucius. The more Snape contemplated, the angrier he became as he walked past Alice. He let out a heavy huff, causing Autumn to tense up, sitting straight in her seat, terrified of incurring Snape's wrath and losing points for her house. Alice, however, was utterly perplexed, wondering what had caused her godfather's displeasure, as she believed she hadn't done anything to irritate him recently. She rolled her eyes, suspecting Harry had once again engaged in some foolishness that had soured Snape's mood. After all, in Snape's view, the only distinction between Potter and a troll was that certain parts of the troll could be used to brew potions, while Potter could not. Indeed, Potter was less useful than a troll. Today's lesson focused on brewing a cold remedy, as winter approached, bringing with it a wave of colds among young witches and wizards. Snape was required to brew numerous bottles of potion for Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary, and he could concoct the cold remedy with his eyes closed by now. Following tradition, Snape wrote the potion's instructions on the blackboard, and the young witches and wizards followed the steps one by one. Generally, even when adhering to the instructions, it was challenging for the young witches and wizards to produce high-quality potions due to their lack of precision in measuring ingredients. Yet completing a potion was still within their grasp. Severus Snape found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend why some individuals consistently faltered in their potion making. Seemingly with minds muddled by the detritus of rackspurts and the mucilage of slugs. "Alice," he remarked, "your potions have always been exemplary. However, Professor Snape's expectations for you are considerably elevated. Do muster your focus." Autumn discreetly whispered to Alice, urging her to elevate her spirits. With a pitiful nod, Alice acquiesced. "You know, Professor Snape is often biased. It is only reasonable for him to hold you to higher standards." Observing Alice's woeful expression, Autumn offered her gentle consolation. The favoritism of her godfather was indeed unnecessary. For this reason, despite Severus being her godfather, Alice found herself more enamored with Professor Sprout's herbology classes. Fortunately, Alice approached the day with fervor, perhaps invigorated by Professor Flitwick's charms lesson. The quality of her potion astonished even Snape, who, begrudgingly, expressed a modicum of satisfaction. After a tranquil class, Snape, in an unusually buoyant mood, waved the young witches and wizards away, foregoing a detailed critique of their lamentable potions. The young sorcerers, filled with gratitude, hastily gathered their belongings and exited the dungeon, scampering away with the speed of rabbits. Pondering the unexpected leniency of the bat today while anticipating the delightful lunch awaiting them in the Hogwarts Great Hall. Typically, if potions class coincided with mealtime, Alice would not depart with Autumn. She preferred to accompany her godfather to the Great Hall. Indeed, accompany was a euphemism for supervise. In Severus's own words, after witnessing those foolish little trolls concoct potions, he found himself too nauseated to eat. Prior to Alice's arrival at Hogwarts, both Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall had admonished Severus on countless occasions regarding this matter, yet the potion's master remained impervious to their counsel, dismissing it entirely. Even when occasionally compelled to heed their advice, he would soon revert to his old habits. Since Alice's arrival, however, Severus appeared more susceptible to her charming antics than to the gentle urgings of his elders. No one could refuse a platinum-haired darling, not even the bat residing in the dungeon. Following Draco's enrollment, the siblings took turns overseeing Severus, and while they had not managed to establish a regular meal schedule for him, at least they had succeeded in improving his health somewhat. Alice and Draco were like unexpected gifts from Merlin, infusing warmth into his dungeon without burning him. Severus had never anticipated forming a profound connection with Lucius Malfoy. In comparison to the suave Lucius, he found himself more at ease with Narcissa, who shared his passion for potions. Becoming the godfather of the Malfoy children was something he had never envisioned. Yet, everything transpired so swiftly that he found himself, almost unwittingly, in the role of caretaker for Lucius and Narcissa's offspring, watching as the two children grew, an experience as wondrous as Merlin's beard. Severus could not deny that. Despite the children's occasional mischief, their presence brought him an inner tranquility, alleviating the burdens of guilt and anguish that had long tormented him. With his newfound role as Alice and Draco as godfather, Severus's quality of life improved. After all, he could not allow the two children to endure any hardship alongside him, prompting him to pay attention to details he had previously disregarded, such as afternoon tea treats and warm milk before bedtime. The third-year witches and wizards, like little ducklings, poured out of the classroom, leaving the dungeon nearly deserted save for Alice and Severus, who was at the lectern reviewing assignments. "Godfather, let us dine together. Today's lunch features delectable spiced lamb chops," Alice proclaimed, leaning against the lectern and gazing up at Severus. His expression unchanged, Severus calmly lifted the assignments. "I shall sample it. You may go ahead and eat. I will deliver the papers to my office before joining you." Had Alice not already deciphered Severus's temperament, she might have been deceived by his calm demeanor, waiting in the great hall until the house elves cleared the plates, without catching a glimpse of the bat's cloak. Such incidents were not foreign to her. Although she could not entirely alter her godfather's poor eating habits or resolve his inner turmoil, Alice genuinely wished for his happiness. Even if it were merely a matter of consuming another meal or allowing a smile to grace his lips, it brought her joy. She felt a deep compassion for her godfather, this man named Severus Snape, who bore the heavy burden of being a double agent. Perhaps the influence of the two platinum-haired children was indeed formidable. Although Severus remained melancholic, his complexion had improved, appearing more youthful than his actual years. Aside from his emaciated frame, Alice diligently contributed to maintaining Severus's striking visage, often reflecting on how many would comment on his greasy hair, chiding him for neglecting personal hygiene. Alice felt this was hardly fair to her godfather. The nature of potion making inevitably imposed certain odors, much like a chef inevitably carries the scent of the kitchen. Severus did not concern himself with such trivial matters and consequently did not cast cleaning charms on his hair daily. Yet, Alice was attentive to such details. Before her enrollment, she had made a point of discussing Severus's hair, imploring him to maintain its cleanliness. Once she began attending Hogwarts, her insistence only intensified, compelling Severus to adopt a daily hair-cleansing ritual, lest he face her disapproval. Alice cherished Severus not only for his admirable qualities, but also for his looks. She recognized that he was far from unattractive, yet no one had ever informed her just how handsome he truly was. "It's all right. If you are heading to the office, I shall accompany you. It has been far too long since we had a proper conversation," she said with unwavering cheerfulness. Severus, resigned to his fate, acknowledged that he could not evade Alice today and thus set off toward the Hogwarts Great Hall alongside her. The trip to the office had merely been an excuse for her to depart, now that Alice had declared her intent to accompany him. Returning to his office held little significance and would only squander her time to enjoy the lamb chops. "How has Draco been lately? I haven't sought him out recently," Alice remarked as they ascended the stairs from the dungeon side by side. Keeping a step behind Severus, she could clearly see his back, aware of the finely sculpted physique concealed beneath his dark cloak. She wondered which witch, or wizard, would eventually capture her godfather's heart. They ought to be striking, not too short, and ideally possess a respectable lineage to support his potion research. Draco has been splendid lately, eagerly practicing Quidditch every day. His academic performance remains stable and commendable, Severus elaborated, as if compelled by the pride of an elder discussing the accomplishments of a younger relative. Such discussions were inevitable, needing others to affirm his sentiments. One might assume that, as a man in the prime of his life, Severus would not be experiencing premature midlife crises. Alice mused idly, responding, "Indeed, Draco has always been earnest and remarkably mature." At this, Severus nodded thoughtfully, then furrowed his brow, pondering. Being too closely associated with Harry Potter, one cannot ignore the negative connotations tied to the surname. Do remind him to maintain a respectable distance from that foolish name. "Very well, I shall convey this to him upon our next encounter." Alice felt somewhat helpless. If her godfather were to discover the depth of her relationship with Harry, it would undoubtedly infuriate him. Perhaps it was best to enjoy a meal with her godfather instead. Severus and Potter were inherently opposed to one another. Thus it was imperative to remind Draco to be cautious during their godfather's lessons, lest he provoke Severus's ire, resulting in further point deductions for Gryffindor. Although Alice did not perceive this as particularly egregious, she understood the gravity of the situation. Having savored a delightful lunch with her godfather, Alice chose not to return to her dormitory, but instead accompanied him back to the dungeon. Not the classroom dungeon, mind you. Hogwarts boasted several dungeons, and Severus had a grand one of his own, separated by an office. Within lay his private stockpile, adorned with a greater assortment of potions and ingredients than even the hospital wing. As a professor at Hogwarts and the youngest head of Slytherin, Severus naturally had his own quarters. However, it was evident that he spent considerably more time in the dungeon, laboring over his potions. Alice mused that any cauldron favored by Severus was indeed unfortunate, subjected to endless overtime without respite. Who would advocate for the cauldron? Certainly not Alice. For even as she urged her godfather to take a well-deserved break, she dared not meddle with Severus's cauldron, uncertain of the concoction simmering within. Alice's visit to Severus was largely motivated by a desire for amiable conversation, as it had been far too long since they engaged in such exchanges, and she found herself missing it. Additionally, she hoped to acquire some potions from him. With the impending return of her grueling nighttime responsibilities, her demand for energy potions was bound to escalate. Yet, she could not divulge this to her godfather. For whether it was the late-night escapades on the rooftop or her sleepless endeavors to complete the castle, he would surely be incensed and demand a 10-inch essay of reflection. Severus continued to process his ingredients, meticulously slicing the shrivel fig's eyes, requiring precisely 1/3. Otherwise, the calming draft would need to be restarted. His dedication to potion-making was unwavering, and the sight of his long, bony fingers wielding a knife was undeniably captivating. Alice settled into a nearby chair, turning to sit comfortably, her hands resting against the backrest as she observed her godfather's potion-making. She often found solace in this routine, and Draco frequently joined as well, studying the techniques and processes employed by Severus, occasionally lending a hand. Alice, however, was content merely to sit quietly, unless Severus spoke. She remained indifferent to the specifics of his potion-making and remained oblivious to the materials he required for the next steps. Moreover, she intended to leave with a few potions in hand, ensuring that she did not arrive empty-handed, but rather returned laden with supplies. Severus saw through Alice's intentions. She was merely passing the time while restocking her inventory. Although she might not utilize all of the potions she collected, her bag could effortlessly accommodate them, thanks to the extension charm she had applied. Time flew by as Severus commenced brewing his potion well before class. Nearing the final stages of completion, adding 1/3 of the shrivel fig's eyes, he stirred clockwise 6 times, then counterclockwise 3.5. The potion bubbled and reacted under the gentle heat of the flame. With a flick of his wand, transparent potion vials encircled the cauldron, and the now light green liquid floated gracefully, filling the vials without a single drop wasted. Each vial sealed itself with a cap and a beautifully inscribed label, floating to a nearby shelf. Alice had witnessed this scene countless times. While it was not particularly complex magic, the fact that it was executed by Severus rendered it delightful to behold. Severus may not possess a strikingly handsome visage, but his demeanor transformed entirely when engaged in potion making. Usually cast in shadows like a brooding bat, he radiated brilliance at this moment, exuding confidence and determination that rendered him quite striking. It was difficult to ascertain whether Alice's frequent visits to the dungeon to watch Severus brew potions held any ulterior motives. Once Severus completed his potion, he began to clean up the remaining materials and wash the cauldron. He gestured for Alice to help herself to the potions before departing. Alice returned her chair to its original position, scampering over to retrieve a few vials of potion, then bid her godfather farewell as she prepared to return to the dungeon and continue her construction of the castle. As night descended, Riddle quietly appeared in the dormitory. Alice had grown accustomed to Riddle's sudden appearances and was no longer startled by his unexpected arrivals. Without needing prompting from him, she poured herself a cup of red tea, retrieved the unfinished book on dark magic that he often occupied, and placed it on his usual seat before resuming her castle building. The castle was indeed vast. Alice had initially planned to complete it by the end of the term and take it home, but plans often shifted, and it now seemed that finishing even half of it would be a commendable achievement. Once the clock struck 11, she would be free to venture out. The air was turning increasingly frigid, and Alice contemplated that soon she would need to don a scarf. If Riddle were still around, she would prepare one for him as well, perhaps in black or green. She had no opportunity to ask Riddle, as he was absent today. It was peculiar. Riddle had expressed disinterest in accompanying her to the astronomy tower, citing other arrangements without elaborating. Alice dared not press further, simply gathering her partially completed castle and its components, ensuring Riddle had no chance to intrude. Riddle regarded Alice with a moment of speechlessness. Would he truly engage with a collection of objects crafted by a host of fairies? However, today, Alice genuinely parted ways with Riddle, returning alone to the astronomy tower. As she traversed the empty corridors, Alice felt a twinge of nostalgia. It was an adjustment, yet a joyous one. Today, Alice felt liberated. On moonlit nights at Hogwarts, the luminous moonlight enveloped the astronomy tower, making it one of Alice's favorite places within the castle. Beyond the potential for self-improvement, it also catered to her personal whims. Having walked this path countless times since the age of 6 or 7, Alice knew every corner of Hogwarts intimately. The moonlight streamed through the corridor, draping Alice in a gossamer veil. Even before reaching the astronomy tower, she sensed that today would prove to be an excellent day for practice. At times, Alice pondered whether the world itself had beckoned her here, or if the narrative-driven consciousness of this world had summoned her as an auxiliary to avert misfortune. After all, how else could she explain her seemingly extraordinary abilities? It felt akin to a glitch. This world would not exist without the moon, nor would Alice's powers falter. With this reflection, a smile broke across Alice's face. Might there exist yet another glitch? If so, it would surely pertain to solar energy. Solar energy, akin to that of a superhero, harnessing boundless strength simply from basking in sunlight. In that case, the sun was preferable, as it required no sleepless nights, allowing one to enjoy restful slumber each day. With her mind wandering freely, Alice made her way to the observatory. The chill of the moonlight poured into the vast chamber, and the beauty within was captivating enough to ensnare the soul. Alice was indeed that entranced beauty. She adored the moon, not merely because her powers were derived from it, but also for its purity, solitude, and coldness, which offered her protection. Such notions may seem profoundly idealistic, yet Alice felt a sense of security from the moon. Since her arrival in this world, it had never abandoned her. The observatory was devoid of company. Save for her, it was always just her. Recently, a young man had kept her company, but now, she found herself alone once more. Gently placing the Tom stuffed animal she had cradled in her arms into a corner where the moonlight could embrace it, she slipped off her shoes. With a flick of her wand, her Slytherin robes transformed into a fiery red dance gown, shimmering with the light that emanated from her wand. She raised her hands to cast several isolating spells. Though she could not deceive the seasoned professors of Hogwarts with her magic, the enchantments she wielded were uniquely hers. This illusion, akin to a labyrinth of spectral walls, could lead the unwary astray, while subconsciously deterring those who sought to enter. Alice tucked her wand at her waist, lifting the hem of her gown. It had been far too long since she last danced beneath the moonlight. In the past, she would often perform at the Hogwarts Observatory or in her own home. At Malfoy Manor, her room boasted the largest balcony, allowing her to dance freely under the moon's gaze. Her golden hair cascaded behind her, standing at the threshold of light and shadow, where a single step forward would plunge her into the infinite moonlight. Slowly, she raised her left foot, the moonlight caressing the delicate veins on her instep. No music was necessary, nor an audience. Her dance was a performance solely for herself. As she descended, raising the skirt of her gown, the silhouette of the young girl twirled in the moonlight, her flowing dress resembling a red rose blooming under the lunar glow. Her hair, illuminated by the moon, scattered like golden threads, and it seemed she had entered her own realm, her Tom Bear being her most loyal spectator, while the moonlight forever cast its spotlight upon her. This was no longer a deserted corner of Hogwarts. This was her stage, where she could move freely, unbound by any melody, only attuning to her own emotions. Her dance was the very embodiment of her heart, expressing her aspirations and future. The moon remained cool, yet it seemed to be touched by the warmth of her dance. As stars unconsciously circled around her crimson gown, a hidden affection known only to Alice. As her dance concluded, a layer of glistening sweat adorned her neck, her chest rising and falling with rapid breaths, a flush of crimson gracing her cheeks. The gown trailed to her ankles, her hair slightly disheveled. A vision of beauty that would not be out of place in the realm of Artemis. Clap, clap. Beautiful. It has been so long since I have seen you dance. A cheerful voice accompanied by applause emerged from the shadows, startling Alice momentarily, yet she quickly regained her composure. How fortuitous that the young man was absent today. Headmaster Dumbledore stepped into view, his half-moon spectacles reflecting a gentle, affectionate smile. Headmaster, you startled me, Alice remarked, tucking her tousled hair behind her ear as she approached the elderly wizard. He chuckled, not inquiring about her nocturnal escapades. Such trivialities were not new to him. It seemed that Severus, often exasperated by this wandering Slytherin, had long since lost his temper. And the typically gentle and tolerant old wizard was not inclined to dwell on it. Feeling quite cheerful lately? Your dance was quite spirited today. Dumbledore conjured Alice's shoes with his wand. Put these on, it's chilly out. Alice obediently slipped on her shoes, reverting to her robes. Is the headmaster in good spirits today? What brings you here to witness my dance? Alice inquired, fully aware that Dumbledore likely struggled with insomnia, prompting him to take a stroll. Oddly enough, her chance encounters with Dumbledore during her night wanderings seemed to occur more frequently than with the patrolling professors. Ah well, I've grown older and find it hard to sleep, so I take a walk, Dumbledore would often say. Alice did not expect anything different and naturally did not take his words at face value. Very well then, headmaster. Alice stepped aside to retrieve her Tom Bear, returning with a small box. I trust the headmaster wouldn't mind a late-night snack? The Honeyduke's biscuit collection featured an array of honey-themed treats, including delightful shapes of bears, puppies, kittens, and even toads. The box she held contained the best-selling honey biscuits, which were, in reality, in limited supply and often snatched up in a frenzy, thus earning their reputation. Third-year students, upon obtaining parental consent, could visit Hogsmeade on weekends, and Alice had made her fair share of trips. However, this particular box of biscuits was not purchased by Alice, but rather a bribe she had received. Autumn would not abandon Alice to court her boyfriend alone, though, to be fair, Cedric had yet to win her over, and they were still merely friends. To accompany Autumn to Hogsmeade, Cedric had to approach Alice. Alas, Cedric is at a loss. It has been nearly 2 months since I last visited Hogsmeade, yet he still claims friendship with Autumn. Dumbledore, however, was oblivious to the myriad stories concealed within that box of biscuits. Nevertheless, having a treat improved his mood considerably. Seated side by side with Alice on the observatory, a small table adorned with a blue cloth featuring purple patterns and white lace stood between them. Alice regarded the arrangement with a hint of amusement. It was not her first encounter with such decor. Lazily sipping her tea, she enjoyed the moonlight alongside Dumbledore, a moment that even Grindelwald would envy. Observing Alice's content demeanor, Dumbledore sipped his tea, turning to gaze out from the observatory, where the entirety of Hogwarts lay before them. Having witnessed several significant events in the magical world, the White Wizard reflected that even after a lifetime at Hogwarts, he had never encountered a student quite like her. Many students maintained good relationships with professors, as they appreciated diligent and eager learners, but Alice was distinctively different. Perhaps the elderly were prone to nostalgia, gazing at Alice. Serene in the moonlight, Dumbledore's thoughts drifted to the past. Much like Tom, the troublesome student who had caused him endless headaches, who, during his time at Hogwarts, was favored by the professors. Which professor wouldn't he adore a student who was gentle, humble, composed, and consistently at the top of the class? Then there was Lily, Harry's mother, once the most cherished student of Professor Slughorn, and Harry's father, along with his friends, though mischievous, were still the pride of Minerva. Severus, now the potions master, had been a solitary child, yet a good one. He had faced his share of unfairness in those days, though he bore responsibility for what followed. Yet Alice was unlike any of them. She was a girl brimming with secrets, possessing a wealth of unheard of spells. Dumbledore found her intriguing, but did not perceive anything amiss. Alice was an extraordinary young lady, perhaps the finest little witch he had ever encountered at Hogwarts. In truth, Dumbledore felt he had encountered far superior young witches. Yet that particular witch had never graced the halls of Hogwarts, rendering any comparison with Alice rather futile. Sensing Dumbledore's prolonged silence, Alice understood he had been swept away by memories of the past. She was acutely aware of the old wizard's burdens, despite merely holding the title of headmaster. He undertook responsibilities exceeding those of the International Confederation of Wizards president. Alas, she could offer him no solace. Certain matters could only be confronted and relinquished alone. Contemplating this, Alice sat up and poured more tea for the headmaster, attempting to comfort the venerable centenarian in her own way. Dumbledore lifted his teacup and shook his head gently at Alice's concerned gaze, reassuring her that there was no cause for worry. Seated together, these two unlikely companions exchanged few words, each harboring their own thoughts. Dumbledore reminisced while Alice pondered the future. Today, she had neglected her practice and now faced the dilemma of how to explain her absence to the adults. Perhaps she could simply state that she had encountered Dumbledore and thus was unable to train. Such reasoning was, indeed, quite reasonable. Who would dare misbehave under Dumbledore's watchful eye? As Alice mused on this, she and Dumbledore remained beneath the shifting moonlight. She lacked the ability to discern the time by the moon's position, but guessed it must have passed midnight. Feeling the weight of drowsiness, Alice bid farewell to the headmaster. Preparing to return to her rest, Dumbledore waved his hand, indicating he had no intention of departing, and Alice refrained from insisting otherwise. The moonlight embraced all sorrows, from the babbling of infancy to the frailty of old age. Upon returning to the dungeon, Alice lingered at the entrance, where the serpent heads stood guard. These two guardians, undoubtedly capable of understanding human speech, were, however, incomprehensible to Alice's ears. Blocked from entry, she sensed that the serpents were engaged in less than cordial discourse, likely berating her. After 2 minutes of fervent hissing, their indignation seemed to escalate to ancestral grievances. Typically, students wandering at night made every effort to avoid rousing the guardians of each house. Alice recalled hearing the Weasley twins recount a tale of Mrs. Weasley, then known as Molly Pruitt, during her time at Hogwarts. When she and a young Arthur Weasley returned late, resulting in a severe reprimand from the fat lady. According to the twins, Molly would chase after them whenever the story was mentioned. Yet Alice had never adhered to conventional paths. Not only did she awaken the two slumbering serpent heads, but she also attempted to engage them in amiable conversation. The serpents were incensed. After all, this was not her first late return, so why the fuss? They could hardly expect her to understand the inane chatter they were spouting. In truth, Alice was not merely seeking trouble by conversing with the serpents. She hoped to extract some valuable information from them. Since acquiring her diary, Riddle had never strayed far from her side, and after encountering Dumbledore at the observatory, she began to feel a sense of unease. For a would-be Death Eater and the current Dark Lord, Hogwarts was far from a safe haven. The guardians of the four houses had been present at Hogwarts for centuries. It was said that the serpent heads of Slytherin were directly established by Salazar, Slytherin himself. Ancient as the castle itself, if there were any obscure yet useful knowledge within the school, consulting them would surely yield results. Unfortunately, the serpents were decidedly uncooperative. They hissed for what seemed an eternity, refusing to utter a single word of human language, a stark contrast to their usual responses. Alice felt a surge of frustration. Yet time was of the essence. She needed to return swiftly. Once back in her dormitory, she was jolted from her thoughts by the serpent's refusal to communicate. She felt a wave of annoyance. How could Slytherin, known for its cunning, deny her so? From her childhood to her present, Miss Malfoy commanded respect, and even in school, few dared to challenge her. Even Riddle had granted her concessions on several occasions. To have been rebuffed by two serpent heads was an affront Alice found intolerable. She was angry, discontented, and convinced this treatment was unwarranted. Pondering the sudden shift from cordiality to hostility, she resolved to dismiss the matter. Lying in bed, clutching Tom, she closed her eyes, preparing for slumber, yet sensed an unsettling feeling that something remained undone. Suddenly, she sat upright. She had not seen Lord Voldemort today. Surely he had not yet returned? It couldn't be that Dumbledore had discovered him and taken decisive action. Alice sprang from her bed, switched on the light, and searched frantically, fearing the worst. Upon flinging open the door, she collided with a wall of flesh and stumbled back onto the carpet, landing painfully and feeling tears prick at her eyes. Standing before her was the very boy she had been searching for. Riddle. He regarded Alice, seated on the floor, with an inscrutable expression, before stepping forward to close the dormitory door. Pausing momentarily as he passed her, He continued toward the sofa. Alice felt no anger. After all, what was there to gain from squabbling with someone so unpredictable? Rubbing her backside, she followed him and sat beside him. Where have you been? Why did you take so long to return? I was about to go out searching for you. She rambled, cross-legged on the sofa, utterly oblivious to Riddle's scrutinizing gaze. Riddle turned slightly, observing Alice as she spoke. Apparently, that collision had truly hurt. The redness at the corner of her eye had not yet faded. The girl continued to chatter away, unaware of the thoughts swirling in his mind, her image dancing before him. What would you have done if a patrolling professor found you? What if Dumbledore discovered you? You still haven't fully recovered. You must prioritize your safety, he replied, feeling as though he were being torn in two. He could hear her clearly, yet his mind was filled with images of her graceful movements, for he had yet to witness Alice dance. I understand you're a bit anxious, but she said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her golden locks falling softly and obediently. He recalled how her hair shimmered in the moonlight, radiant and ethereal. Such matters cannot be rushed, she continued, propping her chin on her hand, emboldened by his silence. He remembered the graceful curve of her hand as it brushed against her neck. Are you even listening to me, Lord? She pressed, lowering her legs and allowing her feet to rest upon the plush carpet, their details obscured. He remembered the tightness of her delicate foot as it lifted and fell. Lord, what occupies your thoughts? She queried, her face suddenly filling his vision. Riddle caught his breath, staring into her luminous gray eyes. He averted his gaze. I'm fine. How was your practice today? He was grasping for conversation, acutely aware of today's peculiar circumstances, even noting how many biscuits Alice had consumed. Today there was a slight unexpected occurrence, Alice said, her eyes darting away. It was when I encountered Dumbledore, so surely you can understand. When uncertain of how to proceed, she would widen her eyes and adopt an innocent demeanor towards him. This was Alice's tried-and-true strategy. She had initially doubted its efficacy on Voldemort, but their recent interactions convinced her it might work. The boy studied her for a moment, yet ultimately refrained from responding. What of your bear? I thought it never left your side. Riddle turned away, no longer meeting Alice's gaze. Alice pouted. It's not like you, coming back so late. I was worried something happened to you, so I wanted to find you quickly. I left Tom behind on the bed, with a flick of her wand. Tom landed perfectly in Alice's arms. She held him up to Riddle, saying, Look, he's right here. Tom, with his back to Alice, fixed his dark eyes on Riddle. Riddle could distinctly see a green glimmer in those eyes, brimming with derision directed at him. I'm fine now. You should go to bed, Riddle remarked. Alice sensed something was amiss with Riddle but couldn't quite decipher it, ultimately deciding it was best to retire for the night. All right then, good night, sir. She withdrew her hand, cradling Tom back to her chest, and climbed into bed. After a considerable time, once Alice's breathing had steadied into a deep slumber, the tension in the young boy's body finally eased. Riddle was now able to act independently of the diary. He retrieved it from the inner pocket of his clothing and placed it on Alice's bedside, noticing that she had already drifted off into a drowsy state. She usually didn't fall asleep this quickly when staying up late, yet tonight, she had succumbed to slumber almost immediately. Confirming that Alice was in a deep sleep, Riddle quietly extracted Tom from beside her. He needed to convene a meeting with the Dark Lord, with the 16-year-old Voldemort and the over 80-year-old Voldemort both present. Chapter 20, Riddle's Thoughts. The dormitory was not particularly spacious, reaching the opposite side of the bed. He could easily see the small mound on the bed rising and falling with each breath. Sitting down at the desk, Riddle placed Tom upon it. The boy's green eyes glinting in the night, while a casually discarded teddy bear propped itself up to meet Riddle's gaze, casting a silencing charm around them. Riddle spoke with an expressionless demeanor. I visited that wish-granting house you mentioned and found the Ravenclaw diadem. However, I was unable to communicate with that fragment of a soul. This indicates that the place is quite secure, and we can look for a time to merge. Indeed, Riddle had left with a purpose today. He had already learned the whereabouts of all the soul fragments from Tom, the most recent being the Ravenclaw diadem, which held a promising soul fragment. As the first Horcrux, young Riddle still lacked the maturity of the Voldemort possessing numerous Death Eaters. The main soul, while experienced, suffered from the severe aftermath of soul division, exhibiting excessive emotionality and insufficient composure in handling matters, exuding a heavy aura of malevolence. The soul within that diadem, that Tom Riddle, had already begun to take on the visage of the Dark Lord, yet had not undergone extensive soul fragmentation. This was indeed the opportune moment for his resurgence. Riddle moved swiftly. Although the wish-granting house was cluttered, the innate connection between souls allowed him to easily locate his fragment. Otherwise, he would have missed Alice's dance. Upon arriving at the observatory, he found Dumbledore was already there. Initially intending to rush to practice with Alice, he chose to remain hidden in the shadows upon Dumbledore's unexpected arrival. Dumbledore was undoubtedly well acquainted with everything at Hogwarts, Yet Riddle held confidence in his own abilities. That so-called benevolent old man had never trusted him from the outset, despite having been the one to bring him into Hogwarts. Throughout his time there, he had never let his guard down, dismissing every application Riddle submitted to remain at school. Though Riddle had no genuine desire to stay, he and Dumbledore silently watched Alice's dance together. Dumbledore then stepped out to speak with her. While Riddle remained unnoticed in the darkness, he observed Alice enjoying tea and cookies with that man, engaging in their congenial conversation. Alice spent the entire evening mingling before returning directly to the dormitory. Once Alice departed, Riddle lingered a moment, waiting for Dumbledore to remain oblivious before leaving the observatory. Currently in a state of soul, he was not visible like a ghost, allowing him greater freedom in Hogwarts than Alice. When he returned to the entrance of the cellar, he found Alice conversing with the two serpentine heads. Unaware of his return, Alice was oblivious, yet the two serpent heads sensed his presence with remarkable acuteness. Driven by instinct to avoid danger, they could only hiss, unable to utter a single word. After Alice entered with disappointment, Riddle exchanged a few words with the serpent heads at the door, naturally using parcel tongue. Speaking in human language would only elicit responses from that old man Dumbledore. After all, he was still the headmaster of Hogwarts. However, as a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, Riddle held a bit more authority in this matter. Tom nodded, indicating his understanding. Alice had been unstable recently. She appeared fine during her dance, and she should be ready for soul merging by next weekend. Dumbledore remained unaware, and the environment was safe. Yet, it was imperative that the merging occurred before the end of the semester. They all understood that Riddle's current physical form was invisible to the little wizards. Only Alice could perceive and interact with him, and once she provided more energy, that could change. Alice naively believed Riddle would be seen and constantly worried about him being discovered. Riddle refrained from disclosing this to her. Alice's frantic concern was rather amusing. Does she often dance at the observatory? I've never seen her, Riddle suddenly inquired. Tom understood his implication and simply replied, I don't know. I only appeared in this bear during the second semester of my first year. However, she danced a few times before you showed up. He paused, his tone laden with intrigue. I was quite similar when I was 16. The teased boy took no offense. Once I merge, there will be plenty of opportunities to watch. If Riddle were to truly gain his own physical form, merging souls would undoubtedly be more complex than merely existing in a soul state. Alice, able to touch her physical self, derived her energy from him. He was still merely a being of soul. They both yearned to commence their long-planned schemes without delay. When the time comes, she can dance just for you, every day if you wish. Tom was indifferent to the boy's thoughts. They were one, and he could easily anticipate what would intrigue him. However, for them, the paramount goal was, of course, to dominate Europe. The reason for their initial failure had been identified. He would certainly not make the same mistake twice. Given another chance, his ambition would only intensify. Their dark eyes and green eyes locked, and in each other's gaze, they perceived an unyielding determination and fervent ambition. They could hardly wait to see blood once again stain the land of England. Only one truly understood himself. Voldemort was, at his core, a madman who reveled in slaughter. Having determined their next course of action, Riddle returned the harmless Tom to Alice's side. The girl slept soundly, instinctively embracing the familiar sensation, resting her chin atop Tom's fluffy head. Riddle watched Alice for a while, reflecting on how much he resembled a person at 16. It was rather surprising to find something cute. Truly, it had been too long since his soul had splintered. He had gone mad. Alice had slept well last night. Though it was late, she awoke, bursting with energy. Youth was indeed a treasure. She mused on her way to the Hogwarts dining hall for breakfast. Feeling beautiful despite the late hour she had gone to bed. This delightful mood persisted until Alice attended her herbology class, where the ever-kind Madame Sprout was in attendance once more. The second-year young witches and wizards were tasked with repotting the juvenile mandrakes, while the third-year students were responsible for fertilizing and weeding them. The final harvest was to be accomplished by the fifth-year students as part of their end-of-term examination. Yesterday, Riddle exhibited peculiar behavior, but he has never truly seemed like a person, nor has he aspired to be one. With such striking good looks, Alice could overlook a bit of oddity. After all, it is quite normal for a beauty to possess a touch of temperament. The third-year students habitually attended classes alongside those from Slytherin and Ravenclaw. At times, Alice pondered the arduous nature of the professor's work at Hogwarts, teaching 7 grades. With pairs forming classes, translates to one individual managing 14 classes, an undeniably taxing endeavor. Fortunately, the provision of meals and accommodation, coupled with a generous salary, renders it a secure position within the system. Indeed, all paths lead back to job security. Currently, the mandrakes had not yet fully matured, and the tasks of weeding and fertilizing did not require uprooting them from their pots, thus eliminating the risk of fainting from their cries. Naturally, No one would dare provoke such magical beings, save for a certain mischievous little scamp who was spoiled and unruly. Harry had previously complained to Alice that Draco had nearly put his hand into a mandrake's mouth, almost getting bitten, but luckily Harry intervened in time. Although no harm was done, Draco still received a thorough reprimand from Alice. As for Draco's sulking for 3 days and refusing to acknowledge Harry, Alice was blissfully unaware. In class with Ravenclaw, Autumn naturally teamed up with Alice, and together they were fertilizing the mandrakes. They utilized a peculiar black mud, the origin of which was indiscernible, exuding an odd aroma that left Alice instinctively wary of its normalcy. As Autumn organized their work, she engaged Alice in conversation. "Alice, how is your preparation for the end-of-term review coming along?" Upon hearing this, Alice paused. "Review? Oh, it's fine, no rush." She asserted that last-minute cramming the day before the exam was the most effective approach, deeming early review a waste of momentum. Were it not for the task at hand, Autumn would have been tempted to rap Alice on the head. How had such a person managed to outshine so many scholarly Ravenclaw students and secure the top spot in their year? Autumn shot Alice a disapproving glance and continued, "No rush. It's only a month and a half away. This isn't first or second year. Third-year knowledge cannot simply be crammed in at the last minute. Can't you take a page from Hermione's book? Even the second-year witches have already completed their review." Although aware of Hermione's zealous dedication to her studies, the notion that someone could have reviewed all their material a month and a half prior to finals astonished her. It was no wonder that her little lord managed to secure second place. Who could rival such a studious individual? Every end of term, Autumn felt compelled to remind Alice about studying. In their first year, concerned for Alice's performance, Autumn had pulled an all-nighter with her, highlighting key points, only for Alice to outscore her significantly. Frustrated, Autumn had insisted that Alice treat her to 6 meals before they could move past that incident. Nevertheless, reminding Alice to study had become a habit for Autumn, and Alice had grown accustomed to her lengthy exhortations. While her own study methods were hardly commendable, they proved remarkably effective. She had become quite adept at this skill, having amassed considerable experience with last-minute cramming. Alice's study techniques may have lacked merit, but her position as the top student was entirely legitimate. She maintained a consistent performance across all subjects, achieving high scores in every class without the burden of favoritism. It was not that her peers were incapable. In practical applications, Alice might not measure up to Hermione, but she undeniably possessed a natural advantage when it came to examination-oriented education. Autumn continued to instill the values of diligent study while deftly completing their tasks. Alice, however, was only half listening, her thoughts wandering elsewhere. Autumn could easily discern Alice's distraction, and with a resigned shake of her head, she focused on the task at hand. As the first half of the third-year curriculum drew to a close, Harry had not encountered the basilisk incident, nor had he been ostracized or suffered a broken arm from a rogue bludger. Professor Lockhart, however, remained an incessant source of annoyance, strutting about like a proud rooster without resolving any issues. Draco successfully joined the Slytherin Quidditch team without facing any accusations of favoritism, and Hermione was spared any scorn. More gratifyingly, Ron had managed to keep his family's car intact and was not found indulging in a bout of sickness. It truly was a splendid year, if only that dashing, slender, and extraordinarily handsome Riddle would cease pressuring her to work. Lately, however, that persistent fellow, who demanded overtime without compensation, had been elusive, leaving little opportunity for conversation. Alice was concerned about his wandering about Hogwarts. Such behavior posed risks for both him and the institution. She dreaded the prospect of hearing about a student's misfortune or Dumbledore capturing Voldemort. To prevent such absurdities, Alice had taken measures with her diary. In her previous work, she had cast several spells on the Dark Lord's journal, using her fingertips' blood, akin to a virus within a computer capable of remote shutdown. Though Lord Voldemort could be menacing and merciless, indulging in dark magic, the 16-year-old Riddle, during their interactions, resembled a cool and aloof older brother, possessing an undeniable charm. Encountering a Dark Lord should not incite fear. With a bit of nurturing, one might cultivate a host of Dark Lords. Alice's thoughts often veered into peculiar territories, and glancing at the jubilant mandrakes after fertilization, she mused whether the Dark Lord might also thrive on such care. No, Alice shook her head, dispelling the strange notions from her mind. Oh dear, she mustn't dwell on such thoughts, lest she inadvertently voice some unfiltered opinions when she returned home, resulting in her silence. Autumn remained oblivious to Alice's wandering thoughts, but the latter's distracted demeanor was evident. With a shake of her head, Autumn concentrated on fertilizing, and Alice, influenced by Autumn's seriousness, found herself engaged. Their synchronized efforts significantly enhanced their efficiency, surpassing the progress of other groups. Autumn's diligent work earned Ravenclaw 5 points, and Alice, basking in Autumn's success, also garnered 5 points. Today was a joyous day, no different from any other, and as the week progressed, Alice's life appeared to stabilize anew. Save for Riddle no longer accompanying her to the astronomy tower. This surprised Alice, but she reasoned that, having mentioned her encounter with Dumbledore, he likely wished to avoid any unforeseen incidents, something Alice could understand. In the subsequent week, under Autumn's watchful eye, Alice began her review preparations. And even Hermione had dragged Harry and Ron into the library. However, the two boys could hardly remain seated, eventually making excuses to escape, leaving Hermione and Autumn to study diligently while Alice was reluctantly swept along. I wish to escape, yet find myself unable to. After leaving the library with Cho on Saturday, Alice sought out Severus. Since they had begun their revision, it was only fitting to make the most of their profound teacher-student bond. Of course, her primary desire was to spend some time with her godfather, as she had recently found herself rather bored with the sudden absence of a companion in the dormitory. The basement still perpetually reeked of potion fumes, a scent that was acerbic merely to inhale. Alice absent-mindedly unwrapped a piece of candy and popped it into her mouth, catching sight of the figure busily tending to the cauldron. The steam from the potion surrounded him, and for convenience's sake, Severus was not wearing his cloak while working indoors. The scene was shrouded in a white haze, rendering everything indistinct. Alice could only discern Severus's tall silhouette and slender waist, recognizing at once that he was indeed a strikingly handsome man. Severus was undeniably handsome. Thanks to Alice's efforts, he had finally managed to avoid concealing his good looks. Yet, Alice's mind remained clear. What could a girlfriend offer compared to the role of a goddaughter? Given her godfather's engrossment in his potion-making career, she realized that she would likely never have a godmother. Ever since Riddle and Alice began collaborating, a notion Alice held unilaterally, her visits to Severus had drastically diminished, and she had not even sought out Headmaster Dumbledore again. Partly, it was due to her busy schedule, and partly, she harbored her own apprehensions. She worried that Riddle might cause trouble for her godfather and was concerned that Headmaster Dumbledore might sense Riddle's presence. However, after spending some time with Riddle, she felt she could finally breathe a little easier. Riddle had even accepted her reluctance to visit the observatory, allowing Alice to believe she could visit her godfather more often to nurture their bond. Upon entering, Alice did not wish to interrupt Severus. Instead, she found a spot to sit quietly and watched him brew potions, which was quite a delightful sight. Severus noticed Alice's arrival but did not pause his work, his attention remaining fixed on the cauldron, not sparing her a glance. "Next time you come in without knocking, I'll have to ask your father to discipline you," he remarked. Alice dismissed this lightly, responding, "You say that every time, Godfather. Can we not have something fresh for a change?" Severus, still not turning around, replied coolly, "Add 2 inches to your paper." Alice's foot faltered at the threshold, and she stumbled slightly, steadied only by grasping the doorknob. Silently, she retreated, closing the door behind her, and knocked 3 times, only re-entering when she heard his familiar voice, tinged with amusement, inviting her back in. Her godfather was quite excessive. She could hear his laughter, and he did not even attempt to conceal it. Alice felt a mixture of exhaustion and affection, yet she dared not overstep, obediently taking her place beside him, waiting for her godfather to find a moment to converse. Alice typically paid little heed to the potions Severus was brewing, but today she had come with a purpose and found herself drawn to the contents of the cauldron. "Godfather, are you brewing the tooth-strengthening solution for Headmaster Dumbledore again?" she inquired, observing the ingredients within the pot. Severus was intrigued by Alice's interest in his potion, lifting his gaze to glance at her. "It is rare to see you concerned about what I am brewing. It seems I have a fortunate cauldron on my hands. Even such a rare occurrence as this must mean it will prove invaluable for more challenging potions in the future," he mused. Alice felt as though she had been struck by venom, unable to counter his words. Fortunately, Severus, accustomed to his sharp tongue, did not elaborate further, allowing Alice to sit quietly beside him. Severus understood well why Alice had come to him. Approaching the end of term, she sought his assistance in highlighting key points. However, he believed this was quite unnecessary. Severus did not consider himself an exceptional teacher, at the very least. He never muddled the material that was meant to be taught in class. If Alice desired a summary for her final exam, she would find it far easier to obtain from her close friend Cho than from him. Severus was unsure why Alice had chosen him for this task, yet he did not mind having her in the basement. Alice spent an hour there, failing to secure the final exam highlights from the potions master, but she appeared quite content upon her departure. Upon returning to her dormitory, Alice noticed the lights were on, a stark contrast to the dimness of the basement. It seemed that Lord Voldemort had returned after a busy day, prompting a smile from Alice. This meant she could enjoy tea and reading with him. She pushed the door open to find the young man seated as usual in the single armchair, quietly engrossed in a book, enveloped in the familiar low pressure that Alice had come to associate with him. An inexplicable warmth filled her as she felt that someone had left a light on, waiting for her return. Lord Voldemort awaited her homecoming. Alice pondered whether she had truly not slept, finding herself daring to dream. She lingered at the doorway for a moment before stepping inside, while the young man remained unhurried, as if her delay mattered little. In truth, he did not find it significant. A servant was merely a tool, useful when needed. Tom considered himself quite magnanimous. As long as she did not fail him at critical moments, he was unconcerned about minor issues. He was satisfied with Riddle's indifferent demeanor toward everything. The Dark Lord's gaze would never linger on trivial matters and inconsequential individuals. Alice was merely an underage witch, in Tom's eyes. It was already quite remarkable that she had been chosen by Riddle to serve as a temporary tool, and he had no desire to demand more from her. Tom spent his days beside Alice, not because he could not leave, but because he found a sense of peace for his fragmented soul in her presence. A soul that had been torn asunder did not feel pain, nor did it scream for bloodshed and cruelty. This clarity of mind aided him in regaining his strength and hastened his ambitions to dominate Europe. Moreover, he could not afford to part with this foolish body, for now. A temporary retreat would yield greater benefits than abandoning Alice's side. Tom's eyes flickered as Alice embraced him, obscuring the faint green glow, one that was not intended for her sight. Riddle perceived that glow clearly. It was Tom's signal, indicating that the time had come. Alice took a seat across from Riddle, noticing the young man closing his book. She quickly composed herself, recognizing the posture that indicated it was time for her to begin her tasks. "We are to go to the observatory today, are we?" Alice asked. The boy placed the book on the nearby coffee table, his dark eyes fixed intently on her. "No, tomorrow," he replied, seeing the confusion on Alice's face. Riddle's gaze drifted to the cover of the spellbook, finding the intricate patterns to be deeply meaningful. Ultimately, he spoke again. "Tomorrow night, we will merge my two soul fragments, and then I will leave to seek the others." Alice's smile faltered slightly as she pressed her lips together. "So soon? You are truly remarkable, to be merging so quickly." Riddle sensed Alice's discontent. She should be delighted by his departure. After all, she was someone who cherished her sleep. Why was she not pleased? The atmosphere around the boy darkened further, yet Alice remained oblivious. She too believed she ought to feel joy, but a sense of discomfort lingered. Unable to comprehend the reason behind her unease, she decided to dismiss the thought. Shaking her head to clear her mind, she cheerfully declared, "Then I shall rest well today, ensuring you achieve a perfect fusion tomorrow." Upon finishing her words, Alice set Tom down and swiftly made her way to the bathroom. In a flurry, she tugged at her nightgown, yet made a concerted effort to maintain a measured pace, her silhouette exuding an air of calmness. Riddle's gaze remained fixed upon her until she vanished entirely behind the door of the bathroom. "What are you staring at?" Tom interjected suddenly, as if Alice's presence was meant to startle him. Riddle chose to ignore him, and Tom, indifferent, found himself somewhat intrigued. Could it be that his 16-year-old self was prone to sentimentality? Clearly, that Malfoy girl wouldn't speak indiscriminately, would she? Abruptly, Riddle turned to Tom, his eyes glinting with unmasked malice. Chapter 21. The Commencement of Soul Fusion. Were it not for the limitations of this puppet-like body, Tom would have grinned widely. "Indeed, this is precisely what you ought to ponder." His green eyes flickered with intensity. "I shan't depart from her for the time being. I shall keep watch. You may attend to your own affairs." At this, Riddle averted his gaze, settling back on the sofa as if nothing had transpired, biding his time for the return of that foolish individual. As she hurriedly turned to leave, he noticed her eyes were reddened, tears streaming down her chin as she desperately rushed into the washroom to weep. Riddle felt a twinge of discomfort, albeit without understanding its root. Perhaps it stemmed from the thought of her naivety. How could she linger with someone as perilous as himself for so long, and now that he was to depart? She was not rejoicing but rather shedding tears. Indeed, the Malfoys were all so fragile, each generation weaker than the last. Lucius Malfoy, having fallen from grace, swiftly turned to the Ministry of Magic, while Narcissa Malfoy exhibited no loyalty whatsoever. As for that Draco of theirs, he was clearly coddled, incapable of withstanding even the slightest adversity. As for Alice, Riddle instinctively refrained from contemplating what would transpire should he fail. Nor did he wish to explore the potential value she might offer him in the future. "Let it be for now," he mused. "I shall leave her be and deal with her matters later." Naturally, Riddle would not discuss such matters with Tom, whose mind was muddled, easily bested by a mere infant of 1 year. Beyond his penchant for violence, there was little reason left for rational thought. He was yet unaware of Alice's potential utility, but should Tom uncover it, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate any unstable variables. Riddle once believed himself to be mad. Yet upon encountering Tom, his perspective shifted. When Alice negotiated terms with him in the Chamber of Secrets, she had expressed that a fragmented soul was inherently unstable, rendering the dominion over Europe unattainable. a claim Riddle initially questioned. Yet the more he interacted with Tom, the more he found Alice's assertion to hold truth. In comparison to a deranged 1/7 of a being, Alice was evidently far more significant. Was Alice truly distressed? Perhaps not entirely. She stood before the mirror, dampening a towel with cool water to soothe her eyes. After spending extended periods in her godfather's cellar, one inevitably faced such drawbacks. For the steam from potions could indeed strain the eyes. Earlier, a mere glance upward at Riddle had exposed her to an overly bright light, instantly invoking a sharp pain. She had barely a moment to converse with Riddle before fleeing into the bathroom. Fortunately, she had brought her nightgown along, allowing her to cleanse herself as well. Otherwise, she would soon have to face him and explain the reason behind her reddened eyes, only to endure a barrage of ridicule. Goodness, did he swallow a cactus? Why must his words sting so? Riddle was like this, and so too was Severus. It seemed the Slytherins were akin to thorny roses. Alice pushed open the bathroom door, her eyes still tinged with red, yet she feigned an air of indifference, striving to appear composed. Although her eyes remained slightly swollen, she could not afford to display this. Otherwise, she would be subject to mockery. Lord, I shall rest early tonight. Tomorrow, I shall fuse our souls. Her voice bore an unnatural quality as she approached the coffee table, taking a sip of water to mask her unease. Rest assured, my lord, I shall succeed at once. Ironically, Alice was indeed proficient in soul fusion. Her words were not mere banter with Riddle. She had originally presumed it would be quite some time before such a skill would prove useful, having grown accustomed to his daily, stern demeanor that forbade her from resting. Especially since Riddle had been somewhat accommodating of late. Feeling dismal, Alice did not wish to interact with Riddle in Thomas' presence, lest that mad dog seize the opportunity to lash out. She experienced a restful night's sleep. Had it not been for Riddle's call, she might have remained oblivious to the world. Alice had anticipated a sleepless night, tossing and turning for an extended period before inexplicably drifting off. She mused that perhaps she did not hold Riddle in as high regard as she once believed. After all, a Dark Lord, even in his 1/8 spectral form, was not something she could easily contend with. Riddle appeared rather lackluster, yet in truth, he was in a pitiable state. The previous night, when Alice struggled to find slumber, he had cast a minor spell to ensure she would not be deprived of sleep, allowing her to rest. His piercing green eyes reappeared, and after a considerable amount of banter, he finally managed to quiet Tom. Today was Sunday, and a splendid day at that. The students of Hogwarts reveled in the rare good weather, eagerly anticipating the upcoming Christmas ball. This year's festivities were graciously sponsored by Ramp B34, featuring a peculiar band of magical prodigies. Although first-year students were not permitted to enter the dance floor, as Headmaster Dumbledore encouraged them to indulge in more treats. Riddle led Alice directly to the 8th floor of Hogwarts, arriving at an inconspicuous corner. Alice was well aware of the location. It was the room of requirement. She had long suspected that the fragment to be fused was this one, as it was the most recent, and he would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to grow stronger. Despite having never visited the room of requirement, Alice should have encountered it during her nocturnal escapades, yet she had not. Perhaps the knowledge of being in proximity to a fully aware, utterly devoid of humanity Voldemort instilled a sense of trepidation within her, compelling her to avoid unnecessary interactions. Who could have foreseen that Alice, having evaded him for so long, would end up residing in the same room as Voldemort for such an extended period? Truly, the world is unpredictable, full of twists and turns, and exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Alice understood that this hiding place would likely be disorganized, perhaps even chaotic. Her memories conjured images from films. Heaven knows why she retained such recollections, for she could scarcely recall what Harry looked like in those films. The present figures occupied her thoughts entirely. She could scarcely recollect those distant memories, believing that what she had now was the finest. Just yesterday, she had been merrily frolicking at her godfather's side like a fool, and today, she was to bid farewell to what she unilaterally deemed a familiar face. Alice was acutely aware that Riddle would never regard her as a friend. She might not even register in the eyes of the Dark Lord. However, she simply could not overlook her interactions with him. Familiarity was sufficient. Should he pursue inquiries regarding her family and godfather, she would handle it with composure, unperturbed by her associations with him. As Alice stepped into that disheveled hiding place, she felt that the films had indeed understated the reality. This was, without a doubt, the most chaotic environment she could conceive. There was everything imaginable. The bottles likely belonged to Professor Trelawney from divination, while the other papers and tomes were obscured, rendering it impossible for her to discern their owner. A thick layer of dust had accumulated, and every step Alice took left behind clear footprints. She felt somewhat uncomfortable, not particularly due to the dust itself, but because she kept inadvertently brushing against various objects along the way, causing clouds of dust to rise and choke her, prompting a fit of coughing. Riddle, on the other hand, remained entirely unfazed. He had visited this place numerous times before. Over the course of the past week, he had fully mastered that fragment of soul, and today, once the merging was complete, he would return in his entirety. Was there a risk involved in soul merging? Certainly. It resembled the complexities of dissociative identity disorder, where the stronger personality would retain more traits and dominate the body post-merger, which is why doctors often emphasize the primary personality's supremacy. However, soul merging was more tyrannical. The stronger soul would become the new dominant entity, while the others would merely serve as enhanced nourishment. When Alice had discussed this matter with Riddle, she had merely intended to enlighten him, for in her eyes, he was but a fragment. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener was attentive. At least Tom was too apprehensive to merge souls at this moment. In his current state, any fragment could easily overpower him. It was crucial to remember that he was the primary soul and could never accept being devoured by those lesser, youthful parts of himself. Thus, he lingered by Alice's side, resolutely insisting that Riddle merge with the soul within the crown, which was only slightly older than himself. Riddle led Alice deeper into the room, where amidst the disarray, he discovered a table that appeared incongruous in its surroundings. It seemed to have been discarded after breaking, and Riddle had taken it upon himself to restore and clean it. Upon the table lay a crown, glimmering brilliantly even in the dimly lit room. Alice was mesmerized by its beauty. She struggled to find the words to articulate its splendor, which seemed to embody wisdom itself. Although she had seen numerous blue gemstones and possessed several crowns, this one, imbued with a unique significance by Lady Ravenclaw, was incomparable to any other adornment. Riddle did not rush her. When Alice finally regained her composure, she noticed him quietly observing her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she lowered her gaze, revealing only the flush of her ears to Riddle. He averted his eyes, stating, "Let us commence the merging. Once it is complete, I must make my swift departure." Alice raised her head, her focus drawn back to the task at hand. She opened her mouth, but could not produce a sound. Approaching the table, she picked up the crown, turning her back to Riddle, and declared, "I shall begin now." Holding the crown flat against her chest, she released it, allowing it to hover in the air. Alice raised her hands, performing a series of gestures that Riddle could not comprehend. Yet he felt the pulsations of energy permeating the atmosphere around them. While he could not perceive the fluctuations of magical energy, Alice could see a complex and mysterious array unfurling around the crown, enveloping Riddle within its embrace. Gradually, the crown drew closer to him, ensnared by strange, silken threads that encased them both. Riddle could no longer see Alice. Instead, he discerned a dark silhouette emerging from the crown, which gradually solidified into the form of a slightly taller adult wizard. He felt his body, forged from the essence of soul, begin to dissolve as it commenced merging with him. The process unfolded smoothly. Alice sensed that the ritual had progressed halfway. As soon as the dormant fragment made contact with Riddle, it would instinctively initiate the merging, akin to a broken bone healing on its own. For there existed a unique connection between souls. Tom, however, perceived Alice's expression and was skeptical that matters would proceed so seamlessly. His green eyes glinted ominously in the darkness. Suddenly, the array began to tremble, prompting Alice to quickly alter her gestures to stabilize the formation. What was happening? Why would the soul within the crown, which was not a dormant fragment, reject the merging? Why was it vying for dominance over Riddle's soul? No one answered Alice's queries. Caught off guard, Riddle was swiftly overwhelmed. Losing a substantial portion of his soul, regaining his composure, he instinctively blocked and retaliated. The two soul fragments engaged in a fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. In truth, the recently awakened fragment was not particularly powerful, but Tom had taken precautions while concealing that piece of soul. The moment Riddle sensed its awakening, he understood the implications. After all, it had been hidden within Hogwarts, right beneath Dumbledore's watchful eyes. He would surely have prepared for contingencies, but he had not informed him. Alice also realized this. After all, the fragment had been cursed when hidden in the remote Gunter mansion, and it had been safeguarded in a cave with poison and undead guardians. How could Lady Ravenclaw's crown lack a safeguard? The contention between the two fragments for dominance was something Alice had never anticipated. Riddle would undoubtedly refrain from mentioning the struggle for supremacy. Surely, the arrival of other fragments to merge should be a positive development. Why, then, was there such vehement resistance? It was not as though they sought to tarnish his reputation. Soon, Alice found herself too exhausted to ponder further. The clash between the two souls had escalated to a fever pitch. She needed to reinforce the array, or they would risk shattering it amidst their battle. If they engaged in combat now, merging would become exceedingly difficult. With a decisive instinct, Alice sliced her palm, using her blood to strengthen the array, ensuring the merging proceeded smoothly. The souls, having engaged in combat, also required the array's sustenance. The bloodshed was not in vain. Yet, the pain was excruciating. and tears blurred Alice's vision. Outside the array, Alice felt frantic, while the two inside had already determined a victor. The fragment imbued with Tom's power was formidable, yet Riddle, having basked in the moonlight alongside Alice for a year, was ultimately superior. Observing the array stabilize, Alice finally exhaled in relief, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Thankfully, nothing had gone awry. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. As long as they continued normally, complete merging was within reach. However, it proved unwise to speak too soon. Murphy's Law does not spare anyone, not even wizards. Just as Alice's sigh of relief escaped her lips, the array abruptly dimmed. Terrified, she dared not breathe. What was transpiring now? Was Merlin not going to grant her, who was attempting soul merging for the first time in this world, a novice's boon? Inside the array, Riddle was unperturbed. In fact, he had anticipated such an occurrence. Tom had withheld information about the fragment's issues precisely to wait for this moment. By allowing the two to engage in a mutual destruction, he would seize the opportunity to absorb both soul fragments, solidifying his position as the dominant soul. Riddle stared at the encroaching wave of black mist, his eyes glowing crimson, signaling an unyielding confrontation. Alice, desperate and out of options, noticed the array growing increasingly dim. She shouted into the fray, "My lord, regardless of the situation inside, I will stabilize the array for you. You will emerge victorious. Please, hurry. I cannot hold on much longer." Upon finishing her plea, Alice bit her lip and used her wand to slash her left wrist, blood gushing forth. Indeed, it was far more painful than slicing her palm. Alice thought to herself that if Lord Voldemort was truly angered with her, he was utterly heartless. She had sacrificed so much for him. She had never endured such severe injury in her life. Indeed, weekends spent with Riddle had never boded well. Chapter 22. Riddle's Departure. The current situation was precarious. It could be summed up as Alice nearing the brink of death from blood loss if the matter remained unresolved. She understood that Riddle must also be facing difficulties, yet she was on the verge of collapse. "My lord, no matter what you are doing, we must expedite this. I truly cannot continue." Alice exerted all her strength to shout, but her words emerged weak and feeble. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes had passed since she had cut her wrist, and blood now coated the entire array, a situation far too extreme for a pampered young lady. Riddle was not idle either. He and Tom engaged in a fierce back and forth during those 5 or 6 minutes. Riddle sustained even greater injuries, yet Tom did not emerge unscathed. No one knew better than he who he truly was. Despite their intrinsic connection, from the moment of consciousness awakening, they had become adversaries. He had no intention of sparing Tom, merely postponing his actions for the time being, and it was evident that Tom was equally unprepared to tolerate him. Only one soul could prevail. They could revisit different times, as long as they could dominate Europe, but they could never coexist. Tom sought to consume him, initially. Riddle felt indifferent, merely fighting for survival. He could accept defeat, particularly at the hands of a more experienced version of himself. But there was someone waiting for him outside the formation. Tom was an utter madman, even if their souls merged. It would not change his disregard for Alice. She held no value, and in a moment of whimsy, he would still kill her, regardless of the reasons. Riddle did not wish for her demise. Thus he resolved to eliminate Tom. "Alice," he murmured. He could hear her voice, though the words eluded him. He knew she was on the brink of collapse. The fusion must be resolved immediately. Solidifying his form once more, Riddle charged towards Tom. Confident in his victory, he simply could not afford to lose. Boom. The sound of an explosion reverberated from the formation, sending shockwaves that flung Alice away, crashing against the only clean table, covering her in dust. She was utterly drained of strength, her head spinning as she struggled to rise, only to succumb to unconsciousness. The wound on her wrist continued to bleed, pooling beneath her in a dark stain that soaked her finely tailored robes. Riddle was formidable, more formidable than Tom had anticipated. He had thought that with the crown before him, he could easily wear Riddle down. He even believed he would need to expend effort to resolve the remnants of the crown's power. Yet Riddle managed to endure. He had not expected his fractured soul to possess such strength. Tom realized too late that he should have fused before Riddle regained his strength. He had underestimated him gravely. The greatest opponent one can face is oneself, a truth exemplified in the clash between Tom and Riddle. Knowing one's own habits allows for instinctive evasion and counterattacks. However, their time frames spanned too broadly. Riddle was fragmented in 1942, while Tom was vanquished by a 1-year-old Harry in 1981. Thus, a gap of 39 years lay between them. Tom had more combat experience, while Riddle benefited from the familiarity with Alice's formation. After all, this fusion ritual was designed for Riddle, not Tom. With the advantage of home ground, Tom could only be considered the one being assimilated, while Riddle's formidable strength foretold a predictable outcome. Tom believed his plan was infallible. neglecting to account for Alice, the architect of the formation, a truly terrifying hubris. As Riddle consumed Tom, the formation dissipated. He had yet to acclimatize to his new body, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with a scene of desolation. The eternally chattering blonde girl lay in a pool of blood, soiled and lifeless, her fate uncertain. When just moments ago she had been speaking to him, reason dictated that Alice harbored many secrets, surely possessing a means of survival. She would not sacrifice her life so easily. Even his grandfather and the original Death Eaters who had followed him from the beginning would not resort to such an act. Alice could not possibly be in peril. Yet a momentary panic seized him, only for an instant. He approached Alice, checking her condition, and upon seeing the wound on her hand, he realized the origin of the blood staining the floor. So much blood, no adult wizard, not even an accomplished Auror from the Ministry, could withstand such loss. Riddle seized Alice's wand, urgently tending to her wounds. She could not be taken to the hospital wing. The injury was inexplicable, and he would not risk exposing her. Alice's wand still bore traces of fresh blood, which Riddle hastily wiped on her robes, using a healing charm to staunch the bleeding. Though it could not mend the wound itself, magical injuries could not be restored to their original state by mere healing spells. Alice was merely suffering from superficial wounds, but the loss of blood posed a significant danger. Riddle gazed at the unconscious Alice, pondering her peculiar nature. The injuries were on her left hand, as if she had prepared for him to abandon her, worrying about her ability to care for herself. Last night, having learned of his impending departure, she had secretly mourned, engaging in a transaction where effort and reward were grossly disproportionate. How could she possibly agree to such a deal? Abraxas, your granddaughter is truly an inadequate Malfoy. Having tended to her wounds, Riddle rose, frowning at the filthy Alice lying on the ground, contemplating how to return her to the dormitory. By chance, he caught sight of Alice's wand. He recalled that his brother Draco's wand was made of hawthorn and unicorn hair, a contradictory yet fitting combination. He had assumed Alice's wand would be adorned with extravagant materials such as peacock feathers. Instead, it was dragon heartstring, high in offensive power. Yet the wielder was far too weak. The wood was indeed rare, but he could not discern its nature at that moment. Riddle did not linger over the wand's examination. He needed to evacuate Alice. In her current state, leaving her there would mean a fresh corpse within 3 hours, a troublesome affair awaiting him. He employed a simple cleaning charm to cleanse Alice, hesitating briefly before lifting her into his arms. All traces of blood were eradicated, every discordant element eliminated, leaving only the now useless Ravenclaw diadem. Riddle had a penchant for collecting, but his interests lay in ancient tomes or dark artifacts. He had intended to incinerate such trivial adornments to avoid leaving traces behind. Alice seemed to have a fondness for it. He glanced down at her pale face, contemplating it as a reward for her loyalty. By the time he exited the room of requirement, it was already afternoon. He had deliberately chosen a time close to lunch to evade the crowd. Knowing few would venture to the 8th floor, having successfully missed lunch, he resolved to return Alice to the dormitory first. The sun shone brightly outside, and with unwavering confidence in his magical prowess, Riddle cast a disillusionment charm and strode down the stairs with Alice in tow. Before the fusion, he had refrained from claiming such confidence, but now, with the 3 fragments merged, even if he encountered Dumbledore, he would not be recognized. However, he had not encountered Dumbledore's presence, as Riddle was meticulous in his planning, having confirmed that Dumbledore would be absent from the school that weekend, which was why he had brought Alice to undergo the soul fusion. He had never relied on luck, so he trusted only in himself. Alice's golden hair glistened in the sunlight, yet her complexion was so pale it seemed almost translucent. In his arms, she lay still as a porcelain doll, void of anger, void of vitality. Riddle moved swiftly. For him, the 13-year-old Alice felt no different from a fragile doll. In mere minutes, he arrived at the entrance to the cellar. A matter of his own nature, or perhaps concern. Observing the Serpentine Guardian at the door, he was acutely aware that he did not know the password. He had never required one. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpent's mouth opened in response, and Alice would undoubtedly remark that Riddle was overstepping his bounds, leveraging his ability to speak Parseltongue to act recklessly, while she herself endeavored to forge a connection, only to be met with indifference from the 2 serpentine heads. It was clear that she was the one behaving erratically, Riddle mused. Suddenly, the door to the cellar swung open. It was precisely lunchtime, and many Slytherin students were engaged in idle chatter within the common room, the cellar door facing the lounge area. The door's opening and closing was a common occurrence, and the occupants of the common room paid it no mind, merely sensing its movement and the passage of someone through it. In the Slytherin common room, Pansy and Zabini were seated on a sofa with their backs to the door, discussing Draco's latest antics, lamenting how he had abandoned Goyle and the others to seek out Harry Potter. Goyle, indulging in dessert, merely echoed Pansy's sentiments, preoccupied with his small cake, oblivious to the substance of her words. Noticing the door opening, Pansy turned to look, awaiting Alice's return, unaware of her whereabouts, having not seen her all day. She turned back to find the door empty, devoid of any presence. Alas, I wonder where Alice has gone. It's been ages since we last conversed, Pansy confided in Zabini. As if Draco's behavior weren't enough, now Alice is getting too chummy with that Gryffindor, Granger. Not only has our little Slytherin prince been whisked away, but even my dear queen seems to be forsaking me. Zabini reclined on the sofa, offering her a nonchalant consolation. Fear not. Your Royal Highness surely holds you in the highest regard. Those outsiders cannot compare to you, Miss Parkinson. Pansy chuckled at his words, her attention diverted by Zabini's reassurance, rendering the opening of the cellar door a mere triviality. Riddle navigated through a throng of young Slytherin wizards, escorting Alice back to the dormitory. Upon entering, he summoned Nanny, Alice's house elf, the most adept caretaker for her. After consuming 2 fragments, Riddle accessed a wealth of memories, though he had not fully assimilated them. He selectively focused on the recent ones, which were predominantly filled with thoughts of Alice. Who are you? What in the world, miss? What has happened? Nanny exclaimed, startled, unable to comprehend why a stranger occupied her mistress's room, especially since she had answered the summons of Alice's wand. Yet, her concerns quickly shifted to Alice's condition, leaving little room for contemplation about Riddle's presence. She hurriedly took Alice from Riddle's arms, gently placing her on the bed. Upon seeing Alice's pale visage and the injury on her left hand, Nanny was overwhelmed with empathy, wishing it were she who bore the pain. How could this happen to you, Miss Alice? Whenever I see you, you are always so cherished by your master, never having sustained such grievous wounds. Nanny's heart raced with anxiety, tears streaming down her cheeks. However, she recognized that this was not the time for inquiries. Alice's wound had stopped bleeding, but her true predicament was excessive blood loss. With Nanny's limited knowledge, she felt ill-equipped to respond to the situation. After assisting Alice onto the bed, she was at a loss for what to do next. She concluded that she must seek out Professor Snape, Alice's godfather and potions master, who would undoubtedly know the proper course of action. But would approaching him without understanding Riddle's identity create further complications for Alice? Realizing that she could not rely on the house elf, Riddle felt a surge of frustration. Had he simply left or allowed Tom to become the dominant soul, she would have been left with no escape. He had not considered the consequences of his actions, and such recklessness would hinder his survival in the treacherous realms of politics and commerce. The Malfoy family's vast fortunes attracted many eyes, and he needed allies to navigate such treacherous waters. Lucius was a fool to raise a daughter who could not even provide a capable house elf. With an impassive expression, Riddle retrieved Tom, now merely a teddy bear-like package, from within his belongings, rummaging through it as he instructed Nanny, prepare warm water and towels, clean clothes, and tidy her up. Then, fetch some light food from the Hogwarts kitchen to have ready for her when she awakens. Ensure no one else discovers any abnormalities. Nanny discerned the threat underlying Riddle's words. The malice in his tone confirmed that the injuries sustained by her mistress were inflicted by this unfamiliar figure clad in ill-fitting Slytherin robes. Regardless of her thoughts, Nanny complied. For Alice's safety was paramount, relegating all other concerns to the background. Seeing the house elf spring into action, Riddle felt a modicum of calm return. He found a bottle of blood-replenishing potion, relieved that Alice had organized her belongings. Otherwise, in such a vast space, he doubted he would have located the necessary potion. Nanny brought the water and, taking the potion from Riddle, carefully administered it to Alice, wiping her face and extremities, while Riddle stood at the foot of the bed. Observing Nanny's ministrations, Nanny felt tense, fearful of making a mistake that might provoke harm to her mistress from this madman. Nanny, anxious, delayed her actions, but eventually reached a point where she needed to address Riddle. Sir, I must change the young lady's clothing. Please, could you step aside? Riddle was taken aback. He had not anticipated this request. Feeling a touch of discomfort, he turned his back, surprised to find himself in a position of awkwardness. As he was usually the one unsettling others, the wheel of fate turns, and Riddle hastily retreated to the bathroom, as though pursued by a battalion of Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. Once he closed the bathroom door, Nanny felt reassured enough to begin unbuttoning Alice's garments to change her. She had not expected the stranger to comply so readily, yet she remained vigilant. As she attended to Alice, she noted that despite her pallor and the gruesome wound on her hand, her pulse remained steady, allowing Nanny to breathe a sigh of relief. Earlier, Nanny's concern had clouded her judgment, but regaining her composure, she resolved to remain by Alice's side until she awoke, ensuring that the intruder would not seize the opportunity to strike. She was the finest house elf, personally selected by Lucius for Alice. She could not possibly be entirely inept. In the bathroom, Riddle closed the door behind him, taking a moment to assess his current situation. The large mirror provided an opportunity to scrutinize his transformed physique. The reflection was still familiar, yet with the integration of other fragments, Riddle's body appeared more mature and robust than when he had first emerged from the diary, likely resembling that of a 20-year-old. The unforeseen events during the merging process had influenced him, for otherwise, he would have retained the form of a 16-year-old. Utilizing the time while Alice was being changed, Riddle sifted through the memories acquired from other souls. Indeed, a long life alters one's disposition. When Riddle re-entered the room, his presence exuded an aura that rendered Nanny hesitant to even breathe audibly. Just moments before, she had believed she could protect Alice. Now, she feared she might not even have the opportunity to act before being annihilated by this man, who had seemed so easily conquerable just 5 minutes prior. Was there some hidden magical array in the ladies' restroom that she remained oblivious to? What was the situation with that man? Riddle cast a glance at Alice. The warm orange-yellow glow of the dormitory lights illuminating her fair face. Having just consumed a blood-replenishing potion, she no longer appeared as pallid as before. Though he initially intended to linger a while longer, Riddle now had more pressing matters to attend to. Shifting his gaze to the house elf nearby, he grasped Alice's seemingly unremarkable wand. The wand was exquisite, much like its owner. Riddle caressed the smooth shaft, raising it to cast a spell of oblivion. His own wand had been lost in Godric's Hollow, crafted from purple heartwood, featuring a phoenix feather from Dumbledore's bird, measuring 13.5 inches. It had accompanied him since he was 11, demonstrating countless formidable dark magics. He would reclaim it, just as he would retrieve all that he had once possessed. Until then, it was prudent to keep his existence concealed from unnecessary eyes, especially from a mere house elf. Nana's suspicion proved correct. She hadn't had time to react before the wand struck her, the force of the impact sending her tumbling against the cabinet by the bed, where Alice stashed many cherished items, including Riddle's diary. The cabinet rattled upon impact, and Riddle pondered whether Alice would be displeased if something inside were to break, but dared not voice his thoughts, ultimately resorting to silent frustration. His eyes fell upon the Tom plushie he had carelessly cast aside earlier. Alice treated it like a treasured possession, using it merely as a bag. He couldn't fathom her thoughts, conversing with a mere teddy bear. Perhaps Alice was a touch eccentric. Using a summoning charm, Riddle retrieved Tom, studying the bear intently for a considerable time. It was now nothing more than a simple plush, devoid of the green light that once flickered in its black eyes. Riddle mused that perhaps Alice's injuries weren't severe, she merely needed to awaken to be fine. He pushed open the dormitory door, preparing to depart. As he stepped out, he glanced back. Despite having spent many years at Hogwarts, he had never ventured into the girls' dormitory, let alone lingered there under such circumstances. The room was warm and inviting, far removed from the dankness of the dungeons. Outside, the inky darkness of the Black Lake loomed, yet Alice infused it with a touch of warmth. Having resided in Slytherin's dungeons for 7 years, Riddle had left without a trace of nostalgia, his heart filled solely with fervor for his aspirations. Now, having stayed here for merely half a year, his departure would evoke no sentimentality. He surveyed Alice, concealed beneath layers of bed curtains, and the house elf, still incapacitated on the floor from the spell's impact. Both were utterly foolish. Their master and the elf were equally dim-witted. Riddle closed the door behind him, weaving through the bustling crowd as he had upon his arrival, solitary. Much like the day he left Hogwarts to embark on his grand ambitions, undaunted in his resurgence. When Alice awoke, darkness had enveloped the room. Although the windows of the dungeon were perpetually shrouded in blackness, rendering the passage of time indiscernible. Her left hand throbbed painfully, rendering it nearly useless, yet fortunately, she had not suffered excessive blood loss. Her mind remained relatively clear. Forcing herself to sit up, she sought Riddle's presence. Scanning the room, she found no trace of him. Neither the couch nor the desk bore his presence, and the dormitory was small enough to survey in a glance. Instead, she discovered the unconscious elf Nana by her bedside. Alice was taken aback. Since Riddle's formal arrival this term, she had scarcely summoned Nana to Hogwarts. "Nana, are you all right?" she inquired, descending from her bed to check on the elf. Upon hearing Alice's voice, Nana slowly regained consciousness. "Miss, are you well?" Though her head throbbed painfully, her foremost concern was for Alice. "What about me? How did you end up here?" Alice felt no significant harm herself, but Riddle's absence stirred worry within her. She distinctly recalled being in the room of requirement just prior. "I came here at your summons, but afterward." Nana's expression was blank. After repeating herself fruitlessly, Alice understood that her memory had likely been erased. Such a powerful sorcerer wielded a depth of magic that left Alice helpless against his forgetting charm. However, if the roles were reversed, the situation would differ. Alice's meager tricks would hardly suffice against Riddle. "All right, Nana, I summoned you here," Alice told her, wishing to shield her from further knowledge of Riddle's intentions. "Nana, I'm hungry." Could you fetch me something to eat? Her emotions were tumultuous. She needed solitude to gather her thoughts, having gone an entire day without food. Dismissing Nana, Alice regarded the gruesome wounds on her left hand. The cut on her palm appeared manageable, having received treatment that would allow it to scab over by the next day without hindering her movements. The wound on her wrist, however, would take 3 days to heal, and concealing it was her immediate priority, especially with classes resuming tomorrow. Then there was Riddle. He hadn't even bid her farewell. Though they would undoubtedly meet again, a parting acknowledgement felt warranted after their extended time together. Yet, she found herself content. After all, Riddle had returned her to Hogwarts instead of abandoning her in the room of requirement to fend for herself. What more could she ask? With this thought, Alice visibly brightened. Opening her bare bag to search for something to expedite the healing of her wounds, only to discover something was amiss with Tom. Peering closely, she found no apparent differences. Had she merely overthought? Upon retrieving her potions, Alice conducted a cursory examination, realizing a significant depletion in her supplies. White fresh essence, blood replenishing potions, and various other peculiar concoctions had all diminished considerably. Alice's 3-year collection was nearly exhausted. What? Did someone take it with them after eating? She lamented. I haven't even become a Death Eater yet. Alice gazed at Tom, tearful, resigning to consider it a token of gratitude for being returned safely, a reward for saving her life. Yet, her heart ached. All those potions had been crafted by her godfather, of exceptional quality, capable of fetching a handsome price in gold galleons. Burying her face into Tom's plush body, she needed a moment to recover. She had just lost a small fortune. After dining on the meal Nana had brought, Alice sent her back, also requesting that Nana keep her injuries a secret from their master. Ever loyal to Alice, Nana naturally complied, sparing her any discomfort. Alice surveyed the empty dormitory, her gaze once more fixating on the wound on her wrist. She had lost a considerable amount of blood. The shadows cast by the lamp obscured her expression, a mixture of uncertainty and determination. Having paid such a hefty price, she implored, "Please do not disappoint me, Lord. You must conquer Europe swiftly." Chapter 23, Before the Christmas Ball. This marked the first week since Riddle's departure. Alice had come to accept the solitude of the dormitory, relishing the opportunity to stay up late reading Muggle novels, which swiftly alleviated the loneliness of being alone in the room. How could one possibly feel lonely while immersed in a novel? During her reading, Alice felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Furthermore, with the impending end of term, she found herself juggling both her studies and her literary pursuits, leaving little room for melancholy. Alice diligently sought to conceal her wounds, rummaging through her wardrobe to find the rabbit fur gloves that Narcissa had prepared for her, soft and white, perfectly suited for the occasion. The gloves would effectively mask the scratches on her palms, and the injuries on her wrists could be hidden beneath her sleeves. Fortunately, her left hand was not her dominant one, so with a bit of caution, she could keep it hidden. However, her clever ruse could only deceive Autumn and Draco. When she visited Severus on Tuesday, she was met with an immediate reprimand upon entering the cellar. Confused, Alice felt a wave of guilt as Severus's gaze fell upon her left hand, rendering her speechless. The young witch was still perplexed. How did you know I had injured my hand, godfather? Is it truly so unusual for me to wear gloves? What was the flaw in her disguise? Wearing gloves was quite normal, yet she should have at least masked the scent of blood. The unmistakable aroma of fresh blood was so pronounced that it seemed absurd for him to believe she could be such a second-rate potion master as to be oblivious to it. Severus, seemingly disinclined to engage further, appeared to be suffering from prolonged exposure to that oafish Harry Potter, failing to consider such a trivial matter. Just as Alice was about to protest, she realized that there was indeed no way to argue her case. Well then, it was unwise to attempt any clever tricks in front of a master potion maker and elite spy. Reflecting on her missteps, Alice resolved to ensure that she would not be caught by Severus next time. Under his piercing gaze, she was compelled to fabricate a story, claiming that she had met with an accident while experimenting with a new dessert in the kitchen on Sunday. She had intended to magically slice some butter, but the pot suddenly boiled over, startling her and resulting in an injury to her hand. Fearing concern from others, she chose to remain silent. Alice was uncertain whether Severus believed her. Nonetheless, he did not inquire further, instead handing her several vials of potions with a stern expression, advising her to take care of her wounds and not to be so foolish as to harm her own body. You will be coming for Christmas this year, won't you, godfather? Alice asked. Mother mentioned that Rampy has experienced a surge in shopping due to the Hogwarts Christmas ball, and the holiday gift sets I proposed are selling remarkably well. I believe father will commend me, and you must witness it in person. Observing her prideful demeanor, Severus found himself without anger, collecting a multitude of blood-replenishing potions, urging Alice to depart quickly so as not to disturb his brewing. With a smile, Alice accepted the potions and enveloped her godfather in a warm embrace. It's settled then. We shall go together. Draco and I will wait for you at the station, she said as she was ushered out of the cellar by Severus. Her wounds healed quickly, with Nana visiting daily to bring Alice various nourishing foods, and she diligently consumed Severus's potions. The end-of-term exams loomed closer, but with a month remaining, the upcoming Christmas ball was Alice's primary focus. She had initially thought Riddle would remain until after Christmas, but he departed sooner than expected. Hogwarts had never hosted a Christmas ball before. Alice was unconcerned about her final exams, compared to the frequent assessments back in Hogwarts. Hogwarts was remarkably attentive to the mental and physical well-being of its students. Especially for younger witches and wizards, the exams were straightforward, often consisting of questions directly lifted from their textbooks. Familiarity with the material ensured success. It was worth noting that she had been a science student in her earlier years, grappling with numerous chemical formulas and biological concepts, which required more than mere memorization. In contrast, Alice found the current curriculum effortlessly manageable. However, she recognized that after 2 years of relative indulgence, the OWLs in 5th year and the subsequent newts were crucial examinations. In potions, Alice could not afford to scrape by with a mere passing grade of A, and E was the bare minimum she could accept, lest she bring shame upon her godfather. With this thought in mind, she turned another page of her novel, resolving to buckle down and study diligently, starting tomorrow, by the lake on the weekend. Apart from the young couples, there were friends like Alice and Autumn, engaging in deep conversations about life. Thus, by the Black Lake were Draco and Harry. Harry, can you speak a few words in Parseltongue? Draco inquired. Are there snakes here that you can converse with? Draco was exceedingly curious about Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue. It was quite amusing that a Gryffindor possessed such a talent. As Draco examined Harry's newfound skill, he couldn't help but touch and prod curiously, while Harry blushed in embarrassment, remaining still for Draco's scrutiny. When intrigued, Draco's eyes sparkled with a captivating light. Though their eyes were remarkably similar, Alice's and Draco's were distinct. Harry couldn't help but remember what Hermione had said previously, that even siblings could be distinguished by their eyes. Alice resembled Mrs. Malfoy more closely. Although she had inherited her father's gray eyes, her almond-shaped eyes mirrored her mother's, always carrying a hint of gentle amusement and mischief, the kind that made one feel compelled to indulge her whims despite knowing she might be up to no good. Hermione, while savoring her steak, remarked, Draco is, however, quite straightforward. One can easily discern his affections or aversions. In truth, from what I know of the Malfoy lineage, they have always been business savants. Yet Draco seems remarkably innocent for a Malfoy. He is still young, and Alice is challenging enough as it is. Hermione continued to chew on her steak. Draco can sometimes be a bit spoiled, but even a proud little prince demanding respect makes it seem quite reasonable. I find it entirely acceptable. According to Alice, Draco possessed fox-like eyes akin to his father's, elongated and slightly narrowed, always carrying an air of arrogance. Hermione smiled. I believe Alice is quite right. Harry, however, was bewildered by the conversation. He had merely commented on Draco's striking eyes, and Hermione had launched into an elaborate discussion, leaving him confused yet recognizing the validity of her insights. Ron, on the other hand, was in agony, clutching his head, unable to enjoy even his chicken leg. Hermione, how do you know so much about Malfoy? Goodness, just mentioning the Malfoy family gives me a headache. Hermione shot them an exasperated glance after studying in the library. We always have afternoon tea together. Alice often shares stories about her family, while you two constantly find excuses to escape. Growing increasingly irritated, Hermione pressed. The end-of-term exams are fast approaching. Have you both been studying diligently? In an effort to evade Hermione's incessant nagging, Harry and Ron hastily shifted the subject to the upcoming Christmas ball. More pressing is the Christmas ball. Hermione, will you accompany us? Surely no girl could dislike a Christmas ball. In fact, I don't plan to attend, Hermione replied. Well, it seems that really is the case, Ron said with an awkward laugh. Pulling away from the memories, Harry asked Draco, so, will you be attending the Christmas ball? Since second years aren't allowed to dance in the ballroom, some students can simply return home for an extended holiday. I thought I would inquire about your plans. Christmas should be spent with family, yet Harry did not wish to spend it with Aunt Petunia and the others. That place was not home to him. He would prefer to remain at Hogwarts, even if it meant being alone, as he would find joy in that solitude. Draco, of course, planned to spend Christmas at home with his parents. An extra day of holiday was certainly a welcome occurrence. I shall be attending this year's Christmas ball, and Alice will certainly join as well. She has contributed to this event, so it is only fitting that she participates before departing. Draco replied to Harry, affirming that Alice would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to partake in the ball, thus he would naturally wait for her to return home together. Harry chuckled, visibly elated. Then, let us enjoy the festivities together at the ball. Draco, somewhat perplexed, could not fathom why Harry suddenly appeared so jubilant, yet he smiled in response. All right. Harry himself was unsure of the reason behind his joy. Perhaps it was simply the pleasure of being with Ron, which made the prospect of spending time with Draco all the more delightful. As the Christmas ball drew near, preparations were fervently underway. With Hogwarts house elves diligently working to ensure everything was perfect, this event had garnered significant sponsorship. Headmaster Dumbledore announced that all the elves could host a party of their own on the castle's lawn after completing their tasks, which filled them with immense joy. Alice found herself in the headmaster's office, visiting Fawkes, the exquisite phoenix who had recently undergone rebirth. Although he had matured considerably, he still retained a certain innocence. Fawkes, you are truly stunning now. Your feathers shine brighter than the evening glow, Alice praised, gently stroking his head. Fawkes tilted his head high, displaying a proud demeanor that endeared him even more to Alice. The little phoenix nudged Alice's hand with affection, trusting her completely. Despite her tendency to create mischief in the headmaster's office, the delightful treats she brought were enough to earn her some leniency. After all, it was Albus who dealt with the aftermath, not him. When Dumbledore returned to his office, he found his old friend indulging in affection from Alice, and he felt a sense of resignation. It was clear that Alice had not come merely for a cup of tea. Alice, why have you come to see this old man instead of preparing for tomorrow's ball? Despite knowing that Alice's visit likely held ulterior motives, Dumbledore greeted her with a warm smile, as age often rendered him a bit indulgent towards children. Alice petted Fawkes' head before walking over to Dumbledore, naturally linking her arm with his and playfully saying, "Headmaster, you're back." Seeing Alice's innocent smile, Dumbledore sensed that something was amiss. He tousled her golden hair affectionately. "Speak, my dear Alice, what brings you here?" Feigning ignorance, Alice replied, "What could it be? I simply came to chat with you. Surely, you must feel lonely all by yourself, so I thought I'd keep you in Fawkes' company." Regardless of whether Dumbledore believed her, she had indeed come to see Fawkes. Not pressed to reveal her true intentions, Dumbledore indulged her. "Very well, then let us enjoy some tea." He moved to his small table to brew tea for Alice, which, as a matter of fact, was a gift from her. She had attempted to introduce Dumbledore to a slightly bitter variety, but the British preference for sweet tea rendered her efforts futile. The charm of black tea lay in its sweet, smooth entrance, effortlessly bringing pleasure, while other varieties failed to meet the stringent standards of the English palate. Consequently, the overly sweet concoction Dumbledore prepared was a struggle for Alice to consume. "Merlin, this is exceedingly sweet." While sugary confections are delightful, the sensation of consuming a cup of pure sweetness was somewhat overwhelming. Dumbledore, unfazed, took a sip of his tea and raised his cup, encouraging Alice to drink more. While Alice remained tight-lipped about her purpose, Dumbledore leisurely engaged her in conversation, transitioning from the weather, beloved by the English, to the delectable desserts they both adored from honeydukes, until they unknowingly finished an entire pot of tea. Growing anxious, Alice realized Dumbledore was not concerned about the passage of time. He was renowned for his patience. However, Alice, still youthful, found it difficult to contain herself in the presence of familiar company. "Headmaster, will you be spending Christmas at Hogwarts again this year?" She set aside her tea to sample a lemon sherbet for a change. Although still sweet, it possessed a hint of tartness. Dumbledore traditionally celebrated every holiday at Hogwarts, sometimes with other professors and occasionally with students who remained at school. This year, however, there were indeed students who would not leave, such as second-year Harry Potter, who, if memory served, was quite close to your brother Draco. Dumbledore maintained his composure. Yet this year, Professor McGonagall planned to visit an old friend in Canada, and Severus had already promised to spend Christmas at Malfoy Manor. Other professors had also informed him of their plans to be away during the holidays. Alice remained undeterred, continuing to share useful information. "It's merely one Christmas, Headmaster. I have an entire office full of books to read. Besides, Fawkes will keep me company, so there's no need to worry about me, Alice." Dumbledore replied, unhurriedly, engaging in a back-and-forth dialogue with Alice. She propped her chin on her hand, gazing at him with an expression that seemed to silently question his lack of consideration. Noticing her demeanor, Dumbledore chuckled. "All right, I understand. I shall have a word with Aberforth. I trust that for your sake, he will grant me some leniency and not dismiss me." At this, Alice's spirits brightened. She took a sip from her cup, only to grimace and set it down. She had exerted considerable effort. Although she only had weekends to converse with Aberforth, she remained optimistic. If Aberforth truly harbored such animosity towards Albus, how could he have operated the Hog's Head Inn for so many years? Alice pondered this and conveyed her thoughts to Dumbledore, her smile radiant as she spoke to the venerable elder, who lowered his gaze. Having lived so long, how could he still lack the insights that Alice possessed? Dumbledore fell silent, and so did Alice. She understood that he would come to the right conclusions in due time. As she prepared to leave the headmaster's office, Alice turned to Dumbledore and said, "Headmaster, It has been quite some time since I visited the Hog's Head. When you go, could you please bring a bouquet of daisies for her? She adores them. Back when Riddle was still merely a diary, Alice often frequented the Hog's Head. After Riddle's departure, she resumed her weekly visits, making it a point to greet Aberforth and remind him of their previous agreements. Since Aberforth's arrival in Hogsmeade, Albus had not dared to confront him, for Aberforth always grew angry upon seeing him. He also lacked the opportunity to converse with Ariana's portrait. Alice was subtly reminding him that perhaps bringing daisies would soften Aberforth's demeanor. I will, Alice. Thank you. This little girl, who could easily assume the role of a pampered lady, busied herself with concerns beyond her years, always thinking of Severus and his well-being. He had seen her many times at the astronomy tower, more often than Alice might realize. She was a good child, and Dumbledore felt that was sufficient. After leaving the headmaster's office, Alice returned directly to her dormitory. Having indulged in an abundance of sweets at Dumbledore's, she now had little appetite for dinner, only yearning for water. Upon reaching her dormitory, she drank 2 glasses of water before finally stopping. She placed Tom on the coffee table and sank into the sofa. Appearing somewhat fatigued, she was contemplating a significant matter. Although she had not intended to act so soon, Riddle's departure had disrupted her original plans. She did not believe Riddle would spare her parents and godfather. He might no longer stoop to fixate on a mere high school student. But the implications for others were uncertain. She realized she needed to make some preparations. Thus, this Christmas would be the time. She could no longer delay. Alice nodded to herself, affirming her decision. After attending the ball tomorrow, she would seek out Professor Dumbledore once more before leaving. Chapter 24, The Christmas Ball. The Christmas ball at Hogwarts was indeed quite elegant, despite the questionable aesthetics of both the headmaster and the deputy headmaster. Almost all students from the 3rd year and above attended, pairing off with their romantic interests and dancing gracefully in the ballroom. Among them were Cho and Cedric. What should one do when one's best friend is about to date one's friend? Naturally, one should offer them blessings. Watching Cedric, dressed in a suit and nervously awaiting his beloved in the dance hall, reminded her of the weekend prior to Christmas. During their excursion to Hogsmeade, Cedric felt that his relationship with Cho could progress further. He wished to confess his feelings. Thus, he approached Alice that weekend before the Christmas ball. Cedric appeared somewhat anxious. Alice, do you think it would be inappropriate to confess to Cho on the day before Christmas? If she hesitates, wouldn't that ruin her holiday? It was evident that Cedric was quite worried. Alice rolled her eyes. You were concerned back at the start of the school year about her studies, then during Hogsmeade. You worried about her weekend, and now if you don't confess at Christmas, you'll be fretting about her final exams and her holiday anxiety. Perhaps you should just wait until 4th year to discuss it? Cedric nodded, seemingly convinced by Alice's reasoning. You're right. Cho is even a year below me. Let us wait until she's in 4th year. Having come to a realization, he expressed his gratitude to Alice and prepared to leave. Witnessing that foolish badger convincing himself and confidently bidding her farewell, Alice felt a twinge of despair. Come back. Where are you running off to? That is not what I meant. Was her gentle and understanding senior truly just a naive big boy in the face of love? Alice felt her idealized image of the Hufflepuff senior shatter. Sigh, just confess already. It won't do to keep delaying. What if you encounter someone exceptionally good to Cho who snatches her away? You won't have a place to cry? Alice gently urged. Look at Cho. She is so exceptional, beautiful, intelligent, and kind. Once she grows a bit older, she'll have suitors galore. What will you do then? Where will you find another girl as wonderful as her? When it came to idealization, the lens through which friends viewed each other was the most potent. Privately, she saw numerous flaws in her best friend, but in public, she was the most exquisite girl in the world. Alice could rave about Cho as if composing an 800-word essay, employing a myriad of rhetorical devices. With a touch of her shipper-esque skills, Cedric, that naive little badger, was utterly defenseless, nodding along in a daze. No longer hesitating, Cedric suddenly became tense. Alice, you're right. I must confess quickly, should I do it at the ball? I'll prepare a large bouquet of red roses. I've heard that's how muggles propose. No, it cannot be at the ball. What if Cho doesn't want a date right now? That would put her in an awkward position. I should find a moment when it's just the two of us, he said, quickly retracting his statement, concerned about making Cho unhappy. Alice opened her mouth to say something more, but fell silent. Cedric, in his desire for Cho to be his girlfriend, did not seek to manipulate public opinion to his advantage. How to put it? Truly Hufflepuff, with that infuriating tenderness. However, for Alice, as Cho's best friend, it was a blessing. At least her best friend's future boyfriend was an admirable person who would not mistreat her dear friend. Alice never doubted they would end up together. She was unaware of how they came together in the original narrative, but this time, she was a witness to their love blossoming from its inception to its development, now on the verge of blooming, and Alice would not miss it. After some contemplation, Alice said, "You must bring flowers. Every relationship ought to commence with a bouquet and a confession. Besides flowers, perhaps a hairpin? It's a traditional token in Chinese culture. There are many types of tokens between men and women, but currently, the only option I can provide you with is a hairpin. Why a hairpin? Is it because Cho loves it the most? Or does it carry some special significance? Cedric, a native-born wizard from England, was unfamiliar with Chinese customs and momentarily worried. But thankfully he inquired with Alice. Because the only thing I can buy in Hogsmeade is a hairpin. Anything better can only be found in Diagon Alley. All right. Cedric reassured himself. At least it's not a total loss. Subsequently, Alice's good friend, Cedric, paid for this consultation with 3 cups of butterbeer and went off with his friend and Alice's invaluable advice to scour Hogsmeade for a beautiful hairpin to serve as a token of love for his confession. Alice, working in the shadows, ventured to the Hog's Head Inn on the final weekend before Christmas, intending to visit Aberforth and Ariana while also executing a long-planned endeavor. Having attended Hogwarts for 3 years, Alice had frequented the Hog's Head many times, not solely during her 3rd year. She had visited before, but never engaged with Aberforth. In truth, she had secretly slipped into chat with Ariana, conversing only with her portrait and occasionally bringing her flowers. It was only after entering 3rd year that she formally met Aberforth. Initially, Aberforth was rather unwelcoming. He was not fond of interacting with outsiders and bore the expression of someone who had been deceived out of 5 million galleons. Moreover, in an environment like the Hog's Head, what Hogwarts student wouldn't he prefer to linger at the 3 Broomsticks with friends? Coming here was a clear indication of trouble. Alice had often remarked that no one could dislike Alice Malfoy. She had a way of charming everyone, young and old alike. Even in the face of the fierce and acerbic bat-like godfather, she managed to coexist harmoniously. What fear could she possibly hold towards Dumbledore? This was not her first encounter with Dumbledore. She could handle Hogwarts, and certainly, she could manage Hogsmeade as well. In dealing with the eccentric old man, Alice chose a more subtle approach. She first engaged Aberforth in conversation while chatting animatedly with Ariana, which was something the devoted brother found utterly intolerable. To him, it was difficult not to suspect that this clearly well-bred young lady had been sent by Albus Dumbledore as a spy to approach Ariana. How despicable of Albus to still meddle with Ariana all these years, trying to mend their relationship, he thought. I want to yield so easily. I refused to converse with Alice. Alice, upon entering the Hog's Head, merely ordered a glass of water and sat at the bar, chatting with Ariana. Noticing Aberforth's scrutinizing gaze, she smiled at him, leaving Aberforth with no grounds to object, rendering him incapable of dismissing her, though he wished to usher the visitor away. He found himself reluctant to distress Ariana, who had never known friendship since childhood. After all, having finally encountered someone with whom she could converse, he could not bear to see her saddened. Given that it was Albus who had sent this individual, he could rest assured that no harm would come to Ariana. To be fair, it was true that Ariana felt more isolated in his presence. However, he would never agree to relinquish her portrait to Albus. When Ariana was alive, he hardly paid her any mind. So how much effort would he invest in a mere portrait now? Alice could roughly surmise that Albus's actions stemmed from a protective instinct over his sister, especially since he had already lost her. With only this talking portrait remaining, it was only natural that he would cling to it tightly. Aware of this, Alice endeavored to persuade Albus to accept his brother's invitation to celebrate Christmas together, primarily appealing to him from Ariana's perspective. Albus might disregard his brother's sentiments, yet the moment Ariana's portrait furrowed its brow, he would begin to reflect on whether he had done something wrong that day to upset her. Even when quarreling with his brother, he would never do so in front of Ariana, always putting on a facade. Unfortunately, his acting skills were woefully inadequate, and Ariana was keenly aware of their situation. When faced with Alice's request, Albus hesitated for a long time, ultimately resorting to bluster without taking any real action. As Alice had anticipated, Albus was indeed a stubborn old man, behaving like a child, silent when she spoke to him, yet eavesdropping intently when she conversed with Ariana. Alice, undeterred, spoke freely, and upon realizing that he would not mind their discussions about sibling matters, she began to engage in a playful exchange with Ariana, striving to break the ice. It was the final weekend of Christmas, and Alice had indeed returned. Albus was no longer surprised as he watched her enter, clad in an expensive wool coat and settling into her usual seat. He continued polishing the cup in his hands, casting only a sidelong glance at her without uttering a word. Ariana beamed with joy and greeted Alice enthusiastically. "Alice, you're here. It's been so long. How have you been?" Alice smiled in return. "I'm well, Anna, just busy lately. I apologize for not being here to keep you company." Albus scoffed. "Anna doesn't need your company. I'm enough for her." The two girls ignored him, continuing their conversation. Alice remarked, "I saw Professor Dumbledore on the rooftop again last time. He still doesn't seem very happy." "Is that so? My brother Albus is still unhappy?" Ariana followed along. Albus is quite the opposite. He is always cheerful when he's with Anna. Indeed. Who wouldn't be happy with Anna? Alice replied, pouring herself a glass of water, her demeanor more akin to that of a host than Albus himself. Though Albus remained silent, it was evident that he was listening to their exchange. They exchanged glances. Men, always so stubborn. Ariana, you shouldn't worry about them. It's no concern if Professor Dumbledore is in a foul mood. He's over 100 years old and has been rather glum lately. Who knows if he can last until my graduation? Even wizards face death, leaving no trace behind. While Albus typically disregarded Alice's comments, he found himself disagreeing with this particular statement. That won't happen. Albus will leave a mark. Albus thought to himself. Regardless of how much he disliked Albus for being neglectful, he could not deny that he was a genius, immortalized on chocolate frog cards as the greatest white wizard in the world. The idea that he wouldn't survive until graduation was absurd. Albus would bet his goats that Albus could robustly live for another 50 years. Alice's words were sheer nonsense. What are you saying, Alice? Stop spouting such things in front of Ariana. You might frighten her. Albus interrupted her sharply, silencing Alice and embarking on a lengthy monologue about how healthy Dumbledore was, offering nothing of substance beyond that. Alice, unperturbed, leisurely observed Albus's ramblings alongside Ariana. And when Albus finally realized he had been played by Alice, he angrily set down his cup and ceased speaking. This Christmas, with the professors of Hogwarts absent and only a few students remaining, it seemed Professor Dumbledore would spend the holiday alone. Alice exaggeratedly lamented this state of affairs, making it evident to all that she was hinting at something. Only a fool would fall for such a ruse. Being alone, with no one to share a meal with or unwrap gifts, what does it matter to him? Accepting Alice's invitation doesn't equate to forgiving Albus. Who knows if he will be left shivering alone in the headmaster's office? Let him be alone then. Observing Albus's stubbornness, Alice exchanged a knowing glance with Ariana, who promptly launched a decisive strike, shifting Albus's resolve. Brother Albus is so pitiful, even I can't wish him a Merry Christmas in person. Albus replied, only on Christmas Day. Very well. I shall convey your wishes to Professor Dumbledore and let him know to come on Christmas. My gift can be passed on to you both. With her objective achieved, Alice stood and waved her hand, preparing to leave. Even as Alice stepped through the door of the Hogshead Inn, Albus remained silent. Their Christmas felt somewhat desolate. Perhaps a trio would have brought more warmth. When the ball's music began to play, Alice snapped back to her thoughts. Dumbledore had invited Professor McGonagall for the opening dance, and it must be said that their taste possessed a certain aesthetic disregard for others. Their faces bore expressions of joy and delight, and Alice found herself equally pleased. If she were to ponder why she sought Albus out, Alice herself could not say. Perhaps it was a desire to reclaim something after having vexed Dumbledore for so many years before her enrollment. Surely, with her effort this time, Dumbledore would be in good spirits and amenable to conversation. Alice observed as Cedric invited Cho to dance, leading her away from the bustling hall, likely to profess his feelings. Prior to the ball, Cedric had shown her the rose he prepared, and despite knowing Cho's preferences, he insisted on showing Alice first to ease his own mind. In truth, he had prepared 3 roses, and Alice selected the most exquisite of the bunch. It was a deep blue hairpin adorned with gentle ripples. Not a traditional design from her homeland, but such a find in Hogsmeade was remarkable. Cedric's rose was fresh, evidently delivered by owl in haste, and Alice was thoroughly pleased, confident that her best friend would receive a splendid confession. Initially intending to check on them, Alice paused before stepping out. Perhaps it was best to let Cho relay the message. She feared Cedric might sense her presence and fail to bring her the new candies from Honeydukes. Snatching sweets was a complex endeavor, best left to a boy as large as Cedric. That was a romance unique to them, and she would refrain from intruding. By the grand entrance, Alice spotted Hermione, who had initially claimed she would not attend the ball and would instead be reviewing in the library, watching Ron devour desserts. His cheeks puffed out like a hamster. She approached them to greet them, as she had no desire to dance today and thought it better to join them for a while. Hey, why are you two here? Where's Harry? Not seeing Harry struck Alice as odd. They were usually inseparable, and now it was just the two of them. Harry was, after all, the notorious light bulb of Hogwarts, shining brightly for many years. Surely nothing had gone awry. With Harry's penchant for attracting trouble, being alone was quite concerning. Especially with their second year still underway, any mishap would be entirely normal. Initially, Alice intended merely to say hello, but her worry escalated, causing her expression to shift. Don't fret. He's over there with Draco, Hermione replied, having been dragged along by Ron. They had merely come to snack, but Harry and Draco were engrossed in a discussion about Quidditch. Although Ron was an ardent fan of the sport, not being on the house team left him with little to contribute to the conversation between the two seekers. Ultimately, Ron found himself unable to interject, opting instead to pull Hermione along to indulge in some food. The ball was not the priority. Satisfying their appetites was Ron's true aim. While Hermione shared this objective, her enthusiasm was not as fervent as Ron's. She merely wished to enjoy a meal. However, now that she was unable to leave, she looked at Alice with resignation, who nodded in understanding before resolutely departing to seek out Harry and Draco. Let Hermione keep Ron company. Alice decided she would rather find her brothers to play. Upon reaching the corner Hermione had indicated, Alice was disappointed to find neither Harry nor Draco. Perhaps the children had wandered off in their playful spirits. Unable to locate anyone, Alice settled for a moment of solitude. Today was not proving fortunate. It seemed no one was available to accompany her. Lord was also absent, and she felt a twinge of regret over her unpresented Christmas gift. She resolved that upon their next meeting, she would graciously bestow the gift upon Lord. Today, Alice felt both timid and bold. After lingering in a small corner of the ball, indulging in sweets, Alice found herself quite full. The culinary skills of Hogwarts house elves were indeed commendable, the flavors delightful. She wondered how Cedric and Cho were faring. Likely, during the Christmas break, she would receive numerous letters from Cho, all detailing Cedric's exploits. Listening to her best friend's romantic tales brought her joy. Was that Professor Dumbledore? Alice's keen eyes caught sight of the headmaster stealthily slipping away, prompting her to follow him. Just as Dumbledore exited the ballroom, Alice trailed behind him to his office. Upon noticing her presence, Dumbledore appeared somewhat puzzled. Why was Alice seeking him out instead of enjoying the festivities in the hall? What brings you here, Alice? Is something amiss? He inquired gently, feeling a bit embarrassed. Alice responded, Professor Dumbledore, have you procured the daisies? Indeed, I made a special trip to Diagon Alley to find the most exquisite daisies, which I have been carefully protecting with spells, Dumbledore said, retrieving a beautiful bouquet from a nearby display case, his eyes radiating warmth. Seeing Dumbledore's delight filled Alice with genuine happiness. This elder had endured much. He truly deserved to relish life's beauty. His fondness for sweets was perhaps a reflection of the bitterness life often presented. Alice bit her lip, glancing at Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, my family is heading to Austria for Christmas. Dumbledore paused momentarily in his flower arranging, then nonchalantly placed the bouquet back. That sounds splendid. Holidays are meant for adventures. I suspect Severus will not accompany you, so do bring me back a gift. Perhaps Austria has some delightful confections. Dumbledore seemed a touch weary as he settled at the table to sip some water. Alice could not discern anything amiss about him. Would you care for some? The tea is quite good, Dumbledore asked Alice. With a smile, she politely declined, understanding his desire to steer the conversation away from certain topics. Dumbledore, having been rebuffed, turned back to his tea, adopting a posture of avoidance. She knew not to press him. Her heart ached for him. Thus, it was best to conclude this unwarranted tragedy. Alice stepped around Dumbledore, while Fawkes observed their movements, his little head swiveling back and forth. Fawkes had just completed his rebirth, and in his current state, he could not enter Hogwarts. Thus, this Christmas, he would not receive her gift. Alice was not well versed in the magical world of phoenixes, but she was acutely aware of the butterfly effect of the narrative. Fawkes' rebirth was a natural physiological process, akin to a snake shedding its skin. Since the basilisk had not appeared to provoke Fawkes, his rebirth was delayed, resulting in his not yet being in full vigor as the first semester of their second year approached its conclusion. Initially, Alice had been unaware that Dumbledore was continually sending supplies to Hogwarts. It was only through her growing familiarity with the headmaster that she pieced together hints from various clues. After years of shipping them as a couple, her prowess in seeking out treats was unparalleled. Dumbledore was not surprised by Alice's knowledge of this matter. If she hadn't known, she wouldn't be Alice. He remained silent for a long moment before slowly moving to retrieve a small package from beneath his desk. In the wizarding world, size and content rarely aligned, but it effectively concealed the package's contents from speculation, unlike the curious Alice who was attempting to guess. Dumbledore had wrapped it meticulously, and Alice could discern nothing, ultimately letting it go. Receiving a small package, she placed it in her bare tome, and pulled out 3 parcels from Dumbledore, each labeled with names, easily identifiable as Christmas gifts. Dumbledore secured the packages and wished Alice a delightful time, to which she reciprocated with hopes for his joyous Christmas. Returning to her dormitory, Alice carefully placed the parcels aside. Though curiosity gnawed at her, she refrained from unwrapping them. Should she fail to repackage them, it would be quite awkward. The world's most renowned white wizard was not someone Alice felt bold enough to test her limits against. As she gazed at the packages, a sudden smile broke upon her face. It was unmistakably Albus Dumbledore, who likely had anticipated her arrival. Dumbledore did not inquire how Alice had reached Hogwarts, nor did she question what he knew. Between clever minds, there was no need for explicit clarity. Mutual understanding sufficed, allowing for a tacit agreement to leave room for ambiguity. Alice placed Tom beside her pillow, habitually reflecting on Riddle. She wondered if Lord would find time to rest during Christmas, hoping he would enjoy a splendid holiday. Amused by her own actions, she lowered her head to kiss Tom gently. Merry Christmas. Chapter 25. Welcome to Hogwarts. Alice stood within a valley besieged by howling winds and snow, her gaze fixed upon a towering castle amidst the mountains and storm. She donned a thick, substantial cloak, wrapping herself tightly within its folds, seamlessly blending into the surrounding landscape from a distance. Adjusting the fabric around her neck even more snugly, Alice found herself so cold that words escaped her. She could only press her lips together and face the biting wind. The chill here was truly unbearable. Would Grindelwald not suffer from rheumatism in such a place? With countless warm and comfortable locations in the world, choosing this as his stronghold seemed to proclaim him anything but normal. What well-meaning individual would reside here? Alice felt as if the cold had numbed her senses. How else could she explain seeing her teddy bear, Tom, seemingly soaring into the air? Dazed and bewildered, she stared for a while, managing a smile that, due to her frozen features, appeared rather peculiar. Grass, an ordinary plant. But indeed, her Tom was truly flying. Alice scrambled towards her bear, finally managing to grasp it, only to be dragged several meters off the ground. Tom, what are you doing? You're flying close to the ground. I could be struck by rocks, you know. After a tumultuous flight of 20 more meters, Alice finally regained her balance. After some effort, she realized that Tom's speed while skimming the ground far surpassed her own running. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Tom. Tom, you've trained for this moment. I believe in you, right? With a slight crouch and arms raised, using the momentum from her legs and a touch of concentration to steer, Alice found herself moving at more than double her previous speed. Admittedly, her appearance was rather ungraceful, resembling a frog floundering in water. As she continued on, Alice realized she was not merely walking, but rather propelling herself forward. She discovered that she didn't even need to consciously steer. It seemed Tom was instinctively guiding them toward the castle, now mostly blanketed in snow. What was Tom up to? Did he wish to go to Nurmengard? Or was he aware of her intention to head there and was assisting her? Or did something within him yearn for Nurmengard? Upon reaching the grand entrance of Nurmengard, Tom, ever eager, attempted to fly inside, only to be thwarted by the towering, icy door which echoed with a resounding thud upon impact. Alice gazed at the door, towering over her like a giant, and took a deep breath. Here goes nothing. If I fail, I'll simply pretend this never happened. After all, I am still the esteemed Miss Malfoy, and I've never set foot in Nurmengard. With a creak, the heavy door, pushed open by her stiffened hands, yielded, and her gray-brown bear appeared to lose its strength, having completed its task. Cautiously, Alice stepped inside, where the vast hall lay thick with dust, rivaling even the room of requirement at Hogwarts. Rather than hastily ascend the stairs to the towering spire, Alice first inspected her bear. Tom had been by her side for 13 years, rarely susceptible to magic that could disrupt him, even to the point where Alice could not control him. The only thing capable of causing such a situation was the ancient egg nestled within him, a stone-like egg that had been inadvertently lost within her space ring for 2 lifetimes and later reclaimed at an auction. From the depths of the space created by the extinction charm, Alice unearthed the smooth, white, oval object. While it resided within Tom, she could feel its energy, now removed. It lay inert like a lifeless stone. Staring at this seemingly dormant egg, Alice felt a wave of frustration. This egg must possess some mystery. She had always believed that. She simply had yet to discover the means to activate it. Now, however, this lifeless egg sparked doubt within her. Her hands bore several cuts from the egg's hasty movement, the bright red blood having already congealed upon the shell. Although the wounds were not deep and her hands were no longer bleeding, the sight of the bloodied mess was rather alarming. Staying dormant, are we? I'll return to investigate your condition once I finish my business. Alice scolded the egg in her hands. She had nearly been struck by a branch on her journey, and she would not let that grievance go unpunished, leaving behind a trail of snow-laden footprints on the thick dust. Alice ascended the stairs with the now quiet egg in tow. The timid yet audacious egg was once again stowed in the deepest recesses of her space, while she clutched the Christmas gift prepared by Professor Dumbledore for Grindelwald. The winding staircase led her upwards, her legs straining against the absence of magic, as Nurmengard's enchantments curtailed her ability to wield even the simplest spells. The International Confederation of Wizards was indeed curious. Bizarre enchantments failed to deter invaders, yet restricted the use of basic magic within Nurmengard. Arriving before the locked door, Alice felt as if she had lost half her life. This place was simply too high. It certainly felt like the lair of a villain. She approached the door, which showed no inclination to open. Producing a cushion adorned with embroidered lace, she settled down on the highest step, cradling Tom. The gift she had initially retrieved was now set aside, as if this act had completed her task. Gazing at the shadowy, deep staircase below and the heavily locked door behind her, She couldn't help but chuckle. It was dark and damp, lofty and frigid, and most importantly, the wizard residing inside was a prodigy. Such a concoction was tailor-made for a protagonist. Either the wrongfully accused elder delivering ancient tomes or the villainous Dark Lord, eventually to escape and enhance the protagonist's experience. If Grindelwald were to truly escape, the likelihood of him joining forces with Riddle was minimal. Grindelwald's heart had grown weary, so weary that even Ermengarde could contain him. Alice's eyes darkened as she stroked Tom's fur. The legendary duel between Grindelwald and Dumbledore had concluded decisively. With Dumbledore emerging victorious, Grindelwald would harbor no thoughts of rebellion. Remaining within Ermengarde without disrupting the conflict between the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters was the best outcome. Dumbledore had sent numerous items to Ermengarde. Maintaining a tenuous connection, Alice would wager that if Dumbledore had even a scratch, he would seek Riddle for retribution. All right, Alice huffed, acknowledging the exaggeration in her musings. Rising to gather her belongings, she approached the door. Regardless of the outcome, she would have to confront it. Whether the bearded elder or the villainous Dark Lord, none of it truly mattered, for she was not the protagonist. Through the narrow barred window, Alice glimpsed an elderly man curled up in a rocking chair within the small cell. It was far better than she had envisioned. She had anticipated a dismal scene with only a rickety bed. Before Alice could make a move, the door suddenly swung open. Contrary to her expectations of a lengthy debate with Grindelwald, engaging in verbal sparring to earn his trust, she found herself invited inside instead. What now? A sudden sense of foreboding washed over her, yet she was the one who had arrived. This tiny tower room had a peculiar layout. Alice could only see Grindelwald's silhouette in the rocking chair from the doorway, but as she crossed the threshold, she discovered an entirely different world within. My grass, a wondrous magical plant, a chair upholstered in red velvet, a quaint yet undeniably comfortable bed akin to a cloud, and an exquisitely elegant tea table accompanied by a set of chairs and cushions that unmistakably bared Dumbledore's preference. Ah, has Headmaster Dumbledore transported his office's decor here? This is hardly Ermengarde. Perhaps it is due to Alice's prolonged silence that Grindelwald slowly turned to regard her, nervously swallowing. Alice prepared herself to face the inquiries of this notorious dark wizard. Repeating her purpose in her mind, she felt confident that within this brief dialogue, she could successfully fulfill the task entrusted to her by Dumbledore, as well as her own intentions for visiting Ermengarde. Grindelwald retained a remarkable vigor. Entirely unlike a man imprisoned for so many years, he gazed at Alice with the keen eyes of an eagle soaring through the sky, and spoke slowly. Do excuse me. You are blocking my lunch. My apologies. Alice sidestepped, discovering a floating tray behind her, laden with food. A meat dish, a vegetable dish, and soup. Quite a decent meal indeed. Alice suddenly sensed that her visit was turning out differently than she had imagined. What to do? Grindelwald waved his hand, and with a wandless spell, a delicate teacup gracefully soared towards Alice, who instinctively reached out to accept it. Indeed, this was Grindelwald. Even in a place like Ermengarde, where magical restrictions were imposed, he wielded magic effortlessly without a wand. Yet, was he inviting her for tea? Are you perhaps in need of a teacher to guide you in the dark arts? Though phrased as a question, his tone suggested a statement. He knew Alice lacked a mentor in dark magic. Teaching dark magic? Headmaster Dumbledore would never approve. I am sorry. Sir. Alice attempted to articulate a response to Grindelwald's disjointed remarks. Perhaps you meant the defense against the dark arts class? Hogwarts forbids the teaching of dark magic. Grindelwald's impatience was palpable. Am I to believe I am unaware of that? I am asking if you wish to learn. So, he intended to teach her dark magic. This realization caused Alice's breath to slow. This was not merely a mentor prepared for the protagonist, but a card she could play. World consciousness, I was mistaken. You are indeed a benevolent soul. Alice, holding the teacup, gracefully knelt before Grindelwald, proclaiming, Master, tea. Startled by Alice's fluid motions, Grindelwald's eyes reflected a bewildered astonishment. Yet he accepted the teacup from her hand and took a sip. He then turned his attention to the floating tray, preparing to partake in his meal. Pausing as he reached for his knife and fork, he glanced at Alice, instructing, Put the items down. You are free to leave. How did you know I was here to deliver something? Isn't Fox unable to fly here? How did you receive Headmaster Dumbledore's message? Moreover, I have just pledged myself to you as a student. You cannot simply let me depart without offering me some formidable weapon or magical artifact. Grindelwald sliced a small piece of steak, observing Alice's lack of movement with disbelief, as if he could not comprehend why someone could be so slow. Put the items down and return the way you came. Do you require my assistance to escort you? He queried, or do you wish to stay for lunch? Alice silently regarded Grindelwald, surprised that this visit was concluding so abruptly. Was this a rapid version of becoming a disciple? Dumbledore did not inform me that his ex-boyfriend would be so formidable. Alice muttered as she turned away, though it was evident that Grindelwald heard her words. For at the moment she spoke, the sound of his knife scraping against the porcelain plate echoed sharply, until she could no longer perceive any light from that room. Grindelwald did not utter another word. She had accomplished her task, and had even become a pupil of Grindelwald to study dark magic. It felt as though she had struck gold. Indeed, she had become Grindelwald's apprentice. It sounded somewhat fantastical, and she could not fully comprehend why, but it mattered little. This was a trump card for her survival. Perhaps it was due to Dumbledore's influence. Alice could only convince herself of this. After spending 3 days in Austria and achieving something significant, Alice returned to Hogwarts and headed straight to the headmaster's office. "Headmaster, Professor Dumbledore," Alice exclaimed excitedly as she approached him, and Dumbledore smiled warmly at her eager demeanor. With a twinkle in his eye, Dumbledore inquired, "So, how was your Christmas? Did you enjoy it?" Alice looked at Dumbledore with anticipation, replying, "It was all right. How about you? Did you enjoy the Christmas dinner?" "I had a splendid time," Dumbledore chuckled, his gaze grateful as it fell upon Alice. "Thank you, Alice. Anna adored the flowers you sent, and Aberforth was quite fond of your Christmas gift. He mentioned that next time you visit, he would treat you to butterbeer." Alice smiled as she echoed Dumbledore's words. "All right, I shall make sure to indulge a bit more." Suddenly, a silence enveloped them. Dumbledore awaited Alice's words, while she struggled to find the right way to express herself. Dumbledore tentatively asked, "Was it unsuccessful? Did he not meet with you?" "That shouldn't be the case. Grindelwald should have taken a liking to Alice." Alice shook her head, unsure of where to begin. "I met with him, delivered the items, and even conversed with Mr. Grindelwald." "He was rather harsh with you?" Dumbledore questioned, perplexed as to why Alice would respond in such a manner. How could Gellert be unfriendly towards Alice? He was a bit too friendly, in fact. He did not resort to violence and allowed me to leave Nurmengard. How is that unfriendly? Grindelwald not only offered me tea, but also proposed to be my teacher in magic. Of course, she could not mention that he intended to teach her dark magic. Dumbledore would likely confront him at Nurmengard for that. Dumbledore chuckled unexpectedly, not anticipating such a response. Gellert had made Alice feel uneasy due to his excessive friendliness. What sort of image must he hold in her mind? He reassured Alice, "Do not worry. He likely just has an affinity for you. It is nothing unusual. You know he has a penchant for talented young witches and wizards." With Dumbledore's repeated reassurances, Alice readily embraced her newfound identity as Grindelwald's sole apprentice. Goodness, this was Grindelwald. After leaving the headmaster's office, Alice returned with great joy, while Dumbledore remained seated in his office for a considerable time. Is it truly her? If even Gellert Grindelwald perceives her that way. Dumbledore sat at his desk, lost in thought, before picking up a quill to pen a letter. After leaving the headmaster's office, Alice sought out Harry, bringing gifts for the trio, which she entrusted to him for delivery. Harry basked in the sun on the Hogwarts lawn, accompanied by a young Slytherin prince. Clearly, some were even more eager than Alice, having already sought them out. Alice smiled at the two children, noting their close bond. Approaching from behind, she called out, "Harry, Draco, are you both here?" The sudden sound startled the two little ones. Draco turned around to complain to his sister, Alice. "Can't you walk without making a sound?" Harry, though surprised, fared much better than Draco, managing to greet Alice with a smile. "Long time no see, Alice." "Indeed. Dear Harry, how was your Christmas?" Alice settled beside Draco, joining their little gathering. From Harry's expression, it was evident that his holiday had been splendid. Though Alice wondered if anything particularly amusing had occurred, Harry did not disappoint her, exclaiming enthusiastically, "I was just telling Draco about this." The most entertaining event of Christmas was Professor Lockhart from Defense Against the Dark Arts class. That pompous professor aimed to showcase his abilities during the holiday, but ended up causing chaos when his magic went awry. Unfortunately, this year, Headmaster Dumbledore was absent from the school. Had it not been for his insufficient magic, who knows what trouble might have ensued. Hermione was utterly dismayed to discover that her idol, Lockhart, had failed even the simplest of spells. Unable to contain herself, she confronted him, only to learn during their standoff that his tales were all pilfered from others' accomplishments. This proud little witch experienced a tremendous shock, and before she could react, Lockhart attempted to erase her memory. Harry and Ron, concerned for Hermione, stumbled upon this scene just in time. In the ensuing chaos, the spell rebounded upon Lockhart himself, effectively concluding the matter. Lockhart ended up in the hospital, leaving the position of defense against the dark arts vacant, which prompted Dumbledore to appoint Professor Snape as a temporary replacement. Indeed, the defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts seems to be a perennial struggle. Alice mused to herself. However, it was a relief that the bothersome Lockhart had finally received his comeuppance. The thought of never having to encounter that arrogant and foolish man again filled her with joy. In the days that followed, Alice found herself in high spirits. With her time spent either studying or watching Autumn and Cedric enjoy their romance, a truly delightful existence. The only dilemma was that she still had to incubate an egg. Yes, she needed to hatch an egg. This egg had been by her side for many years, but it had shown no signs of life. Alice had long assumed it was a dud, until one day, it stirred. The egg exhibited unusual activity while it no longer, yet no issues were detected. It had only resulted in Alice cutting her hand while practicing her ground flying. The egg was remarkably resilient, having safely nestled within Thomas Bear during their journey to Newmonger, though Alice suffered scratches as a consequence. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Alice finally noticed the changes occurring within the egg. It was alive. The reason Alice had previously deemed the egg a mere stone was its inability to open in the absence of a heartbeat. If it were a living egg, it should surely have a pulse. But now, rhythmic thuds emanated from within. Was this a supernatural occurrence? Had she encountered something unclean at Newmonger? Alice anxiously examined the egg several times, finding no peculiar fluctuations, as if it had merely awakened from a slumber. She couldn't discard the egg, so she resolved to embrace her role as a mother hen, preparing to hatch a chick. Every night, she placed the egg beside her pillow, treating it as if it were in the process of incubation. The egg was neither too large nor too small, roughly the size of two of Alice's fists. Devoid of any patterns, resembling merely a larger chicken egg. Perhaps it was an ostrich egg? Oh well, she would find out once it hatched. With this thought, Alice awaited the egg's self-incubation. After all, Taoist practices also relied on timing. When the moment was right, the egg would willingly emerge. Rather than focusing on the egg, Alice felt compelled to prepare for her final exams. Professor Snape had issued a stern ultimatum. If Alice did not achieve an O in potions this year, he would personally supervise her at Malfoy Manor throughout the holiday to ensure she completed her potion assignments. Terrified, Alice refrained from even reading Muggle novels and hurried to the library to study, enlisting Hermione's company. As for why she didn't invite Autumn, well, the young couple was blissfully wrapped up in each other, leaving no room for Alice. Consequently, she sought Hermione's assistance. Even Draco dared not slack off, fearing the consequences of losing an entire Christmas holiday. Truly, this was the anguish of having one's family as instructors. It was unbearably painful. Alice spent her nights studying in the library, weeping and lamenting, deprived of the carefree life she had once enjoyed. In stark contrast to Alice's worries over her finals, Autumn and Cedric appeared blissfully happy. They dined together, visited the library, and strolled about Hogwarts, their affection for one another glaringly obvious. The entire Hogwarts community was aware of their relationship. Cedric, not one to boast, after all. He was inherently modest and never flaunted his accomplishments or appearance, found it difficult to refrain from gloating when it came to Autumn. She was his girlfriend, after all. He had confessed his feelings, and she had reciprocated, garnering the blessings of everyone around them. It was hard for him not to take pride in that. He couldn't help but mention Autumn in conversations, even if it meant speaking no more than 3 sentences. What? How did you know Autumn is my girlfriend? Yes. This pen. How did you know it was a gift from my girlfriend, Autumn? Ravenclaw, my girlfriend is a Ravenclaw. Even Alice found Cedric's state intolerable, feeling an urge to kick him. After finally escaping the clutches of the love-struck couple, Alice returned to her dormitory only to be greeted by a crackling sound. What was that? Alice scanned her surroundings, wand at the ready, straining to listen. It seemed to be coming from her bed. Was it the egg? Pulling back the bed curtains, Alice discovered that the egg, which had previously only displayed a few small cracks, was now covered in web-like fissures that continued to spread until the shell began to fracture from within. She locked eyes with a creature emerging from the egg, its distinct dual-colored eyes capturing her attention and rendering her momentarily paralyzed. It was a snake. Chapter 26. Let's find Harry. As Alice's third-year winter break approached, her exemplary report card and ranking pleased Lucius immensely, leading him to grant her request to keep a snake without a moment's hesitation. Yes, Alice wished to have a snake. Lucius didn't inquire about the snake's origins. Alice always managed to acquire what she desired. Indeed, she did wish to have a snake, though she had never mentioned that she was not particularly fond of them. It was all right. She would now confess that she was quite afraid of snakes. While they were slightly preferable to toads, they still shared many similarities, such as their slimy secretions and cold skin. However, snakes were much more aesthetically pleasing. Lucius failed to detect any discrepancies in Alice's demeanor. After all, she was a Slytherin. What Slytherin wouldn't love snakes? Alice was not merely fearful. She was simply afraid. As Alice observed the serpent slowly emerging from its eggshell in the dormitory, inching its way towards her, she found herself frozen in place, unable to move. The little serpent's eyes were of mismatched colors, one black and one blue. Was this a case of heterochromia? Yet, this was the cherished creature she had cradled to sleep, eagerly awaiting its hatching. Why had no one informed her that it was a snake's egg? Reluctant to part with it or give it away, Alice ultimately decided to keep the golden-scaled baby snake. In a positive light, Its resplendent hue was rather endearing. At least it wasn't a frog that had hatched. Otherwise, she might have fainted on the spot. This year's holiday was destined to be extraordinary, for Alice had brought a snake back to the manor. Draco took a great liking to the serpent, with its gleaming golden scales, smooth and elegant snout, and eyes of contrasting colors. The pair of heterochromatic eyes captivated Draco's heart. Perhaps it was in the Malfoy bloodline. They had a penchant for nurturing rare creatures to showcase their noble lineage. At Malfoy Manor, there was a trained troop of white peacocks that could form various formations upon command. Additionally, the speckled kitten Alice had once cared for had now grown into a magnificent leopard. Lucius was quite indulgent of his children's little whims. Draco had also wished to keep a pet, but had yet to find one that truly captivated him. Thus he often borrowed his sister's pets. During the kitten's infancy, Draco visited more frequently than Alice did. After Alice brought home the snake, she initially intended to keep it in the garden, but the little creature proved to be quite clingy. Perhaps due to its recent hatching, it regarded Alice as its mother. The small bundle coiled around her delicate wrist, appearing as a harmless ornament. Alice had to admit that when it first wrapped around her, she nearly flung her hand away. Fortunately, the little snake bore no ill will, and Alice soon adapted to having the small creature entwined around her wrist. She then fashioned a cozy little nest for it beside her pillow. The snake obediently curled up within its new abode, not straying far, displaying remarkable docility. She decided to regard this as a New Year's gift from the universe. After all, she had no intention of abandoning the little being. It was better to think positively. At least she no longer had to fear toads or frogs. With a snake as a pet, she felt more than adequately protected. As for the snake's name, Alice was rather uninspired when it came to naming. Lucius offered numerous suggestions, but none resonated with her. Ultimately, Alice penned a letter to Professor Dumbledore, informing him of her newfound serpent and expressing her desire for Grindelwald to bestow a name upon it. Since the egg had stirred while she was at Neumont Guard, it seemed only fitting that Grindelwald should name it, as they were destined to be connected. The concept of causality suggested that Grindelwald naming the creature would be a way to fulfill this connection. Every life begins in such a manner, with new threads of fate intertwining. Grindelwald had Fox bring the letter to Alice, which contained a simple name, Credence. Alice shared the letter with Professor Dumbledore, who pondered it for a long moment before finally saying, "If you find it agreeable, then use it." In truth, the serpent's name was of little consequence. Alice merely sought to gauge the disposition of her newly appointed mentor. Upon receiving his response, she resolved that the serpent would henceforth be known as Credence. After returning to Malfoy Manor, Alice requested a sum of funds from her father. Lucius, having great trust in Alice, granted her request without hesitation. He remained unaware of her intentions for the money, but then again, it was merely a sum of money. Alice had her own private stash, having established an underground vault at Gringotts. The ability to generate wealth was an intrinsic talent ingrained in every Malfoy. However, that particular sum was currently tied up in financial constraints, leaving her to rely on her father's pocket money for her larger expenditures. While she could typically utilize Draco's allowance for everyday expenses, such a substantial amount would likely deplete his savings. As a gesture of gratitude for regularly using Draco's pocket money, Alice chose a bright, sunny day during the holiday to take Draco and Credence out. She had promised Draco a day of fun, a request he had voiced since his first year, but Alice had been preoccupied with various responsibilities. This time, with a rare opportunity to fulfill Draco's wish, she was determined to make it happen. The night before, Alice specifically sought out Draco to inform him of their outing the following day, assuring him that Dobby would bring him the outfit she had selected for him. By the way, Dobby had officially become Draco's house elf, responsible for his needs at home. As for the Hogwarts aspect, Alice had yet to inform Draco that house elves could freely come and go at Hogwarts. That could wait. The young master was exhilarated throughout the night, and the next morning, he dashed to Alice's room. When he found it empty, he ventured to Alice's workspace, the room where she constructed magical blocks. That room was strictly off-limits, but Draco, in his excitement, sneaked in and discovered Alice preparing something, hiding awkwardly behind the door. He searched for a vantage point and soon discerned that she was working on a small model of a golden snitch. He recalled that Alice had ordered it from the goblins as a gift for Harry, and he was pleasantly surprised that it had arrived so quickly. Surely, they were going to visit Harry today. Draco's excitement intensified, but as he turned to leave, he inadvertently bumped into a medium-sized block ornament outside Alice's door. The pieces scattered everywhere, and Alice heard the commotion and came to investigate. Draco, in a panic, felt a cold sweat break out, and then he spotted a little snake slithering toward him. Credence had become quite the marvelous magical creature. Although Draco could not identify its breed, he had a general idea. In the days since Credence had come home, it had learned to change its size at will, now being as thick as his arm and nearly half his height. Thus, it was entirely plausible that such a snake could have toppled the block ornament at the door. Draco gazed at Credence with intense curiosity. He was soon led to Diagon Alley, and the young master could hardly believe it. Wait, sister, you really brought me to Diagon Alley? He had clearly seen her carrying a gift for Harry. How could they be going to Diagon Alley instead? Alice smiled. What did you expect? Where else would you like to go? The young master opened his mouth, intending to say he wanted to find Harry, but he swallowed his words under Alice's amused gaze. Would he ever confess to Alice that he had seen her preparing a gift for Harry and had accidentally knocked over her blocks? He had cleverly crafted an alibi and staged the scene to place the blame on Credence. Revealing the truth would mean confessing his mischief, and he feared Alice's wrath. Draco resolutely averted his gaze, pretending to be unaware, and said, Diagon Alley is wonderful. I simply wish to come here. Alice smirked. The foolish boy. Did he truly believe she was oblivious? Did she appear so easily deceived? Instead of taking Draco on a shopping spree, Alice had a clear objective. She was headed directly to Gringotts. Lucius was rather generous with his financial assistance, and now she intended to convert this sum into the universally accepted currency of Great Britain before escorting Draco into the Muggle world to seek out Harry. Surely, it would be unreasonable to expect Harry to foot the bill for their meal. Simply ensuring that Alice was well fed would suffice to bring her joy. Following closely behind his sister, Draco observed as she adeptly exchanged galleons for Muggle currency, and then they made their way from the leaky cauldron along the path to London. It was only upon standing on the streets of London that Draco comprehended the reason for Alice's decision to have Dobby deliver clothing for him that morning. The disparity between Muggle attire and his usual garments was indeed stark. His everyday wear consisted predominantly of robes, reminiscent of Lucius's style, with the occasional venture into the sophisticated aristocratic ensembles that his sister favored. Alice preferred practical and comfortable clothing. Yet the Malfoy family had always adhered to a more traditional wizarding fashion, characterized by opulent robes adorned with precious gems, exquisite in appearance, yet lacking in functionality. For this outing, Alice had specifically sought out a designer from Ramp B, merging contemporary Muggle fashion with pragmatic attire to create a new clothing line. Originally intended to ensure she had suitable garments for her excursions, the newly launched collection unexpectedly gained popularity among wizards, resulting in a lucrative venture. As a pureblood which devoid of supremacist ideologies, Alice possessed a keen business acumen that enabled her to recognize the immense profits to be gained from collaborating with the Muggle world. Bound by the restrictions of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, she could not engage in overt transactions with Muggles, thus necessitating clandestine dealings. Regardless, their family was already part of the Death Eater Reserve, and such matters were of little concern to her. Admittedly, others might regard it with apprehension, but Alice remained largely indifferent, operating under the belief that as long as the Ministry of Magic remained oblivious, nothing had transpired. With a nonchalant roll of her eyes, Alice dismissed the notion of wrongdoing, skillfully navigating taxis, subways, and various Muggle forms of transportation. She introduced Draco to a world far removed from the enchanted comforts of their family's flying carriage. He gazed around in wonder, ultimately concluding that these contraptions paled in comparison to the splendors of wizarding travel. A flying carriage could soar through the skies, while these mundane vehicles were confined to the ground, offering neither speed nor comfort and lacking any semblance of nobility. After voicing a litany of complaints, Draco finally fell silent under Alice's disapproving glare and the curious stares of passers-by. Upon arriving in Surrey in southwest London, Alice continued to guide Draco until they reached Privet Drive. Just as Draco began to express his fatigue, Alice located number 4, Privet Drive, and rang the doorbell. Who could that be at this hour? A sharp, high-pitched voice called from within, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. The door swung open to reveal a rather thin woman. Petunia had always been vehemently opposed to magic, harboring a deep disdain for anything related to it. Her husband, consistently obedient to her wishes, shared her aversion, despite his ignorance regarding the magical world. Yet, their household contained a wizard, her sister's son, Harry Potter. Petunia attributed her sister's demise to this child, believing him responsible for Lily's tragic fate. She was aware of certain truths. Dumbledore had left her a letter explaining the circumstances surrounding Lily's death, further fueling her animosity towards Harry. That child had become a wizard, much like his mother, bearing an uncanny resemblance to his father, yet with Lily's striking green eyes. Petunia had persistently refused to acknowledge the truth until owls began to besiege her home with letters. She had attempted to escape this fate, but it clung to her like destiny itself. No matter how she tried to evade it, it would always catch up to her, taking Lily's child away and leaving him never to return, just as Lily had departed. On a rather ordinary afternoon, Petunia heard the doorbell ring. She opened the door to find 2 platinum-haired children. The moment she beheld their attire, she recognized their significance, unaware that they were the harbingers of fate. setting in motion the narrative that had been scripted for her since the day Lily Evans received her letter from the owl. "We are here to find Harry Potter. Could you kindly summon him for us, Mrs. Dursley?" The blonde girl smiled warmly at Petunia. Straightening her clothing, Alice displayed a decorative brooch on her chest, at least. Draco believed it to be decorative. Today, Vernon was at work, and Dudley had gone out to play with his friends, leaving only Petunia and the housebound Harry at home. The instant Petunia heard Harry's name, she recognized the identity of the two unfamiliar children. They were wizards and clearly had a close relationship with Harry. Or they wouldn't be seeking him out. She wished to avoid any association with wizards and certainly did not want Harry to meet these two young witches. All she desired was for Harry to remain quietly in his room during the holidays and not venture out. Unfortunately for her, she could not deny them. For the young girl's brooch bore the symbol of the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's people. Petunia instinctively grasped the implications of this girl's presence. Petunia regarded Alice. Her lips pressed together, feeling a dryness in her throat. "He's upstairs. I'll go fetch him," she offered, her voice unexpectedly hoarse. Perhaps she needed a glass of water. She mused. As she stepped inside, Alice's gaze deepened, and she removed her brooch, transforming it back into the shape of a bear in her hand. This was a simple transfiguration spell, which served to confirm her suspicions. Petunia indeed harbored secrets, for an ordinary housewife would not recognize the emblem of the order. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Harry bounded down the stairs, his face lighting up at the sight of Alice and Draco. "What are you doing here?" Harry exclaimed, rushing towards Alice. His joy was palpable, but he was acutely aware that their visit to the Muggle world could not be without reason. Alice cast a glance at Petunia, speaking to her with an air of casualness. "May we take Harry out for a while? We'll return before dark," as if she were a typical Muggle child addressing a friend as guardian. Petunia was bewildered by Alice's intentions. But if she was indeed a member of Dumbledore's circle, everything began to make sense. Would Dumbledore truly entrust a young girl with such matters? Petunia's scrutinizing gaze swept over the door, focusing on the two children. Harry, anxious, turned to Petunia, fearful that she might refuse him permission to go. As Petunia's eyes met Alice's, she noticed the girl's gray eyes. No, they were green, she realized with a blink. She squeezed her eyes shut and, inexplicably, uttered, "All right, you can go." Harry's eyes widened in astonishment before he seized Alice and Draco's hands, dashing out without a backward glance. Though he was uncertain why Aunt Petunia had consented, he felt compelled to leave swiftly, lest she change her mind. It was still winter, and remnants of snow lingered on the streets, the air remaining decidedly chilly. Unlike Draco and Alice, Harry had not cast a warming charm on his clothing. Even Draco's hands and feet were cold, and Harry was no exception. Yet Harry felt no chill. His laughter radiated warmth as he dashed out with Draco and Alice, the biting wind failing to impede his eager strides. Alice, however, was quite cold. She was reluctant to run, looking rather foolish. But witnessing Harry's joy, she sighed and resigned herself to the role of companion to the children. Chapter 27, A Shopping Expedition. Perhaps it was foolishness. But Alice followed Harry as they exited the Wishing Well neighborhood. Draco's stamina was far from commendable. By the time they halted, he was panting heavily, leaning on his knees. Unable to straighten his back, Alice fared somewhat better, though she too was slightly breathless. Harry, brimming with enthusiasm, could have run another 2 laps. Draco struggled to speak. "Harry, wait a moment, I can't keep going." Harry extended his hand to support Draco, shifting most of his weight onto himself, granting Draco a chance to rest. Seeing Draco nearly unable to stand, Alice felt a pang of embarrassment. Once Draco regained his breath, Harry remembered to inquire why Alice and Draco had come to London. "Do you have something going on?" he asked Alice, entirely at a loss regarding the two Slytherins' reasons for venturing into the Muggle world. Alice raised an eyebrow at him. "What do you think? Why do you suppose we are here?" Observing Draco's bewildered expression, Harry understood that he was completely in the dark. It must be that Alice had come to London and brought Draco along. Harry pondered what could have prompted Alice's visit to the Muggle world. Is it something Professor Dumbledore needed you for? In Harry's mind, Alice, much like Hagrid, was a staunch supporter of Dumbledore. The only reason he could conceive for Alice's actions was linked to the headmaster. Alice shook her head, pulling Draco, who had been lazily leaning against Harry, closer before addressing him. "Oh no, the reason for our visit to the Muggle world, aside from Dumbledore, could simply be Harry Potter himself, couldn't it?" Alice smiled at Harry, revealing that her motive for bringing Draco to the Muggle realm was indeed quite straightforward. She had come to find Harry. Harry appeared taken aback, staring blankly at the two Malfoys, now regaining their elegance. "You came for me." He seemed incredulous. "Indeed. What? Are you not inclined to show us 2 sheltered wizards around the Muggle world?" Alice crossed her arms, looking at Harry. One could not deny that Harry's wide-eyed, dazed expression was rather amusing. "Draco, Glancing at Harry, who had rushed out in little more than a thin sweater, turned to his sister. Let's head to the mall. Harry is underdressed. Alice was quite supportive of her brother's concern for those around him and promptly cast a warming charm on Harry. Draco had every reason to suspect Alice was being deliberate, and he had evidence. As Draco shot Alice a reproachful glance, she led Harry and Draco. No, it was Harry leading them both onto Muggle transportation towards the shopping center in London. Having just experienced Muggle transport, Draco refrained from voicing any objections, although his disdain was unmistakable. Harry and Alice pretended not to notice, hastily moving away to avoid being thrown out by the driver or other passengers. London was a splendid place, as the capital of England. It boasted resplendent architecture and a plethora of goods. Alice adored it here, perhaps due to its special significance. She had visited London before, more than once. Her adeptness at using the transport indicated that she was unlike the Slytherins who remained cooped up in the confines of their homes in the magical realm. She had her own business circle in London. Though modest in scale, it existed nonetheless. The dealings of pureblood families often had a subterranean aspect, and she saw no issue with that. Her name was absent from the confidentiality laws. Furthermore, things destined to be overturned and rewritten held no need for strict adherence. Alice meandered through the mall with the two boys, lacking any particular aim. Draco would never purchase anything from the Muggle world, and aside from food, Alice preferred items from the magical realm. The only one who could shop was Harry. Harry, let's see if we can find some suitable clothing for you, Alice suggested, surveying the mall and then glancing at Harry. In his haste, Harry had donned a flimsy sweater that was ill-fitting. Alice understood. Even if Petunia had taken Harry in out of Dumbledore's influence, it was evident that she could not treat him without prejudice. Merely not casting him out was a significant concession. Alice was not one to merely speak. Before Harry could react, she pulled him into a clothing store. At that moment, Draco showcased the peculiar synchronicity between siblings, trailing behind Alice and beginning to select garments. Harry barely had time to utter a word before he was ushered into a fitting room. The trio of two young boys and a girl attracted the attention of most patrons in the store, which occupied a sizable space in London's prime location, indicative of its prestige. Naturally, the employees at such a prominent establishment were no fools. They were keenly observant. The two golden-haired children exuded an air of nobility, their attire and mannerisms revealing their affluent lineage, making it evident to the staff that they were dealing with wealth. As for the poorly dressed little boy, his identity was of no concern. All that mattered was ensuring that the two affluent ones spent money. A swarm of employees rushed to recommend suitable clothing for Harry, from the season's hottest sweaters and warm attire to various accessories, all presented to Alice and Draco before being funneled into Harry's fitting room. Poor Harry, ostensibly buying clothes for himself, found himself like a doll in the hands of girls, incessantly trying on outfits and gazing into the mirror. It was only after Draco and Alice had selected a dozen or so outfits for the staff to wrap up that Harry finally had a moment to breathe. He grasped Draco, who was nearest to him, attempting to halt their irrational spending. No, really, there's no need to buy so much. The Potters are wealthy, truly wealthy. I just haven't had the time to shop lately. Harry spoke the truth. The Potters had left him a room full of galleons, and he could live off it for a lifetime without lifting a finger. At Hogwarts, he wore robes year-round, and upon returning to the Dursleys, he discovered that some of his clothes no longer fit. However, the Dursleys were too strict for him to sneak out to buy new clothes. Fortunately, he seldom went out. He wouldn't freeze at home, and thus he had procrastinated, leading to his seemingly pitiful state. Nevertheless, no one was interested in his explanation. No one could deter a determined Malfoy from spending money. They had selected the clothes, and Harry's protest of no would not suffice to dissuade them. That was their labor of love. Furthermore, Draco did not believe a word of Harry's statement. Since meeting Harry, Draco had come to understand just how challenging the life of his once-admired hero truly was. Growing up in the Muggle world was already a considerable hardship, and being deprived of the privilege of magic, leading a life of dependency and discontent, was something Draco could scarcely fathom. In truth, Harry's existence was not as dire as Draco imagined. He had never confided in Draco about his struggles. Conversely, Alice frequently alluded to Harry's challenging life in the Muggle realm, both intentionally and inadvertently, leading Draco to believe that Harry would endure a life of profound suffering until adulthood. This conviction deepened, especially upon learning that Harry did not return home for Christmas. Alice wholeheartedly believed Harry's words, yet this did not conflict with her desire to purchase clothes for him. She was well aware that the Potters had left Harry a substantial inheritance, and even knew that when he reached his 3rd year, Sirius would come to collect him along with the Black family's ancestral home and fortune. At that point, the worth of the Potter name would soar, potentially yielding a fortune that could last a lifetime. However, Alice was indifferent to such matters. Her intent to gift Harry was entirely separate from the Potter's wealth. Thus, disregarding Harry's protests, Alice and Draco instructed the shopkeeper to wrap the garments. Watching the shopkeeper gleefully accept Alice's card and begin to package the mound of clothing that nearly obscured him, Harry felt exhausted, hardly able to utter a word. Observing the two before him, seemingly impervious to his attempts at communication, he felt an overwhelming weariness. Just moments ago, he had felt sprightly while running, yet now, trying on clothes seemed more laborious than the run itself. Perhaps this was what they referred to as emotional fatigue. With a resigned sigh, Harry accepted the mountain of shopping bags handed to him by the shopkeeper. He could hardly let those two privileged individuals carry their own bags, while Alice was excused. As it was a gentleman's duty to assist a lady, Draco was someone Harry was particularly reluctant to burden with such tasks. If the young master was fatigued from a mere run, how could he endure the weight of shopping bags without succumbing to exhaustion? Unable to refuse their generosity, Harry acquiesced, promising himself that during their next visit to Diagon Alley, he would retrieve some money from Gringotts to reciprocate their kindness. Their thoughtfulness was not something he wished to decline, and they appeared genuinely delighted in their endeavors. Indeed, Alice and Draco reveled in the experience, for every Malfoy possessed an innate flair for self-adornment. Whether it was their proud father or their noble mother, the Malfoy lineage was steeped in aesthetic appreciation. Daily immersed in such refinement, they naturally developed discerning tastes. However, their individual interpretations of style, even when overlapping, resulted in distinctive choices, leading them to select most of their clothing themselves. Alice often lamented that being merely a year older than Draco deprived her of the joy of dressing him up. As a child, Draco resembled a porcelain doll, with his fair skin, delicate features, and striking golden hair, simply exquisite. Alas, by the time Alice could escape the clutches of Lucius and Narcissa to choose her own attire, Draco had matured, and she regretted the lost opportunity. Nevertheless, Harry now served to remedy her small regret. Harry was exceedingly accommodating, trying on numerous outfits without a hint of complaint, quietly allowing himself to be dressed as they pleased, an absolute angel, even volunteering to carry bags. Alice couldn't help but clutch her heart in admiration. He was simply too endearing. If only Harry were a bit younger. She could have tricked him into donning girls' clothing and transformed him into a little lady, thus alleviating yet another of her life's regrets. Harry sensed an increasingly peculiar gaze from Alice, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He lowered his head to examine his newly donned attire, puzzled. It shouldn't be cold, it was freshly purchased clothing. After departing from the ready-to-wear shop, Alice and Draco led Harry to explore other boutiques, with Harry trailing behind, burdened by an assortment of bags. Although the items were not particularly heavy, they were cumbersome to carry. Unable to bear the sight of Harry struggling, Draco offered to lighten the load, yet soon found himself fatigued and unwilling to continue shopping. Observing Draco sitting beside him, clutching shopping bags while resting, Harry mused that had he known Draco's stamina was so lacking, he should have allowed Draco to carry some items from the outset, thus ensuring the boy would tire early. Alice, noticing the various bags in their hands, finally grasped that they were in the Muggle world, where one could not rely on wizards or house elves to deliver items directly to Malfoy Manor. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, she beckoned the two boys closer, discreetly employing a touch of magic to render them unnoticed amidst the crowd. From her bear-sized bag, she produced a folded paper bag adorned with elegant designs spelling out Ramp B. This was a recently released magical item from Ramp B, an infinitely reusable shopping bag that could hold a multitude of items without any weight, effectively resolving past delivery issues. And due to its single-use nature, it was quite economical. Alice opened the seemingly unassuming paper bag and stuffed all their recent purchases within. Draco, feeling a swell of pride, assisted Alice in organizing the items before handing the bag to Harry. This marked yet another transformative moment in the wizarding world. Such a convenient and cost-effective item would not officially launch until the following year, making the Malfoy family the sole possessors of it. Harry, intrigued by this innovation and eager to indulge Draco's pride, acknowledged the Malfoy's prowess in possessing unreleased products. Draco, upon hearing this, raised his chin, albeit with a hint of color in his ears, replied, naturally. Not wishing to linger in the atmosphere of their playful banter, Alice glanced at the sky. It was time for lunch. She inquired, "Are you hungry?" Harry, assuming Alice was genuinely asking, placed a hand on his stomach and replied, "I'm fine. How about you?" Draco? Unlike Harry, Draco did not answer with a simple yes or no. Instead, he looked at Alice and tentatively suggested, "Are you hungry?" Alice immediately responded, "Then let's eat." "How about something in the Muggle world? What do you want to eat?" she asked eagerly. Draco turned his gaze to Harry, hoping for a definitive answer. Harry, somewhat bewildered, replied honestly, "I'm fine with anything. You decide." Draco returned his gaze to Alice, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "I knew you wouldn't be reliable," leaving Harry even more perplexed. "Japanese food?" Draco proposed. "Too cold. It's winter, and it wouldn't tea be enjoyable. Chinese food? Autumn's not here. I'm not keen on it. French cuisine? I had plenty while traveling in France. I'm not in the mood for it. Draco appeared to surrender, exclaiming, "How about fried chicken?" Yet he quickly added, "I think Harry wants to eat that." Fixing his gaze intently on Harry, Draco prompted, "Right, Harry?" Harry, swallowing hard, meekly replied, "Yes, I suppose I want to eat that." The two platinum-haired heads nodded in unison, affirming, "Yes, that's what you want." Alice, finally satisfied, eagerly prepared to set off. But before leaving, she added, "It's Harry who wants to eat, not me." Watching the siblings exchange what seemed to be coded signals, Harry looked at Draco in confusion. As they walked behind Alice, Draco whispered to Harry, "My sister has been pestering about dieting lately, insisting on vegetarianism and avoiding meat. But she can't resist. So she has to let me pick what I want, and she'll just eat a little." Observing Draco's dynamic with Alice, Harry couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. He yearned for a sister akin to Alice, gentle yet formidable, capable of safeguarding him while revealing her softer side in private. It seemed he understood why Draco, despite being an equally pampered young master and a younger brother himself, was so willing to indulge Alice. If he had such a sister, he would cherish her too. Alice, having satisfied her cravings, feasted on fried chicken and drank a tall glass of cola, lingering in the establishment long enough before finally rising to depart. Naturally, Alice refused to accept any embarrassment on her part, attributing the blame to Draco, who in turn effortlessly shifted it onto Harry, with no one else to bear the brunt. Harry reluctantly accepted the blame. Yet, he bore it with a sense of delight, for if taking the fall meant he could enjoy playful outings with Draco, he was quite willing. By the time they returned Harry to number 4, Privet Drive, it was already tea time. Alice pondered that by the time they reached the Leaky Cauldron and entered Diagon Alley, it would be quite late, and they might miss afternoon tea altogether. Upon knocking again on the door of number 4, it was still Petunia, who stood alone inside. Harry hesitated to wave goodbye, clutching the small paper bag tightly, hoping Aunt Petunia would not insist he dispose of it. In an unusual turn of events, Aunt Petunia did not berate Harry with her usual sharp remarks, nor did she treat him as if he were invisible. Instead, she scrutinized him carefully before allowing him inside, leaving the door ajar, and fixating her gaze on Alice and the others. Alice stood there, allowing her scrutiny, and suddenly spoke, "It is tea time, madam. Might you invite us in for some refreshments?" Draco's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Alice's audacious words. This was a family notorious for mistreating Harry. Why would his sister want to join them for tea? Not only was Draco startled, but Harry was taken aback as well. Aunt Petunia was sure to send them away. Harry watched her anxiously, fearful she might react in a manner that would provoke Alice's magic. He recalled Neville's unfortunate encounter with losing his first toad on the Hogwarts Express. Should Aunt Petunia be struck, Alice would find herself in Azkaban. Aunt Petunia lingered at the door for what felt like an eternity before stepping aside to allow them entry. Draco and Harry found themselves in a surreal situation, one that diverged greatly from their expectations. The unfolding events were far beyond the comprehension of second-year wizards. They could not fathom why their sister, a senior student, would choose to have tea with a complete stranger from the Muggle world. Harry stared in astonishment as Aunt Petunia brought forth tea and refreshments for Alice, while Draco observed Alice graciously accept the teacup and genuinely compliment the treats. Had they not known the two seated across from each other, they might have believed it to be nothing more than a casual visit between acquaintances. Yet, this was not the case. "Aunt Petunia, was it not you who despised wizards? You forbade anything magical from gracing your home." Alice was clearly someone from Hogwarts. What was the meaning of this? Harry gaped in disbelief. "Sister, what is the meaning of this? Did you not say this family was dreadful? Why are you sitting here cheerfully enjoying tea with them? You never spoke of it like this at home." Draco's mind was a whirlpool of confusion. The two boys exchanged glances, each reflecting the same perplexity, utterly failing to grasp the current circumstances. However, they were intensely curious about what would transpire next, remaining silent while observing from the sidelines. Alice, undeterred by the intense scrutiny, focused solely on the slender woman before her. Concealed by the teacup, she keenly observed her, and it was evident that the woman was equally analyzing her. They ought to engage in a candid discussion, Alice discerned from the woman's eyes. A conversation was necessary, but first, the curiosity of the two young boys needed addressing. She subtly nodded to Petunia, signaling her to wait a moment, then discreetly moved her hand beneath the table, casting a silent spell. Setting down her teacup, she indicated she had managed the situation. Petunia turned her attention to Harry and Draco, inquiring of Alice, "What have you done?" Upon noticing that the two boys seemed oblivious to her words and actions, she comprehended that Alice had indeed cast some sort of spell. Is it a silencing charm, perhaps, along with an invisibility spell? She speculated, shaking her head. But they would not be entirely unaware, and the invisibility spell should render them unseen. Or do you possess even more formidable and powerful magic than I anticipated? Petunia's eyes fixed intently on Alice, her demeanor suggesting she was no longer the typical nosy housewife. Alice, observing Petunia as suddenly heightened wariness, could not suppress a smile. Had I been an ally of the Dark Lord, you would all be in grave peril. She glanced at the still oblivious Draco and Harry, addressing Petunia. You possess a deeper understanding of magic than I had presumed. As someone who opposes wizards, your knowledge is remarkably profound. Alice delicately lifted her teacup and took a sip. Indeed, it is a silencing charm and an invisibility spell, albeit a rudimentary version. I lack the strength for silent wandless magic. Thus, the spells I employed yield only partial effectiveness. However, they suffice for now. They cannot hear our conversation. And what they see is merely a fleeting image of us prior to my spell, which will soon dissipate. At this, Petunia sat up straight, her demeanor shifting. What message does Dumbledore wish for you to convey? He typically sends owls with his messages and never allows anyone else to know of my existence. Alice tilted her head. Unfazed, Dumbledore does indeed keep his secrets well, apart from me. Few would guess that the Aunt of the Chosen One serves as a member of the Order of the Phoenix. The woman across from her remained impassive, observing the blonde girl. Alice Malfoy, the goddaughter of Severus Snape, a student of Slytherin. Alice's smile faltered, and her head bowed slightly, concealing her true emotions. The disbelief in her eyes was evident. Petunia Dursley knew more than she had anticipated. The balance of power had shifted, with Petunia now holding more information. A Malfoy would not easily falter in a confrontation. Alice composed herself, placing her teacup down. Mrs. Dursley, you are indeed more formidable than I had envisioned. Dumbledore seems to trust you more than I had imagined. Calmly, Alice continued, it is not Dumbledore who sent me, but I assure you, my intentions are devoid of malice. At the very least, my presence indicates that your vigilance may need fortifying. Aside from that initial moment of uncertainty, Alice bore no semblance of weakness. Petunia scrutinized her for a considerable time, yet found no discernible weakness, as if Alice had genuinely come to inspect them. Mrs. Dursley, why do you harbor such disdain for magic yet choose to assist Dumbledore? You could merely care for Harry. Yet you opted to become part of the Order of the Phoenix. Is the reason as I suspect? Alice's gaze fell upon Petunia's hands, which cradled the teacup, adorned with thick calluses that seemed rather unbecoming of a housewife from a well-to-do household. Following Alice's line of sight, Petunia glanced at her own hands, lowering her eyes in silence. As time ticked away, Alice, after uttering her remarks, calmly resumed sipping her tea until Harry and Draco broke the silence. The fact that they could hear Draco's voice indicated that Alice's enchantment had indeed worn off. Draco spoke, sister. His intention was to remind her that they could leave, having spent quite a considerable duration merely engaged in tea drinking. He had anticipated that something more eventful would transpire, yet Alice surprisingly remained seated, sharing an entire pot of tea with this muggle. He and Harry observed her refill their cups time and again. Surely, it could not be too comfortable? Nevertheless, it would be rather impolite to bluntly express a desire to depart while being entertained, even to a muggle, and Draco maintained his decorum. Alice adjusted her dress, having understood Draco's implication, and stood up to bid farewell to Petunia. She slightly inclined her head. Thank you for your hospitality, madam. The afternoon tea was delightful. I hope to visit again. With that, she turned to leave, offering a simple nod to Harry as she passed by him, raising her wand. Obliviate. Draco, momentarily taken aback by his sister's actions, inquired, Sister, what are you doing? Before he could finish his sentence, the light from Alice's wand struck him. His eyes began to glaze over, and during the brief respite Harry and Draco experienced, Alice swiftly cast the same spell upon Petunia. She then tidied up the teacups, creating the illusion of having enjoyed tea alone, and pulled Draco out the door. Neither Harry would recall sharing tea with her, nor would Petunia remember their visit. Once outside, Draco regained his clarity. He turned to his sister and asked, Are we leaving just like that? Harry has only just arrived home. Shouldn't we warn that muggle to treat him kindly? Alice ruffled Draco's hair and replied, Draco, wouldn't it be somewhat inappropriate for us to impose our will? After all, he is a wizard too. We must show him respect rather than presume we know what is best for him. Draco understood Alice's sentiment and nodded, refraining from further discussion on the matter. Inside the house, Harry regarded Aunt Petunia, who had just finished her afternoon tea, with curiosity. Had he truly returned so late that the afternoon tea time had elapsed? Petunia, equally perplexed, wondered why Harry had not remained upstairs as he ought to have. She paid little mind to her thoughts, promptly scolding Harry to go upstairs. Fortunately, he had already placed his bag at the staircase, and he hurriedly grabbed it and ascended. Leaving the muggle world behind, Alice and Draco strolled through Diagon Alley, casually purchasing a few items to feign that they had not departed the magical realm all day. This, perhaps, was the plight of youth, where freedom was heavily constrained. By the time they returned to Malfoy Manor, dusk had settled in. Alice instructed Nanny to take dinner upstairs. Appearing quite fatigued, she exchanged perfunctory greetings with her parents before retreating to her room. Though Lucius found it odd, he acknowledged that his daughter had grown and developed her own thoughts, thus refraining from excessive interference. He then turned to Draco, inquiring about their day's events. Of course, Draco refrained from divulging to Lucius that they had visited Harry in London. On their way back, he had already coordinated his story with Alice, claiming they had merely spent the day in Diagon Alley. Thus, he echoed this to his father. We spent the day at Diagon Alley. I felt exhausted, so I came upstairs. Lucius pondered for a moment, but still felt the need to check on Alice, as she had never behaved this way before. He turned to find Narcissa, believing it best for her to address their daughter's matters, only to see Narcissa preparing Alice's dinner, accompanied by Nanny, ready to ascend the stairs. Narcissa smiled at him, and Draco suddenly felt somewhat superfluous. Perhaps he should retreat upstairs to dine, as this atmosphere no longer felt suitable for him. Previously, he had shared the burden of emotional strain with his sister, but now it was merely him dining with his parents. No, his mother had gone upstairs. He would have to wait for her to return before eating with Lucius. Lucius watched Narcissa ascend the stairs, and then turned his attention to Draco, who was attempting to slip away. He seated himself at the table. Draco, how is your holiday homework coming along? Draco replied, I wish to leave. Back in her room, Alice had already begun her bath, immersing herself in a tub filled with rose petals and bubbles, her platinum hair the only part of her above water. She sat expressionless in the water, replaying the day's encounter with Petunia in her mind over and over. She understood that Petunia would aid Headmaster Dumbledore, undoubtedly raising Harry to adulthood, yet she had never anticipated that Petunia would become a pawn in the Order of the Phoenix. Alice submerged her head beneath the water's surface, bubbles rising and bursting. Her small head remained submerged, not surfacing. A soft knocking at the door broke the silence. Alice, may I come in? Narcissa's gentle voice floated from outside the bathroom. Alice surfaced, gasping for air. After a moment's pause, she responded, Come in, mother. The door opened, and amidst the hazy mist, Narcissa could not discern Alice's expression, but as a mother, she sensed her daughter's troubled spirit. She instructed Nanny to place the dinner plate on the table beside Alice's bathtub and crouched down to caress Alice's damp hair. Observing the moisture-laden gray of her daughter's eyes in the steamy room. Looking at her daughter, filled with tenderness, she asked, What is it, my darling? Did you not enjoy your outing today? Would you like to share with me, or shall we eat first? Alice's eyes mirrored Lucius's gray, and so did Draco's. However, Narcissa's were of a crystalline blue, strikingly beautiful beyond mere words. Upon closer examination, Draco's eyes revealed a hint of blue, yet Alice's were a pure gray. Resembling Narcissa in features, but undeniably akin to Lucius in hue. Narcissa gazed into her daughter's eyes, perceiving an emotion she could not comprehend. It reminded her of years past, when she had witnessed a similar expression. It was during the time of Lucius's father's passing, when he had to shoulder the burden of the Malfoy family alone. At that moment, Lucius exuded confusion about the future, yet his resolve remained steadfast. His parents had refused to uphold the arrangement, believing the young Lucius incapable of sustaining the splendor of the Malfoy name, preferring to marry Narcissa off elsewhere. At the funeral of the former head of the Malfoy family, they were dissatisfied with Lucius's stoic demeanor, yet Narcissa remained resolute, unwilling to consider another suitor. Thankfully, with Narcissa's support, Lucius soon regained his composure, took the reins of the Malfoy family, and only then did the Blacks feel secure enough to permit their daughter's marriage. Narcissa, gazing into Alice's eyes, found herself lost in thought, having come to deliver dinner but now lingering, captivated by her daughter for what felt like an eternity. Mother? Alice, filled with curiosity, spoke up, pulling Narcissa from her reverie. With a gentle smile, Narcissa replied, My dear Alice, why don't you wash up first and join us for dinner? We can chat afterward. Shall we? Naturally, Alice would not refuse her mother, nodding in agreement. Nene adeptly carried the dishes away, assisting Alice in drying herself with a towel before donning a robe and heading to the small sitting room for dinner. She was aware that her actions might raise her parents' suspicions, yet her mind was a tumultuous whirl, longing only to retreat to her room. She anticipated that her parents' queries would come the following day, but to her surprise, her mother followed her up almost immediately. The warmth of her parents' concern enveloped Alice, bringing her comfort. It was fortuitous that her mother had come. She required someone to help untangle her chaotic thoughts. Narcissa settled on the nearby sofa, using a drying charm to tend to Alice's damp hair, watching fondly as Alice slowly consumed a modest portion of her dinner. This evening, her appetite was notably poor. Narcissa cast a sidelong glance at the plate, remaining silent. Once Alice finished her meal, Nene approached to clear the dishes, prompting Narcissa to inquire, So, is there something you'd like to share with your mother? Or perhaps you would prefer I tell you a bedtime story tonight." Alice nestled into her mother's embrace with a smile. "Mother, I'm far too grown for bedtime stories now." Feeling her head gently stroked, Alice listened to her mother's soothing voice. "Yet, no matter how much you grow, in my eyes, you will always be my little one." Alice felt a pang of emotion and asked, "Mother, what would you do if one day you discovered that father was not as you imagined him?" Narcissa swiftly grasped the underlying concern, her eyes flickering slightly as she replied nonchalantly, "Well, that would depend on how he differs. If it is for the better, then that is splendid. If not, we must consider the reasons behind it. Should the reasons be understandable, we would strive to comprehend. But it would also depend on the actions taken." It was clear to Narcissa that something significant had transpired today. Having spent the day in Diagon Alley, just a wall away from Nocturne Alley, had they encountered something there? After absorbing her mother's words, Alice silently embraced her for a moment. Narcissa, unhurried, tenderly combed through her hair. The Malfoy family's golden locks were indeed a hallmark of their lineage, unparalleled even among purebloods. After a prolonged silence, Alice suddenly recalled that her mother had followed her upstairs almost immediately, having barely had time for a bath. Surely, her mother had not finished her meal. "Mother, you must still be hungry. Please go down and eat," Alice urged, clambering out of Narcissa's arms, eager for her mother to nourish herself. After such a time, her mother must be famished. Narcissa regarded Alice, asking, "Have you had enough? If you have more questions, feel free to ask me anytime." Alice nodded. "Yes, mother. Although I still have some uncertainties, there are no major issues now." Seeing Alice smile once more brought relief to Narcissa, who then descended the stairs. Whether or not she was truly starved remained uncertain, but Draco certainly was. He had spent the day scurrying around the Muggle world, assisting Harry in selecting clothes, and had hardly eaten anything, missing afternoon tea and still unable to partake in dinner. The table was laden with delectable and aromatic dishes kept warm by a charm. With their father seated at the head, awaiting Narcissa's return for the meal, Draco, perplexed by his sister's assent, merely assumed she was fatigued and wished to follow her, only to be halted by their father. Typically, he enjoyed conversing with his father, yet today's events were far too sensitive to disclose, leaving him to stammer and divert the conversation. Though Lucius appeared to engage Draco in casual dialogue, he was subtly probing into their day's activities. Being still young, Draco, despite his reservations, unwittingly revealed hints of their day's undertakings to his inquisitive father. Fortunately, Draco had been careful not to mention their trip to the Muggle world or meeting Harry, leaving Lucius with the impression that Draco was concealing something, without suspecting their destination. The timeline did not match, as parts of their outing were muddled, and Draco's lips were tightly sealed, leaving Lucius unable to extract the truth. His inability to uncover the details, however, pleased Lucius. It signified that Draco was maturing well, on his way to becoming a commendable Malfoy. Finally, after enduring his father's interrogation, Draco was relieved when his mother arrived, believing he could finally retreat from scrutiny, unaware that Lucius had already gleaned the information he sought. Narcissa took her seat, exchanging a glance with Lucius that confirmed both had gathered substantial insights, before commencing the now belated dinner. Later, upon returning to their bedroom, Narcissa and Lucius consolidated their respective pieces of information, forming a clearer picture. Narcissa remarked, "Alice asked me what to do if you were different from her expectations. I suspect she must have heard something." Lucius nodded in agreement. "I concur. Draco's account was somewhat detailed, but it pales in comparison to the truth. They must have ventured somewhere today and learned something significant." Narcissa tentatively suggested, "The only place in Diagon Alley that is off-limits is Nocturne Alley." The couple spoke in unison, recalling their admonitions to avoid perilous locations, yet their children had ignored their warnings. Lucius sighed, not out of anger, for what could one do about their own children? However, in Nocturne Alley, the only thing that could have led Alice to perceive her father differently was. Lucius rolled up his left sleeve, revealing the unsightly dark mark. Alice was aware that her father was a Death Eater. The Malfoy family had been Death Eaters for generations. Her father had become the villain of her bedtime stories, which explained her melancholy. Draco, however, was likely still unaware, or else his reaction would have been different. Draco must genuinely be oblivious to this matter, Lucius mused, when he escaped the stigma of being a Death Eater. He had claimed he was under the influence of the Imperfect curse and paid a hefty sum to absolve the issue. The dark wizards in Nocturne Alley were not easily swayed. Most were fervent admirers of the Dark Lord and would undoubtedly have said something. Alice, being such an astute child, could easily piece together the situation. Narcissa consoled Lucius. "Alice has always been a sensible child. She wouldn't truly dwell on this matter. She's just momentarily overwhelmed." Lucius nodded, understanding that Alice would not harbor resentment, yet the sight of the dark mark on his wrist elicited another sigh. Meanwhile, Alice had retreated to the bathtub once more, resting her head on her arm atop the tub, emptying her mind. She had not anticipated that a mere example involving her father would evoke such contemplation from her parents. In truth, her inquiry to Narcissa stemmed from her thoughts about Dumbledore and Petunia. Alice lifted her head, propping it up with her hand, still unable to arrive at a conclusion. Dumbledore, using Lily as a pretext, had compelled Severus and Petunia to serve his noble cause. Could that not be seen as a form of exploitation? Thus, it was not without reason that Dumbledore had once conspired with Grindelwald, for he indeed possessed the qualities of a formidable leader. This, perhaps, elucidates his decision to seclude himself within Hogwarts, concealing his talents from the world. He harbors a profound fear of being subjugated by power, leading him to renounce it entirely. Previously, Alice estimated an 85% probability of Riddle's resurgence. Now, however, her assessment has dwindled to a mere 50. Dumbledore has not succumbed to the fog of age. Rather, he has deepened his reservoir of experience, an undeniable testament to his formidable prowess. Alice, with a resigned gesture, rubbed her face, contemplating the situation. Let it be, she mused. The boat will right itself when it reaches the bridge. Carpe diem. Let us indulge in today's revelries and defer tomorrow's worries. Sleep beckons. Chapter 29, Spinner's End. Alice's emotions are as fleeting as they are intense. She does not truly resent Dumbledore's actions. In fact, she fundamentally agrees with such maximization of benefits. Though it may not sound particularly noble, she is, after all, a Slytherin, well acquainted with these tactics. Particularly after conversing with Narcissa, a sudden clarity regarding Dumbledore's intentions washed over her. Regardless of the methods employed, as long as the ends are virtuous, what does it matter? She has resolved a lingering concern, and now greets Lucius with an invigorated spirit. Good morning, Father, Alice beamed as she settled beside Lucius, with Narcissa directly across from her. The couple exchanged glances, smiling as they returned Alice's greeting. Draco, noticing his sister's descent, anticipated that breakfast was imminent, eagerly awaiting his father's prompt. Lucius observed his son's upright posture and his daughter's expectant demeanor before clearing his throat. Alice, you retired early last night. I hadn't the chance to converse with you. Were you fatigued? At the mention of yesterday, both Draco and Alice tensed, recalling the events that had transpired. Alice covertly glanced at Draco, silently questioning, Did you reveal anything? Draco, sensing her gaze, assured her, No, I said nothing. Reassured by his response, Alice nodded, It's manageable. Trust your sister's judgment. She blinked innocently at Lucius, maintaining her radiant smile. It's nothing, really. I was simply exhausted and went to rest. You're not upset with me for delaying Mother's dinner, are you? Whenever Alice gazed at Lucius with wide, innocent eyes, the gravity of any situation seemed to lessen. Typically, she would first employ charm to soften the inquiry, then redirect the conversation. Generally, this tactic sufficed. Draco observed his sister deftly evade their parents' inquiries time and again, usually concluding at this juncture. Yet, exceptions do exist. Lucius, avoiding Alice's gaze, continued, I merely wish to ensure your well-being. You weren't mistreated yesterday, were you? The Malfoys were not the sort to be bullied. Such occurrences were simply inconceivable. Even during altercations with the Weasleys, the encounters ended in a stalemate. Lucius would never concede that he was unable to claim victory. If Alice had indeed been bullied, it would only be in the depths of Knockturn Alley where dark wizards roamed freely. Noticing that her father was unwilling to let the matter slide, Alice realized the topic warranted further discussion. Yet, why was he suddenly so invested in this issue? Uncertain yet compelled to address it, she placed her hands on her abdomen. Feigning shyness. Let us eat first, Father. I didn't finish my meal last night, and I'm absolutely famished. Alice employed her third tactic. When her charm and redirection failed, she resorted to playing the victim. Clearly, her strategy bore fruit. Lucius paused, then gestured for everyone to begin dining. They were already aware of Alice's despondency, and he discreetly glanced at Narcissa. Since Alice did not wish to elaborate, they would treat the matter as if it had never occurred. The dining table fell into a serene silence, the aristocratic decorum ensuring that even the clinking of cutlery was subdued. Lucius and Narcissa recognized that Alice struggled to come to terms with her father's past. Yet her demeanor remained unaltered, which only deepened their concern. Indeed, she was their most perceptive daughter, concealing her inner turmoil with remarkable grace. Alice and Draco sensed their parents' heightened concern over the previous day's events, worrying that their clandestine excursion to the Muggle world might be uncovered. The family dined in a state of unease, preoccupied with thoughts of hastily finishing their meal to divert attention elsewhere. Whatever shall we do, sister? Father has been unusually inquisitive about our outing. He has never shown such interest before, Draco expressed, a hint of trepidation evident in his voice. If he discovers our secret jaunt to the Muggle realm to find Harry, he might very well break my legs. After the meal, Alice led Draco to the balcony to bask in the sun, evading their parents to discuss how much Draco had inadvertently revealed during her absence. This was Draco's inaugural escapade. Yet Alice was an old hand at such adventures. It was her first time leading Draco to the Muggle world, although she was no stranger to it. With calm assurance, she reassured Draco, "Do not fret. We shall engage in other activities to divert their attention." As Draco regarded her with a puzzled expression, she playfully beckoned him closer. The platinum-haired boy approached, curiosity evident in his demeanor, awaiting his sister's solution. Leaning in to whisper in Draco's ear, she teased, "Just wait and see. I shan't divulge just yet." "Are you jesting, sister?" Draco replied, laughter bubbling forth. Alice relished the moment, chuckling heartily until she finally composed herself. Straightening up, she coughed lightly, signaling Draco to lean in. "This time, I am serious, no jesting." Draco regarded her skeptically, as if questioning her sincerity. Alice feigned ignorance, "I assure you. This time it is genuine." Tentatively, he leaned in once more, and Alice proposed, "We could spend a couple of days at our godfather's house." "Indeed. At our godfather's?" Draco contemplated, realization dawning upon him. "By the time we return, the school year will commence. We can simply accompany our godfather to Hogwarts and avoid confronting Father's inquiries. What are we waiting for then? Let us gather our belongings. If Father objects, we shall make a run for it." Alice winked at Draco, reveling in the thrill of such escapades. Without hesitation, Alice returned to her room to enlist Nanny's help in packing, while she herself retrieved the two-way mirror to contact Severus. Unsure of his current whereabouts, she intended to give him a heads-up to assist in covering for the two guilt-ridden runaways. As Draco knocked on Alice's door after finishing his packing, she had just concluded her conversation with Severus. "We are fortunate. Our godfather returned just yesterday, and we can head to him right away." "Yesterday?" Draco echoed, surprised. "Our godfather returned yesterday? How fortuitous." "Indeed. It is a stroke of luck that we were in London. Had we encountered our godfather unexpectedly, we would surely have faced his wrath." Alice smiled, feeling undeniably fortunate. The Malfoy couple had long grown accustomed to their child's desire to spend the remainder of the holiday at their godfather's residence. In the past, whenever they sought moments of solitude, they would send the children to Severus for supervision. Thus, cultivating a few trustworthy friends during youth proves to be a prudent choice, allowing for assistance in times when parental responsibilities seem burdensome. Lucius had some lingering concerns about Alice's state upon her return yesterday. He consented to the children visiting Severus in Spinner's End and discreetly penned a letter to Severus outlining the current circumstances, requesting him to subtly inquire about the children's activities. For sometimes this godfather knows more about them than their biological father. Alice and Draco were delighted to arrive at Severus's abode in Spinner's End. The location was remote and desolate, devoid of respectable company, yet it was here that Severus had spent his formative years. In his childhood memories, this place was perpetually shrouded in gloom, oppressive and stifling. He had once loathed returning, preferring to struggle within the wizarding world rather than confront the memories this place evoked. Ironically, it had transformed into the location outside of Hogwarts where he spent the most time, accompanied by two radiant little beings. "Godfather, we've arrived." Alice's voice echoed from the fireplace. Severus, seated in the parlor perusing the Daily Prophet, maintained his stoic demeanor, though a flicker of vitality graced his otherwise impassive face. Draco and Alice emerged from the fireplace, and had it not been for the Muggle world surrounding them, Draco would have preferred to ride home in the family's enchanted carriage or soar through the skies on his broomstick. However, Alice consistently dismissed his brilliant idea, deeming it too perilous and likely to disrupt her hairstyle. Draco had suggested more than once that she should try using hair gel to secure her coiffure, much like their father, which he deemed particularly dashing. Alice's rejection was resolute, her gaze toward Draco laced with pity as she uttered an unassailable retort. "Draco, do not use hair gel, you will regret it later." Yet such matters were trivial. They had arrived at Spinner's End, and that was what truly mattered. Severus set aside his newspaper as Draco and Alice unceremoniously took their seats, casually depositing their luggage on the parlor floor. "Now, what clandestine escapades have you engaged in that necessitate your hiding out here, away from your father?" Alice offered a sheepish laugh. "What are you saying, godfather? I simply missed you and wanted to pay you a visit. Are you not welcoming me?" The use of honorifics hinted that their affairs were indeed significant. "However, your father likely remains oblivious to your mischief. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here attempting to engage me in verbal sparring." Severus held no credence in Alice's words. He had already perused Lucius's letter, which indicated Alice had taken Draco to Knockturn Alley. This was hardly surprising. Alice had always been drawn to forbidden places. Draco was no better. He had once brazenly flouted school rules alongside a group of Gryffindors in their first year, a tradition carried forth through the generations. However, Severus had no intention of divulging to Alice and Draco Lucius's suspicions regarding their excursion to Knockturn Alley, nor of revealing his own past as a Death Eater. He was quite certain Alice was already aware of this. There was no evidence needed. His understanding of Alice was sufficient. Very well, take your belongings to your rooms. Alice, once you're settled, come to the potions lab. I wish to ascertain whether you've forgotten everything over the holiday. Draco, you shall join us as an observer. Severus rose and headed upstairs, urging them to hasten. Alice's face contorted in dismay. Godfather, we came here to have fun. Severus remained unmoved. During your school days, you were either tardy or relying on Autumn to prepare potions for you. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your antics? If you do not wish for your father to discover your escapades in the Muggle world, then obediently come upstairs to study. Alice, feeling aggrieved, dared not speak. Observing the dismal countenance of his little goddaughter, Severus could not suppress a smirk in a place where they could not see. To venture into the Muggle world was one thing, but to seek out Harry was indeed reckless. Did she truly believe that mastering a few spells endowed her with immunity? She was still quite youthful. Dumbledore had not lived all those years for naught. Alice, unwilling to defy Severus, stealthily turned her gaze toward Draco, seeking a hint of support. Draco could only return her a look of helplessness, for delivering Alice's belongings to her room was the extent of his assistance. He too refrained from speaking. It was all too evident that their godfather was aware of their Muggle exploits, as they could never truly deceive him. Furthermore, Alice's adeptness in the Muggle world indicated that this was likely not her first foray, so he wisely chose to remain silent to avoid drawing attention to himself. Trailing behind their godfather, Alice endured a dismal afternoon. Fortunately, dinner was a well-prepared affair, with Severus even chilling a cola for Alice, though she knew well that drinking cold cola in winter was ill-advised. Alas, this only deepened her melancholy. Upon returning to her room in Spinner's End, Alice felt utterly drained. May this holiday be obliterated, she lamented, her spirit dampened by the thought of being summoned by the professor for lessons. Alice and Draco frequently flocked to Spinner's End, a residence that, while technically Severus's personal property, bore the unmistakable hallmarks of the Malfoy aesthetic. Ornate trinkets adorned the space. Alongside Alice's favored Muggle beverages and Draco's cherished eggnog tarts. Even the formerly desolate patch of land outside had been transformed by Alice into a blossoming garden, imbuing the home with a renewed vitality. Severus was not one to concern himself with the minutiae of life. He had no particular material demands, whereas the Malfoys toiled for wealth and status. What was the point of earning if one did not indulge in expenditure? Alice gazed at the beautifully refracting crystal chandelier she had chosen, and with a sigh, turned away to shield her eyes from its dazzling brilliance. After lounging on her bed for a while, she rose and approached the balcony, which overlooked the small garden. She had deliberately selected this room for its view of the garden. Not only was it ideal for moonlit reveries and flower gazing, but it also facilitated clandestine escapes. The second floor was not too high, and Alice leaned over to ensure the pile of stones she had previously arranged remained intact. With a deft push, she grasped the railing and vaulted over. Perfect. She had made no sound. Alice surveyed the toppled stones she had kicked aside. Well, perhaps there was a slight noise. Yet it was hardly significant. Severus had a habit of consuming a calming draught before bedtime, a long-standing ritual. Alice also employed a subtle silencing charm in her room, confident that unless there was a considerable commotion, she would not disturb him. She felt assured in her abilities, for this was not her first endeavor of this nature. With light fingers, she meticulously rearranged the stones, ensuring they appeared merely as a casual pile. Satisfied, she clapped her hands and departed with a smile. As a wizard residing on Muggle streets, Severus, a half-blood who preferred to avoid Muggle interactions, had certainly employed Muggle-repelling charms in his home. Otherwise, Alice's precious champagne roses would have been in jeopardy. The denizens of this street are far from possessing the admirable qualities of restraint, gazing upon beautiful things without the urge to destroy or possess them. Departing from Spinner's End, Alice retrieved her wand. Disapparition. In the blink of an eye, she found herself in London, standing upon a now desolate street, adjacent to a quaint second-hand bookstore. The establishment had already closed for the day, beside which stood a sleek black automobile. Observing the closed sign and the Bentley, Alice entered without a moment's hesitation. It was January 5th, 1993. Hogwarts would officially resume its sessions in a week and a half after the winter break. The Basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets, which were not meant to surface until the latter half of the term, had been resolved prematurely, leaving Harry in his second year and Alice in her third year with an unexpected abundance of free time. The magical realm, of course, is not devoid of prophecies. Just as the Muggle world harbors its own, there exists a prophecy of uncertain origins that foretells an apocalypse in 2018, wherein heaven and hell would prepare to clash, seeking resolution to millennia of opposition. Earth, as a bastion for both celestial realms, naturally hosts agents from either side endeavoring to garner followers for their respective factions. These two exceptional individuals dispatched for this purpose were presently seated together, indulging in inebriation. Alice, observing the drunken scene within the bookstore's small alcove, could not suppress a sigh of exasperation. If God and Satan were to witness such amicable camaraderie among their agents, one could only imagine the dismay that would ensue. Kicking aside a discarded bottle, Alice set off a chain reaction, sending bottles clattering across the floor in a symphony of crisp collisions. A bleary-eyed man with white hair struggled to open his eyes, yet could not seem to focus on Alice. He nudged the red-haired man, still clad in sunglasses. Beside him, Crowley, someone has arrived. His tone bore a hint of dependence. The man, still hazy from drink, shook his head and adjusted his sunglasses slightly. Alice discerned his slitted golden serpent eyes. Golden-haired, human, female, no, not entirely human. Ah, it was Alice. The red-haired man stared at Alice for an extended moment before managing to articulate his thoughts in a muddled fashion. Sigh. Alice exhaled, bending down to grasp a bottle and smashing it upon the table between them, the resounding crash finally jolting them back to consciousness. Azrael, Crowley, I am pressed for time. You must rouse yourselves quickly. I am in a hurry. Alice felt a twinge of regret. She should have anticipated their antics upon seeing that car. Crowley, with a languid turn of his head, focused on an empty bottle that had escaped Alice's wrath, emitting a groan as the liquid within surged upwards with alarming speed. The seemingly oblivious red-haired man shook his head and regained his senses. Finally able to see clearly, Crowley rose to assist the slumped Azrael, gesturing for Alice to wait as he escorted Azrael to rest. Alice turned and exited the alcove, flicking on the lights to wander aimlessly through the bookstore while awaiting Crowley's emergence. Hearing a noise behind her, Alice did not look back. I expected to witness something scandalous. Your pace is excruciatingly slow. How many years has it been? Crowley tucked his sunglasses back into his pocket. If there's business to discuss, let us, otherwise. I shall take my leave. Unperturbed by Crowley's retort, Alice retrieved an envelope from her bag and presented it to him. Please assist me with a matter. Upon its successful completion, I shall deliver Azrael's long-desired first edition manuscript as a reward. Just one book? Crowley did not take the envelope, seemingly disinterested in the interruption of his drinking. Alice smiled knowingly, but it is the book Azrael has yearned for. Watching the red-haired man accept the envelope, Alice chose not to linger, bidding farewell before departing the bookstore. Returning to Spinner's End, Alice clambered over the low garden wall, scaling the stone pile to reach her balcony and then re-entering her room. The two-story townhouse remained tranquil, as though all its inhabitants were in deep slumber. Yet, appearances can be deceiving. Severus did not always utilize his rare free time for rest, and on this occasion, he sought out Dumbledore after both Alice and Draco had retired for the night. Having just released Fawkes into the night sky, he turned to find the potion's master, who should have been resting at home. Dumbledore regarded Severus with mild surprise. Severus, at this hour, should you not be at home, resting? What brings you here? The figure who had emerged from Spinner's End was clad in casual sleepwear. Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of concern. Is something amiss? Severus's return to Spinner's End was no coincidence. Previously, he had only returned under the persistent insistence of the blonde child. This sudden return was prompted by Dumbledore's need for him to make a trip back to London. Severus shook his head. Penny's household is perfectly normal. When I arrived, they were having dinner, with no signs of anything amiss. Then what was that magical disturbance I sensed? Dumbledore certainly would not place the Chosen One in the Muggle world without protective measures, even with bloodline magic safeguarding him. Resolving a minor wizard's predicament in Muggle society would be a trivial task for Death Eaters. It was Alice and Draco. They ventured into the Muggle realm to find Harry and triggered the magical device you set. Dumbledore nodded in understanding. If it involves Alice, I am hardly surprised. With that, Severus prepared to depart, but Dumbledore could not resist a jest. No matter how I implored you in the past to stay longer, you were reluctant. Now, it seems you are unwilling to keep this old man company at Hogwarts. Severus seized a handful of flue powder and stepped into the fireplace. You are quite busy with your correspondence with Grindelwald and require no company from me. Also, do refrain from writing too frequently. Be wary of Professor McGonagall seeking a word with you. As Severus's words faded, the flames consumed his figure, the man in dark sleepwear vanishing from the headmaster's office. Dumbledore sighed. Such an unlovable child. Alice believed her visit was a clandestine operation unbeknownst to anyone, unaware that she could not outmaneuver the wizened old foxes who had lived for many years. Yet, the young girl now back at Spinner's End, settling into slumber, remained blissfully ignorant of these events. The mature adults chose not to mention Alice's excursion to Privet Drive. After all, children play and frolic. There was no need to discuss such matters. It could only be said that both parties remained rather unfamiliar with one another. Presently, Alice lay in the small garden of Spinner's End, basking in the sun on her final day of vacation. Draco was upstairs assisting Severus with potion making, a task Alice had never particularly enjoyed. Typically, she would sit beside them as an observer, but the splendid weather beckoned her to sunbathe instead. The exterior of the house was warded with a muggle-repelling charm, rendering it unnoticed by passers-by. Yet Alice could see outside. She could observe the children playing, their laughter filling her ears. Previously, she had stealthily ventured to London in search of angels, only to be thwarted by a bothersome demon. However, Alice harbored no ill feelings. Opportunities for reminiscing were plentiful, and as long as her tasks were accomplished, all would be well. Although that demon is an eminent representative of hell, often devising schemes to wreak havoc on earth and tempting others to descend into perdition, he remains remarkably dependable in the presence of angels. Alice holds a deep trust in him. In fact, more often than not, he proves to be more reliable than the angels themselves. By outsourcing responsibilities, one can truly begin to relish life. Is this the essence of a capitalist existence? It certainly fuels a greater motivation to earn wealth. The Hogwarts Express is renowned for its punctuality, and upon her return to school, Alice is filled with joy. She eagerly rushes to the headmaster's office, where she finds Professor Dumbledore, indeed, indulging in sweets. "Alice, you're back. How was your holiday?" Dumbledore greets her with a warm smile, extending a handful of candies. "Very well, Professor. Draco and I spent several delightful days at my godfather's house," Alice replies as she takes the candies and settles into a chair opposite Dumbledore. "Professor, look. My little snake has grown beautifully," she exclaims, extending her left hand to reveal a small golden serpent coiled around her wrist, resembling a stunning golden bracelet. Dumbledore gazes at the slumbering creature, then shifts his affectionate gaze to the expectant Alice. "It looks splendid. It is evident that you have taken excellent care of it," he praises. Alice beams. "I believe he will make a wonderful companion. I want to keep him in the dormitory. You will allow it, one to you, Professor?" Dumbledore responds. "Severus has already written to me regarding this matter. As long as he has no objections, I see no reason to disallow it." After much hesitation, Alice struggles to find the right words. Having spent a month at home, she finally recalls the story of Credence. He is Dumbledore's nephew, arguably the son of Aberforth. A quiet soul. The name rings familiar. She vaguely remembers it as belonging to one of Grindelwald's subordinates, but the deeper details elude her. Forgive her, for it has been many years, and her memory is rather limited. Reflecting on Grindelwald's actions, she finds them quite unscrupulous. How could he behave thus? Yet, Dumbledore did not intervene nor remind her, allowing her to adopt this name. If she were to introduce him to Aberforth, she would undoubtedly be cast out. Surely, that would be the case. Noticing Alice's prolonged silence as she wrestles with her thoughts, Dumbledore inquires, "Is there something on your mind?" What could she say? That Grindelwald had bestowed upon her serpent the name of Aberforth's son? After careful consideration, Alice extends her wrist once more to reveal the golden serpent. "Professor, my master wishes to name him Credence. Does this name hold any significance?" Dumbledore, taken aback by her sudden inquiry, recalls his own surprise upon encountering the name. He had not anticipated Grindelwald would resurrect it. Though astonished, he offered no objection. Grindelwald possessed prophetic abilities, and his actions were never without meaning. "Since the name has been chosen, the serpent shall bear it." He patiently replies to Alice's question. Perhaps he has his own reasoning. You will understand in due time. By the way, do you know why this serpent has heterochromia? Alice shakes her head. "I don't know. To my knowledge, this serpent should have black eyes. I am unsure why there is one blue eye." Blue eyes, Dumbledore muses. The Dumbledore lineage is known for its blue eyes. Aurelius has black eyes, and Aberforth mentioned they resemble those of his mother. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore gently pats Alice on the head. "Go play for now. Perhaps in the future, you can ask him why." He adds, "And do refrain from bringing Credence to visit Anna and Aberforth." As if anticipating Alice's questions, he swiftly adds, "Aberforth is afraid of snakes, much like you are of toads." "Of course, Professor. I would never dare bring him along," she assures. How could she? Grindelwald would undoubtedly lead her into trouble. Should she forget and bring him along, it could spell her doom. A wave of bittersweet sorrow washes over Alice as she retracts her little snake and exits the headmaster's office. Alas, she could hardly bear to linger there any longer. The latter half of Alice's third year passed in utter contentment. As long as she devoted herself to diligent study and self-improvement, all was well. Harry and Ron struggled to survive each day in Professor Snape's class, but that was merely the foundational task of leveling up, an unavoidable ordeal. No one had been petrified, and life without the basilisk was simply delightful. Alice relished the joy of knowing the plot. Naturally, she would have been even happier had she been exempt from classes. During the final examinations, Alice performed steadily, achieving the top score in her year and securing an O in potions, finally earning Severus's approval. He agreed that during her half-month stay in Spinner's Inn over the summer, he would not pressure her to revise potions. Even if he wished to, he could not. For Dumbledore had explicitly informed him that a new professor for the third-year defense against the dark arts class had been found, and he needed to prepare for their arrival over the summer. Alice found herself unable to assist in his potions classroom, so she thought it best to allow Draco to learn more from him. During the first half of the vacation, Alice accompanied Narcissa to Rampy daily for research and to address accounting matters, occasionally joining her father to meet various uncles and establish connections for the future. Draco was not without his burdens. He trailed behind his father, learning a great deal, though his sister provided some reprieve. Most of his summer involved studying potions with Severus. "Mother, I'm going to my godfather's house today. I'll be back before dinner," Draco said, waving goodbye to Narcissa as he picked up a spare door key. Narcissa nodded in acknowledgement, allowing him to go. Severus, like the quintessential friend every parent has, always carved out time from his busy schedule to help watch over their children, to ensure the children could efficiently visit Severus for their studies. Lucius had even gone to the Ministry of Magic to legalize a door key that would lead directly to Severus's home, sparing Severus the need to handle any bureaucratic matters himself. Severus rolled his eyes at this arrangement. Of course, Draco went to Severus, obediently studying until the afternoon before sneaking off to the Muggle world to find Harry. Severus remained blissfully unaware, believing that Draco had merely been led astray by Alice's influence, indulging in a moment of play. He trusted Alice to venture into the Muggle world and would not restrict Draco's movements. Severus, despite his stern demeanor, was the kind of elder the children adored, who would allow them small liberties to do things their parents forbade. "Godfather, I'm stepping out for a bit," Draco announced, tidying up the potion ingredients as he observed Severus organizing bottles. Be sure to return promptly. If you're late, I want to conceal your escapade from your father," Severus replied. Draco nodded in agreement, knowing that if Severus asked him to write a 10-inch essay at that moment, he would comply without hesitation. Since the last time Alice took him to Privet Drive to visit Harry, he has constantly yearned to return there, often sneaking away under the pretense of studying potions with his godfather. Alice, knowingly, feigns ignorance. Severus is only aware that Draco has ventured into the Muggle world for leisure, unaware that he has gone to find Harry. Otherwise, his reaction would surely surpass that of Lucius. Alice, perpetually busy with her own errands, cannot always accompany him, and Draco is reluctant to utilize Muggle transportation. To be frank, Draco harbors a certain disdain for mingling with Muggles, as it seems beneath his stature. In her concern for her brother, Alice procured a trustworthy driver through a demon to ensure Draco's daily commute. The distance between Spinner's Inn and number 4 Privet Drive is not overly vast. By car, one can reach it swiftly, with one Muggle and a group of Muggles. Draco finds it easy to navigate this arrangement, regardless of whether the driver might suspect anything. Draco harbors an unconditional trust in his sister, while Alice places her complete faith in Crowley, and naturally, the demon trusts himself without question. Draco's afternoon visits to Harry have become an unspoken secret. Harry sneaks out from the attic each day to join Draco in a discreet corner for a fleeting 30 minutes before Draco must hastily return. Today, as usual, Harry awaited Draco in the garden, a place rarely frequented by others. "Harry," Draco's voice echoed from behind, and though Harry anticipated his arrival, a thrill of surprise coursed through him. "Draco, you've come," Harry exclaimed, smiling as he turned, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, making him feel warmer than Draco, who had walked from the entrance of Little Whinging. Indeed, Draco mused, he has access to magic while Harry does not. With a flick of his wand, he conjured a refreshing breeze around Harry, whose eyes softened in response. Draco produced a handkerchief from his pocket, gesturing for Harry to wipe his brow. Harry accepted it, and together they settled onto a swing nearby. "How is your homework coming along?" Draco inquired. Harry offered a wry smile, still working on it clandestinely. "But I've made considerable progress. I recently saw a report on a murderer on the loose. You should be cautious." Draco, intrigued, asked, "Sirius Black?" Harry, momentarily unclear, replied, "I believe that's the name. Why?" With his hands braced on the swing, Draco leaned back slightly. "Haven't you read the latest Daily Prophet? He.s. an escaped prisoner from Azkaban. While the term murderer was not inaccurate, it would likely be more palatable to Muggles. The Ministry has been in turmoil over him, collaborating with Muggles for his capture." Harry nodded, somewhat understanding. "So he is a wizard? Wizards can cooperate with Muggles? I thought the statute of secrecy strictly regulated that." Harry was not well versed in the statute. His curiosity piqued more by the murderer. Who did he kill? Is it truly possible to escape from Azkaban? Draco hesitated, his gaze drifting. No one knows how he managed to escape. Azkaban is surrounded by sea, guarded by Dementors. He is the first person to successfully break out since its construction. Harry remained oblivious to Draco's intentional avoidance, merely asking out of curiosity. After all, school would soon resume, and he would no longer need to concern himself with the fugitive. Compared to Sirius Black, he was far more apprehensive about the imminent visit from Aunt Petunia. Draco turned to Harry. Aunt Marge? Who is that? I don't recall your father having any sisters. Harry shrugged helplessly. She isn't my father's sister. She is my uncle's sister. They insist I call her aunt, so I have no choice. Draco held a poor opinion of that family. Then she can't be a good person, otherwise you wouldn't react this way. Indeed, she is quite unpleasant, always meddling with my parents, Harry replied. The proud young master appeared slightly irked. Don't mind them. If they overstep their bounds, I'll take care of them for you. Draco's concern for him warmed Harry's heart, though he felt it unnecessary for Draco to intervene. Such matters were beneath this young master's consideration. Harry cherished Draco's attentive demeanor. When he first saw Draco that winter, he felt as though he had encountered his son, dispelling the cold with its warmth. Aware of how Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon's indifference could hurt Draco, he instinctively shared the more tragic aspects of his life with him. He spoke nothing but the truth, as he seldom divulged such things to others, disliking their sympathetic gazes that made him uneasy. Yet Draco was not just anyone. If his misfortunes could prompt Draco's gaze to linger, filling his eyes with concern for him, then perhaps his own struggles would seem less burdensome. He once thought the winter sun a fleeting apparition, appearing only to vanish. Then summer arrived, the sun shining down upon him daily, warm and intense. He began to embrace the joys of summer. They seized the fleeting afternoon hours to indulge in shaved ice and soda, with Harry attempting to build a sandcastle in the community garden, which Draco coldly rejected. They spent every afternoon together, sometimes for long stretches, other times just half an hour. Harry had grown accustomed to seeing Draco each day. Harry, what is happening over there? Draco asked, gazing at the house across from number 4 Privet Drive. Harry followed Draco's line of sight. Looks like someone is moving in. That house has been vacant for quite some time. Draco, having never witnessed muggles relocating, watched with curiosity for a while. The Malfoy heir had encountered few muggles. Since befriending Harry, his interest in their affairs had peaked. He realized that muggles were not entirely devoid of value. As Alice put it, muggle money was easily earned. Draco observed discreetly, finding the people there somewhat peculiar, though unable to articulate why. Their vantage point was well concealed, generally unnoticed. When together, Draco and Harry would remember to employ muggle-repelling charms, avoiding unnecessary complications. Harry waited patiently for Draco, who watched the comings and goings of the individuals across the street, while Harry quietly regarded him. Draco, curious, glanced over a few times before losing interest, turning to engage Harry in conversation, only to be caught by his translucent green eyes. For reasons unknown, Draco suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment, turning away to feign nonchalance. Harry noticed Draco's reaction, surprised by his own gaze, and awkwardly turned away, finding the situation amusing. Draco took a few deep breaths before returning his gaze to Harry, relieved that this time Harry was not looking at him in such a manner. Fearing he might lose his voice, Harry, there are still 2 weeks left of the holiday. I won't be coming over anymore. Harry was taken aback, rising abruptly from the swing. Why? Did I scare you off just by looking at you for a moment? Draco, equally surprised by Harry's reaction, explained. Because for the remaining 2 weeks of the holiday, my sister and I will be staying at my godfather's house. He said he needs my assistance with potions and will provide me with some lessons in return. Harry calmed down considerably, resuming his seat. Oh, I see. Draco, what is the matter? You seem a bit off. Harry, tugging at the corner of his mouth. It's nothing, really. It's just that when you mentioned this suddenly, I was caught off guard. I thought you might have sensed something and were trying to avoid me, which made me a tad anxious and flustered. But it's nothing serious. After spending the afternoon with Harry, Draco bid him farewell and headed home, where his personal carriage had been awaiting him for quite some time. Before departing, Draco cast one last glance at the house across from number 4 Privet Drive. Number 6 Privet Drive. Never mind. The affairs of muggles were of no concern to him. Harry would be returning to school soon, and that new family moving in next door likely had nothing to do with him. It was hardly plausible that a random family would move in with the intention of seeking out Harry, was it? Amused by his own fanciful thoughts, Draco shook his head and drove away. As Draco's vehicle disappeared into the distance, an elderly gentleman emerged from the newly occupied house, watching the receding automobile with a grave expression. During the latter part of the holiday, Alice found herself in quite high spirits. After returning home that day, Draco informed her about the new residence across from Harry's house. Draco shared this as a trivial distraction, oblivious to the significance it held for his sister. The house opposite Harry's had been purchased. Evidently, that devil acted with remarkable swiftness. Alice realized she ought to prepare the books that the angel desired to express her gratitude for their hard work. Living in Spinner's End had its advantages, as it allowed her frequent trips to London. Furthermore, with Draco being summoned by Severus for assistance, her time was more liberated than ever before. Headmaster Dumbledore had made it clear that the defense against the dark arts class for the upcoming term would be taught by Remus Lupin, a decision that Severus vehemently opposed. Yet Dumbledore remained unyielding. Therefore, Mr. Lupin would be instructing the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts next semester, barring any unforeseen circumstances requiring her godfather to step in to complete the curriculum. Recently, Severus had been diligently brewing Wolfsbane potion with Draco, striving to ensure that Professor Lupin could safely navigate the full moon nights. Alice was well aware of her godfather's nature. Despite his claims of letting Professor Lupin fend for himself, he still insisted on brewing the potion alongside Draco. It was not merely for Lupin's sake. As a teacher, he felt a duty to guarantee the safety of his students, even if he was not particularly competent. Alice, observing their bustling efforts while indulging in her own leisure, found immense joy in her solitude. However, she was not entirely idle. She made it a point to visit number 6, Privet Drive, not for any trivial reason, but because a significant figure had recently taken residence there. At the beginning of the holiday, Dumbledore had specifically dispatched Fawkes to summon her to his office, emphasizing that it should remain a secret from others. When Alice received the letter, she initially feared that something dire had occurred, astonished that Headmaster Dumbledore wished to contact her in such secrecy, only to discover it concerned an extraordinary matter. Chapter 31, The Emperor's Holiday. Master. Alice gazed in disbelief at the white-haired elder in the headmaster's office, sipping tea and amusing himself with a bird, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. How had Grindelwald escaped from Nurmengard? Had he finally managed to break free? Her expression revealed her tumultuous thoughts, prompting Grindelwald to regard her with indifference. Fawkes, however, appeared quite pleased, tilting his head to engage with Alice. Grindelwald, observing Fawkes' trivial demeanor, turned away and approached Dumbledore. Alice, watching Grindelwald position himself beside the headmaster, cast a look filled with confusion and apprehension at Dumbledore, silently pleading, "What is going on? Headmaster, do not frighten me. You cannot break the law." Though she had previously contemplated seeking out Grindelwald, this felt rather too hasty. Dumbledore regarded Alice's stunned expression for a moment before speaking gently. "Alice, do not be alarmed. Gellert came here of his own accord. I merely took the opportunity to visit him a while ago. While the manner of his arrival may not be entirely appropriate, I trust you can understand. So you visited him and he escaped? Headmaster, your charm remains as potent as ever. Are you going to inform me next that you two are to be wed? Alice, I will extract your memories." Grindelwald stated flatly, his gaze fixed on Alice. "What on earth are you saying?" Alice gasped, taken aback by the chilling notion. "Do not casually extract memories from my student. Alice is still quite young," Dumbledore interjected disapprovingly, interrupting Grindelwald's scrutiny. Alice nodded in agreement. Indeed, Dumbledore's authority was respected. She felt assured that matters would be manageable. Yet, despite her words, it was difficult to suppress her astonishment. After all, this was Grindelwald. Was he truly free without oversight? "You managed to come to Nurmengard. So why should I be unable to leave?" Grindelwald retorted, eyes narrowed as he regarded Alice. "Well, that clarifies things," she conceded. "But wait, the headmaster expressly forbade extracting memories. Your expression has already conveyed everything. There is no need for memory extraction," Grindelwald replied. Alice felt wronged, but dared not voice her concerns. She moved to stand 5 paces from Dumbledore, pretending not to hear. Under normal circumstances, given her rapport with Dumbledore, she would have taken a seat across from him, indulging in sweets while engaging in conversation. However, today, with the addition of a golden bird beside the headmaster, she felt compelled to maintain her distance, wary of the piercing glares directed her way by Grindelwald. She dared not compete for his attention. It could lead to dire consequences. Although their previous conversation at Nurmengard had gone well, she felt she had merely answered a few questions. After receiving his parcel, Grindelwald had declared his intention to take her on as a pupil, leaving Alice with no reason to refuse, regardless of his motives. Embracing the role of a student posed no detriment to her. Yet, Grindelwald had never before regarded her with such intense scrutiny. She found herself at a loss for words. Dumbledore, noticing Alice's discomfort, beckoned her closer. "I understand you have some questions. Feel free to ask." Alice glanced at Grindelwald, who met her gaze with a warning glare. Very well, she would look elsewhere. "Headmaster, why is Mr. Grindelwald here?" Alice attempted to discreetly signal Dumbledore, but he feigned ignorance, insisting that she voice her inquiry aloud. Grindelwald sat beside Dumbledore, silent yet occasionally stealing glances at him, leaving Alice feeling increasingly restless. Dumbledore maintained his usual composure. "Gellert is here. As you've mentioned enjoying your previous conversation and even taking him as a mentor, so I thought it appropriate for you to meet." The logic was sound, yet did it necessitate such urgency? Alice felt increasingly fatigued. "Headmaster, there was no need to summon me specifically. Mr. Grindelwald has likely just arrived. And I am in no rush. I can wait." Grindelwald interjected. Didn't you tell me before you left that if I came to England, I should seek you out? Are you not pleased? Alice quickly waved her hands. No, not at all. I am quite delighted. It brings me immense joy that you are here. Satisfied, Grindelwald nodded, while Dumbledore shot him a disapproving glance, silently admonishing him not to bully the young girl. Then he turned to Alice. You have always been prudent in your endeavors. I entrust you with Gellert's accommodation. Very well, headmaster, whatever you say. Alice exclaimed in astonishment. Me? To make arrangements? To keep Grindelwald out of your sight? Alice thought she must have misheard. How could this be possible? Dumbledore, however, seemed unfazed. Gellert has come out of his own accord. The International Confederation of Wizards will undoubtedly seek me, so his presence here is rather inconvenient. It would be best if you were to escort him away, considering you have already acknowledged him as your mentor. Such a notion was unheard of. To hand Grindelwald over to her merely because they had met and established a master-apprentice relationship? Alice found it incomprehensible, yet Dumbledore did not afford her the opportunity to refuse. Seizing the moment before Alice could fully grasp the situation, he summoned Fawkes to transport them, and by the time she regained her senses, they were already at King's Cross Station. Headmaster, you are being unfair. Alice and Grindelwald exchanged glances for 5 minutes, and she was the first to concede. Master, do you have a place to stay in England? If I did, would I still be here? Ah, splendid. Have I been coerced? Is it too late for me to seek legal aid from the Ministry of Magic? It seemed that encountering her mentor before the holiday was destined to bring misfortune. Alice collected her thoughts. I recently arranged for the purchase of a new house, although it will take some time before I can move in. It is situated in a Muggle neighborhood, ensuring excellent privacy. Would it be acceptable for you to stay at a Muggle hotel for a few days? Grindelwald regarded Alice with a puzzled expression. A Muggle hotel? A Muggle neighborhood? Alice felt a pang of anxiety. Surely Grindelwald did not harbor an intense disdain for Muggles? Surely he wouldn't become enraged to the point of incinerating the place. Headmaster, could you at least provide me with some means of defense? Even leaving Fawkes with me would suffice. Observing Alice's growing tension, Grindelwald appeared to be in better spirits. Let us proceed. I am quite amiable and can accept this. Amiable? Do you perhaps harbor a misunderstanding of your own disposition? I shall extract your soul. My apologies. Outside Hogwarts, a relentless downpour obscured Dumbledore's view of the window. Grindelwald sat quietly in the chair behind him, patiently waiting and watching. The International Confederation of Wizards visited yesterday, inquiring if I had any news regarding you. Dumbledore casually informed Grindelwald. The elderly man, being pursued across Europe, seemed utterly unconcerned by Dumbledore's words, as though the perilous situation did not pertain to him. He poured a cup of hot tea for Dumbledore. Albus, come and warm yourself. It is chilly by the window. Dumbledore was notably displeased by his nonchalant demeanor. Accepting the tea, he began to chastise him. You claim that the longer you remain in Nurmengard, the more brazenly you walk out. How embarrassing for everyone. Are they apprehending you or not? Grindelwald remained silent, merely watching Dumbledore as he took a sip of tea. Dumbledore savored a mouthful, the warmth enveloping him, infused with floral and honeyed notes, banishing the chill that had settled upon him by the window. Noticing Dumbledore's relaxed expression, Grindelwald finally began to address the trivial matters that held little significance for him. They did not stop me. The fault lies not with me. I simply opened the door to Nurmengard and walked away. I did nothing, yet they fled in fright, without me even drawing my wand. Grindelwald resembled a petulant child coerced into admitting fault, unaware of any wrongdoing yet unable to speak openly, only muttering to himself. Dumbledore felt a twinge of exasperation. With Grindelwald's formidable prowess, even after being confined in Nurmengard for so long, he would still invoke trepidation, especially since Dumbledore had just visited him, and now he had emerged. It was only natural that the International Confederation of Wizards would come seeking him. I wonder how Alice's preparations for her house are progressing. Dumbledore pivoted the conversation, wishing to avoid dwelling on Grindelwald's escape. This mention only served to further irritate Grindelwald. Albus, you cast me out alongside her last time. As Grindelwald pursued this matter, Dumbledore awkwardly took a sip of tea, realizing he had diverted the topic incorrectly. This tea is delightful. Where did you procure it? The fragrance and sweetness delighted him. Grindelwald seamlessly followed Dumbledore's lead. It was not my doing. Alice insisted I bring it for you. She recently commissioned a batch of enchanted barriers from a goblin to safeguard my house, lest I inadvertently set a Muggle dwelling ablaze. Speaking of this, Grindelwald's discontent grew. Do I appear to be a senile individual capable of igniting Muggle properties? Dumbledore turned his face away, pretending not to hear his words. Albus, I heard you chuckle. Turning away does not shield you. Cough, cough. Dumbledore turned back, adopting a serious demeanor as if nothing had transpired. That child, Alice, is indeed dependable, and she even considers how to prevent Gellert from harming Muggles. When Alice was mentioned, Dumbledore ceased his jesting, placing down his teacup, and suddenly spoke. "Gellert, what do you think of Alice?" Dumbledore's voice mingled with the sound of rain, his tone drifting, barely discernible. Grindelwald's attention sharpened immediately. "Alice? She is rather immature, but there is ample room for growth." Dumbledore turned to him, puzzled by his statement. "Alice is merely in her teens. Naturally, she has room to grow." Grindelwald shook his head. "I do not refer to her magical prowess or knowledge. I speak of her audacity and ruthlessness. Alice could never be ruthless. She is a very good child." Dumbledore interrupted Grindelwald's forthcoming remarks, determined not to allow any inappropriate thoughts to linger. He regarded Grindelwald earnestly. "She will not be the next harbinger of chaos. Do not harbor any designs upon her." Grindelwald shrugged indifferently. "Albus, her future will not be determined by our inaction. The Dark Lord you mentioned has not perished and will undoubtedly rise again. Alice cannot evade such matters." Grindelwald understood Dumbledore's concerns. He did not wish for yet another exceptional and innocent child to perish because of him. Alice was indeed remarkable, yet she was far from innocent. A 13-year-old which capable of breaching Nurmengard would inevitably become embroiled in the tumult of the magical world, whether he intervened or not. Dumbledore grasped the underlying implication of his words. Rather than allowing her to be unwittingly drawn into the fray, struggling to learn self-defense, it would be wiser to teach her to swim in advance. Dumbledore also recognized that Alice would undoubtedly become a pivotal figure between himself and Tom. Tom would not overlook the Malfoy family's influence, and would certainly strive to secure it for his own ends. Alice was an extraordinarily gifted young witch, consistently at the top of her class at Hogwarts. He approached Grindelwald, adopting a stern expression. "Alice is my student. You must not impart your peculiar teachings to her." Grindelwald chuckled, as if Albus were on the verge of pointing his finger at him to prohibit the teaching of dark magic to Alice. He smiled, appearing remarkably obedient. Albus did not explicitly mention dark magic. That falls within the purview of his responsibilities as a teacher. During her assignment, Alice experienced a fair amount of joy. It was clear that some time would be required, yet Grindelwald did not constrain her. He retained a certain amiability about him. At least during that period in the Muggle world, he was quite accommodating to Alice's arrangements, showing no signs of discontent. Alice had assumed that once she settled Grindelwald, her mission would conclude, for surely Headmaster Dumbledore would not truly employ child labor. As the head of Hogwarts, his primary role was to educate, and he would not exploit Alice's services for free. When Alice finally resolved Grindelwald's accommodation issues and approached Headmaster Dumbledore, he had just concluded a conversation with Grindelwald. "Headmaster, how could you permit him to come here? The International Confederation of Wizards is still monitoring you." Alice had initially intended to share this good news with Dumbledore, but was startled to see Grindelwald present. As she spoke, she attempted to usher Grindelwald away from Hogwarts, insisting he should not seek out Dumbledore again. Grindelwald shot her a disdainful glance, reluctant to rise from his seat. While Alice and Grindelwald bickered, the amiable old headmaster interjected. "What do you think about having Gellert teach you magic?" "Headmaster, are you serious?" 5 question marks would aptly convey Alice's bewildered state at that moment. "Headmaster, do you recall that I am on vacation? I am here to report, not to undertake new assignments. You are the headmaster of Hogwarts, not a task-giving NPC." Dumbledore paid no mind to Alice's incredulity, displaying immense satisfaction with his idea. He turned to the seated Grindelwald, inquiring, "Gellert, what are your thoughts?" Grindelwald replied, "I don't think much of it. She won't let me come to you, and she doesn't want to learn from me anymore." Yet, as Dumbledore's gaze shifted back to Alice, a profound stare from Grindelwald lingered upon her. Alice responded, "I suppose it could work." Sighing inwardly, she lamented her reluctance for classes, yearning only for a vacation. Chapter 32. This is hardly a holiday. Raise your hand higher. Does your household not provide you with sustenance? Can you not articulate your words clearly? Are you not a pure-blood wizard born and bred? How can you fail at this? As wands were collected, the air was filled with harsh admonishments. In the quaint neighborhood of Hogsmeade, within a newly occupied residence, the sound of reprimands echoed. Alice's golden hair had lost its luster. Her spirit languished as she grasped her wand, devoid of motivation and vitality. Her voice, frail and lifeless, turned to the elder beside her. "Master, may we take a break? It has been 4 hours, and I truly lack the strength." The elder, impeccably dressed with neatly combed hair, regarded the listless Alice with disdain. "Were it not for Albus instructing me to teach you, I would not endure this. Countless others would envy your opportunity." Alice felt tears welling. She understood the rarity of this chance. She had never anticipated that Grindelwald, the legendary dark wizard, would genuinely impart his knowledge to her. She felt unworthy of his tutelage. Merely being his apprentice was a privilege she cherished, and she certainly did not require special one-on-one instruction. "Do not slack off. Albus has stated that for the fortnight preceding the start of term, you must come to study daily. He will review your progress. and I do not wish for Albus to think poorly of my teaching. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes. Understand? Alice nodded fervently, fearing further defiance. Understood, understood. I will not err again. You teach me remarkable white magic daily, yet have not imparted a shred of dark magic. A wry smile crept upon her face. For it was indeed amusing to have the former dark wizard instructing her in white magic, a notion only the great Dumbledore could conceive. Alice began to regret her impulsive purchase of 6, Privet Drive, or perhaps her hasty decision to seek out Grindelwald. She never anticipated that years later, Dumbledore's charisma would remain undiminished, and a mere visit would entice Grindelwald back. Otherwise, she might have been basking in the sun in Severus's garden rather than laboring over magic that was far beyond the scope of a student about to enter her 4th year. Grindelwald expressed his dissatisfaction with Alice's progress. At this rate, when will you learn Fiendfire? Did I not hear that you possess formidable magical abilities and are inherently gifted? Albus certainly suggested as much. Is it possible that I am not as capable as Albus may have exaggerated? Do you suggest that Albus is at fault? Grindelwald's gaze bore into Alice, a silent threat lingering in his expression. Alice swallowed hard, capitulating to the malevolent force. No, it is my shortcoming. I have not demonstrated my potential. Since the last occasion when Alice was compelled to take Grindelwald from Dumbledore, they had not seen the headmaster again. The International Confederation of Wizards had sought him multiple times in Britain, and to avoid suspicion, Alice dared not contact him throughout the break. Any matters were conveyed through Severus. Though Dumbledore assigned Grindelwald to teach white magic, how could Grindelwald genuinely impart such knowledge to Alice? If she were an ordinary student, it might suffice. But Alice was capable of traversing to New Mongard on her own. White magic was trivial. She desired to learn the advanced arts. In their first lesson, Grindelwald instructed Alice on Fiendfire. Though she wished to refuse, it was Fiendfire. Grindelwald could ignite it with a mere gas stove. With him present, surely it would be manageable. Yet, Murphy's Law was inescapable. Thanks to the generous contribution of galleons from Lucius Malfoy, Alice procured a finely crafted magical device from the goblins, enveloping 6, Privet Drive in a specialized barrier, thus preventing the entire neighborhood from being obliterated. Alice watched in horror as the Fiendfire consumed the garden uncontrollably, rendering her speechless. Her garments were drenched in cold sweat, and she struggled to catch her breath. Following this incident, Grindelwald refrained from introducing her to any more advanced dark magic. He inquired about her thoughts on the Cruciatus Curse and the Killing Curse. Alice replied, "Do I appear to be one for the unforgivable curses?" Each night, Alice dedicated 5 hours to studying magic at 6, Privet Drive, cherishing this coveted opportunity that many would yearn for. Perhaps she should relinquish this chance to Harry. After all, he was the prophesied savior, deserving of such an extraordinary opportunity. She was merely a bystander, a potential casualty in this unfolding tale. Yet, Alice's holiday was not entirely devoid of comfort. At least during the day, it seemed rather pleasant, for she spent her hours in slumber. Severus assumed she was merely indulging in late-night novels. Alice felt a sense of injustice, yet she could not voice her grievances. It was merely a suggestion to refrain from seeking out Professor Dumbledore. Ultimately, it was your own dilemma. Why burden me, a reluctant bud that does not wish to bloom? I harbor a disdain for young couples, particularly those who are infatuated with my dear Draco. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Alice once more grasped her wand and waved it with determination. The commencement of a new school year had always been a torment for Alice, marking the end of a blissful existence and the onset of all manner of suffering. However, this year, her perspective had shifted. How splendid it was to return to school. If the term did not commence soon, she feared that the oppressive academic environment and Mr. Grindelwald's biting sarcasm would prematurely conclude her once joyful life. Professor Dumbledore, could you perhaps rein in your boyfriend? At the familiar station, amidst the well-known trains, Alice bid farewell to her parents and turned to board. Casting a final glance over her shoulder, she seemed to catch sight of a familiar figure, clad in a tailored, exquisite suit, with soft yet neatly styled black hair and a visage that appeared almost unreal in its perfection. In an instant, Alice dashed back to the platform. But the throng of people impeded her progress. Just as she became distracted, the figure vanished. Had she mistaken him? "Sister, what's wrong?" Draco's anxious voice pulled Alice from her reverie. Regaining her composure, she donned a smile. "Oh, it's nothing. I thought I saw an acquaintance and was curious enough to come down and take a look, but it seems they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Must have been a mistake." Surely it was a misinterpretation. At this moment, he ought to be devising plans to regroup rather than lingering at platform 9 3/4. Draco had never doubted his sister's words and took her hand, leading her back onto the train. "Be careful next time, even in your haste. You must not rush down like that. It's too crowded, and it's not safe." Listening to Draco's admonishments, reminiscent of Severus, Alice found it somewhat endearing. Draco had grown to be half a head taller than her, necessitating that Alice tilt her head to meet his gaze. How swiftly time had passed. Her younger brother had outgrown her entirely. Autumn had prepared a compartment for them, and as Draco ushered Alice in, she found Cedric engaged in lively conversation about the recent holiday. Upon spotting Alice, he rose and embraced her. "Alice, it's been far too long. You've been so busy this holiday that we haven't even had a moment to share tea together." Alice smiled apologetically. "I had no choice. There was so much to manage at home. But it's not entirely my fault." Her eyes flicked to Cedric, who sat nearby. "When I was free, you were quite occupied. How was your short trip with Cedric?" Cedric, always adorned with a gentle smile, interjected, "Your suggestion was quite splendid. France was fascinating. We owe much to your friend who guided us through numerous delightful sights." As Alice and Draco settled into their seats, the mention of Fleur sparked an eager conversation about their adventures in France. Yet, unconsciously, Alice's right hand found its way to her left wrist, where a deep scar had once marred her skin. "Sister, you continue chatting. I'll go find Harry." Rather than joining the girls' conversation, Draco preferred to seek out Harry, concerned ever since he had encountered him in Diagon Alley before the term began. Harry had written to say that an argument with his Aunt Marge had led him to leave home and stay at the Leaky Cauldron. Rumors swirled that Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban and was purportedly searching for Harry, intending to cause him harm. Harry spent the remainder of the holidays safely in Diagon Alley, eagerly awaiting the return to Hogwarts. In a protective measure, the Ministry of Magic planned to deploy Dementors around Hogwarts to capture Black. This news had yet to reach the others, and Draco felt it imperative to inform Harry. As Cedric, the head of Hufflepuff, calculated the time, he decided it was also prudent to check on the condition of the compartments. He and Draco exited, leaving Autumn and Alice engrossed in conversation. All seemed normal until the train drew closer to Hogwarts, when the temperature inexplicably plummeted. Autumn wrapped her robes tighter around herself. "Isn't it still technically summer? Why has it suddenly turned so cold?" Alice retrieved a coat from her bag and handed it to Autumn, wrapping herself tighter in her own clothing. "Indeed, it is unusually frigid." Suddenly, Alice's expression shifted. "Autumn, stay here and lock the door." Before Autumn could register what was happening, Alice hurled a snake towards her. Credence, still dazed, had no time to react as Alice burst through the door with her wand in hand. Though uncertain of the unfolding events, Autumn's trust in Alice compelled her to comply, securing the door and sitting down to await her return. Alice rushed out, intent on finding Draco, but before she could locate him, she spotted Neville. The perpetually unfortunate boy was once again ensnared in misfortune. A Dementor, draped in tattered robes, was siphoning away his cherished memories. Though trembling, he found himself utterly immobilized. The creature loomed ominously, exuding a palpable aura of dread. Alice had not anticipated encountering a Dementor in such a manner. It was said that he was another potential savior, and indeed, those associated with saviors seemed to attract ill fortune. Expecto Patronum. A radiant silver serpent erupted from Alice's wand, charging towards the Dementor hovering over Neville. The serpent expanded from the size of a thumb to that of a full-grown man's arm, sinking its fangs into the robed figure that exuded a stench of decay. The Dementor turned and hissed fiercely at Alice, reluctant to relinquish its prey, but deterred by the formidable serpent, it retreated. Neville, still in a daze, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Alice had no time to wait for him to regain his senses. She nudged him aside and pressed onward toward the Gryffindor compartment. As Alice ventured further back, the chill intensified, but thankfully, her Patronus remained by her side, protecting her from freezing and falling prey to the Dementor. Upon reaching Harry and Draco, she found a rugged man in patched clothing driving away a Dementor with the Patronus charm. While everyone but Harry appeared to be in reasonable condition, Harry seemed entrapped in a nightmare, unable to awaken, akin to Neville. The man regarded the silver serpent on Alice's arm with a complex gaze. Noticing the man's expression, Alice instinctively retracted her Patronus and inquired about the situation. Ron, still somewhat anxious, explained, "We were having a conversation. Draco informed us that the Ministry intended to send Dementors to capture Black, and then the temperature dropped suddenly. And the Dementor appeared, leaving Harry like this." Concerned for Harry, Ron turned to Alice and asked, "Is there anything we can do?" Alice remained silent, and the man did not respond either. After Alice shook her head, indicating her uncertainty, the man produced a piece of chocolate and handed it to Ron. "Let him have some. It will help significantly." Hermione observed him and attempted to converse, but he remained silent, breaking off a piece for himself before offering the chocolate to them. Alice nodded slightly, and upon receiving the signal, Hermione accepted the chocolate and began to feed it to Harry, who was cradled in Draco's arms. Moments ago, the Dementors disrupted the illumination, leaving Cedric in a flurry of activity, while she found herself with an abundance of tasks to attend to. For instance, she could check if Neville had awakened or see if the newly admitted young witches and wizards had been frightened. This space could be left for them. Perhaps the new professor might have something to express or inquire about. Draco, I shall seek out Cedric to see if he requires any assistance. You tend to Harry. Alice remarked, observing Draco as he cradled Harry. Though she wished for him to move, he remained steadfast. Draco nodded. Rest assured, sister, I shall manage here. You go about your duties. Alice offered a slight nod of acknowledgement to Lupin before departing. The compartment was in disarray for a brief moment, yet the prefects coordinated admirably, swiftly restoring order. Alice and Autumn, due to their amiable demeanor and charm, were adept at soothing the young wizards, accompanying Cedric, the Hufflepuff prefect. As they guided the little ones to Hagrid, they arrived at the Great Hall a tad late, but fortunately, missed nothing significant. During the opening feast, Professor Dumbledore introduced the new Care of Magical Creatures instructor, Hagrid, alongside the newly arrived Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Remus Lupin, in a gathering of impeccably dressed professors. Lupin appeared somewhat out of place, his attire even bearing patches. Even Hagrid, the half-giant known for his difficulty in procuring suitable clothing, donned a respectable ensemble. While Lupin did not, the Slytherin students, ever perceptive, immediately discerned that Professor Lupin was not aligned with the other Hogwarts faculty. However, as long as he did not interfere with their affairs, they had no inclination to trouble him. Alice was well aware of his circumstances. She had previously prepared a new wizarding robe as a welcoming gift for Professor Lupin. Hagrid's attire was indeed one of her gifts. Having been dismissed from the wizarding world, Hagrid's return to teach at Hogwarts was a splendid turn of events. Once the feast concluded, Alice ventured to find Professor Dumbledore, intending for him to present the welcome gift to Professor Lupin. To her surprise, Lupin was already in the headmaster's office. Upon seeing the gift Alice had prepared, he was taken aback, seemingly astonished to receive a present from a student, particularly one from Slytherin. He looked at Alice, bewildered. For me? No, my dear. I cannot accept this. As a newly appointed teacher, he evidently could not fathom why a student would offer him a gift. Dumbledore, observing Lupin's expression, chuckled softly. Do accept it. Alice's offering is a token of your acknowledgement. As far as I know, the previous Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor did not receive such a gesture from her. Alice was quite insistent. No good deed goes unrewarded. You safeguarded Draco. And this is my gratitude. The Malfoy family does not owe favors. You aided Draco, and I am merely repaying the courtesy. Should any conflicts arise in the future, she would not hesitate to retaliate. With Dumbledore's encouragement and Alice's unwavering insistence, Lupin finally acquiesced and accepted the gift. Thank you, Alice, he said. Since that incident, he had not received any gifts, and this humble wrapping filled him with unexpected joy. It was not due to financial constraints, but rather the simplicity of the gift that alleviated any burden. Their rapport did not require deep familiarity just yet. Upon unveiling the contents of the box, he discovered a pristine wizarding robe. This is a standard size I procured, and while I assessed your build, it may be a tad ill-fitting. Time was of the essence. So I could not procure another for you, my apologies. Professor Lupin immediately shook his head. This garment is quite splendid. Thank you, Alice. After presenting the gift, Alice returned to her dormitory, feeling somewhat unsettled. Dumbledore and Remus observed her departure, momentarily rendered speechless. Glancing at Remus's attire and the gift from Alice, Dumbledore remarked gently, Alice has always been attentive, ever considerate of others. Remus touched the new garment, noting the fabric's remarkable comfort. I never imagined a Slytherin would possess such thoughtfulness. You know? Headmaster, I was not so fortunate during my time at Hogwarts. Haha. Alice has always been a rather exceptional child, Professor Lupin. Do not let your house biases cloud your judgment, Dumbledore acknowledged, recognizing his own tendencies toward house favoritism, admitting he was not as equitable a headmaster as McGonagall. However, he was now diligently striving to rectify his past errors, endeavoring to treat all students with equal regard. Remus smiled, though his face appeared somewhat unaccustomed to such expressions, revealing a touch of awkwardness. Indeed, Headmaster, my potions are still brewed by Severus. I have yet to thank him. Perhaps you might find time to seek him out, although he may be reluctant to meet with you. By the way, Alice is still his goddaughter. Alice is his goddaughter? Remus exclaimed, taken aback. Severus has a goddaughter? Dumbledore chuckled at Remus's astonishment. Do not voice such sentiments in Severus's presence. He might take offense and retaliate. Headmaster, Remus replied, his expression earnest. Alice is a remarkably gifted child. She has already mastered the Patronus charm. On the train, I witnessed her Patronus take the form of a serpent, truly emblematic of Slytherin. Dumbledore's smile broadened. Indeed, Alice is indeed remarkable. And what of Harry? Remus hesitated. When I encountered him on the train, I scarcely dared to speak, reminiscing about my acquaintance with his parents. I am deeply sorry, both for him and for James and Lily. Dumbledore neither affirmed nor denied. That is something you must address on your own, Remus. Alice returned to her dormitory, diligently rummaging through her bear bag. Credence had already been returned by Autumn during the train ride. At this moment, the little golden serpent coiled beside Alice, observing her as she rummaged through her bag, tilting its head in confusion. After a fruitless search, Alice surrendered, flopping onto the large bed and turning her head to face Credence. Do you think I truly misjudged? There are no signs whatsoever. Alice raised her left hand, scrutinizing the now unblemished wrist. So much blood. If he were near, Tom would surely sense the disturbance. Why is there none? Perhaps she had misjudged. He certainly had no time to come to Hogwarts at this moment. With a swift motion, Alice sat upright, scooping up Credence. Let us go wash up and retire for the night. Outside Hogwarts, a scraggly old mouse scurried out, darting towards the forbidden forest without a backward glance. The moonlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, rendering the forest pitch dark as the mouse relied on its keen sense of smell to navigate. In a secluded spot favored by the moonlight, a young man stood, gazing at Hogwarts. Is it truly so? I had thought I had successfully persuaded you to believe in me, yet it seems you are but a little deceiver. The young man smirked slightly, his eyes devoid of emotion, yet his words flowed like a lover's whisper. He lifted his gaze to the moon, resembling a jade plate, and mused, Your little trick has been unraveled. What shall we do next, my dear Alice? The curriculum for the 4th grade becomes increasingly demanding, and the little lions of the 3rd grade are not faring much better. During the course selection, Harry and Ron deliberated for quite some time, striving to curate a schedule that would suit their preferences. In stark contrast, Hermione expressed her intentions without hesitation, declaring her eagerness to enroll in every class. Ron, perplexed by Hermione's enthusiasm, couldn't grasp her meaning, as many class timings conflicted, making it impossible for one person to be present in 2 places simultaneously. Alice, however, smiled quietly, choosing to remain silent. Professor McGonagall readily approved Hermione's suggestions. After all, which professor would not appreciate diligent students eager to learn? Alice, fully aware of the situation, observed Hermione darting about each day while pretending to be oblivious to the unfolding events. Whenever Ron raised a question, she would chime in to help obscure the truth. Regarding the newly added divination class, Alice found it rather appealing. Despite Professor Trelawney's peculiar demeanor, it was the only class where she could indulge in a bit of daydreaming without consequence. All one needed to do was listen to her cryptic ramblings, leaving everything else to fate. Yet, Hermione clearly held little fondness for this course. Miss Granger was far more inclined to trust in the future that her own efforts would yield. Well, one might forgive her for being a pleasure-seeking sloth, as Alice couldn't quite fathom Hermione's perspective. After attending a few classes, they developed a fresh understanding of the 3rd grade curriculum. The lessons were indeed quite engaging, akin to observing the various awkward moments that unfolded in class, much to Alice's delight. For instance, during their inaugural divination class, Harry found himself foretold of his own demise. Truth be told, such a prediction is hardly a source of joy for anyone. When he recounted this to Draco, he was still gloomy, feeling rather affronted. I have a formidable rival. I am in danger. I shall die. He recited Trelawney's ominous words with a frown, clearly discontented with the prophecy. During a break between classes, they conversed on the Hogwarts lawn, where the sun shone so beautifully that one would wish to linger indefinitely. Harry's words were dry, devoid of any worldly desires. Alice tilted her head and smiled at him. It's all right, Harry. Professor Trelawney predicted my demise last year too, claiming I wouldn't live past my 17th day. She was frightfully precise, far worse than your prediction. Precisely to the day? Everyone was taken aback by Trelawney's alleged accuracy. One would assume that such mystical claims would be rather vague, not so meticulously detailed. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. So accurate. Aren't you worried? Alice dismissively waved her hand, unconcerned by such forecasts. She didn't specify it was my coming of age. If I were to heed her words, it implies that as long as I cause no trouble before then, I should be quite safe. Why worry? Should Professor Trelawney learn that her words were interpreted in such a manner, she would likely be incensed, declaring them unfit for divination. Alice's comment elicited laughter from everyone. Even Hermione, the little witch who despised divination, felt a fleeting sympathy for Professor Trelawney. Harry's earlier concerns evaporated. If someone could be unconcerned about a precise prediction, what was there for him to fret over? Alice had a vague recollection of the 3rd grade schedule and inquired of Hermione, Isn't tomorrow afternoon our Care of Magical Creatures class? Upon receiving a confirming nod, she cautioned Draco. Draco, during tomorrow's Care of Magical Creatures class, be careful not to touch any of those magical creatures, understood? Alice fixed her gaze on Draco, insisting he promised to heed her warning. Draco, slightly embarrassed, replied, Sister, I'm old enough. Why would I go provoking them? Besides, there won't be any dangerous creatures in class. You've already spoken with Hagrid about it, haven't you? Alice was wholly skeptical of Draco's reassurances. You dared to stick your hand into a mandrake's mouth in your 2nd year. What wouldn't you do? Sister, Draco's face flushed slightly, although they were among friends. There was no need to spell it out, was there? He had a sense of pride. Alice, however, cared little for that. Siblings were meant to be teased. She turned to Harry and said, "Harry, I have a task for you." Harry understood immediately, sitting up straight and awaiting Alice's instructions. "Keep an eye on Draco tomorrow. If he gets hurt, you'll go to Slytherin to take care of him." Harry was taken aback. "Is that really a good thing? You're hoping for me to get hurt, aren't you?" Draco's face reddened further, though he was vexed by the implication. Alice was in fits of laughter, nearly collapsing onto the grass. A sudden cool breeze brushed against the nape of her neck, as if someone were breathing upon her from behind. Instantly, a shiver ran down her spine, and she felt an ominous presence. She swiftly turned to look, but there was no one there, only the forbidden forest in the distance. "Alice, is something wrong?" Hermione inquired, noticing her gaze fixed behind her with concern. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron had devolved into a playful scuffle, once instigated by Draco. But now the two little lions were engaged in their own tussle. Alice shook her head at Hermione, signaling that she was fine. It must have been an illusion. That unsettling sensation of being watched by a beast. Even during Riddle's presence, the feeling had not been so pronounced. Back then, Riddle had not fully regained his strength and had maintained some restraint around Alice. When he returned, she doubted she would be able to speak freely in his presence. Fearing the weight of the killing curse, the more she pondered, the more foreboding the feeling became. Alice touched the skin at her nape, attempting to dispel the discomfort. No, she would need to consult a fortune tomorrow evening, seeking omens of good or ill. Alice found the tea-leaf reading methods of Professor Trelawney utterly incomprehensible. Despite acknowledging her talent, which stemmed from a hereditary gift, the teachings they received were largely ineffectual or unreliable. Alice preferred the more pragmatic methods of tossing coins or observing celestial phenomena. However, even those alternatives were not suited to her. It was not that the universe disallowed divination, but rather personal reasons held her back. With so much to memorize, specialization was key. Alice had excelled in her magical studies, but naturally, there were aspects in which she had little interest, making memorization a challenge. Most of the time, Alice approached tasks with thoroughness, such as arranging for Grindelwald's accommodations to be surrounded by magical barriers and reminding Draco to be cautious in class. She had indeed spoken with Hagrid in advance, requesting that he introduce some gentle magical creatures during the lesson, but in Hagrid's eyes, there were no such creatures. Given the need for subtlety, she felt compelled to remind Draco once more to ease her concerns. As it turned out, her caution was indeed warranted, albeit not particularly effective. Chapter 34, Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. Hagrid stood at the front during the first lesson, stammering as he introduced himself to the class. People were inherently dissatisfied with a book that could bite, and during the first class, the teacher spoke at length. Yet the book seemed eager to escape like a wild stallion. A Slytherin student inquired, "This is our first lesson. What exactly are we supposed to do?" Meanwhile, Gryffindor's Lavender Brown chimed in, "Professor, we haven't even figured out this book yet." Hagrid, feeling somewhat awkward, tugged at his clothing and nervously suggested, "Everyone can open the book now. But how could one open it? It bites. Hey, can someone help me restrain it? It's about to run away." Each student's book was bound with bandages and ropes to prevent it from snapping at anything that moved. All awaited Hagrid's guidance for the next steps. The towering half-giant had lost all semblance of authority, appearing as bewildered as an animal under scrutiny. He struggled to regain his composure. While Draco could no longer bear the sight, he stepped forward, turned around, and unwrapped the bindings, instructing everyone, "Gently stroke its spine like this, and it one tea bite." How could Alice associate with such a person? Why would Professor Dumbledore appoint someone like him as a teacher? What were they all thinking? The young lord inwardly criticized him, expressing his disdain while demonstrating the steps to open the book to everyone. Draco successfully opened the book, and the rest followed suit. With a grateful Hagrid relieved by their cooperation, he had thought that only Alice was a decent person in Slytherin, but was surprised that young Malfoy would also lend a hand. Hermione, sitting close to Hagrid, leaned down to ask the clever Gryffindor witch, "Isn't this book fun?" "It's not that it's not fun, it's just a bit unsuitable for play," Hermione replied diplomatically, hoping to spare Hagrid any discouragement. With the issue of the book resolved, the atmosphere grew quieter, and Draco led the Slytherin students, who gave him due respect and ceased their provocations. Hagrid regained his composure as well. He mumbled, "With the book sorted, we also need magical creatures." Saying this, he moved aside. "Everyone wait here, I'll go fetch them." And then he vanished into the forbidden forest. Harry approached Draco and asked, "How did you know how to open that book? Is it some sort of noble knowledge?" The question was somewhat absurd, yet oddly comprehensible. Regardless, Draco felt flattered by the compliment. The young Slytherin relished being a bit different. "Alice told me, otherwise that book would have wreaked havoc in my room," Draco replied, a hint of pride in his tone. Harry particularly enjoyed his haughty demeanor, reminiscent of a sheltered little prince, utterly charming. However, princes are typically aloof, often disregarding others' feelings. Do you really think he can teach well, just leaving a group of students by the edge of the Forbidden Forest? Harry coughed. Well, Hagrid is somewhat reliable. Just then, he spotted a dozen unknown creatures rushing towards them. Harry suddenly felt a pang of uncertainty. Was he really reliable? Everyone harbored a fear of the unknown beasts, hesitant to approach. Hagrid spoke of their gentle nature, yet none dared to draw near. The classroom atmosphere turned awkward and tense once more. In support of his friend, Harry took the initiative to step forward. Hagrid's eyes lit up, and he guided Harry to greet and interact with the magical creatures, eventually lifting him onto the back of a hippogriff. Although Harry was frightened, Gryffindors are known for their courage. While seated atop the hippogriff, Harry marveled at Hagrid's brilliance. They soared over the Black Lake, skimming the surface before returning to the classroom gathering place. When Hagrid set him down, Harry was still buzzing with excitement. Facing the curious, probing gazes of his peers, especially Draco's sparkling eyes, Harry found himself utterly enamored with Hagrid. It was exhilarating. The experience felt utterly fantastic. Initially, only the trio from Gryffindor supported Hagrid. Despite their own fears, Hagrid was their friend, and they felt compelled to stand by him. Harry was the first to mount, followed closely by Ron and Hermione. Watching them ascend, Draco couldn't help but concede that it was indeed somewhat impressive. This class passed without incident. Although it began with minor mishaps, it ultimately marked a splendid start. Alice's concerns proved unfounded, and everything progressed smoothly. The weather was delightful, and Ron and Hermione found Alice lounging on the grass, her book spread over her face as she basked lazily in the sun. The area near the Whomping Willow was mostly deserted, offering a tranquil retreat. Autumn was off on a date with Cedric, leaving Alice to enjoy the sun alone. In the distance, the Whomping Willow continued to thrash its branches. A few more steps forward, and one could be violently struck by its wind-driven limbs. Ron couldn't comprehend why Alice would favor such a place. If one inadvertently wandered too close, they'd surely end up in St. Mungo's hospital. Alice, reclining with her hands behind her head, casually remarked, "It's fine. I trust Madame Pomfrey's skills. The hospital wing can heal me." Ron pulled Hermione to sit beside Alice, making sure to keep their distance from the Whomping Willow before they began to converse with her. Alice adjusted her position, book in hand, and noticed Harry was absent. "Where are you two? Didn't you just finish Defense Against the Dark Arts this afternoon? Where's Harry?" Mentioning Harry dampened Ron and Hermione's spirits. "It's about what happened in Defense Against the Dark Arts," Ron said glumly. "Harry's boggart was a Dementor. He couldn't get past it in class, and he's been feeling off since, so Draco went out for a walk with him." Hermione expressed her concern. Earlier on the Hogwarts Express, Harry had the Dementor attack him once, and since then, he's been acting strangely. When we asked him, he couldn't articulate what was wrong. "It seems the Dementor's attack has stirred up some childhood memories," Ron added. "You know how Harry is about those things. He rarely talks about it. Only Draco seems able to connect with him on that level." Draco said not to worry. He'll comfort Harry. Ron found this puzzling. Draco hardly seemed like the type to console anyone. If Draco were a girl, I'd almost suspect something was going on between them. Let them chat. "They'll come back and tell us what happened," Alice said with a smile, then turned to Hermione. "I heard you got a pet cat. I haven't seen it yet." Hermione smiled back at Alice. "His name is Crookshanks. He's an exceptionally clever cat." When discussing their pets, the girls naturally softened, speaking of a remarkably intelligent feline. Or rather, a ferocious one, Ron scoffed. "Ron, you can't say that about my Crookshanks." Hermione shot him a look, as if ready to debate. Ron stood his ground. "It's a fact that he bullies Scabbers. You can't deny that." Alice glanced back and forth, sensing an impending argument that she couldn't ignore, knowing it would soon affect her. "Hermione, didn't you just finish Defense Against the Dark Arts class? What did you think of it?" Alice knew that class must have been quite interesting, and she hoped to use it as a shield while also inquiring about Professor Lupin. Remus Lupin is an exceptionally distinguished professor, as evidenced by Hermione's demeanor. The mere mention of Alice can quell Hermione's quarrels with Ron. With a sharp glare directed at Ron, she animatedly recounted amusing anecdotes from class. "Alice, Professor Lupin brought a genuine boggart to the classroom and taught us how to repel it." With Hermione no longer bickering, Ron joined the conversation, no longer feeling out of place. "Speaking of which, we all know Neville harbors a fear of Professor Snape. Yet it was surprising to discover that his boggart manifested as Snape himself." Hermione continued, "Perhaps it's because, despite successfully brewing a shrinking solution in potions class this morning, Professor Snape still deducted points from Gryffindor. When it came to amusing classroom tales, Ron had plenty to share. Parvati Patil's boggart was a blood-soaked mummy wrapped in bandages, while Seamus Finnegan, the Gryffindor known for exploding cauldrons during potions, faced a ghostly woman with long hair. We had previously speculated that his boggart might also be Snape, and Dean Thomas's was a severed hand. "What about you, Ron? What does your boggart transform into?" Alice inquired. Without a trip to the Forbidden Forest. Would it still be a spider? Hermione stifled a laugh. It's a gigantic spider. Ron felt a bit embarrassed. It's not that I'm afraid of spiders. I just cannot tolerate one that size. Furthermore, you aren't in a much better position, Alice. Hermione fears Professor McGonagall declaring her failures in all exams. Alice, however, chose not to press the matter, smiling as she remarked, the spell to repel a boggart is ridiculous. I'm curious how Neville is going to change his fear. What do you think Professor Snape would transform into? At the mention of Professor Snape, Ron's laughter intensified. Sensing it might be inappropriate, he turned to Hermione, indicating for her to speak. There was a semblance of respect for the professor, albeit limited. After all, Alice was Hermione's godfather, and while Hermione found it somewhat amusing, she did not genuinely laugh aloud. Professor Lupin suggested that Neville envisioned Snape wearing his grandmother's clothing. Hermione maintained a serious expression, endeavoring not to break into laughter. As Ron recalled that image, his laughter erupted uncontrollably. Hermione kicked him lightly, but Ron remained oblivious to her hint. She cast an apologetic glance at Alice. Ron didn't mean it that way. With Ron's laughter echoing, it lacked any semblance of persuasiveness. Alice remained composed, seemingly unaffected by the incident, even managing a slight smile. Alice, are you upset? Hermione whispered. Alice gazed at her, her eyes filled with affection. My dear Hermione, there's no need for such quietness over this. She gestured towards the laughing Weasley, who was utterly oblivious to Hermione's concerns. Nevertheless, Alice understood Ron well, as witnessing a strict teacher's embarrassment could indeed be a source of amusement for students. Alice shook her head to indicate her indifference, allowing Hermione to breathe a sigh of relief. After bidding them farewell, Alice headed straight to the dungeons. The third-year students were just beginning their defense against the dark arts class today, and she hadn't returned to the Slytherin common room, thus missing the latest gossip. The events of the defense against the dark arts class must have circulated widely. Severus was likely quite upset. Upon reaching the dungeons, she found the door locked from the outside. Under normal circumstances, Severus would be in the dungeons at this hour. If he weren't, it meant he had stormed off to seek out Headmaster Dumbledore. On her way to the headmaster's office, Alice overheard whispers among students. This incident was neither trivial nor monumental, but any professor would be the subject of discussion for several days. However, Professor Snape was recognized as the most intimidating professor at Hogwarts, so the discourse surrounding him would be even more pronounced. Severus and Professor Lupin were likely in the headmaster's office. What would Dumbledore do? Perhaps he would advise Severus to exercise more patience. All for the sake of educational integrity. It seemed reasonable, as the headmaster always prioritized the greater good. However, Alice was not an altruistic leader. She had little concern for such trivial matters. As she entered the headmaster's office, she indeed heard Severus's irate voice. Dumbledore, whether you choose to intervene or not, very well. Let him figure out next month's Wolfsbane potion by himself. Alice cautiously peeked in, witnessing a tense standoff between Severus and Professor Lupin, the atmosphere decidedly discordant. Dumbledore stood between them, appearing somewhat troubled. He sighed, attempting to placate Severus, while Professor Lupin nodded, indicating his willingness to apologize. Dumbledore was evidently preoccupied with the matter when his gaze fell upon Alice peering from the corner. Alice, what brings you here? Your timing is impeccable. Perhaps you can help resolve this issue. Alice readily discerned Dumbledore's intent, as her visit was indeed aimed at addressing this very situation. She approached Severus, tugging at his cloak to signify he should sit. Severus, ever respectful towards Alice, albeit in the presence of others, shot a glare at Lupin before begrudgingly taking a seat. I just walked by and overheard some students discussing this incident. It could significantly impact Professor Snape's future teaching and his reputation. Alice addressed Dumbledore directly, disregarding Lupin. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lupin turned to Severus. I'm sorry, Snape. I didn't realize it would escalate like this. I sincerely apologize for any trouble caused. Severus shot him a glance. Lupin's serious demeanor conveyed sincerity, a rarity since their harrowing encounter years ago. Your apology is genuine, but we do not accept it, Alice interjected. Dumbledore and Professor Lupin were taken aback. They had considered the possibility that Severus might refuse an apology or continue to press the matter, but they did not anticipate Alice taking a stand against the apology. Severus, too, was surprised, yet he would not allow Alice to lose face at that moment. Alice's words represented his stance, so he chose to remain silent. Lupin gathered his thoughts and inquired of Alice, why not? Or how do you believe an acceptable apology should be rendered? Professor Lupin, you are a werewolf, are you not? Alice replied with a smile directed at Lupin. He typically disliked having that fact exposed, yet he had no grounds for discomfort at present, given that he had erred. Yes, I am. However, I will leave here on the night of the full moon. I want to harm the students, Lupin explained. Alice waved her hand dismissively. With my godfather's Wolfsbane potion. Even if you remain at Hogwarts, there will be no issues. However, When you're absent, the defense against the dark arts class will still require a teacher. She then turned her gaze towards Severus, her meaning becoming abundantly clear. Dumbledore chuckled at Alice's maneuver, saying, Alice, you've gone to great lengths just to ensure Severus becomes the temporary professor for defense against the dark arts. It wouldn't merely be temporary. If the curse surrounding the position of defense against the dark arts professor persisted into the next term, Severus would undoubtedly be a candidate for the role. To suggest that he be directly appointed would likely meet with refusal. However, the notion of a candidate was far more palatable. Dumbledore, as expected, acquiesced with alacrity. And on the surface, Severus and Remus managed to navigate this matter deftly. Severus, however, did not bestow upon him a pleasant countenance as he passed. He let out a disdainful huff before leading Alice to the Slytherin dungeon. Why must I cover for him? Severus queried, his voice barely above a whisper. Too subdued for Alice to hear unless the surroundings were silent. She tilted her head thoughtfully, because the Godfather wishes to be the defense against the dark arts professor. Surely, Headmaster Dumbledore would never dismiss Professor Lupin, so we must seize the opportunity to extract some advantages. Alice took a few steps to align herself beside Severus, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she remarked, let us find an opportunity to confront him and give you a chance to vent your frustrations. Chapter 35, The Quidditch Match. Confront him and let you vent your frustrations. Alice regarded Severus with utmost seriousness. Her words were sincere. How could they simply brush aside the matter of bullying her godfather with just a few words? That was inconceivable. Severus had become someone under her protection, and no one was permitted to mistreat him. The experience of being defended in such a manner was something Severus had only known during his student days, before falling out with friends. Even then, no one had ever taken the initiative to confront others on his behalf. Not even when he served as the exclusive potions master for the Dark Lord. Severus turned his head away, a fleeting smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of emotion that he wished to keep hidden. He, too, had someone in his corner now. He avoided looking at Alice, hurriedly urging her to return. Aren't you due back at the dormitory? Surely you have no intention of neglecting your homework? If your potions essay fails to meet the standards, I shall impose a detention upon you. Severus feigned a stern expression, attempting to appear menacing. Alice maintained her playful demeanor as she replied, I understand, Godfather. I won't disappoint you. The masterpiece of the Ravenclaw academic elite's thesis will surely meet your expectations. Outside the corridor, the night was as dark as ink, with cold gusts of wind occasionally sweeping through and ominous shadows flitting by. Alice was well aware that these were the Dementors from Azkaban. Godfather, do those Dementors ever venture near Hogwarts? She inquired, turning back just as she was about to enter the dungeon. A sense of unease washed over her. Severus, noticing her apprehension, gently ruffled her hair, reassuringly stating, Fear not. Dumbledore ensures they will not approach. If you are still uneasy, I could arrange for a Slytherin girl to accompany you for a few days. Alice shook her head. There's no need for such trouble. I have Credence to keep me company. She lifted her little snake for Severus to see. Severus nodded in a manner akin to soothing a child, then watched as she entered the Slytherin common room. Alice sensed that something was amiss, though she could not quite grasp what it was. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair while gazing at a table cluttered with flamboyant divination materials, slumping down onto the desk. Her lack of proficiency in the art was evident. After 7 attempts, she had only gleaned 3 answers. It felt akin to sifting through 3 sheets of rough drafts in a math exam only to find no correct options. She resolved to study diligently. Being half-hearted was not an option. Pushing aside the discarded divination papers, she surrendered to fate. Cradling Tom, her gaze lost in thought, she murmured, Lord, where are you now? Surely you haven't returned just yet. Tom's eyes flickered, but Alice was too absorbed in the remnants of her divination attempts to investigate further. The third-year students held a deep fondness for Professor Lupin. Students invariably appreciated a teacher who was humorous and did not assign overly challenging tasks. Conversely, their sentiments towards Professor Snape were filled with disdain. Severus did not hesitate to openly express his aversion for Lupin, responding with a disdainful snort whenever the latter's name was mentioned, whether in class or at any other time. Harry relished his time in defense against the dark arts, but the same joy did not extend to his other classes, particularly potions. Severus had been in a particularly foul mood of late, a sentiment that was well understood. Harry confessed to Alice that he was increasingly apprehensive about attending lessons in the suffocating tower classroom of Professor Trelawney. Alice encountered Harry in the dungeon, just as he emerged, looking disheveled after receiving a scolding from Severus. Taking the subpar potions essay that Severus had sent back, she glanced at it and quickly discerned the extent of Severus' displeasure. Harry, it's still you, isn't it? That potions essay. The fact that your godfather hasn't discarded it into the rubbish bin speaks volumes about his professional ethics. Alice returned the essay to Harry, expressing her own reluctance to scrutinize it. What has Professor Trelawney been up to lately? Aside from prophesying death, what has she said to drive our little savior to such despair? Harry's expression deepened in woe. I have to decipher various bizarre shapes and symbols while simultaneously forcing myself to ignore Professor Trelawney's tearful gaze whenever she sees me. Each time I feel as though I am on the brink of death. Harry lamented to Alice, his demeanor reflecting his distress. Alice empathized but had yet to offer words of comfort when she noticed Harry shaking his head, looking even more troubled. At the beginning of October, we have a Quidditch match. A Quidditch match? That's a good thing, Alice remarked, puzzled by Harry's somber tone. Don't you enjoy Quidditch? Harry's eyes darkened as he replied, You're not aware of the changes to the match schedule, are you? Why? Aren't you set to face Slytherin? Wasn't that match scheduled already? How could it have suddenly changed? Seeing that Alice was genuinely unaware, Harry took it upon himself to explain. Slytherin's keeper, Terence Higgs, was injured during class and declared unfit to play, prompting them to request a swap with Hufflepuff, so Slytherin will now face Ravenclaw later. An injured player? That's merely an excuse. They're simply afraid of the rain affecting their performance on match day, Harry scoffed. Higgs. Isn't he the one who overindulged in lamb chops and suffered from an upset stomach last time? Alice's expression mirrored her incredulity. This hardly constituted an injury, but rather a lapse in judgment. She recognized the rationale behind Slytherin's actions, aiming for the House Cup, but found it somewhat unscrupulous yet perfectly understandable. Regarding the rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor, Alice preferred not to intervene. Her presence had notably reduced the frequency of harsh words exchanged between the two houses, for which she was deeply grateful. You all must prepare well. Hufflepuff has a new captain, and Cedric is a formidable opponent, Alice advised. Harry raised an eyebrow. How is it you know about Hufflepuff's changing captain, but not the switch in Slytherin's match schedule? If you have a good friend whose boyfriend is from Hufflepuff, then it's not surprising to be aware of such matters. Truly, life is exceedingly difficult after a best friend enters into a romantic relationship. Alice had always steadfastly believed that she did not require a boyfriend. I do not need a man. My best friend is gentle, beautiful, and even assists me with my homework. However, her friend had a boyfriend. Ahem. Alice wiped away a tear of melancholy in her heart, while maintaining a serious expression as she spoke to Harry. Harry, please be careful during the match, she said earnestly, fixing her gaze upon him. Don't worry, Harry replied nonchalantly. I've played in many Quidditch matches. Nothing will happen. Despite his casual words, Harry obediently nodded in response to Alice's concern. She continued to remind him of the precautions he should take during the match and even wished for him to wear her necklace while competing. Observing the necklace in her hand, Harry raised an eyebrow and quipped, Are you trying to help me cheat? After receiving a playful kick from Alice, he walked away, rubbing his backside. Alice would never offer him the necklace without reason. She sensed that this match might pose some challenges and potentially danger. Yet, it was his match, Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff, and she could not interfere. It seemed that extra caution was warranted during the game. Harry could probably guess her motivations, considering she had been studying divination for over 2 years. Although Professor Trelawney's prophecies about him had never been favorable, his distrust in divination did not conflict with his deep trust in Alice. If only Alice could hear the thoughts in Harry's mind, she would surely have a complex expression. Just because she struggled with divination, must she be doubted? The Quidditch match arrived as anticipated, with torrential rain obscuring all visibility. Draco did not participate in the match. Instead, he stood in the stands, holding an umbrella and straining to see. Few Slytherins attended the Gryffindor match, and Hufflepuff's presence was scant as well. He and Cho were together, watching this challenging game. The darkened sky was made even more surprising by Alice's sudden appearance. Draco and Cho were positioned away from the crowd center, and the young master easily shielded Alice beneath his umbrella. Weren't you always indifferent to Quidditch? Why did you come in such heavy rain? The voice was barely audible over the downpour, but after a moment, Alice recognized it as Cho's. I just happened to pass by and thought I'd take a look, she replied nonchalantly. While she found it difficult to muster interest in Quidditch, she could not ignore Harry's safety during today's match. With Dumbledore present, she felt assured that Harry would be safe. Her primary curiosity was whether Sirius had indeed evaded the Dementors to sneak into Hogwarts. Of course, Cho was skeptical of Alice's words, but Alice did not linger long, offering a brief greeting before leaving the Hufflepuff-heavy area and making her way toward the castle, which lay along Gryffindor's route back. It seemed she truly was just passing by. The heavy rain obscured visibility, and the seekers from both teams had yet to catch sight of the golden snitch after several laps. Cedric was an exceptionally skilled seeker, quick to react and keeping a close watch on Harry. In such weather, the prolonged match would increasingly affect both teams. Harry, being younger than Cedric, lacked his stamina, making his disadvantage more pronounced, and he felt a greater sense of urgency. Hermione's curly hair was now drenched. She and Ron had quarreled a few days prior, and today they had only temporarily reconciled to watch Harry's match. Ron wanted to help Hermione by holding the umbrella to shield her from the wind, or at least steady the umbrella that was being blown about wildly. However, Hermione was unwilling, as if accepting Ron's help would mean conceding defeat and admitting to her mistake. After being declined twice, Ron turned away, choosing not to speak to her further. In truth, Hermione had only needed to assert herself a couple of times. But since Ron had stopped asking, she stubbornly refrained from initiating conversation. Alice arrived to witness this very scene. Two young souls evidently concerned for one another, yet unwilling to acknowledge each other. Hermione's hair was soaked, and Ron's knees were drenched, water dripping down his pant legs. Alice furrowed her brow, contemplating whether she should step in and reason with these two, even if they had a disagreement. They shouldn't stand by and let the rain drench them into illness. Gryffindor's supporters were numerous. Even the downpour could not extinguish their passion for Quidditch, not even a little. The crowd was dense, and despite the rain, Alice could see Hermione and Ron clearly, thanks to some magical assistance. Trying to squeeze through the throngs to reach them proved exceedingly difficult. Just during those few breaths of attempting to maneuver, Ron boldly snatched Hermione's wand to help steady her shaking umbrella. With Hermione's wand in hand, Ron steadied the umbrella, while she, having lost her own, used Ron's wand to cast a water-repelling charm, ensuring that rainwater would not completely soak his trousers. Well, Alice raised an eyebrow. It seems I should refrain from meddling in their romantic affairs. Did Ron really not harbor any feelings for Hermione? If he did not act, he would miss out on such a wonderful young witch, who obviously had a fondness for him. Madame Hooch blew her whistle, and during the halftime break, Hermione and Ron hurriedly made their way to Harry. The clever young witch resolved Harry's issue of his glasses being soaked and his vision obscured by rain, earning him a grateful smile in return. Draco did not seek out Harry. As a member of the Slytherin Quidditch team, his presence at that moment would only serve to attract attention, and Gryffindor's Quidditch players would certainly not welcome him. Alice hurriedly stepped aside as they left the stands to rush onto the field, feigning nonchalance as she ascended several steps. The heavy rain obscured visibility and weakened a dog's sense of smell. However, Alice's vision remained unobstructed, for she wore her glasses. With the water-repelling charm, her view was not only clear of rain but, due to the slight prescription in her glasses, even sharper. When it came to cleverness, it was undeniably Alice. The blonde girl gazed at the dark, ominous figure in the stands, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Indeed, there was a large cluster of dark figures in the Quidditch stadium. Had Alice not been wearing her glasses and looking closely, she would never have noticed their presence. The Dementors were still patrolling outside. They truly had no fear of being caught and subjected to the intense kiss of the Dementors. In the most literal sense, perhaps it would be better to allow the Dementors to orchestrate a romantic encounter for him. Alice understood that Sirius possessed formidable abilities. Even if she sought him out, it would be of little use, as she could not penetrate his defenses and would only arouse suspicion. If she were to be bitten, would she need to get a rabies vaccine? Should she go to St. Mungo's or a Muggle hospital? The halftime intermission was brief. The players from both sides had only a moment to drink some water before soaring back into the sky, without the hindrance of her glasses. Harry and the other players finally found themselves on equal footing at the starting line. He clearly flew faster than in the previous match, and Cedric kept an even closer watch on him. While Alice could not comprehend their competitive spirit, she held an abiding respect for it. She still did not seek out Sirius Black, instead returning to Draco and Cho's side, watching only the fleeting shadow of Harry as he soared. He had spotted the golden snitch. Draco's voice was filled with excitement as Harry ascended several feet, Cedric close behind. It remained uncertain whether Harry could preserve his Firebolt 2000 this time. Alice vividly recalled that Harry had wagered his Firebolt 2000, asserting that Severus Snape was undoubtedly a villain, only to lose his first broomstick forever. High above, Cedric grasped the golden snitch, while Harry plummeted freely, his Firebolt 2000 adrift in the wind. Cedric hurriedly reached for Harry, while Professor Dumbledore extended his wand, coaxing vines to grow and catch the small figure. The barking of the large black dog in the stands drowned out amidst the crowd's gasps. Harry had lost his Firebolt 2000. Chapter 36, Hogsmeade. Harry was uninjured. Professor Dumbledore had safely caught him. Aside from Madame Pomfrey's insistence that he rest in bed for a week, he was quite healthy. When Alice entered the infirmary, everyone was gathered around Harry, cautiously observing him and the fragments in his hand. These remnants belonged to his first broomstick, which had accompanied him through every Quidditch match of his life thus far. He had taken great care of it, employing all the maintenance techniques he had learned to nurture his old friend. Yet today, he had lost his first Quidditch match and with it, this companion. Alice refrained from approaching him until Madame Pomfrey, unable to contain herself, ushered everyone out, seizing the opportunity while the lady tended to other patients. She quietly slipped over to speak with him. Harry remained silent, clutching the wooden splinters, his heart heavy. Wood had been eager to win. He had devoted all his efforts to this match, yearning to lead his teammates to victory. Yet now, it had all gone awry. Ron and the twins comforted him, insisting it was not his fault. No one could have anticipated the Dementors would attack, nor did anyone desire to fall from such heights or lose the match. He understood it was no one's fault, yet he felt, simply felt. A warm hand brushed over his head, further disheveling his already tousled hair. Alice transformed Harry's hair from a small nest into a veritable chaos. He looked up at her, his eyes filled with a sorrow that tugged at the heartstrings, the once calm emerald waters rippling with emotion. Alice adjusted the blanket on the bed, sitting beside him and leaning against his arm, offering him a measure of solace derived from her presence. Alice, I lost. Harry's voice was muffled, his head bowing once more. I thought I could win the match. And then we could face Slytherin. Cedric won fairly. He had no right to be angry. Yet, he was discontent, knowing he could have triumphed. A wave of frustration washed over him. He inquired of Alice, if perhaps he had been braver or swifter, could he have seized the golden snitch before the Dementors arrived, or even faced them without fear? Alice did not respond directly to Harry's words. Instead, she gazed at him, letting out a long sigh. It is not your fault, Harry. No one can win forever, not even Professor Dumbledore. From Alice's words, Harry sensed a hint of sentiment, as if she were hinting at a story behind it all. Dumbledore's story? To be frank, Harry was indeed curious about Dumbledore's past. He simply imagined that a person of Dumbledore's stature must have a history replete with honor, adorned with accolades and engraved on stone, leaving no room for failure. He pondered and asked Alice, did Professor Dumbledore ever fail? Alice chuckled at his incredulous expression. He resembled a curious chick peering out from a nest. Merlin, is it Madame Pomfrey's potion still affecting him, or has Harry truly knocked his head? He is not at all the resilient boy I know, reminding me instead of Draco, who used to insist on hearing stories by my bedside. Alice longed to share tales with him, yet those were stories only Professor Dumbledore had the authority to tell. The words lingered on her tongue, but seeing Harry's expectant gaze, she finally spoke. I cannot tell you. Harry? No. Alice, please don't go. Don't leave me alone. Alice raised a hand, signaling him to lower his voice. Should Madame Pomfrey return, she would surely scold her. She glanced back at the now lively little lion on the bed before turning and exiting the infirmary. After October, the third-year wizards would be permitted to visit Hogsmeade for the weekend. Harry, lacking his parents' signature, was barred from going. No matter how he pleaded with Professor McGonagall, he was denied a permit to Hogsmeade. While Harry remained behind, his friends were free to go. One small wizard's absence would not alter the world. Life at Hogwarts continued unremarkably, each day progressing in an orderly fashion. Harry studied, attended classes, and faced Professor Snape's ire, rewriting his potions assignment. On his way back to the dormitory, Harry's head hung low, his melancholy capable of nurturing a basket of mushrooms. Ron patted him on the shoulder. Cheer up, mate. It's not the first time you've rewritten it. But Draco was there today, Harry replied. Ron chuckled maliciously. Draco Malfoy is rewriting too. I wasn't sent back to rewrite. No, he was used as an example of an excellent assignment for me to compare against. Ron ceased laughing, attempting to step ahead and not engage with Harry, yet he faltered. The group, meant to enter the common room, halted in their tracks, a cacophony of voices escalating. Percy shouted, "Let me through. I'm the head boy." Harry was oblivious to the commotion. He only knew that both Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall had arrived, and they were swiftly ushered back to their dormitories. As they passed the portrait that should have been guarded by the fat lady, they noticed terrifying claw marks etched upon it. Sirius Black had infiltrated Hogwarts. The fat lady, frightened, refused to return, and the entire school was under lockdown. No one could enter or exit. Crookshanks had relentlessly pursued Scabbers, and on the very day Sirius entered Hogwarts, Alice obtained Scabbers from Ron. Alice, Crookshanks is too adept at catching Scabbers. It's in his nature as an animal. It's better to let me care for him for a few days. The conflict between Scabbers and Crookshanks was the direct cause of the discord between Ron and Hermione. To prevent such strife from affecting their friendship, Alice decisively took Scabbers under her wing. With complete trust, Ron handed Scabbers over to Alice, who assured him she would protect Scabbers from harm. In the grateful gazes of Ron and Hermione, she turned and promptly submerged Scabbers into the basin. Alice's dormitory was empty. She could deal with a traitor however she wished. Without the discord between Scabbers and Crookshanks, Ron and Hermione returned to their amicable selves, just as before. Ron had repeatedly expressed his desire to meet Scabbers or to bring him back to the dormitory, but Alice had thwarted these attempts with various justifications. Highly trusted within the small wizarding community, Ron accepted Alice's request to keep Scabbers for a few more days without suspicion. He proudly informed Hermione, "See, Scabbers truly is more beloved." To which Alice mused, "Well, as long as this mouse remains here and does not escape." I suppose I can endure a little humiliation and show some affection for a rodent. On December 18th, the last Saturday of the third year's first term, the shocking news about Sirius had unsettled everyone, yet no one wished to miss the final trip to Hogsmeade this term. Harry remained alone at Hogwarts, watching as his friends departed one by one. Ron patted Harry on the shoulder, reassuringly saying, "It's all right, mate. Professor McGonagall won't let you go to Hogsmeade, but I'll bring back as much as I can for you." Harry nodded with a smile, urging them to enjoy their outing. While he stayed behind at Hogwarts waiting for their return, Hermione hesitated, feeling that Harry should remain at Hogwarts, given the school's regulations. Observing the evident envy and disappointment in Harry's eyes, she offered him a comforting smile before following the others out. Draco and Alice lingered at the back of the group, still within the castle. After watching the Gryffindors exit, Harry finally caught sight of their tardy figures. Draco approached Harry briskly, offering solace to his friend who could not venture outside. So, it's for Harry's sake, Alice thought, noting how compliant Draco had been today, not uttering a single word of impatience during their walk. A twinge of jealousy struck her. Her younger brother was no longer the little boy who used to revolve around her, which was somewhat disheartening. As Draco bid Harry farewell, promising to bring back something fun, Alice stepped forward to speak with him. "Harry, I think you could still go to Hogsmeade, but I still advise against it. Everyone is quite worried about your safety." Harry was perplexed by the concern for his safety. After all, others were allowed to go out. "What exactly should I be cautious about, Alice?" he inquired, bewildered. Alice did not respond, as the group was already being urged to depart. The blonde senior tousled her unruly hair in an attempt to comfort him, saying, "Harry, don't be upset. I believe you could go to Hogsmeade." Harry forced a smile, replying, "Perhaps." Alice remained steadfast in her opinion, but chose not to argue with Harry. "You will have the childhood experiences that others enjoy. You, Harry Potter, will have yours too." As she passed by Harry, she whispered, "Once you visit Hogsmeade, you will understand the dangers that lie therein." "But I cannot even go out," Harry thought, bewildered by Alice's cryptic words. Stepping back in confusion, he bumped into the Weasley twins, who were ambling past the gates of Hogwarts, seemingly without a purpose. The two mischief makers beamed at Harry, each taking an arm and lifting him. "Harry, what is the point of staying here? Why not join us in Hogsmeade for a bit?" Before departing, Alice earnestly advised Harry, "Black won't harm you, but the wandering Dementors are unaware of who the savior is. Your situation is not suitable for aimless wandering." Yet, she knew he wouldn't heed her warnings. Just before leaving, she caught sight of two Gryffindor robes flapping at the castle gates. "Perfect. The prankster king has come to deliver gifts," she thought, shrugging her shoulders as she departed with Draco. As they walked, Draco animatedly discussed the attractions of Hogsmeade, cherishing the advantage of having an elder sister. "Sister, may I visit the Shrieking Shack? I've heard it's south the most terrifying place." Draco laid out his plans. "First, we'll stop by Honeyduke's for some sweets, then to the shop for a custom quill, and finally, we'll gather at the Three Broomsticks for snacks and butterbeer." He glanced at Alice, his eyes sparkling with the anticipation of a child on an outing. "Sister, how about we meet at the Three Broomsticks at the end and return to Hogwarts together?" Of course, he wouldn't be accompanying Alice. He was likely to roam with Blaise Zabini and Pansy, while Clark and Goyle would probably linger at Honeyduke's, reluctant to leave, and Pansy would prefer the boutique. Thinking of them made Draco's smile even brighter. If only Harry could come along. His gaze drifted to the swiftly moving Gryffindors, and he felt a pang of regret. No worries, he won't miss out. There will always be future opportunities. Alice ruffled his hair, encouraging him to seek out Blaise and the others while she discreetly slipped away to the Hog's Head Inn, unnoticed. The Hog's Head was as characteristically untidy as ever, yet organized in its own chaotic way, with no corner truly fit for a serene footfall. The girl in the mural brightened upon seeing Alice. "Alice, you've come." Attracted by her voice, Aberforth finally noticed Alice's arrival as she settled into her usual spot. Since Alice's visit post-Christmas, it seemed she had taken to frequenting this place during the second half of her third year, with Ariana eagerly awaiting her every weekend. Even throughout the summer, not even Aberforth could elicit such joy from his sister. What to do? How vexing, Aberforth thought. Irritably polishing a cup with a rather grimy cloth before retrieving a pristine crystal glass from the cupboard below and pouring her a glass of lemonade. Fuming, he chose to ignore her, merely offering her water to infuriate her further. Alice was accustomed to Aberforth's quirks by now. The crystalline glass, filled with slightly yellow lemonade and adorned with fresh mint leaves, was simply exquisite. "Oh yes, this is the very cup Aberforth purchased for me from the boutique." Sipping her lemonade, Alice engaged Ariana in conversation about the amusing events of the first week of fourth year. "Ariana, there are Dementors surrounding Hogwarts now. Even the night-wandering students have vanished. We have two new professors, one for defense against the dark arts and another for care of magical creatures. In the latter class, we have flying magical creatures to ride. and the new teacher is Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I mentioned that the defense against the dark arts teacher is a temporary one. Who knows how long this one will last? Alice shared snippets of Hogwarts' recent happenings, and Ariana listened intently, filled with curiosity. Although she had never attended Hogwarts, hearing Alice recount tales of the school brought her immense satisfaction. As Aberforth exited through the back door, Ariana remained engrossed in Alice's stories, her glass of lemonade nearly empty. Alice then inquired of Aberforth, "I heard barking from the back. Are we starting to keep dogs now?" Aberforth shook his head, stating, "I merely passed by to offer some food." He paused momentarily, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Why is it that this bar belongs to us? It's mine and Anna's." Alice, indifferent to his stubbornness, slid her empty cup back toward Aberforth, remarking, "Next time, add more ice. It enhances the flavor." "If you don't want to drink, then don't come back," he retorted. The temperature was dropping quickly. So what was the point of adding ice? Aberforth collected the cup, bluntly declaring, "If you wish to come, you may. If not, don't bother." Alice chose to ignore him and turned to Ariana, saying, "I'm off now. I'll visit you next time." "See you next time, Alice," Ariana replied, still beaming brightly. Stepping out of the Pig's Head bar, Alice circumvented to the back entrance. Not far from the rear door, a gaunt, woeful-looking black dog awaited. Alice assessed, with a simple judgment, that this dog could easily take her down with a single bite. Did Aberforth not harbor any doubts about such a creature? Unbeknownst to Alice, she stood a distance away, observing the dog as it licked clean the remnants of food Aberforth had discarded at the back door. To Aberforth, it was merely a meal for a dog. To Alice, it was a magnificent hero. After taking a few steps forward, the black dog immediately became alert, raising its head and glaring fiercely at Alice, as if ready to pounce and tear her apart. This displayed an extreme distrust of its surroundings. Alice refrained from approaching. Instead, she retrieved a few wrapped pieces of bread from her bag, carefully laid them on a handkerchief on the ground, then retreated to a safe distance before leaving without a backward glance. The dog did not advance until Alice's figure vanished around the corner, at which point it cautiously approached and devoured the bread in one gulp. It was utterly famished. Eventually, Harry did arrive. Alice discovered him by the shrieking shack, with Ron and Hermione standing there, Harry's head floating above them. Had anyone else witnessed this, they might have truly believed it was a haunting. Alice observed as Harry removed his invisibility cloak, excitedly speaking. She had learned of his triumph over Voldemort, the dim-witted elder version, on that fateful night when his parents were betrayed. It was only natural that he would seek vengeance against Sirius Black. Alice refrained from approaching. She knew Harry would come to find her. The implications of her earlier words were too strong for Harry to ignore. She merely awaited the arrival of the wrathful savior, spurred on by hatred. Yet, deep down, she hoped he would remain safely at Hogwarts, leading the life of an ordinary student. But how could that be? After all, he was Harry Potter. Chapter 37, After Hogsmeade. If Harry chose not to stir trouble, she would rather believe that the world's consciousness was a bubble-blowing snotworm. In Alice's view, given the current state of the wizarding world, it would be best for Harry not to leave the confines of the school. No one would permit him to venture out for adventure, especially with Sirius still lurking about, intent on his demise. Alice did not dawdle on her way. Others awaited her arrival. Draco and the others had been waiting quite a while at the Three Broomsticks by the time Alice finally arrived. Pansy affectionately linked arms with Alice, exclaiming, "Alice, where have you been? I haven't seen you all day." After taking a sip of butterbeer, Alice set her cup down. She preferred lemonade, and it would have been delightful if Aberforth could have added some ice. "Oh, nothing much, just strolled around," Alice casually replied. Pansy did not pry further. Instead, she extended her right hand, showcasing her freshly done nails. "What do you think? Aren't they lovely?" Pansy's nails sparkled, long and extravagant, leaving Alice momentarily speechless. Alice remarked, "Has Rampy's nail artistry reached such heights? I thought they only started this service this summer. How are they already this good?" She felt a twinge of envy at how quickly the house elves learned. Pansy gleefully wiggled her fingers. "This is the latest style, and it's the very first order from Rampy's Hogsmeade branch. Impressive, right?" Alice, seeing Pansy's childlike eagerness for praise, readily offered her compliments. Indeed, Miss Parkinson's status deserved to be the first customer. The nails were exquisite. She promised, "Next time I have the chance, I'll join you." Pansy held on to Alice without letting go. "On the first weekend after the holidays, remember that day? You must accompany me to choose a different style." Her grip tightened, conveying a sense of insistence. Alice chuckled in agreement. "All right, I'll pay, dear Pansy." Pansy was satisfied with Alice's promise to shop together. Alice's extracurricular time was a mystery. She was often elusive. Even during the summer, it was challenging to arrange a meeting, and Pansy was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Alice was indeed a busy person. Securing her company was no easy feat this week as trip to Hogsmeade was lacking. Neither Autumn nor Cedric had shown up. Only the third-year students exhibited enthusiasm for Hogsmeade. As they advanced to higher years, OWLs and Newts would consume their time entirely. Alice could still visit Ariana frequently now, but once exams approached, she would be utterly swamped. Autumn's absence was, in fact, good news for Alice. Otherwise, who would assist her in completing her untouched weekend assignments upon returning to school? Until Alice returned to Hogwarts alongside Draco, Harry had yet to make an appearance. He even avoided her during the evening feast in the Great Hall. Draco had casually approached Harry to share his experiences from Hogsmeade, though Alice wondered if Harry had mentioned his own trip there. By the time Alice returned to her dormitory, there was still no sign of Harry. She found it peculiar. Perhaps her hints had not been direct enough for Harry to grasp her intentions. It was quite evident that she harbored secrets, so why hadn't he come? She had seen him walk away, and now she found herself anxiously waiting for him to arrive. Regardless, it was Harry's issue. Sitting at her desk, Alice abandoned her attempts at divination to discover the problem. After exhausting 5 sheets of draft paper, she concluded that a lack of correct answers simply meant no correct answers existed. While pondering Harry, Alice heard a knock at her door. Who could it be at this hour? She opened the door, only to find the hallway empty. Peering outside, Alice paused, stepping aside to allow a narrow passage, waiting for a few breaths before closing the door and locking it. Entering the girls' dormitory could lead to loss of Gryffindor points. Harry. Alice turned around to see Harry gradually revealing himself from head to toe. His expression was rigid, his movements stiff. As he finally removed his invisibility cloak, Alice had already prepared tea. Take a seat. What is it you wish to say? Though Harry's arrival was unexpected, she would not falter. Harry silently sat down, accepting the tea from Alice's hand. Did you know I would come? No, I do not know, and I have already wasted 5 sheets of draft paper. Alice did not respond to him, pretending to acquiesce. Is it because of the divination? I recall that you excelled in your divination class. No, it was particularly abysmal. Alice cleared her throat, determined to halt his words, lest her own image become too grand, leading to its inevitable collapse. Why have you come to seek me? His gray eyes pierced into her verdant ones, probing for the deepest secrets within her soul. Today, Harry ventured to Hogsmeade, equipped with the Marauder's map gifted by the Weasley twins and the invisibility cloak bestowed by his father. He was elated, profoundly so. Everyone had the opportunity to visit Hogsmeade, and he finally joined them. He encountered Ron and Hermione at Honeyduke's, indulging in sweets and sipping butterbeer. It was the highlight of his year. Had he not crossed paths with Professor McGonagall and Hagrid, overhearing their conversation regarding his parents, his journey would have been exceedingly joyful and flawless. Yet, he was grateful for having heard that exchange. Otherwise, he would never have learned of the tragic events that transpired that fateful night. His parents had met a heroic yet innocent demise, betrayed by friends, by those they trusted the most. Harry's eyes ignited with indignation, a painful urge to clench the invisibility cloak in his hands. Before Alice departed today, she had uttered words he had not comprehended at the time. Harry, I believe you still could go to Hogsmeade, though I do not recommend it. You must understand that everyone is deeply concerned for your safety. You will know once you arrive in Hogsmeade. What should I know? About my parents' past? Harry gazed at Alice, his expression akin to that of a young beast revealing vulnerability and confusion before someone he trusts. Why must it be betrayal by friends? They are all Gryffindors. Why do you all prevent me from seeking vengeance? He killed my parents. Harry looked to Alice, yearning for an answer. Alice remained silent for an extended moment, unsure of what to say. She had originally intended for Harry to navigate his Hogwarts life as a typical student, as smoothly as possible. Now, she recognized that such a notion was perhaps impossible. Harry, vengeance for your parents is indeed warranted. Betrayers must never be spared. Harry had anticipated that Alice would weigh the pros and cons, urging him to avoid acting impulsively, just as Hermione and Ron had suggested. But she did not. Alice did not dissuade him from pursuing his quest. Surely, Hermione and Ron had exhausted their efforts in advising him, yet Harry still sought her out. There is an ancient saying in China, a gentleman does not let a grudge go unavenged. If you refrain from seeking retribution, enduring it, I would consider you a coward unworthy of conversing with me. Harry gazed intently at Alice, as if he had found the sole individual capable of understanding him. However, Alice's tone shifted. There is another saying, a gentleman avenges, even if it takes 10 years. When you lack the power to exact revenge, you must strive to preserve yourself. If you perish, who will care about avenging your parents? Without waiting for Harry's response, she continued, you are learning magic from Professor Lupin. I hope you acquire something beneficial. Harry lowered his head, offering no reply, neither refuting nor agreeing. He simply fell silent, donning his invisibility cloak and departing from Alice's dormitory. Whether Harry would seek out Sirius, Alice could not ascertain, yet she hoped nothing ill would befall him. At Hogwarts, Headmaster Dumbledore had intensified the patrols for the sake of student safety, Even Alice would not dare to act recklessly during such times. Dumbledore himself was patrolling the periphery, and it was inconceivable for him to leave Hogwarts in search of a wanted criminal. Tomorrow, Professor Lupin would recover from his illness, and Harry would undoubtedly continue to seek his guidance in magic. The young lion trusted him implicitly. At the very least, he would not face another Dementor attack. Alice gazed out at the murky depths of the lake, clutching her Tom Bear with an inscrutable expression. She was plagued by an ominous premonition. Was it merely an illusion? After the first weekend in Hogsmeade, Harry began studying the Patronus charm with Professor Lupin. Lupin was Harry's favorite teacher at Hogwarts, especially since he began instructing Harry in the Patronus charm, through which Harry learned more about his parents. He began to mention Professor Lupin frequently, to everyone except Draco and Alice. Draco candidly expressed his disdain for Lupin, still harboring resentment over past events. "Do not extol that man's virtues before me, or I shall cease to visit you, Harry." Harry dared not provoke his little prince's ire, promptly acquiescing and refraining from speaking of it in his presence. Everyone has their own preferences. Draco openly sided with Snape, and Harry saw no reason to make himself a target of Draco's displeasure. Alice, conversely, exhibited no signs of discontent. When Harry spoke of Professor Lupin, she maintained a calm demeanor, simply listening without any display of outrage. Harry assumed she was indifferent. Yet Hermione was perceptive. She privately cautioned Harry against praising Professor Lupin in front of Alice. The young lion, perplexed yet trusting, complied. Miss Granger herself was unsure why she felt compelled to intervene. Her feminine intuition suggested that if she did not, something unpleasant might transpire. She admired Professor Lupin, but that did not conflict with her desire to give him a good thrashing. Alice cast her gaze down the long dining table towards Lupin at the staff table. The opportunity would soon arise. She only needed to wait. Sirius would once again enter Hogwarts. However, before that, they had a winter holiday to endure. Sirius would not be foolish enough to come to Hogwarts during the break, and Fawn could remain with her for a while longer. As for Ron, yes, she needed to devise a convincing reason to persuade him. Her eyes fell upon her vacant wrist, where a small serpent had once coiled. Her most trusted little companion was guarding that wretched mouse in her dormitory. The cunning creature was not to be underestimated. Headmaster Dumbledore stood to deliver his final address to the students regarding the winter break, emphasizing the importance of refraining from using magic outside the school and urging them to be cautious. With a wave of his hand, he announced that they could return home by carriage the following day. The hall erupted in cheers, while Harry hung his head low. He had sought out Professor Lupin today, and the generous professor had assured him that he would also remain at Hogwarts during the break, allowing Harry to continue learning magic from him. Harry's gaze burned with determination as he looked towards the staff table. He would acquire more knowledge, more magic, and then, with his own hands, avenge his parents. After dinner, the young wizards returned to their dormitories in a raucous throng, the joyous spirit of the holiday enveloping each of them. Alice busied herself in her dormitory, organizing her belongings. The mouse lay within a specially designed cage, while Credence coiled nearby, hissing and flicking his tongue at it. The scraggly mouse dared not move within the cage. Another knock sounded at the door, and Alice, puzzled, opened it, greeted only by the chill and dampness of the air. She stepped aside briefly, closing the door after a moment. "Harry, didn't you visit yesterday? Why have you come again today?" Alice approached the table to pour tea, but upon turning around, her eyes widened, and the teacup slipped from her grasp. Clad in a perfectly tailored suit, Riddle deftly caught the teacup without spilling a single drop. With a smile gracing his lips, he regarded her. "Alice, your welcome is truly unique." Despite her striking beauty, Alice found herself paralyzed by his smile. Akin to a vividly colored blossom in the tropical rainforest, each petal whispering tales of its inherent danger. After a brief pause, Alice regained her voice. "Lord, what brings you back?" In the corner of the cage, the bald, timid rat curled into a tight ball, its eyes fixed on the standoff between Alice and the man before her. It dawned on her that he was a Death Eater, thus one of her own. Whether out of indignation at her betrayal or sheer cowardice mattered little. He had once served the Dark Lord, and with the Dark Lord's return, his safety was assured. The diminutive Peter Pettigrew dared not utter a sound, striving to diminish his presence. He had discovered a way to survive, for he was still of value to the Dark Lord. Alice remained oblivious to the inner turmoil of Peter Pettigrew. Her own emotional journey was fraught with convolutions that even the most arduous pilgrimage could not rival. Who could possibly explain why Riddle had returned at this moment? Was he not supposed to be conquering the world? Why had he come back? A hissing sound broke her reverie as a serpent, as thick as Alice's waist, slithered from behind Riddle, rearing to gaze intently at her. Alice exclaimed, "Why is that snake so enormous?" In a panic, she leapt onto Riddle, who was caught off guard and stumbled backward. Meanwhile, the diminutive Credence gleefully twisted himself into a pretzel. Hiss, hiss, hiss. "Master, That snake is beautiful. I adore her. I want to be with her.